In the heart of a desolate land, now a sprawling graveyard for countless fallen souls, the remnants of a war that could never be won lingered. Life had been stripped away in the relentless pursuit of victory, leaving the few survivors with a single, primal desire: survival. Beyond this instinct, there seemed little reason to continue in a world so thoroughly scarred by conflict. Yet, among the survivors, one figure had endured through unimaginable hardships, emerging as the protagonist of our tale. Having faced defeat 98 times, he now approached what he believed might be the final chapter of his arduous journey. A brilliant, almost blinding light beckoned him forward as he stepped into a vast chamber, where a formidable cadre of sentinel golems awaited. As he surveyed the towering figures before him, he couldn't help but question whether this was truly his 20th mission. Behind the imposing golems, a dark tunnel stretched into the unknown, suggesting these sentinels guarded something far more significant. His resolve hardened, and with a focused determination, he summoned his weapon. A crimson scythe materialized in his grip, its blade gleaming ominously. The moment the golems caught sight of the weapon, their eyes flared with renewed intensity, as if awakening from a deep slumber. With a unified purpose, these colossal sentinels advanced, their heavy weapons poised to strike. The battle commenced as they launched their coordinated assault, aiming to crush the lone warrior. However, his agility proved to be his greatest asset, allowing him to evade their deadly blows with swift, graceful movements. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With unshakable determination, he invoked the insignia of death, a powerful incantation. Above the leading golem, a dark, menacing circle adorned with the symbol of a grim skull appeared, marking the sentinel with a sinister curse. Cloaked in a fiery, dark aura, our hero's speed surged beyond the golem's reach. Seizing the moment, he delivered a devastating strike. The crimson scythe carved through the guardian's massive frame, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. As he stepped back, a satisfied smile crossed his face. The plan had worked flawlessly. Insignia of death had doubled the damage of his attack, ensuring his success. But the victory was short-lived. As the first golem crumbled, the remaining sentinels surged forward, their fury unbridled. They charged at him, intent on tearing him apart, the battle far from over. He was like a mere insect before these colossal monsters, dwarfed by their towering forms. Yet, the overwhelming disparity in size did nothing to deter him. Undaunted by their intimidating presence, he launched himself into the air, summoning a technique known as the Knight of Death. This skill imbued his weapon with a sinister, dark energy specifically designed to counter the sanctity of his opponents. Slowly, the darkness spread, consuming the radiant light that once bathed the temple in a holy glow. The golems, guardians of the sacred place, were soon engulfed in the encroaching shadow, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, the hero unleashed a cataclysmic strike, a wave of energy so powerful it could obliterate an entire horde of enemies in an instant. However, despite his calm demeanor, it quickly became evident that even this massive attack had failed to harm the guardian golems. With uncanny precision, the holy creatures retaliated, charging their arrows with the pure elements of fire and ice before launching them at the hero with deadly accuracy. Each arrow whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark, threatening to end him with every shot. Realizing the imminent danger, the hero knew he needed to move faster to avoid the relentless barrage. Without hesitation, he leaped directly into the path of the advancing golems, meeting them head-on. His incredible speed allowed him to create afterimages that bewildered the guardians, causing them to strike at illusions rather than the real target. In a counterattack, one of the golems notched several arrows in rapid succession, firing them with such velocity that they broke the speed of light, obliterating nearly every illusion the hero had created. Despite the grave situation, the hero remained composed, even managing a taunting smile. He goaded the golems, mockingly suggesting that their efforts were far from enough to defeat him. But his confident facade quickly faded when a sudden burst of light erupted beneath him. To his shock, an unexpected magical seal on the floor had triggered a trap, summoning a massive block of ice that encased him completely, immobilizing him. His vaunted speed, which had been his greatest asset just moments before, was now utterly useless. Trapped, he fought with all his might to shatter the ice, slowly causing cracks to form. As he struggled, the golems closed in, one of them preparing to strike a fatal blow with a colossal spear. The cracks in the ice grew wider, but it still refused to break. In a desperate bid for freedom, the hero invoked another powerful skill, Moonlight Destruction. The ice surrounding him turned a deep crimson, and with a flash of brilliant red light, it shattered, releasing him from his icy prison. The unleashed attack not only freed him but also annihilated the guardian golem standing before him, unleashing the full power he had been holding back. His equipment, now enhanced by the use of this skill, underwent a transformation, becoming even more formidable. He acknowledged that he had come dangerously close to losing the battle, nearly failing the mission. After expending considerable time and energy battling the guardian golems, the hero made a crucial decision: to end the fight with a single, all-consuming strike. As the dark, malevolent aura around his scythe grew more intense, signaling the impending climax of the confrontation, the guardian golems prepared their most devastating attacks in response. Weapons capable of mass destruction, arrows charged with potent magic, and powerful seals were all ready, setting the stage for the final, decisive clash. Our hero retaliated with a powerful stomp, channeling immense energy into his scythe as he prepared to strike. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his moonlight destruction skill, now amplified by an overwhelming surge of dark power. But this time, the aura surrounding him was further enhanced by another skill, the red moon. The result was a devastating slash with a much wider reach, similar to the one that had shattered the ice earlier. The once dominant golems were cleaved through effortlessly, their massive forms falling to the ground as lifeless husks. As the protagonist landed, a sense of relief washed over him, knowing that these formidable enemies were finally defeated. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the mysterious area, heading towards the chamber that the Guardians had been protecting. However, as he advanced, an unsettling feeling crept over him. The surroundings resembled a temple, but there was something eerily vacant about the place. He approached the door at the far end, uncertain of what awaited him beyond it. As he neared, a magic circle inscribed on the floor began to glow and shift. With resolute determination, the hero stepped into the center of the circle, curious to see what would happen next. A rueful smile crossed his lips as he stood there, wondering if this would be the moment he finally completed the game on his 99th attempt. But his hope was quickly shattered when a notification appeared, informing him that only one player out of 5 was present on the magic circle. The harsh reality hit him: he needed a group of 5 to access the boss room. The notification warned that failing to meet this requirement would result in death. As he absorbed this grim truth, the weight of all his struggles and sacrifices seemed to evaporate. A golden light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier that resisted all his efforts to escape. In his final moments, he cursed the absurdity of this last, impossible prerequisite, but his anger was futile. His body began to disintegrate, and he couldn't help but question if this was truly the end. The grim realization dawned on him as the game confirmed his death, with the countdown ticking away the last seconds of his life. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a hidden power activated, a rune known as Regression. This final act would mark the 100th use of the Regression rune, sending the last surviving hero back in time to the moment before his first mission began. With the activation of the rune, it would vanish forever, but the protagonist would start his journey anew, embarking on his 100th regression. The scene shifts to a Korean palace, situated in the heart of the city, where the story begins once again. It is the last day of the year, and a crowd has gathered to celebrate the coming of the new year. As the final 5 seconds of the year approached, a radiant blue aura enveloped the body of a lone figure. His discomfort was palpable as he realized that he had returned to his previous life. The moment he glanced at his hands, recognition dawned: this was the very instant before everyone was pulled into that stupid game. Clenching his fists, the man recalled how close he had come to winning, vowing to change his fate as he prepared to face the challenge once more. He was in the 20th round, teetering on the brink of another failure. As the clock ticked down to the final 2 seconds before disaster struck, he fantasized about freezing time, longing for just a moment more to find a way out. His mind flashed back to the message he received from the system after his last death. This was his 100th use of the Regression rune. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew this might be his final chance to win. As the year's last seconds approached, the man who would be our protagonist steeled himself, determined to finish the game once and for all. He couldn't forget the critical requirement he failed to meet during the 20th round, the need to recruit 4 additional players. Now, as he prepared for what was to come, he began scanning the crowd, searching for the right people to join him. Just moments before the countdown to the new year, another figure came into view, an acquaintance of the protagonist, standing with a group of friends in the bustling city center, ready to welcome the new year. Among them was a bald man who, in the midst of the festivities, wondered aloud about his future after graduation. He jokingly asked his friend if he should take up a job as a delivery driver. The man named Youngman, who would later be revealed as our protagonist's former tormentor, responded with a grin, declaring his ambition to become a mob boss. His friends were taken aback, unsure if Youngman was serious or just joking. But Youngman, with a carefree attitude, argued that life was too short not to live it to the fullest. As his friends pondered the wisdom of keeping their distance from Youngman after graduation, laughter broke out among them. They realized that associating with a would-be gangster might not be the best life choice. The bald man then teased Youngman, asking what would become of his personal shuttle after they graduated, a thinly veiled reference to the person Youngman had bullied throughout high school. The mention of this shuttle conjured an image in Youngman's mind, a downtrodden, defeated individual who had always been at his beck and call. Laughing, Youngman assured his friends that he had no intention of letting go of his shuttle, even after graduation. The group found this hilarious, and one of them mentioned that he had recently seen the shuttle nearby. At that exact moment, our protagonist was enveloped in a radiant light, regressing back to his 100th and possibly final attempt. As he reappeared, his expression was calm yet resolute, a stark contrast to the timid demeanor Youngman had come to expect. Youngman, now facing his former victim, was struck by the change. Something was different about the person standing before him. He seemed older, more confident, almost as if he had lived through countless lifetimes. The protagonist met Youngman's gaze, something he had never dared to do before. His newfound confidence unnerved Youngman, who found himself confused and irritated by this unexpected shift. Just as Youngman was about to react, his friends intervened, reminding him that there would be plenty of time to settle scores later. After all, today marked the start of a new year. Taking their words to heart, Youngman reluctantly backed down, deciding to let the incident slide for now. The group resumed their celebration, believing themselves to be grown-ups now, and exchanged wishes for a happy new year. Meanwhile, our protagonist silently prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that this time, he was determined to change his fate. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the air, interrupting the celebration. It was a voice that carried an otherworldly quality, filled with both amusement and disdain. The voice remarked on how peculiar humans were, daring to celebrate the new year without any understanding of what was truly happening around them. The crowd, startled, began searching frantically for the source of the voice. Then, from the midst of the confusion, a majestic figure emerged. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, and her magnificent wings shimmered with a radiant light. Her presence commanded attention, and her voice, though serene, carried an underlying menace. As she looked down upon the gathered people, a mocking smile played on her lips, finding their ignorance amusing. She commented on how humans were no better than caged monkeys, oblivious to their fate. The appearance of this celestial being captivated everyone in the city center. Her beauty was so overwhelming that most onlookers were entranced, unable to look away, everyone except the hero. He recognized her immediately and felt a deep-seated loathing rise within him. He had seen this exact scenario unfold 99 times before, and each time, his hatred for this moment only grew stronger. The angelic figure tried to stifle her laughter, but it spilled out nonetheless, laced with contempt. She sneered at the humans, calling them trash for being so easily mesmerized by her appearance. Her time was too valuable to waste on such meaningless admiration, she said. If they could see her so clearly, then surely they could hear her just as well, she mused with a smirk. One man in the crowd, fed up with her mockery, shouted at her, demanding to know who she was. He accused her of merely cosplaying as an angel. The hero remained silent, watching as the scene played out just as it had before. The angel's smile never wavered, but her demeanor darkened. Her eyes shifted to a deep, menacing red, and her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The man who had dared to challenge her was now nothing more than a memory. Yeo Min, one of the bystanders, could only gasp in horror. The angel, her sweet voice now gone, warned the crowd with a deadly seriousness. She declared that no one was to speak to her with such disrespect again. Humans, she said, were far too insignificant to question her or act with any semblance of arrogance in her presence. Those who dared would meet the same fate as the fool who had just perished. She went on, her tone laced with condescension, explaining that humanity had fallen to a pitifully low status. As she prepared to reveal the reason for their current predicament, the hero could only sigh, knowing what was to come. With a twisted smile, the angel announced that they were all now part of a game. From this moment forward, on the first of every month, their souls would be transported to another dimension to compete in 20 rounds of this cruel game. This, she declared, was the only way humans would now exist, playing her game, trapped in a cycle of survival and despair. For the next few days, they would be consumed by the tasks they were given, focusing entirely on completing each one. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded and returned to their normal lives. But confusion spread among the crowd as the angel spoke. Many believed that simply finishing the tasks would guarantee their survival, but the reality was far harsher. Even with the completion of every quest, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. The angel, noticing their naive thoughts, laughed softly, her voice tinged with amusement. She explained that only half of them would be allowed to live, reading the unspoken fears in their minds. Our hero remained calm and collected amidst the growing panic, his expression betraying no fear. It was clear to him that most of those around him were terrified, sensing that their lives were hanging by a thread. With a sinister smile, the angel assured them that not all would be taken, only a select few. The MC sighed inwardly, having heard these same words 99 times before. It was then revealed that only those between the ages of 15 and 29 would be forced to participate in this twisted game. As he listened, the hero couldn't help but reflect on how he never imagined he'd be trapped in this cycle, repeating the same game over and over. An older man in the crowd, realizing he was safe from the age requirement, smirked in relief. His smug reaction only fueled the anger of those who were not so lucky, escalating tensions. But before any conflict could erupt, Youngmin warned the crowd not to act rashly, lest they meet the same fate as the man who had defied the angel earlier. Spreading her wings wide, the angel announced that the time had come to begin. She revealed that approximately 1.9 billion people would be participating in this game. Her excitement grew as she declared that the explanation was over, and they would now move on to the actual game. A blinding white light enveloped everything, and the world around them vanished, leaving only the bodies of the participants. The hero was nowhere to be seen, and the angel explained that each participant had entered a space unique to them, a place visible only to the individual. She instructed them to shape their avatars in preparation for the soul transfer, much like customizing a character in a video game. This was a crucial moment, as they only had one chance to make their choices. As for the hero, he knew exactly what he would choose, having done this many times before. He began selecting the same appearance and traits he had used in his previous regressions. His in-game name, Black Scythe, just like before, the same ominous nickname. Moments after finishing the customization, the participants found themselves in a completely different setting, an open field where their avatars slowly came to life. The hero's chosen look was one he had favored time and again. His avatar now had jet black hair and piercing crimson eyes, with a taller, more imposing build than his real self. This form had become familiar to him, the embodiment of the hero he had tried to become in every cycle. This was his 100th appearance in the game. The body he now inhabited felt more like his true form, a mirror of the ones he had used in previous regressions. There was no need for him to acclimate, he knew this body as well as his own. As the avatars of the other players materialized into this new reality, many were visibly stunned by their own customizations. The MC noticed that several had designed their avatars to be strikingly attractive. But he knew all too well that this was one of the first mistakes a player could make. In this brutal world, the strong preyed on the weak, and drawing too much attention made one an easy target. The cost of such a mistake was high, death in the game meant death in real life. Just then, his gaze fixed on someone he had been anticipating, Hwang Youngmin, the high school bully who had tormented him relentlessly. As the Black Scythe, the MC felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Youngmin might show some growth in the game, but it seemed unlikely. The angel reappeared, greeting the players now that they had all been transported. She noticed how attached they seemed to their new appearances and mused aloud, her excitement barely contained, about how these pretty faces would fare when faced with true terror and despair. The humans from Seoul had been gathered here, a staggering 1.8 million participants, though some wondered why they only saw a fraction of that number. The angel laughed, delighting in the confusion. She revealed that the participants were spread across multiple spaces, with other angels overseeing different groups. Without further delay, the angel began to unveil more about the game. She explained that players could access a special kind of status window simply by imagining it. She gave an example, and before the MC appeared the familiar Black Scythe status window. But as he scanned it, he sighed in frustration. All his maxed out stats from his previous life had been wiped clean, leaving him at square one. Has everyone seen their status windows? The angel asked, her tone laced with mockery. A reminder of just how worthless you all are, she added with a smirk. The only way to survive and complete the 20 rounds, she told them, was to grow stronger. She then revealed the reward for completing this monumental task, a single wish, anything they desired. And, she added, they wouldn't have to pay any price for winning the game. The promise of such a reward set the players' minds racing, each contemplating their deepest desires. Sensing their eagerness, the angel's smile widened. To get things started, she announced, I've prepared a little gift for each of you today. When the players checked their inventories, they discovered something unexpected, a single item had been added. It was a random rune. The angel explained that this rune could be used only once and was usable even by those who were still at level 1. For now, it was the only item they would receive. The players quickly grasped that they could consume this rune just by thinking about the word use. The first to use the rune was Youngmin, who was visibly stunned by the outcome. The angel let out another chuckle as she noticed that several players seemed displeased with the effects of their runes. With a sly grin, she remarked that fate had dealt them these hands, and they had no choice but to accept them. As the players prepared for what was to come, the angel snapped her fingers after explaining the runes. Suddenly, particles of light began to materialize around them. A notification appeared before every player, detailing their first mission. As expected, the task seemed straightforward. Each player had to kill 100 goblins. However, the stakes were high. After this round, only half of the participants would be allowed to continue. Before long, the first goblin materialized. Some players, seeing the creature, remarked that it felt like they were inside a virtual reality game. But the angel quickly warned them not to get too comfortable. With a darkening expression and a menacing aura, she announced that she had summoned not just a few goblins, but a massive horde. The air filled with beams of light as more goblins appeared, and the initial calm on the players' faces quickly turned to panic. The angel declared that 10,000 humans would face off against 50,000 goblins in a brutal fight to the death. As the goblin horde surged forward, moving with terrifying speed, many players were paralyzed with fear, unsure how to react. Others began to retreat, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence. But not Black Scythe. With a determined expression, he charged headlong into the fray, showing no trace of fear. The players behind him watched in disbelief, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. The goblins were heavily armed and dangerous, yet Black Scythe's calm demeanor gave way to a murderous intensity as the monsters drew nearer. He lunged at the closest goblin, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying several meters away. Black Scythe knew the importance of making a strong first impression, especially in a new group. He wanted to burn the image of his strength into the minds of those around him, and taking down the first goblin was the perfect way to do it. With the goblin down, he quickly snatched the dagger from its hand, knowing there was something even more important he needed to acquire. In his mind, it was crucial to demonstrate his power early on, to keep the other players from underestimating him or becoming a nuisance. The angel overseeing their group watched with growing interest, clearly amused by Black Scythe's display of skill. Realizing that all eyes were on him, Black Scythe knew he had to keep up the act. In a flash, he slashed through 2 more goblins that rushed him, leaving the onlookers in awe of his prowess. Other players began to wonder if Black Scythe was some kind of secret agent. His impressive nickname only added to their curiosity. They figured that perhaps the goblins were just the weakest enemies, given how easily Black Scythe had taken them down. A few of the more confident players even started to believe they could handle these monsters just as effortlessly. However, their overconfidence was short-lived. One player, who had let his guard down, was caught off guard by a goblin. The so-called weakest monster took him down with a single blow, shattering any illusions of an easy victory. Reality set in hard, and the group quickly realized that they were in serious danger. Panic spread as they witnessed the goblin killing the player, and soon, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Black Scythe observed the chaos unfolding around him. He recognized this as one of the many brutal lessons of the game, what he called the greetings of Inferno. By now, it was clear to everyone that this was no mere game. Survival had become the only thing on their minds. The humans who once sat comfortably at the top of the food chain were now the hunted. As panic set in, people began to run aimlessly, driven by the instinct to survive. Black Scythe recalled making the same mistake during his first playthrough, only realizing the harsh truth after his second regression: no matter how fast one ran, there was no escape from this dimension. One woman, in particular, came to a halt as she realized she was trapped by an invisible barrier, preventing any escape from the goblins. This situation served as a stark wake-up call for the modern humans, whose lives had been made easy by technology. The natural instinct to kill for survival had long been dormant in most of them, making it difficult for some to take their first life in the game. But hesitation could be deadly, as any moment of doubt could give the monsters the opening they needed to strike back. As the battle continued, some players managed to push past their limits, but the situation remained grim. The angel overseeing the scene found it all highly amusing. She remarked that despite goblins being only slightly larger than children, the players were struggling to defeat them, especially since the goblins attacked in groups and wielded daggers. Yet, amidst the chaos, one person caught the angel's attention: Black Scythe. She couldn't understand why this human was so different from the others. When she checked his progress, she discovered that he had already slain 70 goblins. The angel grew irritated, as the system only allowed her to see the number of goblins he had killed and nothing more. But she decided to brush it off, feeling that someone of her noble stature had no reason to concern herself with mere mortals. The battle raged on, and each time a player defeated a goblin, they earned experience points and gold, which would eventually help them level up. As for Black Scythe, his kill count had now reached 75, and he continued to press forward with relentless determination. Black Scythe continued to display his remarkable skills, effortlessly dodging every weapon the goblins hurled at him. A new wave of goblins rushed toward him, but with swift and powerful strikes, he dispatched each one with lethal precision. The blood of the monsters stained his hands, causing some of the goblins to hesitate and retreat from his relentless onslaught. However, Black Scythe showed no mercy, cutting down his foes with a single blow each time. His eyes grew darker and more dangerous as he hunted for more goblins to slay. Noticing that the goblins were starting to avoid him, he decided to take a momentary break, knowing that no one was currently challenging him. He checked his status window and saw that he had reached level 4, earning 6 extra stat points. Each level up granted him 2 additional stat points, which he allocated entirely to agility. This decision was strategic. Agility would enhance his speed, improve his attack rate, and increase his ability to dodge enemy strikes. In the early stages, agility was crucial. Black Scythe realized that with his rapid progress, the angel would undoubtedly take notice of him soon. He began to strategize the best way to complete the first mission. Suddenly, a circling dagger struck one of the goblins. Turning his attention back to the goblins, Black Scythe taunted them, asking if they really intended to stop attacking him. Despite his provocation, the goblins remained where they were, unimpressed. Sighing in frustration, Black Scythe knew he had no choice but to press on. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and reappeared across the group of goblins, retrieving the dagger he had thrown. The goblins took several seconds to comprehend what had just happened. But before they could react, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating round slash, cutting the entire group in half. With the goblins defeated, he leveled up again, and the system notified him that he had fulfilled the requirements for the first mission. A scythe of dark light enveloped him, signaling the completion of the task. Black Scythe mused that the first round had always been like this, straightforward but demanding. He knew he needed to push himself just a bit more to catch the angel's attention. The system congratulated him for being the first person to finish the quest in their designated zone and for securing the top spot in all zones. It took him a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds to complete the task. With a satisfied grin, he relished in the achievement of securing rank 1 yet again. The significance of this accomplishment would become evident soon, as the top 3 players in each mission were awarded special prizes. For finishing first in his designated zone, he received a rare weapon selection coupon, the lowest rank of its kind. Moreover, for ranking first across all zones, he was granted a unique reward selection box, items that would undoubtedly provide a significant edge over the other players. Black Scythe decided to use the weapon coupon first. The system presented him with a list of rare weapons to choose from. He couldn't help but feel a bit humiliated at the thought of returning to these lower-grade weapons, yet he was still grateful to have them at the start. After a moment of consideration, he chose the stiletto, a dagger known to be the best for beginners. It boasted an additional agility stat and had an attack power of 15. With his new weapon in hand, he discarded the dagger he had taken from the goblins, deciding to save his other reward for later. Meanwhile, as Black Scythe reviewed his rewards, the goblins continued their relentless pursuit of the other players. When he checked his status window again, something unusual caught his eye. The title, Last Time Regressor, appeared, a title he had never encountered in his previous 99 attempts. Reflecting on this, he realized that the rune he had used earlier was the rune of regression, the very same rune he had received in his first attempt. This rune was what had brought him this far, though it vanished immediately after he consumed it. The only difference was the error that now appeared with the rune. Black Scythe had anticipated this outcome, knowing he couldn't keep rewinding time indefinitely. The rune confirmed that this was indeed his 100th regression, which was what triggered the Last Time Regressor title. Titles in this game were considered superior to runes, and the Last Time Regressor could only be obtained after a person's 100th regression. This title allowed him to spend a minute in soul form, during which he could resurrect with 30% of his health restored, a rare ability, typically only associated with priests. Black Scythe pondered the potential of this new title, realizing it could be crucial in his quest to win the game this time. Recognizing its value, he decided to keep the title hidden, setting it to private so that no other players or entities could see it. Expecting that other players who completed the mission would be arriving soon, he held out his hands, curious about their condition. His thoughts drifted to Youngmin, and as he scanned the area, he was relieved to see the guy still holding on, managing to survive the ordeal. Black Scythe anticipated that Youngmin would likely survive this round as well. A few moments later, golden lights began to illuminate the entire area. The angel continued to watch with a sly grin, realizing why she found the battlefield a bit dull. As more players managed to kill 100 goblins, the overall goblin population had actually decreased, diminishing the thrill of facing a horde of monsters. Acknowledging her mistake, the angel apologized, assuring everyone that she would restore the excitement. Her mocking words sent shivers down the spines of the remaining survivors, who understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the bodies of fallen players began to vanish, which caught the attention of those still alive. They wondered why this was happening, and their concerns grew as another brilliant light appeared. This time, the sight of golden light offered no comfort, only dread. A new wave of goblins had been summoned, charging toward the weary players. Fear was etched on their faces as they faced this fresh onslaught, already exhausted from the previous battle. The angel, her face twisted with madness, gleefully informed them that she had summoned an additional 50,000 goblins to keep the feast going. With no other choice, the players braced themselves for the fight, and the once peaceful fields quickly descended into chaos. The goblins fought with relentless ferocity, while the players, driven by sheer will, managed to hang on. As time passed, more players completed the mission. Yongmin was among them, though he resorted to using others as shields to defend himself from the goblins' attacks, a desperate measure for desperate times. Eventually, only 1,000 participants remained. Black Scythe, however, simply sat with his eyes closed, bored by the scene. Having played this game 100 times, he had grown numb to the sight of death. Former participants like him were forbidden from assisting those still struggling to complete the mission, and the angel continued to watch the carnage as if it were mere entertainment. After a while, Black Scythe reopened his eyes, prompted by the notification that all 5,143 participants had completed the mission. Although these survivors had managed to stay alive, they had failed to eliminate 1,000 goblins. As they looked around in confusion, they wondered where all the monsters had gone. As the angel declared the mission over, she captured everyone's attention. With a voice full of mock sympathy, she addressed those who had failed, explaining that their fates were simply a matter of the game's rules. Their bodies began to fade, signaling their inevitable demise. Some, realizing they were only a few goblins away from survival, pleaded desperately for another chance. But their cries fell on deaf ears. The angel, now with a satisfied smile, clapped her hands and congratulated the survivors, urging them to be thankful for making it through the first round. She laughed as she praised the remaining humans, wishing them luck on their upcoming challenges. Before the players were sent away, the results of the mission were displayed. Black Scythe, as expected, had claimed the top spot. Each of the other players was also identified by unique nicknames. The system announced that Black Scythe's victory had earned him 1,000 gold, in addition to his previous rewards. He was informed that once he reached level 10, he could use the gold to purchase valuable items. As he received his gold, Black Scythe noticed more players avoiding eye contact with him, exactly as he had intended. His goal was to establish himself as the strongest, and he had succeeded. The angel, somewhat surprised, commented that she never expected the top-ranked player to be within her own domain. She then turned to Black Scythe, curiosity in her eyes, and asked him how he had become so powerful, wondering if he had been granted a particularly strong rune. However, before she could press further, she realized her mistake and cut herself off. Amused, Black Scythe teased her, suggesting she could check his status window to see his rune for herself. The angel, trying to maintain her composure, pretended that she could indeed see his rune. But only Black Scythe knew that she was bluffing. To further unsettle her, Black Scythe stepped closer and made a bold request. The angel's demeanor became increasingly unstable as she listened, unaware that this man had already spent 99 lifetimes in this exact scenario. With a calm but firm tone, Black Scythe expressed his dissatisfaction with the reward he had received for finishing first. He accused the angel of being stingy, a statement that shocked those around him. They couldn't believe someone would dare to demand more from such a ruthless entity. As expected, the angel's mood darkened, and she questioned him sharply about his audacity. But Black Scythe remained unfazed, repeating his request without hesitation. His unwavering confidence left the others in awe, realizing that this was no ordinary player. He desired greater rewards. The angel's irritation with Black Scythe's audacity was growing, but they locked eyes in a tense standoff. In the back of everyone's minds, unease was creeping in. The angel wondered if his victory in the mission had made this human arrogant enough to think he could look down on her. The notion that a mere human would dare to make demands of her was incomprehensible. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike him down, but hesitated as she realized she had already used that power and couldn't kill him. As she glared at Black Scythe, another idea occurred to her, something that should be enough to deal with him. She echoed his demands, slowly moving towards him. For the first time, she descended to walk on the earth, a rare gesture for someone of her stature. She clarified that normally, such requests would be rejected outright, but she hinted that she might consider it, privately. This offer meant they would speak away from the others, who were left watching in awe. Some of the remaining players admired Black Scythe as they moved away, intrigued by what kind of rewards he might receive next. Among them was Youngmin, who watched him cease back with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he was missing. Black Scythe noticed the glance and returned it, leaving Youngmin more confused than before. With a slight smile, Black Scythe continued walking. By now, they had distanced themselves from the other players, venturing deep into the forest. The angel, growing impatient, ordered Black Scythe to come closer. Inwardly, she mocked humanity, thinking they needed to be punished to understand their place. She considered them foolish and greedy, and as she walked, she rationalized that the rewards were beyond her control. However, she was determined to discipline Black Scythe for what she saw as his excessive greed. She led him to a secluded spot behind a large rock, an area where the system couldn't track them. Once they arrived, her true intent surfaced: she wanted to kill him. She knew there would be consequences if the authorities discovered she had killed a player for personal reasons, but her irritation overrode her caution. The angel had planned this meticulously, ensuring there would be no witnesses to what she was about to do, believing it to be the perfect plan. The angel's grin twisted into a maniacal smile, convinced that this human should have just stayed silent. She turned to face Black Scythe, asking what kind of rewards he was hoping to receive. But before she could react, she was met with a swift fist aimed directly at her face. The punch landed with a satisfying impact. In that moment, the so-called holy being was reduced to something far less formidable. Her expression darkened as she realized that she wasn't as invincible as she believed. Seeing the golden blood oozing from her wound, she was shocked that anyone dared to strike her. She quickly turned to flee, but when she looked back, Black Scythe had vanished from sight. Her heart raced in panic. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tug as Black Scythe reappeared and grabbed one of her wings. Fear surged through her as she realized what was coming. She cried out, demanding to know what he planned to do and begging him to stop. But Black Scythe was merciless. He snapped the wing as if it were nothing, showing no concern for her pleas. The angel screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness as golden blood sprayed from the torn wing. Our protagonist looked at her coldly, telling her to stop whining. He then seized her other wing, ripping it apart with the same ruthless efficiency. As the final wing was destroyed, Black Scythe remarked that she wouldn't be able to run anymore. He then asked her if she was in pain. Her answer was an obvious yes. She felt as if she had lost a part of herself. Black Scythe then revealed that if her plan had succeeded, she would have been the one asking these questions, laughing at his suffering. The angel, desperate, tried to deny his accusations, insisting that he had lost his mind. But Black Scythe exposed a hidden dagger that had been concealed beneath her wings, confirming her true intentions. The angel fell silent, knowing she had been caught. Still, she attempted to talk her way out of the situation, but Black Scythe simply smiled and told her that her face had already betrayed her lies. He then called her by the name Beryl, which caught her off guard. She stared at him in confusion, asking how he knew her name. But Black Scythe merely smirked, dismissing her question. He pulled out his newly acquired dagger from his inventory, and Beryl's face twisted in panic. Her eyes widened as she demanded to know why he'd drawn his weapon. Desperation laced her voice as she threatened to obliterate him with a snap of her fingers, claiming she could end him in an instant. However, Black Scythe knew better. He was well aware that Beryl had already expended her power earlier, rendering her threat empty. This knowledge bolstered his confidence, leaving Beryl with no options. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she tried one last time to bargain for her life. She warned him that if he killed her, other angels would hunt him down for revenge. But Black Scythe wasn't fooled. He knew that angels were self-centered and indifferent to the fate of others, even their own kind. Realizing her threats were useless, Beryl switched tactics, pleading for her life. She insisted that sparing her wouldn't cost him anything, and that killing her wouldn't bring him any real benefit. She even tried to tempt him with the promise of valuable information that could help him succeed in future missions. But Black Scythe had already lived through this scenario 99 times before. He knew all the tricks and traps by heart. If he really needed information, he could have just tortured it out of her. Without hesitation, Black Scythe drove the dagger into Beryl's chest. The angel gasped in shock, realizing too late that she had underestimated her opponent. As the dagger was pulled from her chest, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification flashed before Black Scythe's eyes, congratulating him for being the first player to defeat an angel. The title Angel Slayer was bestowed upon him, and 2 items materialized in his hands. One of these items was a vial labeled Angel's Blood, while the other was a crimson rune known as the Rune of the Slaughterer. Without wasting a moment, Black Scythe activated the rune, feeling its power etch itself into his body. The Angel Slayer title doubled all his stats, a reward that far exceeded his expectations. He recalled that during his 13th regression, he had first discovered the rewards for killing angels, knowledge that had served him well. The Rune of the Slaughterer had a unique effect. With each kill, it would boost all his stats by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. As he surveyed his newfound gains, Black Scythe couldn't help but grin. These rewards were as good as an entire treasure trove. He knew that the other angels would be stunned when they learned he had claimed yet another powerful rune. But then, his expression darkened as he remembered there was one more reason he had killed Beryl, a reason that lay glowing faintly on the ground. It was the vial of Angel's Blood, a rare consumable that held the potential to transform its user into a Reaper. The only requirement was reaching level 10, the threshold at which players could choose their class in this deadly game. There are 30 different classes available to players, and changing classes is a straightforward process. All a player needs to do is acquire a class change item, typically obtained naturally through hunting or meeting simple requirements. However, special classes, which are available only under specific circumstances and to a single player, are exceptions to this rule. The Angel's Blood, which transforms a player into a Reaper, is a prime example of such a special class. Special classes operate on a completely different level from standard ones, offering extra stats, unique progression runes, skill combinations, and numerous other benefits. Although the first mission was still incomplete, Black Scythe felt a deep sense of relief, knowing that he had secured these powerful rewards. He opened his status window using the special prize he received for being ranked first in his zone. Among the options available, he only needed to choose the one that would enable him to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, allowing him to switch classes. The experience buff, which offered triple experience points, was the clear choice. This bonus would automatically take effect in the second mission. Things were finally falling into place for him. As Black Scythe glanced down at the fallen angel, he realized that this might be his last chance to win the game. He was prepared to do whatever it took to grow stronger and achieve his goal. The first round of the mission finally concluded after a brief delay. Across all regions, around 900 million survivors remained, with roughly 5,000 in Black Scythe's zone. The system then announced that the survivors would be returned to their original bodies in another dimension. The next mission was scheduled for February 1, 2023. When Youngmin woke up, he gasped for breath, instantly looking around in confusion. He had fallen asleep during the New Year's Bell event in the middle of the city and had just experienced what felt like an extremely vivid dream. His expression grew puzzled as he tried to process what had happened. The people around him were waking up as well, all of them complaining of body and head pains. They quickly realized that everyone had shared the same dream, which left them feeling unnerved and confused. As they discussed their experiences, it became clear that this was not merely a dream. More and more people began to realize this unsettling fact, leading them to wonder if they would be transported back to another dimension on the 1st of February. However, some also noticed that not everyone around them was waking up. Youngmin's friend, Taeshik, remained still, unresponsive. The sight of their unmoving friend sent a chill through the group, making them question what they had really experienced and what was yet to come. The man approached his friend, calling out his name. When Taeshik's face finally came into view, it was already pale, the unmistakable sign of death etched upon it. At that moment, denial set in among the group. They couldn't accept what they were seeing. But as the realization sank in, they began to tremble uncontrollably. One of them checked Taeshik for a pulse and confirmed that he wasn't breathing. Youngmin was shocked, unable to process the loss. The thought struck them that perhaps Taeshik hadn't survived the goblin mission. As the bald man scanned the area, he noticed more people who hadn't woken up. The horrifying truth dawned on them: everyone lying on the ground was now a corpse. Fear gripped the group as they realized that only half of them had made it through the assault. Youngmin was visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grappled with the surreal situation. He understood that, from now on, everyone would be equal, regardless of their social standing or background. The game had erased the distinctions that once defined their lives, leaving no room for complaints about life's unfairness. Youngmin tried to comfort his friends, telling them that their only task was to survive each mission. He reasoned that since they had all gone through the same ordeal, there was no need to feel so disturbed by it. His friends, however, thought he was out of his mind, finding his words bizarre and unsettling. The bald man sighed, explaining that Youngmin seemed unbothered because he was now living out his dream of being a thug, while the others had different aspirations. Despite the bald man's words, Youngmin's mind was elsewhere. He was scanning the crowd, looking for someone in particular, MC, his errand boy. He was certain the boy had been standing near them earlier, but now he was nowhere to be found. This led Youngmin to suspect that the errand boy hadn't survived the mission. He smirked, thinking it was only fitting since the boy had always been too weak to take on 100 goblins. But then something caught his attention. Youngmin noticed a man nearby, carrying strange gear slung over his shoulder. He wondered where on earth the man had gotten those gaudy clothes and what the deal was with him. As the thought crossed his mind, he swallowed hard. Youngmin decided to try using the status window, and to his amazement, it appeared before him just like it had in the game. He discovered that he had reached level 5, with all his stat points allocated to strength. The realization that he could access this feature outside of the game was mind-blowing. After hearing him mention it, his friends attempted to access their own status windows as well. Their faces reflected the same shock and disbelief, just like everyone else who had made it through the mission. They were beginning to understand that these bizarre phenomena could happen in real life too. To test his newfound strength, Youngmin picked up a stone from the ground and, with a simple clench of his fist, crushed the solid rock into dust. The sheer power he now possessed was thrilling, almost surreal, as if he were dreaming. But soon, his fascination with this power began to give way to something darker, an intoxicating sense of superiority. "This is too awesome," he muttered to himself. News outlets across Korea quickly caught wind of the strange events. Reports flooded in about over 10,000 civilians mysteriously collapsing simultaneously. A video clip went viral, showing the moment when the angelic being appeared in the city. It also captured the horrifying instant when a man's head suddenly exploded without warning. As the footage continued, the angel was seen reaching out to embrace bystanders, who then seemed to fall asleep on the spot. According to police reports, most of the collapsed individuals were between 15 and 29 years old. And it wasn't just Korea, this phenomenon was global. Social media was abuzz with panic and speculation. People who hadn't been part of the game were confused and scared, with many demanding answers. Some skeptics dismissed the footage as computer-generated imagery, but there was one person who knew the truth: the events that had just transpired were only the beginning. The MC understood that more was coming, and that the world was about to change forever. This was just the first mission. Soon, death would become a regular occurrence. In just one night, 11% of the population had perished. As he made his way home, the MC realized that the real danger lay ahead. Those who had survived the mission were now known as players, and authorities were scrambling to understand the cause of this phenomenon. What made it even more alarming was that the players' in-game abilities had transferred to the real world. Fortunately, none of the players had yet reached a level where they could drastically alter reality. But as time went on, some of them would grow stronger, potentially becoming transcendent beings. No amount of advanced weaponry would be able to stand against these human weapons. As for the MC, he had no intention of letting the world descend into chaos. He knew that if things continued on this path, the Earth wouldn't last beyond the 20th cycle. His mind was set: he needed to control the players, using overwhelming force if necessary. By the time he reached his 99th attempt, he had already amassed the immense power required to do so. However, the reason Ryu Min failed in his previous attempts was that he fought every battle alone. The final challenge required the help of 4 additional players to succeed. With a renewed sense of determination, he began to consider potential allies, individuals who might prove invaluable in the coming trials. Although he had a few candidates in mind, Ryu Min knew that the timing wasn't right to act. The game had only just begun, and there were more immediate concerns that required his attention. It's also important to note that in this reality, our protagonist goes by the name Ryu Min, and from this point on, that's how we'll refer to him. With his thoughts in order, Ryu Min headed toward his apartment complex. Once there, he unlocked the door to his unit and entered one of the rooms. The first thing that caught his eye was an empty cup of ramen sitting on the table. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself about how someone had eaten that unhealthy food again. Ryu Min walked over to another door and quietly peeked inside. There, he saw a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, fast asleep. The only noticeable difference between them was their hair. Despite being away from home for so long, Ryu Min smiled softly, feeling a sense of relief that his younger brother was resting peacefully. The sleeping figure was Ruan, Ryu Min's younger brother, who was about to start his 3rd year of middle school. Their family had once been ordinary, but everything changed after their parents died in a car accident. Since then, it had been just the two of them, with Ryu Min taking on the role of guardian at a young age. As Ryu Min looked at Ruan, he noticed the bruises and bandages on his brother's body, something he had been oblivious to before his regression. Determined to change things, Ryu Min turned on the lights, gently waking his brother. "Time to get up," Ryu Min said, greeting him with a smile. Ruan groggily checked his phone and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. He tried to burrow back under the covers, but Ryu Min wasn't having it. He pulled the mattress from beneath his brother, making it clear that going back to sleep wasn't an option. "I'll explain everything on the way, but we don't have much time," Ryu Min said firmly. Still half asleep, Ruan asked his brother why all this was happening. But as he heard the serious tone in Ryu Min's voice, his expression shifted to one of concern. This wasn't the carefree older brother he knew. The change in Ryu Min's demeanor was unsettling. Ruan only knew that his brother had gone out to see the New Year's bells ring in the city. "Did something happen?" he asked, sensing that whatever had occurred was far more serious than he could have imagined. Ryu Min told Ruan to head outside first, promising to explain everything as they walked. After a short while, the two were strolling down the street, with Ruan casting a concerned glance at his brother. It was rare to see his older brother so serious, and Ruan couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Breaking the silence, Ryu Min began to speak. "No one really knows what's happening in the world right now," he said, his tone somber. This only heightened Ruan's curiosity, prompting him to ask if something had occurred while he was asleep. Instead of answering directly, Ryu Min instructed him to check the top trending searches on his phone. Ruan quickly pulled out his phone, following his brother's suggestion. As he read through the articles, he saw shocking reports about people being taken to another world by a mysterious angelic figure. However, Ryu Min corrected him. Their souls were taken, he clarified. Ruan was stunned to learn that his brother had been one of the people taken, and even more shocked to find out that the only reason Ryu Min had survived was because he had killed 100 goblins. Worried, Ruan started to ask how his brother was doing, but Ryu Min cut him off, telling him not to worry. "But how can I not worry about you?" Ruan exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Since their parents had died, his brother was all he had left. Ryu Min had taken on the role of caregiver, shouldering the responsibility for both of them even while they were still grieving. To Ruan, his older brother had always been a source of strength, mentally and emotionally. But the idea that Ryu Min had killed 100 goblins seemed impossible. How could the brother he knew be capable of such a thing? Sensing his brother's doubts, Ryu Min interrupted his thoughts. He explained that the game they were thrust into had a system of stats that could enhance a person's abilities. "That's how I gained the strength I needed to complete the mission," he said. Ryu Min then added that Ruan would understand everything once he saw what Ryu Min could do later. Despite Ryu Min's assurances, Ruan couldn't shake the concern that gnawed at him. The world had changed, and so had his brother. But how much, he wondered, had Ryu Min truly changed? Ruan suddenly stopped in his tracks, refusing to take another step until Ryu Min revealed where they were heading. His voice tinged with desperation, he insisted on knowing their destination before going any further. As he stood there, the bruises hidden beneath his bandages became more visible, a stark reminder of his recent struggles. Ryu Min's expression remained blank as he recalled a painful memory from the past. After a brief pause, he spoke a name, Bang Taeju. The mention of this name sent a jolt of fear through Ruan, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't expected his brother to know about Bang Taeju, the notorious bully in his class who had been tormenting him. Turning to face his younger brother, Ryu Min calmly stated that they were heading to Bang Taeju's hideout. It was the place where the head delinquent of Ruan's class was hiding out, and it was also where Ryu Min had finally admitted to himself that he knew Ruan was being bullied. Ruan's alarm grew. He had gone to great lengths to keep this secret from his brother, hoping to shield him from further stress during an already difficult time. But Ryu Min wasn't ignorant of the situation. He had been carrying the guilt of not knowing sooner, of being too absorbed in his own struggles, balancing school, work, and the pressures of life. It wasn't until after his first battle with the goblins that he learned the truth. That day, he had slept for hours, exhausted from the fight, while Ruan slipped out of the house. When Ryu Min finally awoke, he found his phone flooded with missed calls. Reluctantly, he answered, and the voice on the other end told him to rush to the hospital. The shock hit him hard when he learned that Ruan had been involved in an incident. Though his brother survived the brutal beating at the hands of Taeju, he was left severely injured, and when he returned home, he was almost blind. That day, Ryu Min was consumed with guilt, blaming himself for being too weak and helpless to protect the only family he had left. But since his regression, he had vowed to change Ruan's fate, to ensure that in every timeline, his brother would be safe. He swore that no one would ever harm Ruan again. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory near their neighborhood, a different scene was unfolding. A blonde-haired thug was berating three trembling individuals in front of him. They had failed to bring him the $200,001 he had demanded from each of them, and the tension in the air was palpable as they awaited their punishment. The battered trio lacked the strength to voice their excuses, their bodies racked with pain from the beating. Taeju, undeterred, continued his assault, showing no signs of letting up. A few others stood by, simply watching as their friend taught a lesson. They knew Taeju's reputation all too well. He was notorious for his ruthlessness. Even the older students at school were wary of crossing him, and they had no desire to provoke his wrath. These guys are worthless, Taeju sneered, frustrated by their failure to meet his demands. He had been counting on the money to buy the motorcycle he had been eyeing for weeks. Turning his attention to the others, he demanded to know if they had any ideas on how to come up with the cash. The three standing by exchanged nervous glances, racking their brains for a solution. But thinking of a quick and easy way to make money wasn't simple, and they struggled to come up with anything worthwhile. Then, one of them had a sudden idea. He suggested Taeju try hitting up his personal errand boy, Ryuan, for some cash. Taeju's face lit up at the mention of the tall, curly-haired boy. He had already been planning to contact Ryuan, figuring he could squeeze some money out of him while spending the new year together. The others chuckled, encouraging Taeju to just rob Ryuan outright. But Taeju shook his head, revealing that Ryuan was practically penniless. Even if he beat him up, Ryuan wouldn't be able to bring him much money. His house looks like it's about to fall apart, Taeju added, his voice dripping with disdain. Hearing this, the others felt a twinge of pity for Ryuan. They knew he had no parents and that he lived with his older brother, the only family he had left. But their thoughts were interrupted when Taeju suddenly stopped talking, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Ryuan and Ryu-min had finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse. Seeing Ryuan, Taeju's initial confidence returned, thinking that with Ryuan around, there was nothing to worry about. A sly smile spread across his face as he approached Ryuan, saying, "We were just talking about you." But the moment he noticed Ryu-min standing beside Ryuan, Taeju's demeanor shifted. He tried to intimidate Ryuan, but the presence of Ryu-min made him falter. Apologizing quickly, he turned to Ryu-min, eyeing him with suspicion. Something about Ryu-min's face bothered him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Taeju turned to Ryuan, his gaze sharp, and asked who the newcomer was. Ryuan hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, and couldn't muster a reply. Sensing his brother's discomfort, Ryu-min stepped in, introducing himself as Ryuan's elder brother. Taeju's expression darkened at the revelation, clearly annoyed. He had made it very clear to Ryuan that betrayal wouldn't be tolerated, and now it seemed like Ryuan had brought someone else into their business. Irritated, Taeju warned Ryu-min that he was about to teach him a lesson as well. He gave a nod to one of his henchmen, signaling them to move in. The three thugs approached Ryu-min, smirking as they sized him up. One of them even mocked Ryu-min for being shorter than his younger brother. But their laughter quickly died down when the first thug got close enough and was met with a powerful punch from Ryu-min. The thug dropped instantly, leaving his companions in shock. One of the others rushed forward, eager to avenge his fallen friend. But before he could even launch an attack, Ryu-min countered with a precise strike, sending the thug flying into a stack of metal drums. The final thug, undeterred, also tried his luck, only to be floored by a swift blow to the face. Now, all three of Taeju's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. Despite the situation, Taeju maintained his menacing grin. He muttered that the display was impressive, assuming Ryu-min had picked up some boxing skills. However, he doubted those skills would be enough to take him down. Taeju moved closer, sarcastically complimenting Ryu-min on his boxing techniques, but also pointed out that he seemed to forget how crucial physical strength was in a fight. Ryu-min only smiled, knowing Taeju was still clueless about the recent global changes. Taeju, sensing something off, asked what Ryu-min found so amusing. But when Ryu-min just chuckled dismissively, Taeju's anger flared. Frustrated by the lack of respect, Taeju lunged at Ryu-min, throwing a punch. Unfortunately for Taeju, his standard attacks were no match for Ryu-min, who had gained abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. Taeju kept swinging, his frustration mounting as none of his punches connected. The more he tried, the angrier he became, realizing he was completely outmatched. Taeju's vision was starting to blur from exhaustion, and with each swing, he missed his target entirely. He couldn't understand why his punches weren't landing. Meanwhile, Ryu-min calmly gathered a blue aura around his fist, remarking that if Taeju had been paying attention to the news, he wouldn't have dared to challenge him. Before Taeju could react, Ryu-min's fist connected with his face, sending the bulky man stumbling back several meters. Despite his size, Taeju managed to stay on his feet, though it was clear the hit had rattled him. Furious, he charged at Ryu Min, intent on landing a counterattack, but his fist found only empty air. Confused, Taeju scanned the area, only to be blindsided by another powerful punch that lit up the side of his face. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Taeju stubbornly insisted that Ryu Min was no match for him, even as he spat out blood and felt a tooth come loose. Enraged, he screamed that he would make sure Ryu Min paid with his life. He swung again, but Ryu Min effortlessly dodged, grabbing Taeju's arm and twisting it aside, throwing him off balance and leaving him open to another barrage of blows. The other guys, who had been beaten down by Taeju earlier, watched in disbelief as their leader was systematically dismantled. Taeju couldn't help but notice the self-satisfied expression on Ryu Min's face, and it only fueled his desire to land at least one solid hit. Desperate, he lunged at Ryu Min again, but before he could connect, a powerful kick sent him flying into a nearby wall. Taeju was done. He didn't have the stamina to continue, nor could he withstand the relentless attacks any longer. As he struggled to get back up, Ryu Min taunted him, raising an eyebrow and asking if Taeju was mad at him. In that moment, Ryu Min was reminded of the day his younger brother had gone blind, a memory that haunted him through every regression. It was a moment that solidified his resolve, and he wasn't about to let anyone, especially not someone like Taeju, stand in his way. As the situation intensified, the hefty figure pleaded with Ryu Min to stay away, shielding his neck from what he feared would be another brutal kick. However, when Ryu Min simply grasped his hand instead of striking, Taeju was momentarily confused. Despite the fear evident in Taeju's eyes, Ryu Min grinned, his expression cold and unforgiving. With a chilling calmness, Ryu Min reminded Taeju why he should never have meddled with his younger brother. The realization hit like a wave of pain, causing Taeju to cry out in agony. His fingers, now broken, throbbed with an intensity that took a few seconds to fully register in his mind. As Taeju continued to wail, clutching his shattered fingers, Ryu Min mercilessly grabbed his other hand. Fear overtook Taeju as he frantically pleaded for mercy, but his cries only intensified as more of his fingers were broken. The sight was too much for Taeju's lackeys, who quickly fled, knowing that staying would only put them in greater danger. Even Ryu Min's younger brother, Ro-won, couldn't bear to watch what was happening and turned away. Ryu Min delivered one final warning to Taeju, making it clear that messing with his younger brother would never be tolerated again. For Taeju, this punishment was more than enough to make him reconsider every choice he had made in his life up to that point. The eerie smile that lingered on Ryu Min's face as he confirmed the broken fingers sent a shiver down Taeju's spine. But Ryu Min wasn't done. He grabbed Taeju's other arm and snapped it as well, ensuring there would be no thoughts of revenge. A scream echoed through the neighborhood, marking the end of the brutal encounter. With the ordeal over, the two brothers walked away as if nothing had happened. Ro-won, still in shock, asked how his older brother had managed to do all of that. He speculated that Ryu Min might have learned martial arts or something similar. But Ryu Min dismissed the idea, instead attributing his abilities to his transformation into a player. He explained that players could use their stats to enhance their real-world skills, and to prove it, Ro-won tried to summon the weapon he had received in a previous round. Slowly, a brilliant golden light began to form, and to his surprise, a dark, sharp dagger appeared. Ro-won stared in disbelief before grinning at the realization that this was indeed possible. Ryu Min then explained that all players could summon their weapons in this way. It was at that moment that Ro-won understood the true source of his brother's incredible speed. Dodging all those attacks had been effortless because Ryu Min's dexterity stat was around 11, a number far above the average person's 3, and even higher than an athlete's 10. When Ro-won asked what would happen if his brother leveled up further, Ryu Min pretended to be clueless, brushing it off as if he was still far from that stage. In reality, he was deliberately withholding information, unwilling to reveal the truth due to the traumatic experiences of his past life. During his 11th regression, Ryu Min had confessed to Ro-won that he was a regressor, but that revelation had put his younger brother in grave danger. Ro-won was kidnapped by other players who sought to use him as leverage against Ryu Min. Though Ryu Min had managed to save him at that time, he vowed never to let Ro-won endure such trauma again. As Ro-won studied his brother, he realized that he needed to be better prepared to protect him from other players. To lighten the mood, he suggested they grab breakfast at the convenience store. Ryu Min agreed, and they made their way to the QS24 store. While Ro-won headed toward the cup noodles, Ryu Min went to the ATM to withdraw some cash. As he punched in the numbers, he saw his savings amounting to 133.21. He withdrew 100,001, equivalent to about $100. Ro-won was surprised by the amount his brother withdrew, knowing the struggles they had faced together. But Ryu Min reassured him that the money was for a future purpose. He then asked Ro-won what he wanted to eat. Ro-won hesitated, mindful of their limited budget, but Ryu-min encouraged him to enjoy as much food as he liked. Ro-won, who had only eaten a cup of noodles the night before, finally decided on pork belly with chili, something he had been craving for a while. Ryu-min smiled, suggesting they treat themselves to hanwoo beef someday. Ro-won, feeling uneasy about the idea, insisted that the pork belly was more than enough for him. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was already envisioning a future where they could afford anything they wanted. Soon, they were enjoying their breakfast, with the pork belly looking especially delicious. Ro-won's face lit up as he took his first bite, savoring the taste. During their meal, Ryu-min excused himself, saying he had something important to do. Ro-won watched him carefully, curious about where his brother was going. Ryu-min returned a short while later, holding a pen and a stack of lottery tickets. Ro-won was shocked to see that his brother had spent all their remaining money on 20 lottery tickets, totaling 100,001. As Ro-won began to panic, Ryu-min calmly checked the numbers on each ticket, confidently selecting the same ones over and over. He then flashed a grin and revealed that these were the winning numbers, explaining that was why he had taken such a bold step. Ro-won was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his brother's actions, while Ryu-min remained certain that their gamble would pay off. Later that night, the two brothers returned to their apartment. Ryu-won was glued to his phone, anxiously watching the day's lottery draw. His nerves were getting the best of him. He even started biting his nails, worried they might have just wasted 100,001. As the numbers began to be drawn, Ryu-min lightly teased his younger brother for his behavior, but Ryu-won's focus remained unshaken. The first number announced was 3, followed by 8. When 9 and 38 appeared next, Ryu-won's heart skipped a beat. These were the exact numbers his brother had selected. As the final numbers were revealed, 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1, Ryu-won realized every single one matched. They had won, without even needing the bonus number. Overcome with disbelief, Ryu-won exclaimed in shock, finding it hard to grasp that his brother had been right to purchase those lottery tickets. Tears welled up in his eyes as he began to believe it was all a dream, even asking Ryu-min to pinch him. But Ryu-min just smiled, reassuring him that it was all real. Ryu-won, still in awe, jokingly asked if his brother preferred it to stay a dream. It took several moments for the reality to sink in fully. When it finally did, he jumped up, holding the winning tickets high, and let out a loud shout of joy. His celebration was cut short when Ryu-min urged him to quiet down, concerned that the neighbors might hear. Seeing his brother's excitement brought back memories for Ryu-min. The first time he won the lottery, he had reacted just like Ryu-won, cheering and shouting all night. But after experiencing multiple regressions, it had become a routine event for him. This was all part of a bigger plan. With 11% of the world's population disappearing overnight, global economies had been thrown into chaos. And with the imminent introduction of player-to-player item trading, which would be conducted entirely in cash, Ryu-min knew he needed a substantial amount of money. The next day, after exchanging the tickets, Ryu-won asked his brother how much they would receive. Ryu-min's response was cryptic. His only concern was whether this sum would be enough to shake the world. Later, Ryu-min stood in front of the Manhwa bank building, calm and composed. He had done this many times before. As he approached the teller, he casually mentioned that he was there to collect the first-place prize. The teller congratulated him but grew increasingly curious as he noticed how young Ryu-min appeared, almost like a high school student. The teller then asked where Ryu-min had purchased the winning ticket, and Ryu-min's nonchalant response took the man by surprise. The bank teller suddenly remembered something his colleague had mentioned earlier about the unusually high number of winning tickets in this particular draw, 115 in total. What made it even stranger was that 100 of these tickets had been purchased from a single store, and all on the same day by just one person. The teller recalled that his colleague had told him to treat anyone coming to claim these winnings as a VIP, regardless of the situation. As he stood there, lost in thought, Ryu-min interrupted his reverie. The teller quickly apologized and asked Ryu-min to wait for a moment. Soon after, a man entered the room, introducing himself as Kwon Junho, the president of Manhwa Bank. Recognizing Ryu-min as the winner of multiple lottery tickets, President Junho personally greeted him and extended his congratulations. He then invited Ryu-min to follow him to a more private area. President Junho led Ryu-min to a room where the team responsible for managing lottery ticket sales was stationed. As they entered, a woman greeted them and, noticing Ryu-min, questioned who he was, speculating that he might be the president's son. President Junho quickly clarified, introducing Ryu-min as one of their VVIP clients there to claim his prize. He instructed the woman to ensure Ryu-min's comfort. When the woman learned that Ryu Min had won with 100 lottery tickets in a single sitting, she was initially taken aback but quickly composed herself. She invited Ryu Min to sit and offered him something to drink, but Ryu Min was focused on one thing: collecting his winnings as soon as possible. The woman began the process by verifying the NATO tickets. Ryu Min handed them over quickly, and as she examined the stack, she couldn't help but find the situation almost surreal. She had never encountered anything like this before and briefly entertained the thought that Ryu Min might somehow have known the winning numbers in advance. After a short while, she confirmed that all the tickets were genuine. When Ryu Min inquired about the amount he would be receiving, the woman hesitated, momentarily overwhelmed by the figure. Finally, after a brief pause, she informed Ryu Min that his winnings amounted to approximately $22.5 billion. The winnings totaled over $16 million, an incredible rags-to-riches story. After taxes, Ryu Min ended up with 15 billion won, equal to $11 million. Once the reward was in hand, things moved quickly. That same evening, Ryu Min busied himself with purchasing a new home for them and setting up a stock trading account. He planned to increase his Bitcoin holdings and invest in stocks since he knew Bitcoin's value was predicted to skyrocket by 500% during this time of year. A few days later, the brothers discussed their future plans. Ryu Min showed Ryu Won some pictures of their new home, a place so luxurious that Ryu Won had only ever seen such houses in magazines. However, something puzzled Ryu Won. Despite having more than enough money, his brother had chosen to rent the house instead of buying it outright. Ryu Min explained that they were temporarily low on cash because he had invested everything, $14 million, into Bitcoin. At first, Ryu Won was stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the enormity of the decision. But Ryu Min, confident in his knowledge of future events, assured his brother that this was the right move. He even had a backup plan in case things went wrong, revealing that he still remembered 4 sets of winning lottery numbers from a dream. If necessary, he could simply buy more tickets. Ryu Won's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only seen people dream about winning numbers on TV and had never taken them seriously. He shook his brother, urging him not to forget those numbers. Given the importance of the situation, Ryu Min reassured him that he wouldn't forget. He had already memorized them after all the times he had been through this. Afterward, Ryu Min told his brother it was time to get ready to move into their new home. Ryu Won, still confused, asked where they were going. With a smile, Ryu Min revealed that they were moving in today. Meanwhile, in a distant, isolated location, a powerful punch struck a wall, shattering the point of impact. The one responsible was a man named Young Min. He grinned with satisfaction, knowing that his decision to allocate all his stat points to strength was paying off. The angel had bestowed upon him the rune of strength, which doubled his strength stat, granting him this immense power. As he observed the deep fissures he had caused in the wall, Young Min felt a surge of pride. He believed that even the best fighters would be envious of such a powerful punch. The thought of testing his newfound strength in a real battle excited him, and he couldn't wait to unleash it. Later that day, a young man, seething with anger, knocked on the door of Ryu Min's old home. He was the same person who had a vendetta against Ryu Min, intending to become a fearsome underworld boss. The silence from within the house only fueled his frustration, especially since none of his calls were answered. He had a hunch that Ryu Min had survived their last encounter, and the memory of being looked down upon by Ryu Min, as if he were nothing more than an insect, filled him with rage. He was determined to finish what he had started and kill Ryu Min. The young man assumed that Ryu Min would be hiding inside the house, but despite his aggressive knocking, there was no response. Suddenly, he paused and devised a plan. He loudly declared that he was leaving since no one was inside, hoping to lure someone out by pretending to depart. He waited, listening for even the slightest sound from within, ready to blow the door apart. However, before he could act, an elderly man approached and asked what he was doing in front of his neighbor's door. The young man, annoyed, asked why the old man cared. The elderly man, who turned out to be the landlord, inquired if the young man was there to see a friend. Seizing the opportunity, the young man lied, claiming to be a friend of Ryu Min, and asked the landlord to open the door so he could check on his friend after losing contact. However, the landlord revealed that Ryu Min had moved out, leaving the young man infuriated. He believed Ryu Min had run away without a word, fueling his anger even further. Meanwhile, Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood in awe before a towering, sophisticated skyscraper. "This place is just too tall," Ryu Won remarked, amazed as they walked through the revolving doors. His amazement only grew as he watched his elder brother receive special access passes, reserved for the building's owners. Seeing the security guard verify their identities added to his sense of wonder. It was all so new to him. As they entered the elevator, Ryu-min couldn't help but express how incredible the place was. They were heading to the 43rd floor, where they would be staying. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious and luxurious apartment, a far cry from their previous living conditions. The contrast between their old life and this new beginning was stark, and Ryu-1 could hardly believe they were really here. Inside their new apartment, everything was pristine and brand new. Ryu-1 marveled at the sheer size of the place, realizing it spanned over 330 square meters. As they explored every corner, Ryu-1 couldn't help but comment, "This place might be a bit too large for just the two of us." The terms of the lease were steep, requiring a deposit of 500 million won and a monthly rent of 22 million won, over $16,000. Ryu-1 felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him upon hearing the cost, especially when he recalled how they used to worry about paying as little as 5,001 won at a convenience store. He suggested they consider a smaller, more affordable home, but Ryu-min wasn't swayed. He explained that higher expenditure came with enhanced security, and at this stage, safety was paramount. He revealed that on the first of every month, players suffered from a condition akin to narcolepsy, making them extremely vulnerable. Natural disasters would only heighten the risk, and there were even instances of players hiring assassins. Thus, they needed to be in a secure location when the time came. As Ryu-1 absorbed this information, Ryu-min turned to his younger brother with a warm smile and asked, "So, do you like the house?" Ryu-1 nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, it's amazing." However, despite his words, a shadow of sadness crossed his face. The thought that his brother would soon have to enter the game again, fighting for survival, weighed heavily on his heart. Noticing the change in his brother's demeanor, Ryu-min placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that," he said with a confident grin. "I'm strong. I can handle it." Trying to lighten the mood, Ryu-min suggested, "How about we grab something to eat at that Korean restaurant in the building? I heard it's pretty good." As they were preparing to leave, Ryu-min's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Youngmin calling, but he chose not to answer. Instead, he slipped the phone back into his pocket, focusing on spending the evening with his brother. The next day, Ryu-1 came up with an idea to introduce themselves to their new neighbors by handing out rice cakes, a traditional gesture of goodwill. Ryu-min agreed, and the two brothers set out with a box of freshly prepared rice cakes, knocking on doors and offering the sweet treats to their neighbors. As they made their way through the building, they exchanged pleasantries with the residents, who were all pleasantly surprised by the kind gesture. The brothers' warmth and friendliness were met with smiles and thanks from everyone they encountered. Finally, they arrived at the last flat on their list. Unlike the others, this one stood out with its luxurious appearance. Curious about who might live there, Ryu-min and Ryu-1 exchanged glances before Ryu-1 stepped forward and rang the bell. They waited for a moment, and when the door finally opened, they were greeted by an aura of elegance and refinement. A well-dressed woman stood before them, her posture and demeanor exuding an air of importance. He was momentarily distracted when an incredibly stunning woman appeared before them. Blushing, he couldn't help but think her beauty was angelic. Before he could react further, a bodyguard swiftly blocked their view and began questioning their identities, suspecting they were fans. Ryu-1 casually explained that they were Co Aaron's new neighbors, living one floor below. The bodyguard, noticing the rice cakes in Ryu-1's hands, seemed momentarily confused before realizing that the brothers were trying to introduce themselves. With a cheerful demeanor, Ryu-1 offered the rice cakes, but the bodyguard brusquely informed him that Co Aaron didn't eat such things. Swiping a card to access the elevator, the bodyguard escorted Co Aaron, who cast one last glance at the brothers before stepping into the elevator. After they left, Ryu-min expressed his disapproval of their impolite behavior, but Ryu-1 simply stared at the elevator, his thoughts elsewhere. "Don't worry about people like them," Ryu-min said quietly, still watching the closed doors. Ryu-1, coming out of his reverie, gushed about how amazing the experience had been, but it was clear that his brother hadn't grasped what he was talking about. Confused by Ryu-1's reaction, Ryu-min asked what he meant. Placing a hand on his brother's shoulder, Ryu-1 clarified, "I was talking about Co Aaron." "Who is Co Aaron?" Ryu-min asked, genuinely puzzled. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Co Aaron was absorbed in the news on her phone. Headlines about several well-known celebrities passing away flashed across the screen, causing her to frown with concern. As she read about actor Gwang Min-ho taking a leave from his show Criminal Land due to anxiety, her phone buzzed with a text asking if she had seen the story. Opening the message thread, she noticed another text from Gung Se-ho-jin regarding their recently deceased son. With a heavy heart, she replied with a simple, yes. After their conversation, the individual asked if she planned to attend the funeral the next day. She replied that since their sunbae had always taken such good care of them, it was only right for her to be there. Agreeing to join the chatterbox user who had invited her along, she added, "Those sunbaes, far more famous than I ever was, couldn't even make it past the first round." With a sigh, she set down her phone and took a deep breath, recalling how her rune had saved her life. If not for that, she might have ended up as another tragic headline in the news. As she exhaled, she became aware of how much she had begun to see herself as a celebrity, and the thought of her death making headlines troubled her. Lost in her thoughts, she pondered whether she would have gotten as far as she had without the sponsorships, especially since even her luxurious penthouse had been a gift. Unbeknownst to her, a bodyguard had already been trailing her. The bodyguard approached and asked what was on her mind. Startled by his sudden presence, she quickly responded that it was nothing. He took a seat beside her on the couch, offering to lend an ear if she needed to talk. Erin hesitated but eventually confessed her worries about not making it through the next round and her growing concern about how chaotic the world had become. The bodyguard, in a calm and reassuring tone, told her not to worry because he was there to protect her. "You can trust me with your worries," he advised. Her lips curved into a smile as she assured him that she did trust him. Their eyes locked, and Erin was reminded of the day the company had assigned him as her personal bodyguard. She knew she would have failed in the first round if it hadn't been for him, yet she couldn't help but feel wary, suspecting he was there to monitor her as much as to protect her. Sensing her unease, the bodyguard promised that he would protect her no matter what. His sincerity made her blush slightly, and she thanked him with a smile. Changing the subject, Erin mentioned her downstairs neighbor. She joked about how delicious the rice cakes looked, but the bodyguard, with a stern expression, told her bluntly that eating them would only cause her to gain weight. She laughed, suggesting that he might have offended the neighbors and that they had only been trying to be kind. However, the bodyguard's demeanor turned serious as he assured her that the neighbors weren't simply being nice. He explained that their hospitality had ulterior motives and that if they had accepted the rice cakes, the neighbors would have relentlessly pestered them. Despite his warning, she couldn't help but think back to the neighbors' kind faces and found it hard to believe they were anything but good people. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the two figures appeared to be older than 15. "He must have slaughtered 100 goblins just to survive the first round," she remarked in awe. The bodyguard, nodding in agreement, responded, "It does seem that way." Hugging her arm, she marveled at how calm the boy seemed despite the brutal experiences he must have endured. The bodyguard, with a hint of a smirk, told her that she could achieve the same feat. "Killing 100 goblins isn't that hard," he explained, "and those who can't do it are just doomed." Erin silently agreed that her bodyguard was indeed impressive, even by the harsh standards of the otherworld, though she kept her thoughts to herself. However, she couldn't help but compare him to Blackscythe, the man who had left a lasting impression on her. Watching Blackscythe's ruthless efficiency, she almost felt pity for the goblins he cut down. Her curiosity piqued, she asked what Blackscythe's real-world occupation might be. She was certain that if she could team up with him, she'd have a better shot at making it through the second round. She recalled how she had barely scraped through the first round by sheer luck, and the memory filled her with anxiety as she questioned whether she'd survive the next. Meanwhile, at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, January 31st, Ryu-1 turned away from the vacuum cleaner. Opening the door with a broad smile, he greeted his brother enthusiastically and asked if the money had arrived. "Only about 15 billion this time, compared to 17 billion before," Ryu-min replied, slightly puzzled. It was his fourth transaction, so he wondered if the bank had mentioned anything unusual to his brother. Ryu-min recalled that the bank manager had indeed been surprised to see him again. The manager had cautiously inquired about his secret to winning the lottery, gently reminding him that just last week, Ryu-min had told him the strategy had come to him in a dream. Seemingly convinced, the manager had even expressed a hope that he would have similar dreams in the future. Ryu-1 was taken aback by the story. He then asked his brother if he planned to reinvest in Bitcoin. Yes, Ryu-min affirmed, noting that their initial investment had already grown to 150 billion. With a bit of concern, Ryu-1 wondered aloud if they should consider selling their Bitcoin, suspecting that the value might soon drop. But Ryu-min, confident as ever, assured his brother that it wasn't the right time to sell just yet. He gave Ryu-1 a reassuring smile, promising to handle everything. Afterward, Ryu-min suggested they grab something to eat. They walked down the streets with grocery bags in hand, their spirits lifted as they enjoyed a meal of pasta at a nearby restaurant. On Tuesday, January 31st, at 11:55 p.m., Ryu-1 remained at his brother's side, holding his hand tightly as they sat together. Though Ryu-1 was still awake, worry crept into his thoughts. Squeezing his brother's hand, he urged him to come back alive. Ryu Min, with a confident smile, reassured his brother that there was no need to worry, reminding him of the power he had unleashed on someone known as Bang Taeju. Despite knowing his brother's strength, Ryu Min couldn't help but feel concerned. Patting his brother gently on the head, Ryu Min advised him to stop worrying and get some rest. He promised that they would see each other later, assuring him that by the time he woke up, he would have already returned from the other world. Just in time, Ryu Min was transported to another realm, his soul glowing with a radiant light. Meanwhile, other players began to arrive under a gloomy, overcast sky. One player asked if they had arrived successfully, while another remarked with amusement at the speed of their travel. While some players cowered in fear, others took a moment to assess their surroundings, realizing that they were in a new location. One of the players, who had achieved the highest rank in the previous round, noticed a black sign and paused. As Ryu Min scanned the area, he saw that many people recognized him and deliberately kept their distance. Among the players, he spotted Yongmin, which made him grow impatient, wondering when the angel would make her appearance. Suddenly, the angel descended from the sky, her gaze fixed on Ryu Min, who stood with a fierce expression. She asked if everyone had arrived, her presence causing a stir among the players. The players quickly realized that this was not the same angel they had encountered before, and a wave of anxiety spread among them as they questioned what might have happened. The angel explained that the angel who had overseen the first round had been involved in an accident and couldn't make it. She urged everyone to remain calm. With a menacing expression, she announced that she would be their guide for the second round. As the details of the second round's quest appeared on the screen, the players focused intently. Their task was to choose a zone representative within the next 3 hours. However, the instructions seemed vague, and the players began to discuss various interpretations while staring at their screens. One player suggested that they might have to battle monsters again, but the uncertainty lingered among them. One player speculated that perhaps everyone could survive this round, while another expressed surprise at the number of people who had failed before. Sensing the players' confusion, the angel decided to provide some clarity. She explained that in the second round, all they needed to do was choose a zone representative. It wasn't a combat round. The chosen representative would hold significant power, able to command others to perform tasks or even order their deaths. She reiterated that they had 3 hours to select their representative. The players were impressed by the authority granted in this round. Curious, one player asked if that was all there was to it. The angel confirmed that since this round was more of a rest period, once they voted, they would be marked as having passed and sent home. The players felt a wave of relief at the prospect of completing such a simple task without facing any life-threatening danger. As the timer started, the angel urged them to discuss and decide who they wanted as their zone representative. The players, grinning, joked with one another, wondering if they'd all still be alive after voting in 3 hours. They found humor in the easy task and the potential power the representative would wield. However, Hwang Yongmin felt disappointed that he wouldn't get to use his combat skills this round. One of his friends tried to console him, suggesting he let it go since they would all survive after voting. But Yongmin couldn't shake his frustration. He had invested heavily in his strength stat, and now it seemed wasted. Overhearing the conversation, Ryu Min quickly realized that Yongmin must have obtained the rune of strength. He surveyed the situation, noting how Yongmin's rune and the current circumstances were unfolding just as they always had. Deciding that the debate over who to support wasn't his priority, Ryu Min moved away from the group. He knew that if there was a main quest, there had to be a side mission as well. He recalled that the hidden quest for the second round involved obtaining a class. Tightening his grip on his dagger, Ryu Min was eager to level up quickly, knowing this was essential for class enrollment. When a goblin appeared, he lunged forward, and with a loud, unsettling noise, the creature moved to attack. Ryu Min swiftly countered, managing to decapitate the goblin. A notification screen appeared, informing him that he had defeated a hobgoblin. His triple XP buff was active, and he had 1 kill out of 100. Additional notifications revealed that his experience level had increased to 9%, and he had earned 15 gold. The Rune of Slaughter also boosted all his stats by 1%. Ryu Min decided that venturing into the forest to hunt was a smart choice. He knew that where there was one goblin, there would surely be more, and he was right. Soon enough, a group of sinister-looking goblins emerged from the shadows, causing a grin to spread across his face. Standing confidently in the center of the forest, he waited for the goblins to make their move. With a swift and precise strike, he smashed one goblin in the head and swiftly followed up with a slash of his dagger, maintaining his calm demeanor throughout. A notification flashed on his screen, informing him that he had slain another hobgoblin, bringing his total to 5 out of the 100 required kills. The bodies of the fallen goblins were scattered across the forest floor. Another notification indicated that the rune of slaughter was now enhancing all his stats by 50%. He had leveled up again. The countdown displayed that there were still 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds left before voting closed. Wiping his chin, Ryu-min opened his stat window, curious if only 30 minutes had passed. It showed that he had reached level 9. He decided to focus on increasing his agility. While Hwang Yongmin's rune of strength was advantageous in boosting power, Ryu-min understood that it wouldn't be effective in every situation. His agility stat rose from 18 to 24. He knew that no matter how strong a player was, they would be vulnerable if they couldn't dodge a critical attack quickly enough. The game's stats were divided into 4 key categories: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength affected defense power, endurance, and physical damage, while intelligence influenced mental fortitude, calculation speed, and magical damage. After another glance at his stat window, he saw that his agility had now increased to 30. Agility improved both movement and attack speed and enhanced the ability to dodge. Luck influenced critical damage, item drops, and additional gold rewards. As a Grim Reaper class that dealt both magical and physical damage, Ryu-min knew that balancing all his stats was crucial. Each one was important in its own way. Just then, he sensed something behind him. Pivoting swiftly, he scanned his surroundings to identify who or what was there. He was startled that someone had been following him. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't noticed earlier. This situation was unsettling. It had never happened before. Raising his dagger, he demanded that the person reveal themselves and state their intentions. If they failed to comply, they would need to be prepared to face the consequences. A single footstep echoed slowly before a woman emerged from the shadows. Ryu-min recognized her instantly. It was the actress he had encountered before. He couldn't help but question whether she had truly been the one following him. Apologetically, she admitted to trailing him. Just then, another figure appeared, a man who also offered an apology. He urged Ryu-min to calm down, insisting that their intentions were not hostile. The man introduced himself as Sang-chul. Ryu-min's expression darkened when he realized who Sang-chul was, Ma Jianrock's right-hand man. Ma Jianrock, also known as the Heavenly Demon, was the eldest son of the country's most powerful corporate dynasty. He was someone Ryu-min had been targeting for a while. Ryu-min knew that having someone like Ma Jianrock by his side would make him stronger, and he needed a priest connected to Ma Jianrock to support him in the 20th round. Ryu-min was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Ma Jianrock's right-hand man so soon. He began to wonder why Sang-chul was with Seo Rin and suspected that Sang-chul might be her bodyguard. Considering that many celebrities were sponsored by Ma Jianrock's company, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Despite this, Ryu-min felt uneasy knowing that the future had shifted from what he expected. He asked them how long they had been trailing him. Seo Rin admitted that they had been following him ever since they saw him enter the forest and sincerely apologized for it. Ryu-min then demanded to know why they had been following him. Seo Rin nervously explained that their intentions weren't harmful, they simply wanted to make him an offer. She hesitantly suggested that they form a team, knowing he had won the first round. Ryu-min chuckled at the idea of forming a group, dismissing it as irrelevant unless she could actually be useful to him. He mocked her openly. Seo Rin found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his remarks. Ryu-min bluntly told them that he didn't need their help and would do just fine on his own. He advised them to turn back and stop wasting his time. Turning away, he made it clear that he had no interest in joining a team. They stared at him in disbelief. Seo Rin let out a deep sigh and sank to her knees as Sang-chul muttered under his breath, commenting on how arrogant Ryu-min was. Seo Rin tried to explain that there was a reason for Ryu-min's existence, but his overwhelming aura made her uneasy. Sang-chul remarked that even if someone had a knife to their face, they wouldn't be as intimidating as Ryu-min. Seo Rin felt a pang of disappointment that her plan to team up with him had fallen apart, and Sang-chul reiterated his earlier point, that people with egos as large as Ryu-min's never work well in groups. It was an unfortunate turn of events. Seo Rin couldn't help but reflect on the situation, but Sang-chul quickly reassured her, telling her that it wasn't a humiliating experience. He felt that their time following Ryu-min had been wasted. Seo Rin, trying to shift the conversation, admitted that she hadn't expected to encounter monsters in the forest. She suggested that they spend the rest of their time hunting them instead. Sang-chul agreed that it wasn't a bad idea, and they set off to carry out the plan. The forest was dense with towering trees and thick underbrush. Meanwhile, Ryu-min, hearing noises from the bushes, instinctively attacked a goblin that emerged. He found it infuriating that, despite his tight schedule, they had the audacity to ask him to collaborate. With swift precision, his dagger sliced through the goblin's flesh as he remained focused on his primary goal, leveling up. A notification popped up, confirming that he had defeated another hobgoblin. His current kill count stood at 60 out of 100, and the effects of the Rune of Slaughter had boosted all his stats by 60%. Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like creatures, gnolls, appeared. Ryu Min felt a rush of satisfaction at the sight of so many gnolls approaching at once. They lunged at him in unison, weapons poised for attack. Ryu Min stood his ground confidently, gripping his dagger tightly. Using both the fallen bodies of the gnolls and his dagger, he quickly dealt successive blows to the advancing creatures. Another notification confirmed the defeat of a gnoll, bringing his kill count to 65 and raising his stats by 65% thanks to the Rune of Slaughter. He had now reached level 10. His hard work paid off as a series of notifications informed him that he had met the requirements for class advancement. With his newfound level, Ryu Min could now access the store and a hidden subquest. The subquest window indicated that in order to obtain a class and advancement items, players needed to level up before the voting period ended. Success in this quest would also reward them with a daily item sale ticket, offering a 50% discount. Many players who were unaware of the subquest often found themselves confused, not knowing how to select a class or where to find the necessary advancement items. While everyone agreed that obtaining a class was crucial, the challenge lay in understanding the specific requirements to acquire the advancement item. For example, warriors needed to defeat monsters within an hour and increase their strength stat to at least 10. Berserkers had to hunt while sustaining injuries for a certain period. Assassins needed to successfully deceive monsters multiple times. Quick advancement was key, otherwise, players risked remaining beginners indefinitely. Ryu Min activated the Angel's Blood, and immediately, a status window appeared before him, offering a choice: do you want to select the Reaper profession? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. As a reward for his decision, he received the Reaper's Rune, a powerful artifact that significantly reduces the chances of being detected by enemies during the night. Wasting no time, Ryu Min activated the Reaper's Rune. In the world of the game, where there are 6 ranks from beginner to grandmaster, players can unlock new skills as they level up. The use of the Reaper's Rune granted Ryu Min the skill Seal of Death, a formidable ability that would serve him well in future battles. In addition to this, he was rewarded with a weapon befitting his new profession, the Reaper's Scythe. Ryu Min was the first player to advance, and as a reward for his achievement, a notification window informed him that he had received a random gold pouch. His strategic approach and timely execution had paid off, setting him apart from the rest. In addition to his other rewards, Ryu Min also gained the neutral skill, Tracking, as a special benefit for being the first player to advance. According to the notification window, this skill allows him to track the precise location of a designated target, provided that both the target's face and nickname match. This valuable skill could be purchased for 20,000 gold. A grin spread across Ryu Min's face as he reviewed the details on his screen. With enough gold in his possession, he decided to put the tracking ability to the test by targeting Youngmin. The tracking system confirmed a match between Youngmin's face and nickname, indicating his exact location as 190 meters away from Ryu Min. Following the instructions on the notification window, Ryu Min saw a glowing line appear on the ground, guiding him directly to Youngmin's location. He deduced that Youngmin must have also entered the forest, considering how much closer he was now compared to their last encounter, where Youngmin was 2 kilometers away. This piqued Ryu Min's curiosity as he contemplated whether or not to confront Youngmin. Elsewhere in the forest, Seo Rin and Un Sang Chul were struggling, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, Seo Rin cried out in pain and collapsed face-first onto the ground. She informed Sang Chul that she had injured her leg and couldn't continue running. Sang Chul, with urgency in his voice, reminded her that they had to keep moving or risk being discovered. Despite the pain, he urged her to stand up. Seo Rin apologized, describing the searing pain where an arrow had struck her earlier. Sang Chul's face darkened as he considered the possibility that injuries sustained in this world might affect their real bodies. Nevertheless, he tried to encourage her, assuring her that if they could survive this, they would be able to return home. Seo Rin, gritting her teeth, resolved to push through the pain. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, asking, "Where do you think you're going with an injury like that?" Startled, they quickly turned to face the source. It was Youngmin, standing with 3 menacing figures behind him, all wearing sinister smiles. Youngmin mocked Seo Rin, sarcastically commenting that her injury didn't seem to be painful enough yet. Un Sang Chul felt trapped and fury welled up inside him. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath at the situation, especially at the acquaintance he bitterly referred to as a stupid woman in his mind. Realizing that they might have no choice but to fight, he drew his weapon and assumed a battle stance. His readiness to fight seemed to catch Youngmin off guard, momentarily impressing him. A sly grin spread across Youngmin's face, mirrored by his lackeys. With a mocking tone, he addressed Sangchul as old man and asked if he was actually thinking about fighting them. The four men wore expressions of arrogant confidence. Youngmin then told Sangchul to use his eyes and count how many of them there were, clearly enjoying the intimidation. Sangchul's anger flared as he demanded to know why they were being treated this way when they hadn't done anything to provoke him. Youngmin, maintaining his taunting demeanor, denied any wrongdoing. Confusion etched across Sangchul's face as he questioned why they had suddenly decided to attack. Youngmin, still smirking, revealed that they needed something only Seo Rin could provide. Seo Rin and Sangchul exchanged bewildered glances. Youngmin then admitted that his interest lay solely in the girl standing next to Sangchul. He made it clear that they had no interest in Sangchul himself, emphasizing that their attention was focused entirely on Seo Rin. As they conversed, the three men with Youngmin speculated whether the girl was indeed the famous Seo Rin. One of them noted that her face and nickname confirmed it was her. Another suggested that perhaps someone was merely imitating her, trying to take on her identity. They continued discussing how little it mattered to them, given that appearances could be so deceiving. Seo Rin's face paled in horror as she listened to their conversation. Meanwhile, Youngmin turned back to Sangchul and offered him a deal: leave Seo Rin behind, and he could walk away unharmed. This only fueled Sangchul's rage. In his mind, Youngmin should have made that clear from the beginning. If he had, Sangchul might have left Seo Rin without a second thought. He glanced sideways at her, inwardly cursing the situation. He had no intention of risking his life for her, yet he was faced with a significant dilemma. If he failed to protect Seo Rin, he would surely disappoint his employer, Director Ma Jiangak. Determined not to back down, Sangchul assumed a fighting stance, signaling that he had no intention of abandoning Seo Rin. Youngmin, visibly entertained, asked if Sangchul was seriously considering a fight. Sangchul, gritting his teeth, warned them that what they were doing was against the law. Youngmin burst out laughing at this, finding it utterly ridiculous. He sarcastically asked what laws applied in this world and whether Sangchul planned to report him once they returned to reality. Youngmin taunted him further, questioning what evidence Sangchul could possibly provide and daring him to try. He even joked that their appearances in this world might be entirely different from their real-life selves. Sangchul, seething with frustration, couldn't deny that Youngmin had a point. He knew that reasoning with Youngmin wouldn't work and that, despite his injuries, he had no choice but to fight. Youngmin wasn't going to be swayed by words alone. Just then, Youngmin's attention shifted. He was startled to see an old acquaintance, Black Scythe. The figure was casually leaning against a tree, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Youngmin was visibly taken aback by Black Scythe's unexpected appearance. "What's going on here?" Black Scythe asked, his voice cutting through the tension. His gaze fixed directly on Sangchul, and he interrupted Youngmin before he could respond. "I wasn't talking to you," he said, dismissing Youngmin's attempt to interject. Annoyed, Youngmin told him to mind his own business and leave them alone. Ignoring Youngmin, Black Scythe turned his attention back to Sangchul. "Tell me what's happening," he demanded. Without hesitation, Sangchul explained the situation, revealing how they were ambushed by Youngmin and his men, who were after Seo Rin. Desperate, Sangchul pleaded for Black Scythe's help, promising to owe him a favor in return. Black Scythe's gaze shifted to Youngmin. "Is what he said true?" he asked, his tone sharp. Youngmin, brushing off the accusation, told Black Scythe that it didn't concern him and that he should move on. But Black Scythe wasn't deterred. He stepped closer, noting the menacing red aura that surrounded Youngmin. Youngmin and his lackeys, sensing the growing tension, nervously questioned what Black Scythe intended to do. As his weapon began to materialize in his hand, Black Scythe coldly informed them that he wouldn't abandon someone who was injured. Seo Rin and Sangchul felt a wave of relief, while Youngmin's anger flared. Black Scythe knew that helping them wasn't just an act of kindness. He calculated that by assisting Sangchul, he could gain favor with Ma Jiangak, and having someone like Ma Jiangak indebted to him would be a valuable asset. Moreover, he simply didn't like Youngmin. Youngmin and his men grew increasingly anxious as Black Scythe's intentions became clear. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Youngmin ordered Black Scythe to back off, threatening to kill him if he continued. But Black Scythe only smiled, taunting them with the question, "Do you really want to fight me? What's the problem?" Youngmin's fury reached its peak. To him, Black Scythe's question was absurd, almost laughable. He wondered if Black Scythe would be so confident if he truly understood the kind of monster he was dealing with. The memory of Black Scythe effortlessly defeating goblins and claiming the top rank in the last encounter flashed through Youngmin's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. Black Scythe lowered his scythe to the ground and, with a calm yet menacing tone, told Youngmin to let him know if he wanted to end the fight. The four men watched nervously as the scythe's blade moved, their fear evident in their eyes. Youngmin, visibly shaken, asked if Black Scythe would really let him go. Black Scythe crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his voice, and replied that he might consider it, if Youngmin got on his knees and begged for his life with sincerity. The realization that Black Scythe was trying to humiliate him in front of his friends and Arin twisted Youngmin's expression from smug triumph to despair. Despite his rising irritation, he had no desire to engage in a fight if it could be avoided. He scoffed at Black Scythe, but as he did, a thought crossed his mind: he had the power to shatter a wall with just his bare hands. Maybe, just maybe, he could take down Black Scythe with a single strike. A smug smile crept onto his face as he entertained this possibility. He glared at Black Scythe and spat out, "You've crossed the line." He clenched his fists, preparing for a fight, and taunted Black Scythe, asking if he really wanted him to kneel and beg. With a menacing tone, he added, "Do you want to die?" Youngmin planned to close the distance between them and land a devastating punch. In his mind, there was no way Black Scythe could survive a blow strong enough to crush a brick wall. But just as he was about to strike, Black Scythe calmly set his weapon aside. Youngmin was baffled. Why would he discard his weapon? Black Scythe, exuding confidence, explained that it wouldn't be fair to fight an unarmed opponent while he was armed. Winning like that, he said, would be too boring. Enraged by the perceived arrogance, Youngmin cursed Black Scythe's foolishness. He moved into attack, but before he could react, Black Scythe suddenly shifted behind him. Youngmin, thinking this was his chance, swung with all his might, ready to land a powerful punch. But to his shock, Black Scythe effortlessly dodged his blow and retaliated with a powerful kick to his stomach. The force of the kick sent Youngmin flying, crashing into the distance, leaving him stunned and gasping for air. Black Scythe watched impassively as Youngmin's body sailed through the air, one foot still raised from the powerful kick. Youngmin landed with a thud, groaning in pain as he knelt on the ground, his curses directed at Black Scythe. With a cold expression, Black Scythe warned him to stop cursing, saying, "Your foul mouth will rot my ears," before delivering another brutal kick. Youngmin gasped as the force of the blow sent him sprawling, his hand instinctively reaching up to soothe his aching face. Without hesitation, Black Scythe grabbed Youngmin by the collar, hoisting him up with one hand while keeping him at arm's length. He then began to rain down punches with his other hand, each blow landing with a bone-crunching impact. Youngmin, dazed and reeling from the assault, thought to himself that it didn't feel like a fist hitting him, it felt more like being struck by a sledgehammer. He couldn't comprehend how Black Scythe could be this strong. Is he as powerful as me? Youngmin wondered, unable to fathom how Black Scythe could possess such strength without a rune to enhance it. As he looked up at Black Scythe's calm yet focused face, one of his friends shouted his name, while another urged the archer to take action. The archer, maintaining perfect form, quickly drew his bow and loosed a lightning-fast arrow aimed directly at Black Scythe. Arin, sensing the danger, screamed for Black Scythe to dodge. With reflexes as sharp as his blade, Black Scythe sidestepped the arrow just in time. Despite the fear etched on his face, the archer fired another arrow. But Black Scythe was already moving, zigzagging toward him with unnerving speed, effortlessly dodging each shot. As he closed the distance, Black Scythe remarked, "You must have been lucky to find a bow while hunting. Too bad you crossed my path during a fight." With a swift motion, Black Scythe drew his weapon, and in one fluid strike, he slashed at the archer. Blood sprayed through the air as the archer let out a cry of agony, his face contorted in terror. The sight of their comrade falling only deepened the fear in the remaining two men, yet they still tried to muster their courage. They took up defensive stances, shouting at Black Scythe to back off and leave them alone. One of the men charged at Black Scythe, dagger in hand, cursing as he lunged forward. Black Scythe responded with a mocking smile, his expression almost amused. In an instant, he activated the Seal of Death. Above the man's head, a red mark appeared, resembling an eye with a skull at its center, a symbol of impending doom. Gripping his scythe tightly, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating swing. The red-hued blades of wind that followed tore through the air, slashing the man's shins with such force that he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as blood splattered everywhere. The remaining man, witnessing this horrific scene, was paralyzed with fear, his confidence shattered. Black Scythe lunged at the man with blinding speed, noting that the mere fact they dared to use weapons against him showed some level of resolve. With a powerful swing, his scythe sliced through the man's arm, eliciting a piercing scream. The ominous seal of death hovered above the man's head, a clear sign that the next strike would be even more devastating. As expected, the scythe cut through the armor with ease, doubling the damage and leaving the man clutching his deep wound in sheer agony. As the men writhed on the ground, their faces contorted in pain, Black Scythe observed them coldly. This can't be it, he thought. He knew he had to instill fear so deep they would never dare to cross his path again. When he approached, they whimpered and pleaded for mercy, begging him to spare them. Without a word, Black Scythe flicked his scythe, sending blood splattering with the movement. Another scream tore through the air. Taking a deep breath, Black Scythe decided he was finished with these men, ready to move on to the next target. His sharp gaze fell on a figure hiding behind a tree. "Hiding won't help you," Black Scythe called out, his voice chilling. In a flash, a blade of wind sliced through the young man's arm, causing him to cry out in pain as blood spurted from the wound. "Stop acting like a child," Black Scythe admonished, his tone devoid of sympathy. The young man's pain barely scratched the surface of what he had inflicted on others. Black Scythe's scythe struck again and again, each blow drawing a scream from the boy as he was mercilessly cut down. Sangchul and Arin watched in stunned silence, witnessing the brutal efficiency of Black Scythe's assault. Sangchul was particularly struck by how Black Scythe could so ruthlessly dismember an opponent who had already lost the will to fight. As Black Scythe severed the boy's arms and moved on to his leg, Sangchul couldn't help but admire the cold precision. It might seem extreme, Sangchul thought, but I appreciate that level of decisiveness. In his mind, Black Scythe rivaled even his director. Finally, Black Scythe turned to Sangchul and Arin. "Are you two all right?" he asked, his voice steady. Sangchul nodded, acknowledging that they were safe because of him. "You don't have to worry about Yongmin and his crew anymore," Black Scythe assured them, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Black Scythe suggested they should go and vote, seeing as the four men were too battered to move. In unison, Sangchul and Arin bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Arin hesitated, then asked, "Will they die?" Black Scythe shrugged. "Does it matter if they die? They aren't even worth calling animals," he replied coldly, his bluntness catching Arin off guard. Observing her troubled expression, he realized she was far too sensitive. He wondered why she seemed to care so much about the lives of these men as if she were some saint. Perhaps she was concerned about her public image as a celebrity, he thought. Turning to Sangchul, Black Scythe asked, "Do you have a question?" "Yeah," Sangchul responded confidently. "Why did you decide to spare them? Even if you killed them, there wouldn't be any repercussions in the real world." The young man's face paled at the question. Black Scythe replied calmly, "If you're asking whether there was a specific reason I let them live, there wasn't." He continued, "But the real reason I didn't finish them off is simple, there's nothing to gain from killing them." Sangchul was puzzled by the notion of there being no benefit. "But even so," he insisted, "it's not wise to leave any potential threats alive." "Threats?" Black Scythe echoed, glancing at the trembling men. "If these guys are still capable of causing trouble, then I'd say the game's already in a poor state. Besides, reducing the number of players doesn't benefit anyone. The more, the merrier." After a moment, Sangchul nodded, understanding his reasoning. "Makes sense," he admitted. Sangchul considered that fewer players meant fewer available spots for those who completed each round. He found himself admiring Black Scythe's unique perspective on the game's mechanics, realizing that Black Scythe saw things differently from most players. "I get it," Sangchul nodded. "From now on, we'll stop thinking about the humanity of this game." With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, but Sangchul quickly called out, "Wait. Give me your account number, and I'll make sure you're compensated in the real world." Black Scythe waved it off. "Forget about it," he said, continuing on his way. Sangchul was stunned by his refusal to accept any reward. Helping without any expectation of payment was rare in their world. He resolved to report the encounter to the president as soon as he returned to reality. A groan from behind caught his attention. It was one of the young men they had fought. Sangchul felt a surge of anger, his gaze turning lethal. But he remembered Black Scythe's words, it wouldn't benefit them to finish them off. Holding back, he spat in their direction and urged Arin to leave with him. Back in the main field, the atmosphere was tense. Players were campaigning fiercely to be chosen as the region's representative, each claiming they were the best choice. The heated arguments escalated into a physical altercation, with one player grabbing another by the collar. As the crowd tried to intervene, another participant stepped forward, declaring that anyone with such a quick temper shouldn't be representing them and offering herself as a better candidate. Then, a young man joined the fray, boasting about his father being a congressman and insisting he deserved the position. Many in the crowd eyed him with skepticism, doubting the truth of his claims. Amid the chaos, a voice rose from the crowd, commanding everyone's attention and halting the argument. The speaker, known by the nickname Mint Chocolate Boy, grabbed everyone's attention and reminded them that the voting would end in just 2 hours. He urged the players not to waste time arguing and to cast their votes as soon as possible. One of the players asked him how they should decide who to vote for. Mint Chocolate Boy confidently replied that he had a practical solution. Curious, everyone focused on him, eager to hear his idea. He smirked inwardly, pleased at how easily the crowd hung on his every word once again. With a dark grin, he thought about how the players had once more fallen for his persuasive tactics. At first, he had been disappointed when he received the persuasion rune as his random rune fragment. He had looked at it with disdain, noting that the rune increased his chances of persuasion only if the target was particularly talkative. Moreover, it wouldn't work on anyone with a higher level than his own, and it seemed completely useless against monsters who couldn't speak. But soon, Mint Chocolate Boy realized how to use the rune to his advantage. While on the battlefield, when other players were busy slaying goblins and sharing strategies, he had approached a group of men, telling them a woman was in great danger and needed immediate help. He advised them to drop everything and go to her aid. The men, influenced by his rune's effect, followed his advice without hesitation, abandoning their targets and rushing off. Mint Chocolate Boy then swooped in to finish off the weakened goblins, easily meeting the 100 kill requirement. Now, with the voting underway, he suggested a more structured approach to choosing a representative. Let's narrow down the candidates to just 5, he proposed, and vote among them. The players, realizing the wisdom in his words, quickly agreed. They understood that if everyone continued campaigning for themselves, they would never reach a decision. Mint Chocolate Boy took the lead in organizing the nominations, relishing how smoothly his plan was unfolding. If everything went as expected, he would soon position himself as the representative of the region. He asked the crowd to raise their hands and nominate anyone they believed should be recommended. One of the players, who had been advocating for himself earlier, eagerly shot his hand up. However, Mint Chocolate Boy quickly pointed out that nominating themselves was against the rules and would just repeat their earlier mistakes. The audience began murmuring in agreement, with many voices echoing, "Mint Chocolate Boy is right." Inwardly, Mint Chocolate Boy felt confident, thinking it would be a simple task to manipulate this group. Most of the attendees were strangers to one another, caught up in their thoughts and unsure whom to nominate. Meanwhile, a few others were hesitant to suggest anyone but themselves, worried about losing their chance. Sensing the growing uncertainty, Mint Chocolate Boy remained patient, understanding that this silence would ultimately lead to only the most notable names being suggested. At last, a participant raised his hand and proposed Mint Chocolate Boy as a candidate. Excellent, he mused silently. The person who nominated him justified the choice, stating that having a rational and capable leader would be in their best interest. Mint Chocolate Boy pretended to be surprised by the nomination, even as another player jumped in to commend his ability to manage the situation effectively. He accepted the compliments with a gracious smile while inwardly laughing at how easily he had won them over. Then, another participant nominated Black Scythe. Mint Chocolate Boy's grin widened. He knew Black Scythe's recent victory made him a logical contender. Next, a player named Life is a Documentary put forth the second-place finisher, followed by someone else suggesting Black Dragon in My Right Hand as a third candidate. Mint Chocolate Boy tallied 4 names and asked the crowd if there were any more nominations for the 5th spot. When no one else volunteered, he announced that the 4 candidates were confirmed. He suggested that each nominee should speak to the crowd before the final vote and offered to go first, confident in his ability to sway the masses. Winning over these fools will be a breeze, he thought smugly. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, openly challenging him. It was Life is a Documentary, the player ranked second in the region, who seemed visibly annoyed. "I can't listen to another word this Mint Chocolate Boy is spouting," he declared. Mint Chocolate Boy turned to him and asked what his issue was. "Do you seriously think life is easy?" came the sharp retort from Life is a Documentary, his gaze filled with a menacing intensity that seemed to challenge Mint Chocolate Boy's entire stance. Life is a Documentary asked Mint Chocolate Boy if people always followed his instructions without question. As Mint Chocolate Boy pondered this, a concerned expression crossed his face. He began to realize the extent of his influence, but quickly brushed the thought aside, convincing himself it wasn't entirely true. When Mint Chocolate Boy was asked to nominate someone for the regional representative, Life is a Documentary grew visibly agitated and accused him of being a manipulator. "You're crossing the line," Mint Chocolate Boy retorted sharply, defending himself. He reminded everyone of a proverb, a person's face and demeanor reflect their true nature. He questioned why such harsh language had to be used in what was meant to be a discussion about leadership. For a moment, he seemed satisfied with his response, feeling that he had made his point. However, Life is a Documentary didn't back down. He sneered, asking whether Mint Chocolate Boy had the nerve to preach to him about life. "You're playing a dangerous game," he warned, his tone threatening. The situation escalated quickly, and Mint Chocolate Boy found himself taken aback by the intensity of the challenge. He realized that his usual methods of persuasion were failing, and the tension in the room grew palpable. Seeing his influence slip away, Life is a Documentary desperately appealed to the crowd, urging them to vote for him and ignore the other candidates. "Support me, or face the consequences," he threatened, his voice tinged with desperation. But Mint Boy mocked him openly, asking if he genuinely believed people would listen to his threats. He advised him to stop embarrassing himself and leave. The atmosphere grew colder as Life is a Documentary, his expression serious and menacing. Then, in a flash of violence, he lunged forward, striking Mint Boy. Blood sprayed, and the crowd felt a chill run down their spine as they realized the victim had been stabbed in the neck. The wounded player crumpled to the ground, blood flowing freely. The gravity of the situation hit Mint Chocolate Boy hard. He was witnessing a deadly turn of events. Life is a Documentary glared at him, reminding Mint Chocolate Boy of the earlier warning: he would kill anyone who crossed him. As Mint Chocolate Boy's eyes widened in shock, he let out a strangled cry. His body trembled, and then he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Panic erupted among the crowd as they grasped the brutal reality of what had just happened. The label of killer seemed to hang in the air around Life is a Documentary, whose weapon still dripped with the blood of Mint Chocolate Boy. He turned to the crowd, his eyes cold, his voice challenging. "So what?" he snarled. "If anyone has a problem, step forward." A player, terrified, called him insane, pointing a trembling finger. Life is a Documentary only grinned wider, declaring that if no one confronted him, he would come to them instead. He moved like a blur, cutting down everyone in his path with swift, ruthless precision, as if fueled by some dark, burning passion. With each strike, he seemed more exhilarated, shouting that this was the best scenario: no cameras, no reporters, no restrictions. He reveled in the violence, delighted that he could kill as many as he wished without consequence. The blood of those he slaughtered stained his clothes, and he turned his blood-soaked dagger on the remaining players who have yet to cast their votes. "Support me," he demanded, "or face death." Fear gripped everyone's faces, their expressions twisted in horror. Seeing this, Life is a Documentary gave a wicked grin. He knew that fear was now his ally. The crowd, terrified of what he might do, realized they had little choice but to support him. Life is a Documentary had set his sights on Black Scythe, plotting his demise to clear his path to the top. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Ryu Min continued to hone his skills, wielding his scythe with relentless determination. His goal was to grow stronger with every swing. As he fought on, a notification flashed before him, revealing he had just defeated Knowles. The tally of his kills now stood at 265, far surpassing the original target of 100. With this achievement, the Butcher rune he possessed activated, doubling all his stats by 100%. In addition, he was granted a threefold experience buff, accelerating his growth. Ryu Min had reached a new milestone, level 16. Yet, when he glanced at his status window, he realized that his leveling pace was beginning to slow. Despite having slain over 200 monsters, he had only managed to gain 2 levels in the past 2 hours. While the progress was slowing, hunting had become noticeably easier, likely due to the powerful combination of the Butcher and Reaper runes. These runes not only enhanced his weapon's attack power but also amplified all of his stats. Feeling satisfied with his gains, Ryu Min decided it was time to head back. Sheathing his weapon, he turned to make his way back to the starting point. Suddenly, the countdown reached 0, and a notification window appeared, signaling that the voting period had begun. A radiant golden light enveloped Ryu Min's body, signifying that all players in the vicinity were being summoned back to the starting point. The time had come to cast their votes. As the local players gathered, 4 wounded figures emerged, those who had earlier fought against Black Scythe. Their battered appearance caught everyone's attention, leaving the other players in shock at the sight of their injuries. Then, Aaron, Sangchul, and a group of additional players arrived at the scene. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were stunned by the sight before them, a field strewn with player corpses. Shocked, they immediately began to ask what had happened. Aaron quickly assessed the situation, his eyes narrowing at the figure standing among the bodies, covered head to toe in blood. He assumed that the blood-soaked individual must be the one responsible for the carnage. Ryu Min, observing the situation, noticed that it looked like Cho Young-sik had regained control. Cho Young-sik was known as the leader of the Young-sik gang and was widely regarded as the second-best fighter in the region. However, his personality was infamous for being aggressive and domineering. Young Sik's face was smeared with blood, and his expression was disturbingly intense, his eyes darting around suspiciously. Ryu Min understood that this was a volatile situation, like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. He quickly calculated that it wasn't the right moment to act just yet. As he assessed his options, Young Sik slowly approached him, clearly waiting for some kind of reaction. With a calm demeanor, Ryu Min decided to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Young Sik called out to him, asking where he had been. This caught the attention of both Aran and Sangcheol, who turned their focus to Black Scythe. Ryu Min, maintaining his composure, responded to Young Sik's question with a steady gaze, asking what he wanted. Young Sik, with a haughty smirk, stated his demand outright. He wanted Black Scythe to serve him as a subordinate. Ryu Min, known as Black Scythe, replied with a cold, "And why would I do that?" Undeterred, Young Sik spun his dagger in a menacing manner, threatening to spare Black Scythe's life only if he submitted to him. Instead of fear, Young Sik was met with the sound of Ryu Min's laughter. Amused by the audacity of the demand, Ryu Min asked if Young Sik intended to start a fight immediately. Still smiling, he added, "If you want me to spare you, you'll have to kneel before me." This bold statement caught Young Sik off guard, making him view Black Scythe as utterly insane. Young Sik accused Black Scythe of not grasping the gravity of the situation, his frustration evident in his voice. He continued speaking, but Black Scythe swiftly cut him off, tauntingly asking if Young Sik was having trouble understanding what he had just said. With a cold smile, Black Scythe unsheathed his weapon and casually suggested that dying on the spot might be more satisfying for Young Sik. Caught off guard, Young Sik stared at the weapon in Black Scythe's hand, bewildered. He had no idea where such a powerful weapon had come from and could feel his confidence begin to waver. Panic crept into his mind as he realized he may have underestimated his opponent. Sensing his discomfort, Black Scythe taunted him further, asking, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Young Sik gritted his teeth, frustrated by his own hesitation. Trying to regain his composure, he loudly proclaimed his identity as the leader of the Young Sik gang and declared that he would never bow to anyone. His anger reached its peak, and he recklessly swung his weapon, challenging Black Scythe to a duel. In response, Black Scythe merely scoffed, recognizing Young Sik's notorious temper. He decided to stop provoking him further, knowing that things could become complicated if he pushed too hard. Black Scythe had a strategy in mind. Displaying his strength to win the votes of the players wasn't his intention. Young Sik could be useful for his plan during the third round as a representative. Additionally, he sensed that the angel would appear any moment. As if on cue, the angel materialized, calling for all players to gather. Young Sik, momentarily distracted by the sudden arrival, shifted his focus away from Black Scythe. Seizing the moment, Black Scythe remarked on Young Sik's good fortune and calmly advised him to choose his battles more wisely next time if he wished to avoid an untimely end. With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, leaving Young Sik standing there, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Young Sik stood frozen in place, his face a mask of rage, but beneath the surface, he felt a wave of relief. Though he appeared fierce and resolute, a part of him was worried that the tension might trigger a heart attack. Still, he silently vowed that Black Scythe would one day witness his true power. For now, he would let him go, but if chosen as the representative, he would make sure to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. The angel, her voice echoing across the battlefield, asked the players if they had selected their delegates. Glancing at the scattered bodies, she dryly noted that they had accomplished more than just talk in the 3 hours they had spent together. With a dismissive tone, she reminded them that whether they lived or died was of no concern to her. Then, she called for the voting process to begin. A screen appeared in front of each player, announcing the start of the election for the region's representative. Every player had one vote, and the candidate with the most votes would assume the role. To cast their vote, they simply needed to focus on the player they wished to support. The angel warned that anyone failing to vote within the 5-minute window would automatically lose and be eliminated from the next round. The countdown began. Some players murmured the instruction to themselves, "Look at who I want to vote for," as they scanned the crowd to decide on their choice. Most of them fixed their gaze on Young Sik, who wore a confident, smug grin, assuming all eyes were on him. Then, unexpectedly, his expression shifted. He turned his attention to a woman with round cheeks and demanded why she wasn't looking directly at him. Startled, the woman seemed unsure of how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, Young Sik grew increasingly agitated and threatened to kill her. Stammering, she quickly defended herself, insisting that she had voted for him. Frustrated, Young Sik continued to shout threats, demanding everyone's attention. He scanned the crowd, threatening anyone who dared to avert their gaze. Finally, the voting time ran out. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the voting period had ended and instructed them to tally the votes. A large screen materialized above, revealing the results. In fifth place was Cute Baby Bird with 5 votes, and Chubby Cheek Steamed Bun came in fourth with 6 votes. With 249 votes, Black Dragon secured third place, while Black Scythe came in second with 2,077 votes. Topping the leaderboard with 2,412 votes was Life is a Documentary. Although Young Sik, who went by Life is a Documentary, received the highest number of votes, he wasn't pleased. His irritation deepened as he saw that Black Scythe had garnered significant support. Young Sik glared at the players who had voted against him, and many of them avoided meeting his gaze, aware of his anger. After the voting concluded, the angel announced that Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the region's representative. A window screen appeared, indicating that Young Sik had gained the power of command, allowing him to issue directives to other players. His blood-stained face broke into a wide grin. He immediately planned to use this newfound authority to rally the players against Black Scythe, determined to make him regret not killing him earlier. As Young Sik examined the details of his command ability on the screen, he realized its limitations. He could give direct orders to players, but only those without a class, and he could only control one player at a time, up to a maximum of 10 uses. Discontent flickered across his face at the restrictions, especially the fact that players with a class could resist his commands. The angel's voice cut through the tension, asking the players if they believed this was the end. However, she hinted that a hidden mission still remained for this round. Her cryptic words puzzled the players, who couldn't quite grasp what she meant. A window screen then appeared, revealing that the second round contained a side quest. If they completed it, they would receive a class advancement item and a coupon for 50% off today's item. Sungkal and Arin seemed confused about the concept of class advancement items. The angel clarified that these would appear in the quest window once players reached level 10. When one of the players questioned how they were supposed to level up without any monsters, the angel's expression darkened, and she informed them that the forest was teeming with creatures. Only 80,000 players nationwide would have the opportunity to advance to a class this round, the angel added. She then revealed that someone in their region had already been granted a class advancement, sparking curiosity among the players about who it could be. Sensing their interest, the angel asked if they wanted to check the results of the side mission to find out more. This possibility excited the group even more. The results of the second round subquest appeared on a large screen, revealing the standings for each region. At the top was the level 16 Reaper, Black Scythe, followed by the level 10 Dark Knight, Heavenly Demon, in second place, and a level 10 Shaman in third. It quickly became evident that Black Scythe was the only player in their area to have advanced to a class. The realization dawned on the other players that he was now in a class of his own, the Reaper class. This knowledge brought a mix of fear and respect, as they murmured among themselves, connecting his class to the scythe he wielded. Young Sik, who had hoped to use his command authority to control Black Scythe, was seething with frustration. He found it infuriating that Black Scythe had managed to advance so quickly, making him immune to his control. The timing seemed oddly perfect to him, almost as if fate itself were playing a hand. The angel then explained that rankings for the second round had been assigned based on who completed the subquest the fastest. Looking at the leaderboard, she announced that Black Scythe was the first in their region to change his class and had also claimed the top spot overall. She seemed genuinely impressed and even commented on how fitting his nickname was, given his new class. She asked him how he had chosen the name Black Scythe and if he had known in advance that he would acquire the Reaper class. With a casual demeanor, Ryu Min responded that he had no idea he would end up in a class that matched his moniker so well. The angel, intrigued, suggested that perhaps it was fate for him to become a Reaper. Ryu Min nodded, mentally noting that the angel seemed unaware of how the Reaper class was actually obtained. They only knew it was something unique. She found the situation fascinating and remarked that it was surprising there was only one player in the area who had managed to change their class. Furthermore, she clarified that Black Scythe would be the only one immune to authority orders. Her statement caused confusion among the players, who questioned what she meant by saying the authority command would not affect Black Scythe. The angel paused, seemingly considering whether to elaborate further, leaving everyone in suspense about what might come next. She continued by clarifying that anyone belonging to a class is exempt from the authority of command. This meant that the region representative had no power to control Black Scythe. Moreover, there were only 10 opportunities to use the command authority, so being named a region representative did not grant unlimited power. The players absorbed her explanation, but Cho Young-sik's frustration grew. He had hoped to keep the limitations of his authority hidden from everyone. The angel then turned her attention back to Black Scythe, proposing that he should receive a reward for being the fastest to complete his class. With a snap of her fingers, 2 screens appeared before him. The first screen congratulated him on achieving the highest rank in the area, while the second celebrated his position as the top-ranked player across all regions. Ryu Min, tapping on the screens, claimed his rewards. For being the first in the area, he received a ticket of low-rank rare armor. Additionally, for placing first across all regions, he was given the choice of a special reward from a collection of rare armor pieces. The options included a leather armor of a skilled hunter, armor of a medieval knight, and a well-ventilated mage robe. His decision was already clear. The first option seemed too intricate, and the third offered little in terms of defense. So, he selected the second choice, the leather armor of the skilled hunter. Next, he was asked to pick from a set of unique rewards, 3 experience boosts valid until the end of round 3, 3,000 gold, or information about the third round. Understanding that the next round would involve a large number of monsters, he chose the 3-time experience boost, knowing it would be the most advantageous. The angel announced that the rewards had been distributed. A golden glow surrounded Ryu Min's body, as well as those of the other participants, signaling the completion of the reward ceremony. The angel declared that everyone could now return home. With a sinister grin, she hinted that the third round would be far more challenging, assuring them, "I promise." Before the players could teleport, a large screen displayed the results of the second round. Only 873,500,205 survivors remained across all regions, with 4,998 survivors in their current region, ESKS 455. The screen then flashed another message, announcing that their souls would soon be transferred to their physical bodies in the current dimension, with the next round set to begin on March 1, 2023. The message concluded by wishing them luck in surviving. As the notification ended, the soul transfer began. Suddenly, Young Min awoke with a start, shouting in panic. He glanced down and was relieved to see his hand was still intact, his arm was still attached to his body. He had assumed he might return with his normal body if he survived, but now, a sense of dread crept over his face. He swore he would never cross paths with Black Scythe again or even think of confronting him. Meanwhile, Sungchul praised Aaron for her hard work. Aaron, in response, stated that he had put in a great deal of effort while she had done nothing. Turning to face him, she smiled broadly and thanked him. Feeling awkward, Sungchul cleared his throat, looked away, and adjusted his tie, saying it was his duty as her bodyguard and manager. Aaron expressed her desire to thank Black Scythe again and asked if there was any way to do so. Sungchul explained that they had no way of finding him, as they had no idea what he really looked like. He also mentioned that Black Scythe seemed to prefer remaining anonymous. Aaron acknowledged this, though it didn't please her. Sun Chul added that when he had asked Black Scythe for his account number to provide compensation, he had initially refused, suggesting that he didn't want anyone to discover his identity. Aaron understood, but the realization left her feeling unsatisfied. Seeing her disappointment, Sun Chul suggested that if she truly wanted to express her gratitude, she could try to find him in the next round and give him something then. Aaron's face brightened at the idea. Aaron thought it was a clever idea. She began to contemplate how to properly show her gratitude to Black Scythe. As their conversation wrapped up, Sun Chul suggested she get some rest, promising they could discuss it further in the morning. Aaron nodded and advised him to be careful. Just as Sun Chul was about to step into the elevator, his phone buzzed. He answered the call from President Ma while stepping inside. Noting that the president was still awake, Sun Chul heard him mention that he had just started sipping on whiskey after his return. Sun Chul congratulated President Ma on advancing to the Dark Knight class. The president asked about their experience in their region. Sun Chul explained that both he and Aaron had only managed to reach level 8 before getting injured halfway through, which prevented them from continuing their hunt. President Ma sounded disappointed by this news. As Sun Chul reached the parking lot, he asked if it was a good time to discuss the matter, indicating he had something important to report. He revealed it concerned Black Scythe. President Ma immediately instructed him to come to the hotel so they could talk in person. Sun Chul agreed, saying he would be there in 20 minutes. He started driving, unaware that someone was watching him. From the shadows, a man observed Sun Chul's car as it exited the parking lot. It was Ryu Min, quietly tailing him. Ryu Min wondered if Sun Chul was heading towards Ma Kyungrak. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had been reviewing his stats window while Ryu Won was asleep on the bed nearby. The display indicated that he needed to focus on the target he wished to track. He visualized Sun Chul in his mind and spoke his name. The window confirmed the name and face, and then indicated that the target's location was now being tracked. The screen showed the target was just 9 meters away. As the distance on the display suddenly shifted to 23 meters, then 56 meters, Ryu Min realized Sun Chul had likely taken the elevator, based on how quickly the numbers were changing. Ryu Min grew curious about Sun Chul's early morning destination, suspecting he might be heading toward Ma Jiangrok. Not wasting a moment, he quickly slipped into his jacket and dashed out the door, determined to confirm his hunch. He felt fortunate that he had decided to track Sun Chul down right after his return. Overhead, thick clouds obscured the full moon, blocking its light from piercing through. Ma Jiangrok, meanwhile, was gazing up at the overcast sky, thinking it was an ideal night for a pursuit. However, he chose to remain still for the moment, as he needed to receive Sun Chul's report. He mulled over how Black Scythe had clinched first place in both the initial and second rounds, wondering what kind of player could stay so enigmatic and yet so dominant. His fingers drummed restlessly on the arm of the couch. The thought of Black Scythe's ranking clearly unsettled him. He began to speculate whether Black Scythe would have targeted his subordinate. If so, Ma Jiangrok knew that such a move would be a direct challenge to him. And he was not the type to tolerate such defiance lightly. His expression remained stern and focused. He had no intention of allowing anyone, not even the player ranked first, to stand in his way. A sense of tension filled the room as he considered the possibilities. Outside, a figure stood by the door, finally knocking. Sun Chul's voice came through, asking if he could enter. Ma Jiangrok gave a nod of assent, inviting him in. Rising to his feet, Ma Jiangrok greeted Sun Chul, who immediately expressed his gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, President Ma, that we're even meeting again," Sun Chul said respectfully. President Ma, wearing a faint smile, replied, "I've done nothing, we weren't even in the same region." Sun Chul bowed slightly, his tone earnest as he added, "Just knowing you're out there inspires me." President Ma chuckled softly, amused by Sun Chul's flattery. "You have a talent for saying the right things," he observed. "It's not flattery," Sun Chul replied with sincerity. "It's the truth." He then congratulated Ma on making it through the round. President Ma shrugged, brushing it off. "Round 2 was a breeze, a walk in the park," he said. Sun Chul, however, continued to praise him, this time for his advancement to a new class. Ma responded humbly, "Just luck, that's all." But Sun Chul insisted, securing second or third place is no small feat, even luck is a skill in itself. He concluded with admiration, saying, "To serve someone like you, President Ma, is the greatest privilege I could ever have." President Ma set his glass down and, with a slight grin, remarked that Sun Chul's flattery was too obvious. He guessed that Sun Chul needed something from him. "So," he asked, "am I right in sensing that you have a favor to ask?" Feeling anxious, Sun Chul hesitated before asking how President Ma had obtained an advancement item. President Ma waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. "The item just dropped while I was hunting monsters," he replied casually. What he didn't reveal was that the random rune fragment he acquired had been a result of his Dark Knight rune. He recalled that the angel had told them to check their inventory to see a gift she had prepared. That was when he found the Dark Knight rune, which not only boosted all of his stats but also cloaked his weapon in a dark aura that inflicted extra damage on opponents. When he checked his inventory, he noticed that upon reaching level 10, the rune would automatically advance him to the unique class of Dark Knight. Even though he appeared puzzled by this, he quickly understood the significance of the item. He realized he had gotten extremely lucky to receive such a powerful, cheat-level item in the first round. But despite his good fortune, he kept this information to himself, even from trusted subordinates whom he considered family. He knew well how quickly people could change when it came to matters of power and advantage. Shifting the conversation, President Ma's tone turned serious as he asked directly, "Who injured you? Was it Black Scythe?" Sun Chul seemed startled by the assumption and quickly corrected him, explaining that Black Scythe had actually saved his life. Curious, President Ma urged him to elaborate. He asked if pursuing the actress, Erin, had led to his near-death experience. Sun Chul admitted that they might have died if Black Scythe hadn't intervened. He explained further, Erin might have survived, but she would have been left with psychological scars too severe to continue her career in the entertainment industry. President Ma nodded, his interest piqued. The story was turning out to be more complicated than he initially thought. President Ma seemed to be deep in thought. He had nearly lost a valuable subordinate, and it had almost jeopardized his business interests. Breaking the silence, President Ma asked about the fate of the thugs involved, assuming they had been killed. Sun Chul clarified that while Black Scythe had inflicted agonizing pain on them, it wasn't fatal. Curious, President Ma asked why Black Scythe had spared them. Sun Chul explained that, according to Black Scythe, there was no point in killing them. His logic was simple: as the overall population dwindles, so does the pool of those who survive. President Ma acknowledged that the reasoning made sense, though he remained concerned about what these individuals might do in the future. Taking a thoughtful sip of his whiskey, he reflected that both his assets and subordinates were only alive because of Black Scythe. He felt indebted to him for that and remarked that he should offer some financial compensation. Sungchul mentioned that he had already brought up the topic, but Black Scythe had refused and left immediately afterward. President Ma was slightly surprised to hear that the offer of compensation had been declined. He speculated that perhaps Black Scythe wanted to avoid revealing his identity. With the conversation seemingly drawing to a close, both men stood up. President Ma described Black Scythe as a cautious individual. He instructed Sungchul to express his gratitude if he encountered Black Scythe in the next round, genuinely appreciating the man who had kept both Aaron and Sungchul alive. Sungchul promised he would convey the message. Moreover, President Ma ordered Sungchul to keep an eye on Black Scythe and offer assistance if needed, stating his philosophy of never leaving debts unpaid. "As you wish, sir," Sungchul replied. Just before Sungchul could leave, President Ma remembered something crucial and made a bold request. With a menacing glare, he demanded to know the nicknames of the thugs involved. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ryu Min was concealed behind a tree, silently observing. He glanced around, thinking to himself how fiercely loyal a dog Sungchul truly was. Even though it was late at night, Sangchul made his way directly to Ma Jiangrok's location as soon as he returned to reality. Having already confirmed the place, he decided to leave quickly, knowing that staying there too long might arouse suspicion. He called a cab and, while waiting, couldn't help but notice a peculiar coincidence. CO Aaron, a celebrity backed by Jiangrok, happened to live in the same apartment complex as he did. He recalled to himself that he needed to thank his younger brother. If they hadn't handed out rice cakes, he would never have crossed paths with Aaron or uncovered the connection between Sungchul and her. Just as he was about to open the taxi door, he had a sudden thought: perhaps he could use this neighborly relationship to his advantage to gain Jiangrok's trust. Still, he needed to decide whether bringing Jiangrok into the fold for the 20th round was the right move. He was well aware of Jiangrok's possession of the Dark Knight rune, a powerful item that essentially functioned like a cheat. However, he also knew its limitations. Without an advancement rune, Jiangrok would have to progress as a basic knight first. Moreover, to unlock the true potential of the Dark Knight, like the Dark Aura ability, Jiangrok would need to accumulate dark mana, a unique type of energy that couldn't be obtained through conventional means. It seemed suited for someone with a twisted hobby, like Jiangrok. Ryu Min mused that having a comrade with a psychopathic streak could be dangerous. For now, he decided to keep Jiangrok as a potential candidate but planned to exploit his usefulness as much as possible. He also noted that there were other promising players, like a girl he had seen with a unique green energy aura. Upon reaching his apartment, Ryu Min resolved to head out at dawn to begin his work. Later that day, at a local convenience store, the cashier seemed conflicted, clearly worried about something. He was anxious, fearing that their sales might plummet by 50%. Just then, his daughter arrived. He greeted her with a warm smile. Juri asked her father why he seemed so troubled. He explained that the store's lottery ticket sales had come to a complete halt. Curious, Julie asked why this had happened so suddenly. Her father sighed and told her that while the government had provided a reasonable-sounding explanation, it seemed like they were blaming the players for the downturn. The government admitted that they had no way of gauging the skill levels of the players. Julie recalled reading about a man who had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Her father sighed and added that rising labor costs and rent were already making things tough, and now he wasn't sure how to manage. Julie tried to reassure him, saying she would help out as soon as she graduated. She even wondered aloud whether taking on a part-time job would help them make ends meet. Her father quickly dismissed the idea, urging her to focus on her studies instead. He promised to handle the financial worries himself, reminding her that her goal of becoming a doctor was more important. Praising her for her good grades, he asked if she still planned to go to college. Julie hesitated, then confessed that she had given up on that dream. She explained that, in light of the current situation, education seemed pointless. Her father, seeing her determination, gave in. He admitted that the uncertainty of the next round was weighing heavily on him and that money was not the main concern. Apologizing for being so distracted lately, he admitted he had a lot on his mind. Julie squeezed his hand and assured him there was no need to apologize. She smiled warmly and told him she was okay, saying, "Guess what? I made it through the second round and even got myself a class." Her father looked at her with surprise and curiosity. Julie raised her hand in front of his forehead, and suddenly, green circles of light began to glow around her. Her father stared in astonishment as his body started to emit a faint green glow. He asked, bewildered, "What did you just do?" Julie grinned and explained, "It's a skill called Bless that I got when I earned the buffer class. It slightly boosts your stats and has a refreshing effect." Her father's face lit up with joy as he felt a rush of energy coursing through him. He praised her for her skills, saying he truly did feel more invigorated. Julie promised she would use this skill on him regularly to help him feel better. Encouraging him to lift his spirits, she gave him a playful nudge. Just then, the door to the convenience store swung open. A man stepped inside. Julie noticed the recognition in her father's eyes. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Dad, do you know that man who just walked in?" Her father nodded slightly, his expression a mix of curiosity and caution. The man was none other than Ryu Min, who had just entered the store, seemingly aware of the attention he was drawing. Julie's father informed her that the man who had just walked in was the first-place winner, the one who accurately picked the winning numbers on every tickets. As he approached the counter, Ryu Min greeted him with a familiar smile, asking if he remembered him. He continued, mentioning that he was the person who had bought 101 lottery tickets. Recognizing him, the man at the counter nodded and asked why he had come back. Ryu Min's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath before speaking. Apologizing, he admitted he had seen the news about how the sale of NATO lottery tickets had been halted after he won first place twice. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble for your shop," he said sincerely, "and I'm truly sorry for any harm I've unintentionally caused." Julie observed the entire interaction, noticing the genuine regret in his tone. The shopkeeper reassured Ryu Min, saying, "It's not your fault. We'll manage, even without the lottery sales." However, Ryu Min continued, rummaging through his bag as he spoke, "I know it's not entirely my fault, but I still feel responsible. I want to help in some way, even if it's just a small gesture." He pulled out an envelope and slid it across the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at the envelope, puzzled, and asked, "What's this?" Ryu Min calmly replied, "There's 10 million won in there." Both Julie and her father were shocked by the amount. The man quickly refused, but Ryu Min insisted, urging them to accept it. Before they could respond, he turned and left the store. Staring at the envelope, Julie's father seemed overwhelmed by the sudden offer. Without hesitating, Julie volunteered to return it. Taking the envelope, she dashed out of the store, calling out for Ryu Min to stop. He paused and turned to face her, his expression curious. As she caught up, Julie introduced herself, noting that they were in the same class. Ryu Min raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "I'm sorry, I'm not great with faces," he replied, clearly lying. He knew exactly who Julie Min was, the daughter of the convenience store owner, and someone with the unique buffer class. Still, he maintained his polite demeanor as if meeting her for the first time, masking his awareness with a well-practiced calm. When Ryu Min first realized that Julie had been in his class in the past, he was genuinely taken aback, feeling as if fate had intertwined their paths for a reason. He had originally approached her under the guise of coincidence, aiming to subtly persuade her to see things from his perspective. Julie, sensing his intentions, invited him to talk privately. Ryu Min agreed, and soon they found themselves sitting on a park bench under a clear, brilliant blue sky. Julie handed the envelope back to him. "Is this the money I just gave you?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Julie firmly insisted that he take it back, saying, "We can't accept such a large amount." Ryu Min knew that 10 million won was indeed a significant sum, and he had anticipated they might refuse it. He had given it with this in mind, aware that Julie was the type who could not tolerate any debt, regardless of her situation. Holding the envelope, she added with a sigh, "Just take it, my arm is starting to hurt." Ryu Min, however, declined, explaining, "I feel responsible for any trouble I've caused, which is why I offered it in the first place. It's the least I can do to ease my conscience." Julie countered, saying, "But that's way too much." Ryu Min responded calmly, "No matter the amount, I still want you to accept it. If you don't, it'll bother me for a long time." Julie protested again, "It's too burdensome and excessive." Ryu Min smiled slightly, knowing this was precisely why he insisted on giving it to her. He suggested she send a message to the store owner, adding, "To me, it's not that much money, so please don't feel pressured to refuse it." Julie shot back, "Why are you always so stubborn?" Just as Ryu Min stood up to leave, she called out, "Wait." She continued, "I'll take 1 million won, but 10 million is far too much." Ryu Min paused, intrigued, and asked, "And how can you make that decision for him? You should talk to the owner." Julie replied, "Trust me, my father would find accepting such a large amount awkward." Ryu Min feigned surprise. "Your father owns the convenience store," he said, tilting his head. "I had no idea." He admitted that he frequently visited the store, finding this coincidence strangely fascinating. As Julie studied him, she couldn't help but feel that there was more to his intentions than he was revealing. Julie acknowledged that she found the situation quite fascinating as well, especially since her classmate turned out to be the first natto winner. The word friend seemed to catch Ryu-min off guard. Julie then asked if he genuinely hadn't realized she was in his class all this time. Introducing herself, she mentioned that she recognized him the moment he entered the convenience store. Ryu-min, feigning a sheepish grin, replied, "This is actually our first real conversation. Sorry, I'm not really great with remembering faces." Julie's expression shifted to a slight frown, feeling a bit deflated that he only now seemed to know her name. Noticing her reaction, Ryu-min quickly apologized again. Julie blushed, remaining silent, while Ryu-min felt a twinge of guilt for pretending not to know her, though he knew he needed to act this way to keep her intrigued. Julie stood up and firmly reintroduced herself as Julie Min, stepping closer to him. "That's my face," she stated, her eyes meeting his. "Will you remember it now?" Ryu-min smiled warmly and nodded, his expression sincere. Julie's cheeks reddened further, and she found herself momentarily speechless, realizing how peculiar it felt to be formally introducing herself to a classmate so close to graduation. Sensing her unease, Ryu-min gently said, "I knew who you were, at least a little. And graduation doesn't have to mean losing contact." He then asked for her phone number. Julie, caught off guard, hesitated. "Is it wrong to ask?" he inquired with a playful smile. "I don't think it's strange to ask a classmate for their number." Blushing, Julie nodded and reached for his phone, quickly typing in her number before handing it back. "Thank you," Ryu-min replied, adding, "It seems like fate brought us together, so we should stay in touch." Julie stammered a bit before agreeing. Ryu-min then mentioned he needed to leave, explaining that he had something urgent to attend to. As he walked away, Julie realized she still held the envelope. She called after him, "Wait," but he simply waved back, continuing on his way without turning around. In the end, Julie couldn't bring herself to return the envelope. Her thoughts drifted to how Ryu-min had asked for her number, causing her face to flush as she clutched her chest, her heart still racing. She knew he only intended to be friends, but her feelings for him were too overwhelming to control. She thought back to when they had first met by chance. She had witnessed something involving him and had reported it to the police, feeling compelled to see the matter through, unsure whether she had done the right thing. Wanting to ensure he got home safely, she had decided to follow him. But when she saw him carrying on with his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he appeared. That was the moment she first became intrigued by him. However, she lacked the courage to approach him. As time passed, her feelings grew stronger, making it even harder for her to confront him directly. She never expected that they would meet again like this. Julie decided to be brave this time, considering it a rare opportunity that fate had handed her. With the envelope of 10 million won still in her pocket, she could no longer pretend she didn't know him. She wondered if she should invite him to dinner and smiled to herself. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was lying in bed, texting. Julie had just invited him to lunch. He replied that he was free and offered to cover the cost, but Julie insisted on paying. He hadn't expected her to be so quick to offer to buy him a meal. He had assumed she might feel indebted to him. This development was promising. It would be easier to make her an ally if they naturally became friends. He decided that, come the 20th round, he would make sure to save her. As Ryu-min emerged from his room, Ryu-won was sitting on the couch. "Where are you headed?" Ryu-won asked. Ryu-min replied, "I'm meeting a friend." "A friend?" Ryu-won watching TV. "Is this friend a woman?" Ryu-min smirked and asked, "Why, can't I meet women?" Ryu-min casually mentioned to his younger brother, Ryu-won, that he would be heading out for lunch. Ryu-won, surprised, quickly realized that his brother might be going on a date. Later, at a steakhouse, Ryu-min and Julie met up. As they settled down, Ryu-min asked if she liked steak. When Julie replied that she did, he encouraged her to eat plenty, causing her to blush. She found it hard to believe that she was sharing a meal alone with him, one of the best days she could remember. For a while, they ate in silence, and Julie felt the atmosphere growing awkward. Feeling the need to break the ice, she asked about his 4 consecutive natto lottery wins. Ryu-min casually replied that he had gotten lucky after seeing the numbers in a dream, a claim she found hard to believe. Curious, she asked how much money he made from his lucky streak. He joked that he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life but added more seriously that his real concerns were more about survival than wealth. Julie then shifted the conversation to their experiences in the first round of the game. She asked how difficult it had been for him to kill goblins. He replied that it had taken quite a while. When she asked which region he was in, he confessed he couldn't remember much but thought his region ended in the number 5. Julie told him her region ended at 7 and lamented that they couldn't cross into each other's territories in the other world. Ryu Min reassured her, explaining that as the number of survivors decreased, the regions would eventually merge. She then asked about his level, and he revealed he was at level 10, which she noted matched her own. Curious, she inquired about his class. Ryu Min responded that he didn't have a class yet. Julie mentioned that she was fortunate enough to acquire a class change item. Feigning ignorance, Ryu Min asked, "A buffer? Is it like giving buffs in a game?" Secretly, he was pleased to hear she was a buffer, it fit perfectly with his plans. Julie excitedly offered to show him her skill, explaining that her buff, Bless, boosted all stats slightly. Ryu Min, intrigued, said he would love to see it. With a smile, Julie activated her buff, eager to impress him. When Julie extended her hand, a green pattern appeared in the air before her, glowing softly. A notification window popped up, indicating that the blessing would last for 3 hours and that all of Ryu Min's stats had increased by 50%. He expressed his admiration for her skill, thinking to himself that it was a remarkable effect for a special talent. He also realized that once Julie reached her maximum level, the effectiveness of her ability could double, enhancing the buff to a total of 100%. That is, of course, if she managed to level up to the highest point. Regardless, he was pleased to have the buff, especially since meeting her had served that exact purpose. Ryu Min remembered the random gold pouch he had won as a reward for completing his first-class change subquest. The pouch contained a random amount of gold, determined by his luck stat. The higher his luck, the more gold he would receive. He thanked her, stating that the effects of the buff were impressive. Julie beamed and said he only had to ask if he ever needed another buff, reassuring him that casting it was effortless for her. Sensing there was more she wanted to say, he asked what else she had on her mind. Julie hesitated briefly before thanking him again for the 10 million won he had offered. She added that her father was also grateful and wanted to convey his thanks. However, Ryu Min sensed there was something more, so he probed gently, "Is that really all you wanted to say?" She shook her head slightly and explained that she had been thinking of something else. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a glowing object. Curious, Ryu Min asked what it was. Julie explained that she had found the item while hunting, and since he refused the money, she wanted him to at least accept this as a token of her appreciation. She insisted he take it, making it clear that she was sincere and wouldn't take "no" for an answer. They finished their meal, and Julie suggested they meet again sometime. Ryu Min nodded in agreement, advising her to stay safe in the upcoming round. She eagerly agreed, saying they should continue surviving and meeting at the park. After she left, Ryu Min was alone. He pulled up his inventory screen and inspected the object Julie had given him. It was a low-quality purple magic crystal, not particularly valuable but potentially useful. The crystal Julie gave him was a delicate, stunning purple stone with a faint mana aura. Ryu Min hadn't expected her to gift him something like this. When he removed it from his inventory, he noted the brief description, which didn't offer much insight into its properties. He had no idea what the crystal could actually do. However, he knew that at level 20, the combination function would unlock, allowing players to fuse magic crystals with weapons, and he suspected that this particular item would be of great value at that point. The combination feature would not only allow him to merge the crystal with a weapon, but also grant additional enhancements. There were 7 types of magic crystals, each with a different color representing a specific attribute: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for dexterity, blue for intelligence, dark blue for damage reduction, and purple, the rarest of all, for boosting all stats. The purple crystal had the lowest chance of appearing, making it incredibly valuable. Ryu Min felt fortunate to have acquired the crystal so easily. It was a testament to his high luck stat in real life. He decided he would save it until he reached level 20, when he could truly unlock its potential. Glancing at his screen, he noticed the Bless effect still had 30 minutes left. He debated whether to open the gold pouch before the buff expired but realized he first needed to make use of his Butcher rune to maximize his stats. The rune had a unique function: every time it killed a living entity, including something as small as an insect, it would increase all his stats by 1%. Since there were no insects to hunt in the alternate world, he had to kill monsters there, but the real world had no such restriction. He opened his bag and pulled out a plastic packet filled with 100 mealworms. Feeling a bit guilty, he placed the packet on the floor and apologized to the small creatures before raising his foot to crush them. A notification appeared, displaying a kill count of 45 out of 100, which resulted in a 45% boost to all his stats from the Butcher rune. Moments later, another window popped up showing the kill count had reached 67, raising his stat boost to 67%. Each update confirmed the rune's effects, steadily enhancing his abilities as he continued. Ryu Min continued using the Butcher rune until his kill count surpassed 100. With that, the rune's effect maximized, boosting all his stats by 100%. Opening his status window, he noticed his luck stat had climbed to 45 points. Feeling confident about his chances, he decided it was the perfect time to use the random gold pouch he had stored in his inventory. The random gold pouch was a rare consumable item, capable of yielding anywhere from 1 to 9,999 gold, but it had to be used before the next round. The amount received was directly influenced by the user's luck stat, so with his current luck boost, Ryu Min felt optimistic. He had used similar pouches before, and his luck had usually netted him between 300 to 600 gold. This time, however, he hoped for an even better outcome. He held his breath and used the pouch, his eyes locked on the notification window that appeared. To his shock and delight, the alert showed he had received the maximum amount, 9,999 gold. A wide grin spread across his face, the bless effect had indeed paid off. Checking his total gold, he now had 16,249, a substantial amount, more than enough to purchase an epic item. However, since the specific item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, he decided to save the gold for now. Back at the apartment, Ryu Min announced his return. His younger brother, Ryu 1, looked up from his smartphone and eagerly approached him. "So, how did your date go?" Ryu 1 asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ryu Min gave him a puzzled look. "What date?" he replied, pretending not to understand. "You know, with that girl you were meeting," Ryu 1 teased. Ryu Min waved him off. "Stop talking nonsense. What did you have for lunch?" Ryu 1 shrugged. "Just ordered black bean noodles." Ryu Min chuckled. "You should have treated yourself to something better." Ryu 1 frowned, confused. "What's wrong with noodles? I felt like eating them." Ryu Min nodded thoughtfully, remembering that just a month ago, they could barely afford such small luxuries. It was a reminder of how quickly things could change. As Ryu Min reflected, he remembered his recent investment of $150 million in Bitcoin. Predicting a market crash in 2 weeks, he planned to cash out just in time, similar to his past financial maneuvers. His attention shifted when a sleek car on television caught his eye, prompting him to realize he needed a driver's license. He decided to take the written exam, wondering how many times he'd attempted it in the past. Approaching it with a casual attitude, he completed it quickly. The proctor, puzzled by the speed, checked the computer and was surprised to see that Ryu Min had scored a 95. While he had expected to pass, there was a delay, and he had to wait 4 days to receive his license. After getting his license, Ryu Min bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. It was the car he always wanted. Ryu Min asked how long it will take to deliver the car. The man told him it will be delivered within a month. Finally, the moment arrived, and as he held his smartphone, he decided it was time to exit the Bitcoin market. Laughing while looking at his phone, Ryu 1 noticed and asked if something good had happened. Ryu Min replied that he had just sold all of his Bitcoin. When Ryu 1 asked how much it had grown, Ryu Min casually mentioned that the value had increased by $300 million. Ryu 1 nearly choked on his coffee, stunned by the massive profit. He could hardly believe it. His brother's initial investment of $60 million had multiplied so dramatically. Just a month ago, he had tried to discourage him, and now the return was beyond his imagination. Ryu Min admitted he hadn't expected it to grow so large, though he had estimated it might reach around $280 million, based on his previous experience. When Ryu 1 asked if he was withdrawing everything, Ryu Min confidently confirmed his decision. Ryu 1 agreed that it was a wise move, though he seemed to anticipate something else. But then Ryu Min revealed it was time to start investing in stocks. Ryu 1's face fell, as he felt uneasy about his brother's new plan. He asked what his strategy was, given his lack of knowledge about the stock market. Ryu Min reassured him not to worry, saying he had seen it in a dream. Doubtful, Ryu 1 asked if his brother had experienced another premonition, this time about stocks. Ryu Min described how his dream showed him that investing immediately would yield great returns. With no choice but to trust his brother's instincts, Ryu 1 reluctantly agreed to support him. Although Ryu Min felt confident in his predictive abilities, he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed by his brother's constant nervousness. Determined to proceed, Ryu Min decided to venture into the stock market. He chose a company valued at around $900 million, ranked 85th on the Kostak Index, Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation, a subsidiary of Gyeongrok. Despite its current obscurity, he knew that by the fourth round, the company would develop a unique system and experience rapid growth. Ryu Min reasoned that with such a high chance of success, there was no reason not to invest. He figured that securing shares and potentially gaining operational control as a major shareholder would allow him to exert significant influence. Confident in his strategy, he decided to invest $280 million to acquire a 31% stake in the company. Just as he was about to finalize the transaction, he heard his brother muttering a prayer, hoping the dream would come true. Amused by the sight, Ryu Min proceeded and completed the investment with a smile. As the sun had already set, Ryu Min realized he needed to go shopping. Even though it was past midnight, he opened the storefront window from his bed and began scrolling through the available items. Knowing he had some gold set aside for this purpose, he navigated to the equipment tab. He remarked on the convenience of using gold to purchase common skills and items. While most of the skills and items listed were of normal rank, he knew there was a way to obtain rare and epic items. The Today's Item feature allowed players to purchase a randomly rotating item daily. Typically, this unpredictability made it hard to get what one wanted, but Ryu Min's unique knowledge of the future gave him an advantage. He was aware that the legendary item he sought, the skeletal necklace, would be available that day. The skeletal necklace would remain active until the end of the round, providing a 3% boost to intelligence and a 1% increase in attack speed per enemy defeated, with a maximum of 25%. Priced at 4,600 gold, the item offered excellent benefits at a reasonable cost. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ryu Min quickly made the purchase, satisfied with its ability to enhance his attack speed. After confirming that the item he wanted was indeed available, Ryu Min decided to use it after completing his advancement quest. He retrieved a 50% discount voucher from his inventory, planning to use it on the purchase of the skeletal necklace. Upon clicking buy, he was stunned to find that his remaining balance was still 13,949 gold. Sitting up in surprise, he realized he had far more gold left than anticipated and started planning his next purchase. Initially, he had intended to use the leftover gold to buy a set of standard equipment, but then he considered a better option, purchasing another common skill with the extra 6,000 gold he had saved. After all, common skills were more useful than basic equipment. Motivated by this new goal, he resolved to quickly gather the 6,000 gold needed. Fortunately for him, the third round promised to be filled with plenty of monsters. As time passed, March 1, 2023, arrived. The moment had come when all players were transported back to the alternate world. Their bodies began to emit a yellow glow as their souls were pulled into the other realm. As expected, the day had finally come. Upon arrival, the players found themselves not in the familiar forest, but in a desolate village area. One player voiced their frustration at being drawn back into the strange world. Looking around, they noticed the village was in ruins, its structures reduced to rubble. Another player pointed out that this wasn't just a village but rather the remains of one. In the center, they noticed a glowing purple crystal surrounded by fortress-like walls, sparking curiosity and speculation about the nature of the third round. Ryu Min observed the tense atmosphere around him. Everyone seemed uneasy, sensing the strangeness of this place. He mused that at least one person, Cho Young-sik, would probably stay calm under these circumstances. Soon, murmurs about Young-sik started to spread among the players. They talked about their regional representative, a notorious gang leader known as Life is a Documentary. They recalled how he had intimidated everyone in the region into voting for him, waving a dagger to ensure no one dared to oppose him. Another player spoke up boldly, saying that instead of that murderer, Black Scythe should have been chosen as the representative. The player next to him quickly warned him to keep his voice down, pointing out that if Life is a Documentary overheard, he could use his authority to command. But the bold player shrugged it off, feeling there was nothing to fear since the authority of command could only be used 10 times. Life is a Documentary heard the remark and began shouting curses at them. The other players mocked him, saying he was acting as if swearing was prohibited and questioning why he was so upset. This only aggravated Life is a Documentary more. He waved his hands furiously, demanding that the crowd listen to him, but the players continued to talk over him, pretending not to notice his rage. His anger grew, knowing that the angel had revealed the power of command to everyone, and the events he had hoped to control were slipping from his grasp. Suddenly, a figure bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, sir," with polite gesture toward him. Recognizing the person, Life is Documentary asked Hwang Yong-min what he was up to. Yong-min addressed Life is a Documentary enthusiastically, but then called him by his real name, Jangsik, leader of the Jangsik gang. Jangsik, confused, asked Yong-min about his intentions. Youngmin responded cheerfully that he do not belong to any gang yet. He introduced himself as a young man in his 20s with dreams of becoming a mob boss. What did you say? Jangsik asked, bewildered by Youngmin's bizarre declaration. But before Jangsik could fully process it, Youngmin passionately proclaimed that he admired Jangsik and truly wanted to join his gang. Just as Jangsik was about to ask him why, Youngmin suddenly bowed deeply, pledging his lifelong loyalty and begging to be taken in. Jangsik smirked, amused. He had encountered many kinds of lunatics in his time, but this one was new to him. He appreciated Youngmin's spirit, so he ordered him to stand up. Then, with a hint of mockery, he asked if Youngmin was sure he still wanted to serve him, even knowing his reputation was tarnished. Youngmin responded with unwavering respect, saying that he didn't care about any of that. He declared that he wouldn't give a damn what others thought, as long as Jangsik accepted him into the gang. Jangsik, looking quite pleased, decided to take responsibility for the young man and raise him as his own. Youngmin, full of anticipation, bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude and sense of honor at the acceptance. Observing this unexpected alliance, people began murmuring among themselves, shocked that Youngmin had joined Life is a Documentary. They whispered that he must be crazy, but as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Meanwhile, Ryu Min blended into the crowd, relieved that everything had aligned exactly as he had predicted. Just then, the angel appeared and asked if everyone had gathered. She scanned the crowd and noted that 99 participants were missing. Her words left the players puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared, outlining the details of the third round. The primary objective was to protect the relics for 3 hours. The players quickly realized there were now only 4,900 participants in their region, and only 1,225 of them would be able to complete the quest. Confused, they began murmuring among themselves, wondering how so many people had disappeared. The angel clarified that those players had not simply vanished, it seemed there had been some conflict in the real world. She even confessed that she found the concept of human conflict terrifying. A concerned player urged everyone to check how many could still finish the round. As they saw the numbers, anxiety spread through the crowd. Only a quarter of the original group could now complete the round. One player suggested there might be a system error. The angel chuckled when she heard this, assuring them it was no mistake. She pointed out that they seemed shaken by the fact that fewer participants would be able to finish this round and hinted that they might be overlooking something crucial. She explained that in each round, only half of them might make it, but since everyone survived the previous round, it made sense that only a quarter would make it through this time. The players' faces showed a mix of fear and frustration. Before they could voice their complaints, the angel cut them off, insisting it was not unfair. She emphasized that all they needed to do was work hard and rank in the top 25%. She then continued to explain the specifics of the third round. The angel continued, explaining that every 30 minutes, waves of monsters would pour through the castle gates, with the relic at the center of the village as their primary target. To protect it, the players would need to work together through 5 waves. If they successfully defended the relic for the full 3 hours, they would receive an additional reward. However, failure would result in severe penalties. Regardless of whether the relic was protected, each player would be ranked based on the number of monsters they defeated. She warned them that the nature of this round meant there would be far more monsters than usual, though at only a third of their usual strength. But that also meant any experience points and gold gained would only be at a third of the normal amount. Jangsik grinned to himself, thinking that all he had to do was defeat as many monsters as possible. Holding the authority of command, he felt confident that this round would be straightforward. The angel then mentioned one more critical point she had almost forgotten. In the previous round, Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the representative. She explained that he could continue to use his authority moving forward. However, she sensed the crowd's curiosity about what would happen if he died. She clarified that if he were to perish due to natural causes, his position would become vacant. But what if another player were to kill him? She paused, letting the question linger. With a sly smile, the angel revealed that in such a case, the player who killed him would immediately become the region's new representative, inheriting his full command authority. At this revelation, several players began eyeing Jangsik with open hostility, their true intentions becoming clear. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the first wave of monsters would arrive in 10 minutes. She encouraged the players to cooperate if they hoped to survive for 3 hours, adding with a grin, "Though I'm not sure if any of you will make it." Jangsik cursed loudly, feeling the threat of enemies lurking behind him. He was furious that the angel had exposed his precarious position. Sensing danger all around, he shouted for anyone loyal to him to get ready for battle. Jangsik pulled out his dagger, daring anyone to come at him. "I'll face you all head-on," he shouted defiantly. The players around him seemed ready to attack. But one of them pointed out, "He can only use the command authority 10 times. He's not as powerful as he thinks." Another player added, "If I understood the angel correctly, the person who kills him takes his place as the representative." A third player argued that maybe keeping him as their leader would be more beneficial, and the group hesitated. Then, they noticed Black Scythe stepping forward boldly. Jangsik, feeling uneasy, demanded, "What do you want, Black Scythe?" Black Scythe approached calmly, "Relax, I'm just here to talk. No need to be afraid." Jangsik scoffed, "I'm not afraid. Say what you came to say, but don't think I'll bow my head to you." Black Scythe nodded. "I have a proposal for you," he began. "I understand you're in a tight spot right now. Let me protect you." Jangsik was confused. "Protect me?" Black Scythe clarified, "I'll guard you, stop anyone who tries to kill you. Consider it a personal escort service, one-on-one." The players around them began to murmur, realizing that to take down Jangsik, they'd now have to face Black Scythe too. It left them unsure of their next move. Jangsik, noticing the change in their demeanor, was tempted to accept the offer. He knew the reputation of Black Scythe alone could make people think twice. However, he was aware that there was always a price. "What do you want in return?" he asked cautiously. Black Scythe smiled slightly. "Nothing much. Just that you follow my orders, all of them." The demand stunned Jangsik. "You want me to be your subordinate?" "Think of it as a partnership," Black Scythe replied, his tone even. Jangsik, still suspicious, questioned, "Why are you offering me this deal? What's in it for you?" Black Scythe gave a shrug. "I can't say. Just know that you'll need to obey without question." Jangsik didn't like the sound of that. He realized he'd be putting himself under Black Scythe's control without knowing his motives. Inside, he cursed the man, frustrated by the impossible choice he was facing. Jangsik hesitated, wondering what would happen if he refused the offer. He feared that rejecting it might provoke Black Scythe to attack him. Black Scythe, sensing his indecision, reminded him that others were waiting for his answer and pressed him to make a choice. After a moment of uncertainty, Jangsik finally declared that he would not accept the offer. Ryu Min had expected this outcome. He knew that someone like Jangsik would never swallow his pride so easily. The players around them began to mock Jangsik for his decision. He could have hunted in peace if he just accepted, one of them jeered. Another guessed that Jangsik had refused because he felt insulted at being asked to obey. They joked that his pride was worth more than his life, or maybe he just had no regard for the rest of the players. Everything was unfolding just as Ryu Min remembered from his past life. He knew Jangsik would always draw a clear line and refuse to submit. Black Scythe, appearing indifferent, replied, "Very well, your choice is made. I won't concern myself with whether you live or die." The players' excitement grew at the news that Black Scythe wouldn't interfere. Now, they could target Jangsik freely, and the prospect seemed to thrill them. For a brief moment, Jangsik felt a pang of doubt. Maybe he should have accepted the offer after all. But before he could dwell on it, a notification window flashed. Wave 1 was about to begin. Another message followed, instructing the players to guard the relic and prepare for the arrival of monsters. It also revealed that Wave 2 would start in 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters were defeated. Someone in the crowd shouted for everyone to protect the relic. As the countdown began, Jangsik realized he couldn't rely on anyone here. They were all potential threats. He knew he had no choice but to fight alone. Jangsik noticed Black Scythe moving away from the crowd and wondered where he was headed. He watched as Black Scythe continued walking toward a deserted alley, prompting Jangsik to follow. He questioned whether Black Scythe planned to fight alone or head straight to the entrance. The first wave started almost immediately. The doors began to creak open slowly, revealing 49,100 players and 9,800 weakened goblins waiting on the other side. As the goblins, each with a fierce appearance, started pouring through the narrow doorway, a notification window displayed their numbers. Upon realizing the sheer number of monsters swarming into the village, Jangsik felt a surge of panic. The window also noted that, due to the nature of the round, the goblins' strength was reduced to just 1/3 of their usual power. The final message read, "Good luck to you all." Jangsik found the situation absurd. Deciding to observe from a safe distance, he quickly hid and ran up the stairs to get a better view. He wondered why Black Scythe wasn't moving. It seemed that Black Scythe intended to fight the goblins at the entrance alone. Jangsik noticed that the entrance, while narrow, was still wide enough to fit at least 10 goblins side by side. He questioned how confident Black Scythe must be to face them all by himself. Reaching the top of the stairs, Jangsik opened a door and peered down. As the goblins approached, he watched Black Scythe remain in position, seemingly unfazed. Jangsik thought the man must be insane. His level was certainly high, but facing so many enemies alone seemed reckless. He assumed Black Scythe was bluffing and that he'd retreat after a few moments of fighting. But then, to his surprise, Black Scythe charged forward and met the goblins head-on. With a swift swing of his scythe, he cut down several goblins in a single blow. Jangsik's attention was drawn to the ferocity of the attack. More goblins leapt towards Black Scythe, but he stood his ground, preparing to strike again. With incredible speed and agility, Black Scythe leapt into the air, slicing through the goblins with a precise counterattack. Jangsik finally understood the extent of Black Scythe's power. Seeing this, he wondered if it was because Black Scythe had already reached level 16. That strength certainly made sense now. Realizing this wasn't the best time to simply watch, Jangsik decided to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible to grow stronger himself. He turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the village, where he expected to see a fierce clash between the goblins and the players. Near the relic, the players had gathered, working together to protect it. They communicated with each other, shouting which entrance had been breached and where reinforcements were needed. Jangsik, emerging from his hiding spot, decided it was time to start taking down goblins. He viewed them as a way to gain experience points. As he charged toward a group of goblins, they immediately rushed at him. But before they could reach him, Jangsik sensed something behind him. He reacted instantly, striking first before it could do any damage. Grinning with pride, he was satisfied with his quick reflexes. Thanks to the rune of detection, he had anticipated their movements, believing this fight would be easy. Suddenly, Jangsik caught a glint of metal in his peripheral vision. He tried to dodge, but it grazed his ear. Realizing it was an arrow, he scanned the area, confused. He hadn't seen any goblins using bows. Furious, he searched for whoever fired it. Though he didn't know who it was yet, he swore to get revenge if he found out. Just then, he felt a sharp pain as another player stabbed him in the side. He groaned as the attacker shouted in triumph. Anger flared within him. Gritting his teeth, Jangsik grabbed the spear embedded in his body, yanking it to pull the player closer. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into the attacker's chest. "Die, you son of," he shouted, withdrawing the blade with a fierce snarl. Suddenly, Jangsik saw another arrow whizzing toward him. He froze momentarily, then turned to spot the archer who had fired it. The archer was positioned at a distance, preparing to launch another shot. Without hesitation, Jangsik grabbed the spear that had been used to stab him and hurled it with all his might. Before the archer could release the arrow, the spear struck him directly in the skull, causing blood to gush out. Clutching his wound, Jangsik realized that he needed to be far more concerned about the other players than the goblins. Regret washed over him for being chosen as the representative of his region. He hated the responsibility and would gladly relinquish the position if given a chance. He began to wonder if refusing Black Scythe's offer had been the right choice, but his pride wouldn't let him become anyone's subordinate. As he wandered around, trying to devise a way to hunt without worrying about the other players, he noticed a goblin being brutally slain nearby. He quickly recognized the attacker. It was the current regional rank 3, known as Black Dragon. Jangsik smiled when he realized who it was and approached him. "Who are you?" Black Dragon asked, noticing Jangsik coming closer with a dagger pointed in his direction. "You will defend me, from now on," Jangsik shouted, his expression fierce. He used his authority to command. Meanwhile, a notification screen appeared, indicating that his skeletal necklace granted a 25% increase in attack speed. Ryu Min, on the other side, continued his relentless slaughter of the goblins. Another notification screen popped up, showing that he had defeated 502 goblins with just over 100 remaining. 3 buffs had been awarded. The Butcher Rune's effect had doubled all his stats, and he received an additional 3.33 gold per kill. Ryu Min glanced at his status bar. He was nearing his goal of 2,000 gold. He grinned, knowing that reaching 2,000 gold in the second wave would be straightforward. He had already planned to purchase 2 common skills and save even more gold in the next round. His next objective was clear, acquiring the Rune of Thought. As Ryu Min focused on the screen, a group of goblins crept up behind him. Sensing their presence, he swiftly eliminated them all with precise strikes. The remaining goblins, seeing his might, hesitated to approach. Confused, he wondered why they had suddenly stopped. At that moment, Black Scythe charged forward, taking out the goblins in their place. Meanwhile, the players on the other side of the map sensed something unusual. The undead monsters in their vicinity had taken on a strange yellow glow. A notification screen appeared, announcing that the first wave had been successfully blocked. Relieved, the players cheered as they received the update. 967 players had perished, while 3,933 were still alive. As a reward for surviving the first wave, each of them was given 500 gold. One player, exhausted, declared he was taking a short break before the next wave began. However, Ryu Min knew better. He understood that even though the goblins had been weakened, they were still a serious threat, evidenced by the high number of casualties. He decided to find an ally and soon spotted Young-sik, who looked severely wounded. Ryu Min doubted whether Young-sik would make it through the next wave in his current state. Young-sik was struggling. Surrounded by players who had abandoned fighting the goblins, he realized they were all focused on him. One bold player lunged at him, but before he could strike, Black Dragon intervened, crushing the attacker. Grateful, Young-sik appreciated the command authority that allowed those under his charge to protect him. It was their assistance that had helped him survive the first wave. "Are you all right?" Young Min asked, concerned. Even though he hadn't used his command authority on Young Min, the latter had chosen to follow him anyway. Clutching his wound, Young-sik groaned in pain. Blood continued to pour out, and he began to question whether he could make it through in his weakened state. But he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He wanted to survive this round, to prove his worth. Turning towards the entrance, they saw the warning: the second wave was imminent. It would bring 7,886 weakened goblins and hobgoblins against the remaining 3,933 players. The goblins, weakened to just a third of their normal strength due to the nature of the round, charged toward Black Scythe with relentless speed. Maintaining a serious expression, he swung his scythe without hesitation, cutting down several goblins at once. Their lifeless bodies piled up on the ground around him. A notification flashed on his screen: he had reached level 20. No longer an apprentice, he had become a regular, unlocking the combination function. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with his progress. With the combination function now available, he knew he could craft exclusive items that were otherwise unavailable in the store. Another notification appeared, announcing that his death insignia had been enhanced due to his rank advancement. Its power had increased from 100 to 120. Additionally, he had learned a new skill unique to Reapers, the Night of Death. The skill allowed him to cast darkness energy, summoning an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. He noted that another skill would be unlocked at level 40. Ryu Min was delighted with the additional damage from the Death Emblem and intrigued by the synergy between the Night of Death and his Reaper rune, which became more potent at night. The Reaper rune doubled weapon attack during the day and increased attack speed by 50% at night. It also reduced the chance of detection by enemies if he remained motionless after dark. As he finished reviewing the new abilities, the goblins launched themselves at him again. Grinning, he welcomed the opportunity to test his newfound powers. He quickly cast the Night of Death, enveloping the area in darkness and halting the goblins in their tracks. They staggered, unable to see or understand what had attacked them. One by one, he dispatched them with rapid, lethal strikes. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. Ryu Min's foot touched the ground with a graceful landing after a series of swift and calculated blows. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead goblins, stacked one atop another. A notification appeared on the players' screens, confirming they had successfully repelled the second wave. Out of the initial group, 590 players had perished, leaving 3,343 survivors. Those who remained were awarded 500 gold each. As Ryu Min rested, he contemplated acquiring some common skills to better prepare himself for the coming waves. He opened the shop interface and searched for a particular skill: presence detection. This skill allowed a player to detect any target within a 30-kilometer radius. Upon activating it, he confirmed that only he and the goblin corpses were left in the vicinity. He also considered saving an additional 20,000 gold for future purchases. Soon, the third wave began: 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The battle was intense, but the players managed to fend off the onslaught, and a notification announced their victory. Immediately following, the fourth wave commenced with 3,001 players facing 6,002 hobgoblins. Ryu Min continued to fight with all his might, as did the other players, until another notification confirmed they had successfully repelled the fourth wave. Young-sik appeared exhausted, but he knew only 1 hour remained. He was confident he could survive that long. He issued every command under his authority, trusting that those still loyal to him would keep a watchful eye. Then, the fifth wave began: 10,800 gnolls against 2,700 players. When Young-sik saw the sheer number of gnolls, he was stunned and wondered why there were so many. Due to the round's nature, the gnolls were only at 1/3 of their usual strength, but even so, the battle was fierce. Young-sik seized this opportunity to break the previous records. He vowed to become stronger and tear apart those who had disregarded him once he did. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the wounded caught his attention. He noticed that other players were attacking the very ones he had commanded to protect him, trying to break through and reach him. He quickly gathered his remaining guards in front of him, issuing a desperate command to hold off the attacking players. The guards rushed forward, but their numbers were dwindling fast. Feeling cornered and overwhelmed, Yongsik cursed under his breath and took off running. The players gave chase, and he pushed himself to run as fast as he could, knowing he only needed to survive until the wave ended. He reached the gate where Black Scythe stood, waiting for the gnolls. In a panic, he hurried over, shouting that he had accepted Black Scythe's offer. He swore he would keep his promise if Black Scythe protected him. But Black Scythe remained silent, unmoved. Frustrated, Yongsik shouted again, "I'm accepting the offer," but Black Scythe cut him off with a cold look. "I told you," Black Scythe said, "I'm not interested anymore." He made it clear that Yongsik was on his own, regardless of whether he survived or not. Yongsik, desperate, insisted he was willing to become Black Scythe's subordinate, bewildered at the refusal. Black Scythe simply replied, "I don't need an underling with no real command power." The realization hit Yongsik like a punch to the gut. Black Scythe was implying that he was worthless. Regret flooded through him for having rejected the offer earlier. Nearby, a player remarked, "Did you see Black Scythe just turn him down?" Another one laughed, relieved. "Good. I was worried he might keep him alive for some documentary nonsense." A third player chimed in, "Now, we can kill him whenever we want." Enraged, Yongsik vowed to take down at least one of the players who had turned against him. Suddenly Yongmin came to help him. Yongsik was happy to see Yongmin. But before he could act, a sudden blow struck his face. It was Yongmin. Yongmin looked at him with a cruel smile. "Are you tired?" he asked mockingly. "I'll make sure to help you." Yongsik, trying to shake off the blow, mumbled that he didn't need his help, but Yongmin's expression only grew darker. With a devilish grin, Yongmin taunted, "I'll kill you myself, make it easier for you." He delivered another harsh punch, sending Yongsik sprawling to the ground. Yongsik groaned in pain, clutching his cheek. Before Yongsik could utter a curse, Yongmin grabbed him by the collar, striking him repeatedly. Each punch came harder than the last, as Yongmin's presence loomed over him, dominating and relentless. Blood streamed from his nose, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Yongsik could barely comprehend what was happening. His pride shattered as he realized he was being betrayed, unable to make the final move against Yongmin. Then, with a brutal kick, Yongmin delivered the finishing blow. A notification appeared, announcing the death of the region's representative. The message declared Yongmin as the new representative, having claimed the title by assassinating his predecessor. A grin spread across Yongmin's face as he basked in his victory. With this newfound authority, he relished the idea of exercising complete control over his fellow players. Looking down at Yongsik's lifeless body, Yongmin vowed to assert his power to its fullest. He remarked that Yongsik's downfall was due to his constant fleeing, branding him an embarrassment. His grin widened, knowing the other players had witnessed his ruthless display and would now recognize his strength. Turning to address the local players, Yongmin noticed that the crowd seemed hesitant, almost fearful. Whispers filled the air. One player, still in shock, muttered about how he had killed someone with his bare hands, leaving others covered in goosebumps. Another asked what had led up to this moment, recalling how Yongmin had previously seemed to defer to the gang leader. They wondered if he had planned to betray him all along. Skepticism and disbelief spread among the crowd. Some found it hard to accept that someone like him could now be their regional representative. A voice from the crowd finally declared that the representative had changed. Yongmin smirked, fully aware that the tides had turned in his favor. Though he felt a pang of regret, he had already devised a plan to handle the situation. Without hesitation, he sprinted off, heading straight for Black Scythe. When he arrived, Black Scythe eyed him suspiciously. "What's the matter?" he asked, his tone blunt. "Did you get the message?" Yongmin, brimming with excitement, replied, "I'm the new regional representative now. I'm in charge." Black Scythe remained expressionless but nodded in acknowledgement. Yongmin then boldly declared, "I'm ready to accept that offer you gave to the life is a documentary." Simply put, Yongmin agreed to comply with all of Black Scythe's demands in exchange for his safety. He felt confident his plan would work. After all, he was now the new regional representative, unlike Yongsik, who had failed because he lacked command authority. Yongmin was certain that Black Scythe wouldn't turn him down now, especially since he hadn't yet used his newfound authority. However, Black Scythe's expression remained stern. "Your attitude isn't exactly winning me over," he said flatly. He then added, "If you want me to consider your offer, get on your knees." Yongmin blinked in confusion, not fully grasping what Black Scythe meant. "But I'm in a position to give orders," he protested. Black Scythe shook his head. You're mistaken. You think you have something to offer, but you're the one who lost here. I don't care about titles or positions. If you want my protection, you're going to have to earn it, so kneel. As the other players began to draw closer, Young Min felt a wave of panic. He had to make a decision quickly. Swallowing his pride, he dropped to his knees before Black Scythe. Please, he begged, let me serve under you. I'll follow your every command, I promise. Black Scythe stared down at him, his expression unreadable. Deep down, he was tired of this pitiful display. He had seen it too many times before. Yet, unlike Young Sik, he recognized potential in Young Min. After a tense pause, Black Scythe nodded. Fine. I accept, he replied. Young Min sighed in relief, thanking him profusely. But Black Scythe cut him off with a dismissive wave. Stop groveling, he snapped. I don't want to see you like this again. Young Min understood. Rising to his feet, he stepped aside as Black Scythe moved past him to face the players who had been pursuing. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of their next move. One player nervously suggested attacking immediately, but another quickly objected. He can take on multiple enemies at once, the player whispered. We don't stand a chance against someone like that. Sensing their hesitation, Black Scythe decided to offer them a choice. Listen up, he called out. You have two options. You can either die by my hand, or you can abandon this pointless quest for power and go back to hunting monsters. He pointed at them, his eyes cold. Personally, I'd recommend the first option if you're looking for a quick end. The players froze, realizing just how serious he was. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them as they contemplated their next move. However, Black Scythe was also fine with the latter option. He made it clear that anyone who raised a sword against him would no longer be considered human. The players gulped nervously, their fear palpable. A number of them began to back away, deciding to abandon their pursuit. Young Min was surprised by the sudden retreat. Black Scythe had managed to intimidate them all into standing down. Despite his fierce demeanor, Young Min thought, Black Scythe could be a reliable ally. Black Scythe surveyed the area, sensing that the round was slowly coming to an end. While the gnomes still posed a threat, it seemed the players would soon overcome the fifth wave. Yet, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with this conclusion. He turned to Young Min, addressing him directly. Young Min responded with a warm smile, ready to fulfill his promise. All right, Black Scythe said, it's time to make good on your word. With confidence, Young Min agreed and asked for his first command. Black Scythe's eyes narrowed. Break the relic, he instructed, and use all 10 of your commands of authority. Young Min's smile faltered, replaced by a look of shock. He knew breaking the relic would have dire consequences for everyone involved. His earlier eagerness turned to frustration and doubt. Why would you want that? He asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. Even with all his power, he feared he might not be able to handle the fallout. But Black Scythe cut him off sharply. Stop questioning and follow orders, he demanded. Young Min tried to negotiate, asking if he could use just 9 of his 10 commands instead. But Black Scythe's patience wore thin. Don't repeat yourself, he warned. Decide quickly, or face death. Reluctantly, Young Min nodded. I'll do it, he conceded. Black Scythe began to list the names of the individuals on whom Young Min was to use his authority. Shim Sung Yu, Little Chili Pepper, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Don't Bother Me. He ordered Young Min to command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Young Min's eyes widened in disbelief. The list was full of his closest friends. Was Black Scythe doing this on purpose? His friends begged him not to go through with it, but he could only shrug and offer a quiet apology. I'm sorry, he said, but it's Black Scythe's orders. With a heavy heart, Young Min gave the command to his friends, destroy the relic. After Young Min called out the names given by Black Scythe, a notification blared across all screens, alerting every player that the relic was under attack. Instantly, all eyes turned to the relic, and disbelief rippled through the crowd as they saw 10 players relentlessly striking it. Panic erupted, and frantic shouts filled the air, urging them to stop. A surge of players rushed forward, desperate to prevent the destruction of the relic, fearing the severe penalty that awaited if it shattered. One player screamed orders to halt the attackers, while another tried to physically pull away a player hitting the relic. A third suggested taking extreme measures, even killing the attackers if necessary. But before anyone could intervene, the relic cracked wide open and shattered completely. A notification flashed, relic destroyed. Primary mission failed. A new message announced that in 30 minutes, a divine retribution proxy would be summoned. Another screen popped up with urgent instructions for all players to survive the impending divine retribution. The round would continue until the countdown ended. The players glanced at each other in confusion, wondering if they were about to face a new kind of boss battle. Then, a notification for a subquest appeared, and Ryu Min's grin widened. The subquest's objective was to survive the Divine Retribution proxy, with a timer counting down and a prize of 3,000 gold for those who succeeded. The sight of the prize seemed to change the mood among the players. Although the primary quest only offered 2,000 gold, many began to calculate that completing the subquest would net them even more, an additional 3,000 gold. Suddenly, what seemed like a failure now offered a more lucrative opportunity. Black Scythe had anticipated this turn of events. He had instructed young Min to destroy the relic, knowing full well that he didn't want to do it himself. As the notification confirmed the relic's destruction, another message appeared, confirmed, relic was broken by the players who attacked it. A penalty was immediately imposed on those 10 players, a permanent 50% reduction in all their stats. The 10 players, who had only followed young Min's orders, stood in shock and disbelief, unable to accept the harsh consequences for their actions. The 10 players, furious at young Min, turned on him. Young Min, visibly shaken, stammered out an apology, insisting he had no idea about the punishment. But before he could finish, another notification flashed across their screens: region representative penalized, stats permanently reduced by 50% for failing to protect the relic. The reality sank in hard. Young Min let out a scream of rage, cursing loudly and kicking the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watched them closely. Understanding the severity of permanent stat reductions, a near-death sentence in a game where survival depended on every advantage, Ryu Min decided to prepare himself for the upcoming battle against the Divine Retribution proxy. He quickly accessed the shop and spent his extra gold on some essential items. First, he chose the Assassin's Hood, a standard helmet for assassins that added 3 points to agility and 20 to defense. He knew that even minor improvements could make a difference. Then, he purchased the Agile long boots, which, despite their tight appearance, were surprisingly comfortable, offering 15 defense, plus 2 agility, and a 5% speed boost. Ryu Min knew that every little stat increase could aid him in the upcoming subquest. He began crafting, carefully combining various items with a mana stone. One successful attempt created a skull and bones necklace that boosted all stats by 1. Determined to enhance all his gear, he attached a mana stone to each piece, resulting in a seasoned hunter's leather armor with improved damage reduction. Another combination yielded a Grim Reaper's scythe, which granted an additional 2 points to strength. Although he understood that low-grade mana stones wouldn't offer much of an advantage, he figured any boost was better than none. Meanwhile, the players gathered in the center of the village, sensing an ominous presence around them. Anxiety filled the air as they questioned whether this was the beginning of the Divine Retribution. The tension grew as they braced for what was to come. One of the players urged everyone to hold out for the next 30 minutes. Another suggested that their best chance for survival might be to keep running away. Ryu Min listened to them and knew they were underestimating their opponent. In his past life, out of the original 2,700 players, only around 500 had managed to survive. Escaping wouldn't be easy. The proxy of divine punishment was not something they could outrun. Even at level 40, it was a formidable monster, swift and merciless. But Ryu Min had a different plan. He wanted to defeat it and claim the substantial reward that came with it. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light pierced through the darkened sky. The source of the light was the Divine Retribution's messenger. As it approached, most of the players looked up, thinking all they had to do was evade it until time ran out. Meanwhile, Ryu Min felt an unusual calm settle over him as he observed the enemy. He held a unique advantage, the title of First Ever Angel Slayer, earned after defeating the Angel Brielle. This title doubled his stats against divine-type enemies, and the proxy of divine punishment fit that category perfectly. The divine entity descended from the sky, its appearance marked by an aura of light. In its hands, it wielded a staff with a bell embedded in a circular end. It struck the ground with the staff, sending a loud, resonating sound across the village. A barrier of radiant light formed, encircling a section of the village, and notifications flashed before the players. The proxy of divine retribution had cast a restriction field. Panic set in as players realized they were trapped. Another alert confirmed their stats would be reduced by 50% while inside the barrier. Several players desperately tried to break the barrier, striking it repeatedly, but it held firm. Ryu Min quickly assessed the situation. Around 300 people were now caught within the field. He knew there was little he could do to save them all. As he watched, the divine entity spread its angelic wings, releasing a flurry of needle-like blades that filled the sky. Ryu Min recognized this as the signal to begin. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the massacre. The proxy of divine punishment unleashed a flurry of gleaming blades that shot through the air like streaks of light. The players, caught in its relentless assault, scrambled in every direction. Panic spread among them as the blades cut through the air with an eerie whistling sound, slicing through armor, skin, and bone alike. Cries of pain and alarm filled the air as several players fell to their knees, clutching at their wounds. Others desperately tried to dodge, but the speed of the blades made them almost impossible to evade. More blades rained down, their numbers multiplying, creating a deadly downpour that left no room for escape. Trapped within the restriction field, the players realized they were cornered. The light arrows fell like a storm, and those who had managed to dodge the initial wave were quickly overwhelmed by the unending barrage. Fear gripped them, there was no way out, no safe place to hide. Ryu-min, however, saw this as his chance. As the others frantically looked for cover, he moved with calculated precision. While the proxy was focused on the chaos it was creating, Ryu-min used the distraction to his advantage. He silently moved closer, his eyes never leaving the proxy. Every muscle in his body was tense, ready for the perfect moment to strike. He noticed the barrier beginning to weaken, its edges flickering and losing their solidity. This was his moment. He knew that once the barrier faded completely, he'd have a brief window to launch a surprise attack. The proxy of divine punishment was still targeting the scattered players, its attention solely on its targets. Confident that it hadn't noticed him yet, Ryu-min crept closer, stopping just 5 meters away. His heart pounded in his chest, but his movements were steady, every step silent on the ground. He activated the death emblem on his scythe, feeling its dark energy surge through the weapon, making it hum with power. This was going to be a decisive blow, he needed it to count. The proxy's senses seemed to flicker with awareness, but it was already too late. With a swift, powerful motion, Ryu-min swung his scythe, the blade glinting with a deadly light. It cut through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the proxy directly in its face. The blade dug deep into its eye, and a violent scream erupted from the proxy, echoing across the battlefield. The impact was brutal. The proxy staggered back, clutching its wounded eye as dark energy crackled around it. Its health bar dropped significantly, the single blow reducing it by a staggering 40%. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if even the world itself was stunned by the attack. Ryu-min didn't waste a second. He knew the proxy would retaliate and try to trap him again. As he predicted, it began casting another restriction field, its remaining eye blazing with fury. Without waiting for it to complete, he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the expanding barrier. Watching for his next opening, Ryu-min noticed a gap in the proxy's defense. He could see the energy gathering around its hands, preparing to raise the field. He charged forward, his movements swift and agile, aiming for the other eye. His scythe gleamed with a dark sheen as he launched himself into the air, his body twisting mid-leap. "I'll take the other eye," he muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to strike, the proxy let out a deafening cry, sensing the imminent danger. But Ryu-min was faster, his scythe already descending in a deadly arc. The proxy of divine punishment continued to scream in rage as Ryu-min landed gracefully a short distance away. With its restriction field now in place, every player inside found their stats reduced to 50%, but Ryu-min didn't seem bothered in the slightest. To him, the proxy, now blinded, was nothing more than a glorified sandbag. Even as it continued to howl in pain, the proxy fired light arrows wildly in all directions, hoping to strike him down. Ryu-min remained behind the proxy, shrouded in darkness, having activated his Night of Death ability. The light arrows, obscured by the surrounding shadows, failed to find their mark. The proxy seemed utterly disoriented, flailing blindly in its attempts to hit him. Ryu-min understood the mechanics of this world well. In a place like this, darkness often triumphed over light. Seizing the moment, Ryu-min leapt into the air, his scythe poised for another strike. His expression was focused and determined. "Time to finish this," he declared, his voice cold and resolute. He swung his scythe with all his might, aiming for the proxy's wing. The blade sliced through the air, connecting with a solid impact. One of the proxy's wings was severed, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The proxy let out a guttural cry, its body racked with pain. Refusing to relent, the proxy raised its staff, preparing for a counterattack. But Ryu-min, now fully engulfed in battle mode, reacted swiftly. He slashed again with blinding speed, catching the proxy off guard. The blade struck true, eliciting another pained moan from the proxy. It stumbled, struggling to maintain its balance and composure. Ryu-min stepped back, his movements fluid and precise, as if dancing in the air. He hovered for a moment, calculating his next move. Then, with unwavering resolve, he charged forward once more, targeting the remaining wing. His scythe cut through the air again, severing the second wing cleanly. Another agonized cry erupted from the proxy as the severed wing fell to the ground. Ryu Min landed lightly beside the fallen wings, his gaze fixed on his foe. He checked the proxy's remaining health and saw that it was now down to a mere 10%. Victory was within his grasp. The proxy of divine punishment was about to play his last card, and Ryu Min knew it. Ever the strategist, he decided it was time to create some distance between himself and his divine foe. Keeping a safe gap was essential, after all. As he backed away, a new notification flashed across his screen. It was a warning about the proxy's last radiant storm, a passive skill that granted it immense strength and a temporary state of invincibility. Ryu Min watched intently as the proxy began to glow, its body radiating a brilliant yellow while its staff shimmered ominously in purple. He recalled from past experience that this was the moment when its endurance hit rock bottom. Had he rushed in earlier, the proxy would have unleashed its full might against him without hesitation. Suddenly, lightning crackled through the air, and the proxy let out a guttural roar that could rival any heavy metal band. Tiny purple warp holes started forming in the sky, raining down like celestial confetti. But Ryu Min, the patient observer, held his ground, carefully watching the spectacle unfold. This attack, known as Last Radiant Storm, came with a countdown timer that appeared on his screen. The timer ticked down from 50 seconds, adding a sense of urgency to the scene. For the first 30 seconds, the proxy was surrounded by a static field. At the 10-second mark, the staff began to crackle and flash with energy, intensifying with every moment. Ryu Min's lips curled into a knowing grin. He waited as the countdown neared its final moments. The proxy's once invincible state was finally disarmed. In that split second, Ryu Min seized the opportunity. He launched himself from behind, moving with speed and purpose. His scythe gleamed in the dim light as he lifted it high, eyes locked on his target. With a powerful downward swing, he brought the blade down with all his might. The scythe cut cleanly through the proxy's neck, severing its head in a single, decisive blow. The divine body crumpled, its head rolling away. The battle ended with a dramatic finale, just as Ryu Min had planned. After Ryu Min's triumphant showdown against the proxy of divine punishment, a flurry of notification windows filled his screen, showering him with glory and rewards. First came the confirmation of his monumental feat, proof that he had successfully vanquished the proxy. Cheers erupted, only to be followed by a wave of celebratory alerts. 3 successive notifications flashed, announcing that he had leveled up. His pockets felt heavier with 8,200 gold coins, and an extra 4,000 coins topped it off like icing on a cake. Cash truly is king, no denying that. But the real prize was the title he had earned, Nemesis of Divine Retribution. Now, that was something special. He checked out the benefits, an incredible 80% reduction in damage from divine-type attacks. Game-changing, for sure. As he read further, he realized that to earn this prestigious title, one had to be the first to eliminate the proxy of divine punishment. A rare and rewarding accomplishment. And the rewards kept pouring in. He received condensed ether, a substance that is nothing short of the holy grail for crafting god-ranked items. But the surprises didn't end there. A radiance rune appeared next, a mystical gem that fused directly into his body, akin to a magical tattoo. This rune offered unique advantages, enhancing all divine-type skills by 1% and increasing his intelligence by 1 point per level. Given Ryu Min's current level of 30, this meant an immediate boost of 30 intelligence points and a 30% enhancement in his divine abilities. With this new power, a grin spread across his face. The radiance rune was his, and it felt like everything was falling perfectly into place. Just then, another notification flashed across the screen, breaking the tension in the central square. It announced that the subquest had been completed with perfection. With 3,000 gold pieces in hand, it was time for some well-deserved celebrations. The players were abuzz, and all eyes were on Black Scythe, the man of the hour. Whispers filled the air about how he had single-handedly defeated the proxy of divine punishment. Some marveled at his monstrous skills, while others outright called him a beast. But then, the angel named Olive cut into their chatter with a declaration. She proclaimed that Ryu Min was the first human she had ever truly acknowledged and expressed her excitement. Ryu Min, however, hardly seemed to care. He was busy scanning through his own notification screens. In a light-hearted mood, Olive suggested an interview, hoping to get his take on his spree of divine slayings. Ryu Min was less than thrilled by the idea. Without even sparing her a glance, he curtly replied that he had done it simply because he wanted to. Olive found his reasoning puzzling. After all, he could have just passed the stage and still received a reward. But no, Ryu Min had chosen a different path, going on what seemed like a relentless killing spree. He calmly explained that if he hadn't acted, there would have been a massacre of the players. The other players, who had been listening closely, began to rethink their perceptions. Maybe Ryu Min, or Black Scythe, was more than just a powerful player, perhaps he is a nice person. Even one of the players admitted that he'd expected someone like Black Scythe to be ruthless, but maybe he was different. Meanwhile, Olive, with her celestial wisdom, couldn't quite wrap her mind around a human protecting his own kind. To her, it was baffling how humans could coexist peacefully one moment and then turn on each other the next. Lost in thought, Ryu-min concluded that this was just what he expected, especially from a self-absorbed angel. Still confused but not without admiration, Olive praised the crowd for their perseverance but reminded them of a harsh reality: it was far too early to relax. The game was far from over. She then decided it was time to display the results of the third round. The massive screen lit up with the scores. Unsurprisingly, Black Scythe dominated every zone, racking up a staggering 3,631 enemy kills. He was on fire. Behind him were Level 13 Stupid Idiot and Heavenly Demon in second and third place, respectively. In Ryu-min's own zone, he reigned supreme, with Sangchul and Seo Aaron trailing behind him. Black Scythe's level and score were so unreal, it left the players in disbelief. Some even speculated he might have received some secret XP boost. In his mind, Ryu-min thought he indeed got XP buff, but no one will know until they become rank 1 in map. Meanwhile, Ryu-min's notifications took center stage. First, congratulations for topping the ranks in every zone. Next, another round of applause for winning his specific zone. But here's the big news: he received a coupon for a rare ring selection of intermediate grade and a reward selection box. The choices for the ring included the Ring of Resistance, the Ring of Azure Magic, and the Ring of Rushing Winds. Without much thought, Ryu-min chose the Ring of Resistance, unimpressed by their names. The ring offered increased durability to 450, a resistance boost of 35%, and added 4 points to luck, a decent bit of gear that might make people think twice before messing with him. Another notification followed, presenting more choices: a 50% stat boost buff for the 4th round, 4,000 gold, or information about 4th round. Ryu-min skipped over the triple experience option, knowing that round 4 wasn't exactly a free-for-all monster hunt, with 4,000 gold up for grabs. Then, Olive turned to the players, her smile taking on a menacing edge, and asked if they had checked their rankings. When she revealed that the cutoff was at rank 1,225, players erupted in shock and disbelief, accusing the system of being unfair. Many were astonished at their low placements despite their efforts in slaying monsters and demanded a recount. The drama was far from over. For those who didn't make it into the magical top 1,225, Olive coldly declared it was time to squash the bugs. With a snap of her fingers, players who failed to qualify began to fade away, screaming in panic. The screen then announced the end of round 3, showing that out of 214,007,550 total survivors, only 1,225 remained in the designated zone. Round 4 was set to kick off on April 1, 2023, at the stroke of midnight. Seo Aaron jolted awake, finding herself back in the real world. She stared at her hands in disbelief. She had actually made it through round 3. Not only had she survived, but she had also acquired a new class, Summoner. Excitedly, she summoned a small fairy, a cute, winged creature that fluttered onto her shoulder. These fairies had been instrumental in her survival during the 3rd round, serving as both bodyguards and shields. And the best part? She had clinched 3rd place. Pondering her next move, she wondered if Black Scythe might appreciate receiving a Mondstone as a gift. Meanwhile, across town, a table lamp found itself the target of some serious aggression. With a thunderous crash, it was sent flying across the room. Wang Yongmin, fuming with rage after receiving a penalty that slashed his stats by half, cursed Black Scythe vehemently. He regretted discarding a valuable artifact in his frustration. But then, his phone buzzed, and the message he read caused his mood to swing from fury to dread. This is bad, he thought, anxiety building for round 4. When Wang Yongmin saw an incoming call from Kim Song-han, his heart sank. "I'm in serious trouble," he muttered to himself. Reluctantly, he answered the phone, trying to sound composed. Song-han's voice, however, was anything but calm. "Have you lost your mind?" he shouted, his words laced with expletives. "Do you even understand the mess you've caused?" Yongmin tried to maintain his cool, but Song-han was relentless. "Don't play dumb with me," he snapped. "You know full well you're the reason we're all in this mess." Song-han's fury was unmistakable as he continued, "How could you abuse your position to manipulate your own friends?" Defensively, Yongmin retorted with a sarcastic smile, "I didn't have a choice. I was threatened with death if I didn't comply. You should have chosen death." Song-han fired back, his voice heavy with anger and disappointment. Yongmin was stunned by the harshness of the response, but Songhan didn't let up. You should have died rather than betray your friends, he insisted. Yongmin's face darkened with rage. Songhan's words had cut deep, igniting a fury within him that was hard to contain. Yongmin tried to defend himself, calling Songhan's accusations unfair. He argued that, as the zone representative, he too had suffered, with his stats reduced just like everyone else's. His voice was filled with anger and frustration at what he saw as betrayal by a friend. Songhan wasn't having it. He bluntly accused Yongmin of being the source of all their problems, driven by greed to claim the position of zone representative. Under pressure, he labeled Yongmin as a traitor. Just as Yongmin was about to fire back, Songhan cut him off sharply. Whether it's in this world or any other, don't ever call me again, he warned. And don't even pretend to know me. If I see your face again, I'll kill you. With that, Songhan ended the call abruptly. Fuming, Yongmin tried to call back, insisting that he was the real victim and had done nothing wrong. But when he tried to reach Songhan, all he got was a message that the number was currently unavailable. Frustration boiling over, he vowed to his remaining friends to crush Songhan for his insults. He dialed again, only to be met with silence. Furious, he cursed loudly and tossed his phone onto his bed. As his anger festered, Yongmin began to convince himself that he didn't need friends, that true meaning in life could only be found in solitude. He remembered Songhan's threat to kill him if they ever crossed paths again, and his rage grew even hotter. In his fury, he swore that he would kill all his former friends if he ever saw them again. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hotel, the department head was permitted to enter a room. He bowed to the figure in front of him, who acknowledged that the Sangchul had successfully survived the round. Sangchul responded modestly, claiming it was all just luck. Ma Jiangrok noted that the third round had been a bit tough and asked how Sangchul was holding up. In reply, Sangchul modestly suggested that perhaps the monster was just weaker this time, which made him feel less anxious. Jiangrek then inquired about Sangchul's class and level. Sangchul responded that he was a level 11 knight and mentioned that Co Aaron was at the same level. He explained that Aaron belonged to the summoner class, which was quite rare. Jiangrek found it impressive, especially since the summoner class was considered uncommon. Sangchul admitted he was also surprised by it and recounted how Aaron, after her class change, could summon fairies and create protective shields. He credited her with allowing him to hunt safely. Jiangrek agreed, saying it was indeed remarkable. Then, he jokingly told Sangchul to keep his distance from Aaron but added that he could still date her if he wanted. Sangchul looked puzzled by Jiangrek's suggestion. Jiangrek clarified, saying he meant that dating could make it easier to see a person's flaws, but he didn't think Sangchul should become too serious with her. Confused, Sangchul asked if he should actually pursue a romantic relationship with her. Jiangrek laughed, amused to see Sangchul so flustered. It had been a while since he had seen him like this. He reassured Sangchul that it wasn't necessary, especially if it might lead to complications. Sangchul seemed relieved and said that Aaron probably wouldn't feel anything for him anyway. Jiangrek questioned why Sangchul, who was dependable and manly, would think that way. Sangchul explained that Aaron always addressed him as Mr. Bodyguard, maintaining a strictly professional relationship. Shifting gears, Jiangrek reminded Sangchul about the urgent report he needed to deliver. Unexpectedly, Sangchul began his report with an apology. Jiangrek asked what he was apologizing for. Sangchul clarified that he had failed to deliver the message he was tasked with or follow orders to assist Black Scythe. Jiangrek had a feeling there was a good reason for this and waited for Sangchul to explain. Sangchul began detailing the situation, and Jiangrek listened closely. When he heard about the divine punishment proxy, Jiangrok guessed it must have been a formidable opponent and asked if Black Scythe had managed to defeat it. Sangchul confirmed that Black Scythe had indeed taken down the enemy with such skill and precision that it seemed as if he already knew exactly how to win. He also mentioned that Black Scythe appeared to be entirely self-reliant. This made Jiangrek suspect that Black Scythe possessed extraordinarily powerful stats, far beyond what he could imagine. He even felt a pang of guilt for having once believed his own strength, bolstered by the Dark Knight's rune, was enough. His expression turned serious as he contemplated what it would be like to meet Black Scythe, if that was even possible. Jiangrek reassured Sangchul that he wouldn't be held accountable, acknowledging that his reasons were valid. Sangchul apologized again, but Jiangrek shifted the conversation to the criminals they were hunting and the current status of the investigation. Sangchul explained that there were many people with the name Yongmin in their country, assuming that it was his real name. He added that they had managed to narrow the list down to 5 individuals. If they assumed that he was a sole resident in his 20s, Jiangrek asked about their addresses. Sangchul replied that finding the residential addresses of those individuals would take about a month. Jiangrek was a bit disappointed to hear that they wouldn't be able to locate the culprits until after the 4th round, which Sungchul confirmed. However, he added that since they still had some time, there was no need to rush. Jiangrek then asked about Sungchul's gold collection. Sungchul reported that he had accumulated 10,000 gold pieces. Jiangrek informed him that he was already halfway there and gave him instructions on how to acquire the tracking skill, which could be purchased for 20,000 gold from the shop. Sungchul responded that he understood. Then, Jiangrek was informed by him that a shareholder had purchased a substantial amount of his company's stock the previous month. Jiangrek took a moment to think what this meant for the company. It's Heavenly Demon Consulting, Sungchul clarified, referring to the company that the director was currently focusing on. Jiangrek asked how much of the stock had been purchased. Sungchul warned him not to be shocked before revealing the answer, an astonishing 31%. Jiangrek could hardly believe that a single person had bought that much of the stock. Seeing Jiangrek's reaction, Sungchul admitted that he, too, had questioned his vision when he saw the figure on the monitor. Jiangrek's mind raced, considering the implications for Heavenly Demon Consulting, which had a market value of 900 billion won. The 31% stake amounted to 280 billion won, an enormous sum. He found it hard to believe that anyone would have that kind of money to spend. Was it a move by his brother, or was there a wealthy individual he didn't know about? He quickly reached for his cell phone, suspecting that whoever had made such a massive investment was aiming to get involved in the company's management. He asked Sungchul for the shareholders' contact information. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, someone was checking his phone while lying in bed. It was Ryu Min. He knew that Jiangrek would be looking for him by now, but he didn't want to make the first move and lose face as a major shareholder. Just then, Ryu Won burst into the room, demanding to know his level. Startled, Ryu Min dropped his phone, which smacked him right in the face. Annoyed, he asked why Ryu Won was suddenly asking about his level. Ryu Won, clearly frustrated, explained, "There's this kid who's always bragging about how great his brother is, like he's some big deal. He's been saying his brother is already level 11. Upon hearing this, Ryu Min smirked and told Ryu Won that he was above that level. Ryu Won, eyes wide with admiration, immediately asked what his level was. Ryu Min hesitated, wondering how much he should reveal. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he calmly replied, level 12. Ryu Won's face lit up with admiration, and he eagerly asked if Ryu Min had a special class. Ryu Min just responded with a nonchalant, yes. This only made Ryu Won more curious, and he pressed for more details, but Ryu Min shook his head and said, that's a trade secret. Pouting, Ryu Won remarked that there shouldn't be any secrets between brothers. Ryu Min replied with a sigh, telling his younger brother he needed to sleep and that Ryu Won should leave. With a disappointed expression, Ryu Won left the room, closing the door behind him. The moment Ryu Won was gone, Ryu Min's phone rang. It was the call he had been waiting for. He picked up, and with a calm demeanor, asked, "Who's calling?" The caller introduced himself as Jiangrek, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. This was exactly what Ryu Min had anticipated. Playing his part, he made his voice sound innocent and slightly clueless. After all, the more naive he appeared, the more likely Jiangrek would underestimate him. Jiangrek asked if Ryu Min had indeed made a substantial investment in his company last month. Ryu Min confirmed, adding a touch of curiosity to his voice as he asked if something was wrong. Jiangrek explained that since Ryu Min had become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, he wished to meet him in person. He suggested they have a meal together to discuss things further. Ryu Min agreed, but when Jiangrek proposed meeting that Friday, Ryu Min hesitated. He knew that day was essential for obtaining the rune of inner thoughts. Thinking quickly, he suggested they meet another day since he already had plans for Friday. Jiangrek agreed, and they wrapped up the conversation. Ryu Min had expected this call. He knew Jiangrek wouldn't dare act recklessly with such a significant shareholder in his company, especially when that company had been established to gain his father's favor. Smiling, Ryu Min thought to himself that he'd meet Jiangrek after securing the rune. This was a business partner he planned to exploit thoroughly. Runes could be obtained in various ways. They were exclusive rewards, found in specific locations during particular rounds, or dropped by boss monsters. On rare occasions, even regular monsters might drop them. However, few knew that runes could also be obtained in the real world, and Ryu Min was one of those few, now hunting for another rune even outside the game. He was well aware of how difficult it could be for a rune to manifest. Climbing the stairs of an abandoned building, Ryu Min moved carefully, his steps almost silent. He hid in a shadowed corner, waiting for a man named Jang Seokin to appear. Jang Seokin was using his real name even in the game world, a bold but reckless move. This was the same criminal who had once kidnapped Ryu Min's brother, a memory that still burned in his mind. Ryu Min could never forget that man's voice, the taunting laughter that had haunted him. Today, he intended to confront the man who had caused his family so much pain. Ryu Min's mind flashed back to a haunting memory, his brother, blindfolded and bound, helpless in the clutches of Jang Seokyeon. With a sinister grin, Jang had taunted him, asking if he wanted to save his brother. He had pressed a blade close to Ryu Won's throat, and the chilling demand had followed, to pay a price by revealing a piece of knowledge that no one else knew. Ryu Min, keeping his calm, pretended to play dumb, but Jang Seokyeon saw through the act instantly. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "You think you can fool me?" Jang's expression turned deadly serious. "I know you're a regressor," he declared, his tone filled with confidence. Ryu Min's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" he demanded, trying to mask the fear creeping into his voice. Almost reading his thoughts, Jang smirked. "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" he teased. "I found out using the rune of inner thoughts on your brother," he continued, savoring the look of disbelief on Ryu Min's face. "And I used it again on you, back on that stage." Ever since that fateful incident, from his 11th regression to this very moment, Ryu Min had been driven by a singular purpose: revenge against Jang Seokyeon. All other emotions and goals had faded into the background, consumed by his need for retribution. He adjusted his mask, hiding his features, determined to acquire the rune of inner thoughts before Jang could. As if on cue, Jang Seokyeon entered the abandoned warehouse, a figure slung over his shoulder. He dropped the person onto the cold, dusty floor, a woman, bound and with tape over her mouth. He ripped the tape away and warned her sternly not to scream. Trembling, the woman, still shaking with fear, only managed to beg for her life, despite being given the chance to speak. Jang's expression darkened with frustration. "Is that all you have to say?" he growled. "I have a child? Please, just let me go." "I don't want," she stuttered, offering him money in desperation. Jang's face twisted with irritation. "Money," he sneered. "Why are you apologizing now?" Through shaky breaths, the woman explained that she had accidentally looked in the wrong direction the other day, which had somehow provoked Jang's wrath. Jang's annoyance only deepened. "Is that your excuse?" he snapped, his eyes narrowing. "You'll regret saying things like that," he warned, his voice laced with menace, his intentions clear. He wasn't here for apologies. Jang Seokyeon, reflecting on his actions from 2 nights ago, felt a hint of embarrassment. He had been wandering around the city, searching for a girl to pick up, believing that finding just one could somehow solve all his problems. Spotting a woman engrossed in her phone, he immediately noticed her attractive figure and decided she was the one. The woman continued down the street, completely unaware of his presence. When she turned into a dimly lit alley, Jang seized the opportunity and followed her quietly. Sensing his moment, he rushed toward her, his entire body emitting a strange, glowing light. The woman turned in surprise, her vision suddenly blurred by the intense brightness. A sharp pain shot through her eyes, causing her to cry out, "Who are you?" In her panic and disorientation, she dropped her phone. Jang continued his assault, ignoring her screams, until he finally left the scene, glancing back briefly to see her on her knees, still blinded and in pain. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Jang reveled in the power he had to cause chaos whenever he wanted. He lived recklessly, uncaring if he met his end, finding his life otherwise dull and meaningless. Before his journey to the other world, he had been a frequent visitor to correctional facilities. He had acquired the rune of luminescence, which allowed his body to emit a blinding light that disoriented his opponents. To him, it was the perfect tool for his twisted sense of fun. Later, Jang walked into a local cafe. He was immediately greeted warmly by a female employee whose beauty caught his attention. After placing his order, she informed him that his total was 50,000 won. Handing over the money, Jang casually asked if she worked part-time there. The employee seemed confused by his question, so Jang clarified, mentioning that while he was a regular at the cafe, this was his first time seeing her. The woman explained that she hadn't realized he was a regular and added that all the part-timers had left recently. She commented that strange changes were happening in the world. Jang nodded as it all started to make sense to him. The part-timers likely had no intention of continuing their jobs, knowing the dangers of the world around them and the constant threat of death looming over them. Jang Seokyeon continued probing the cafe employee, pressing her about whether she was the owner. She replied affirmatively. He then began asking more personal questions, like her age. Though visibly uneasy, she responded that she was 32. From this, Jang deduced that she wasn't a player. She confirmed this with a hint of relief, admitting she was happy not to be involved in the game world. Emboldened, Jang asked for her phone number and bluntly confessed that he liked her, his expression earnest but intense. The woman, clearly uncomfortable, said nothing in response. Sensing her unease, Jiang demanded to know what was wrong. The woman hesitated. Jiang assumed that she didn't like his face. Jiang's mood shifted instantly to anger. He shouted, asking if the few blemishes on his face repulsed her. His fury mounting, he slammed his fist against the counter, refusing her earlier offer of coffee and instead demanding his money back. With shaking hands, she returned his money, and he snatched it away, fuming. He stormed out of the cafe, swearing under his breath about her. He was enraged that she seemed to be judging him solely based on his appearance. Seething with resentment, he swore she would pay for what he perceived as her disdainful look. Waiting for her to leave the cafe, Jiang struck her on the back of the head with a bat as soon as she stepped outside. Back in the present, the woman was trembling as she apologized to him, her voice wavering with fear. Jiang reprimanded her, accusing her of believing that people should only be judged by their looks. She desperately promised never to do it again, but Jiang was far from satisfied. He sneered at her, pushing her down onto a mat on the ground. Grabbing her wrist tightly, he asked if she truly thought he wouldn't see through her act of fear, her attempt to escape the situation. The woman screamed for him to let her go, but his expression grew more twisted as he loomed over her. His voice cold, he taunted her, saying that if she were truly sorry, she ought to be ready to face the consequences. The woman, desperate to free herself, pleaded, "It's all my fault," and tried to pull away from Jiang Xiaqian. He tightened his grip and sneered, "Stay still. You brought this on yourself." Neither of them noticed that Ryu Min was approaching. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, instructing Jiang Xiaqian to freeze. The command startled him. Thinking he was alone, he began to panic, wondering if a detective had stumbled upon them. Swearing under his breath, he turned to see who had spoken. Ryu Min, wearing a white mask and wielding a large scythe, stood before him. Jiang Xiaqian called him a madman, but Ryu Min calmly warned him against swearing, hinting that he'd need those curses later. Observing the masked figure with the scythe, Jiang Xiaqian mocked him, calling his weapon a toy. Ryu Min remained composed, pointing out that Jiang Xiaqian clearly didn't understand the situation. "Does this look like a toy to you?" he asked, lifting the scythe. Realizing the scythe was real, panic flickered in Jiang Xiaqian's eyes. "Are you a player?" he stammered. Ryu Min replied, "What does it look like to you, idiot?" Turning to the woman, Ryu Min told her, "You can leave now. This is your only chance." Jiang Xiaqian snapped his head toward her and shouted, "Who said you could go?" Terrified, the woman hesitated. Seizing the moment, Ryu Min dashed toward Jiang Xiaqian. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaqian failed to react in time and felt a sharp pain as Ryu Min delivered a swift kick to his groin. He crumpled to his knees, clutching himself and cursing in agony. "Didn't I tell you to save those curses?" Ryu Min taunted with a grin. Turning to the woman, he calmly told her, "Go. Leave him to me." She muttered a quick "thank you" and fled towards the door. Now alone with Jiang Xiaqian, Ryu Min's face darkened. "Let's start the real game," he said menacingly. Jiang Xiaqian, still clutching his groin, seethed in pain and anger. "I'll kill you," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. Ryu Min, unbothered, smiled. "I like your spirit. It wouldn't be fun if you gave up so soon." Enraged, Jiang Xiaqian hurled more curses at him, his eyes burning with fury. He lunged at Ryu Min with his blade, striking over and over, but Ryu Min dodged each attack effortlessly, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. Each failed attempt only fueled Jiang Xiaqian's frustration. His strikes grew more frantic, his breathing more ragged, while Ryu Min remained calm and poised, like a predator toying with his prey. Jiang Xiaqian was baffled, his frustration mounting as he struggled to comprehend how Ryu Min could evade his relentless attacks so effortlessly. Ryu Min dodged yet another swipe of the blade and glanced at the weapon, smirking. "Really? You're still swinging around a goblin's dagger," he mocked. Before Jiang Xiaqian could react, Ryu Min moved in a blur, slashing his hand with a swift, precise motion. Blood sprayed from the wound as Jiang Xiaqian screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm. Ryu Min's taunts cut deeper than his blade. "Does it hurt? And here I thought I hadn't even gotten serious yet," he sneered. Panic spread across Jiang Xiaqian's face as he tried to stanch the bleeding with his other hand. But Ryu Min gave him no time to recover. He swung his scythe again, severing Jiang Xiaqian's other hand in a swift, ruthless stroke. Another howl of pain escaped his lips as he went pale with fear. Desperation set in. He knew he was moments away from death, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. He decided his only chance was to blind Ryu Min. With a scream, he unleashed a blinding white light, hoping to disorient his foe. But something was wrong. His brilliance flickered, then dimmed, the light sputtering out. Panic and confusion seized him as sweat beaded on his brow. Why isn't it working? He muttered under his breath, terrified. Ryu-min watched with an amused expression. Oh, poor Mr. Lightbulb, he chuckled, you didn't know, did you? When the Night of Death is activated, no light can shine. Aware of Jang Seokin's desperate move, Ryu-min had cast Night of Death earlier to prevent any light from breaking through. Now, he advanced, his scythe glinting ominously. But just in case, I think I'll take a few precautions, he muttered darkly. He moved with brutal efficiency, slicing through Jang Seokin's ankles. The man crumpled to the ground, a scream of agony ripping through the air. Demon! Jang Seokin spat, crawling backward, his voice trembling with terror. Why are you doing this to me? Ryu-min looked down at him with cold disdain. Why, he echoed, almost mocking the question. Then, with a swift motion, he drove the tip of his scythe into Jang Seokin's leg. Blood spurted from the wound, and a fresh scream tore from his lips. Why do people kill bugs? Ryu-min asked rhetorically, his voice calm and measured. Without waiting for an answer, he stabbed the other leg, drawing another shriek of pain from his victim. Because leaving them alive only brings trouble, Ryu-min answered, his tone chillingly calm. Jang Seokin, his face twisted with rage, spat out the word, psychopath, at Ryu-min. In response, Ryu-min calmly taunted, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Without hesitation, he continued his brutal assault, stabbing Jang Seokin in various parts of his body. Each strike drew out a fresh scream and a new torrent of blood. Jang Seokin could barely move now, his body trembling as he lay face down on the ground. His mind raced, struggling to understand why Ryu-min was torturing him so mercilessly. What kind of grudge did this man hold against him? He couldn't fathom it. It felt so unfair. The pain was unbearable, every nerve screaming in agony. Tears, sweat, snot, and saliva mingled on his face as he considered the only escape he could think of, death. Desperately, he decided to bite his tongue, hoping to end his suffering quickly. His expression contorted in anguish as he prepared to carry out his grim decision, but before he could act, Ryu-min's scythe brushed lightly against his chin. Startled, Jang Seokin looked up at him, his eyes wide with fear. You were thinking of biting your tongue, weren't you? Ryu-min asked, his tone cold. Did you really think I'd let you do that? With a swift motion, he stabbed Jang Seokin again, blood spurting from the new wound. You don't get to die unless you beg for it, Ryu-min declared, his voice filled with venom. Ryu-min continued his vicious onslaught, slicing and stabbing, each strike more brutal than the last. Jang Seokin's mind was consumed with a single, desperate thought, to end the pain. In a broken whisper, he managed to say, kill me, please. Ryu-min paused, tilting his head as if he hadn't heard him. What was that? He asked. Jang Seokin repeated his plea, louder this time. Are you serious? Ryu-min pressed, his voice mocking. Jang Seokin begged again, his voice hoarse with pain. But instead of delivering the final blow, Ryu-min withdrew his scythe, his expression thoughtful. Do you really not know why I'm doing this? He asked, his tone cold. Especially since we're supposed to be complete strangers. Jang Seokin said nothing, just stared up at him, bewildered. Ryu-min leaned closer, his voice a low growl. We're not strangers, he said, addressing him by name. We've met before. The revelation stunned Jang Seokin. How did this man know his name? Why, he croaked, still struggling to comprehend. Why did you do this to me? Are you related to that woman? Ryu-min asked, you think I had any connection to that woman, he began. I don't. Jang Seokin remained confused, trying to understand the situation. Ryu-min continued, this has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with you, and what you will do, or rather, what you were going to do. Seokin's brows furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked. Ryu-min explained, you were planning to abduct my brother and use him as leverage to force me to reveal information I'm not supposed to. You tried to deny it, but I know. Jang Seokin shook his head, I haven't done any such thing. Ryu-min cut him off sharply, no, not yet. But in the future, you will. For you, it hasn't happened. For me, it's already in the past. Seokin blinked, trying to wrap his head around the idea. What do you mean? How do you know this? Ryu-min's voice was calm and cold, because I've lived through it before. You would have captured my brother and forced me to divulge secrets. Then, if I hadn't intervened now, you would have received the rune of inner thoughts. Seokin seemed lost, struggling to comprehend the meaning. The rune of inner thoughts, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Yes, Ryu-min clarified, there's a hidden rune in this warehouse. It manifests only when someone hears a genuine voice, a voice that comes from the heart. Seokin asked, what do you mean by a genuine voice? Ryu-min explained, a voice filled with sincerity, coming straight from the core of one's being. Had I not come here tonight, that woman would have begged you for mercy in her own voice. You would have heard it and claimed the rune, using it for even more criminal activities. Seakin remained silent, absorbing the information. Ryu Min went on, I've regressed multiple times, and each time, you end up the same way, a criminal who deserves nothing less than death. This rune would have made you far more dangerous. Seakin's face drained of color. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. If I deserve to die, just kill me now, he pleaded. Ryu Min stared down at him, unyielding. No, he said, I won't lay a hand on you. Seakin was stunned, trying to understand what Ryu Min was planning. Why? He asked. Ryu Min's voice was calm but firm. Because I intend to let you die slowly, to give you time to reflect, he said, watching Seakin's face contort with pain. Seakin gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his situation. He couldn't fathom why Ryu Min would block him from speaking if he wants the rune of thoughts, the very thing that could give him a fighting chance. Ryu Min's whisper cut through the silence. Why am I stopping you from speaking? He leaned in closer, his eyes cold and unreadable. Because I want to test the rune of inner thoughts. Seakin looked up, perplexed, and for the first time, truly afraid. Ryu Min finally revealed to Seakin that he had already acquired the rune. He explained how it responded to his own genuine voice, which was triggered the moment Seakin had begged him to end his life. A notification appeared before him, confirming that the condition for the rune had been met, the target's genuine voice had been brought forth. Another notification appeared, indicating that Ryu Min had located the hidden rune of inner thoughts. The rune appeared solely to Ryu Min, glowing faintly in the dim light of the warehouse. Without hesitation, it began to merge with his body. As it assimilated, another screen appeared, announcing that the rune's power would automatically be applied to the player's form. Ryu Min read the rune's description. The rune of inner thoughts allows the user to perceive the immediate thoughts of anyone within a 30-meter radius. By focusing intently, the user can even glimpse the target's true intentions. Testing its effectiveness, Ryu Min watched Seakin's expression closely. I'm experimenting with it now, and it seems to work, he remarked, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Seakin, still reeling from shock, spat out, then if you've achieved your goal, just kill me already. But Ryu Min refused, his voice calm and detached. That would be far too merciful, he replied, after all you've done to others. Seakin could only curse at him, calling him a demon. Eventually, he fell silent, standing frozen, unable to think of anything else to say or do. Ryu Min observed him carefully, noticing that his eyes had lost their focus. For a moment, he thought Seakin was already dead. Even though there were no other witnesses, Ryu Min knew he still had to be thorough. He activated another skill he had acquired, Erase Traces. Almost instantly, a faint green light enveloped the scene, wiping away every bit of evidence, blood, footprints, fingerprints, and even the body itself. When the light faded, it was as if nothing had ever happened there. Ryu Min watched the area carefully, satisfied that the skill had worked perfectly. It's always better not to leave a mess behind, he muttered to himself. He removed his mask, feeling the cool air on his face as he began to leave the warehouse. Having accomplished what he came for, Ryu Min made up his mind to pay a visit to Ma Jiangrok the next day. The next day, Ryu Min dressed in a sleek black suit, radiating sophistication and style. Wow, what's the occasion? Ryu Won asked, clearly impressed, his tone curious. Got a hot date or something? Ryu Min chuckled, shaking his head. No, nothing like that. I have an important meeting with a potential business partner. Ryu Won blinked in surprise. Business partner? Are you getting into something new? Yeah, you could say that, Ryu Min replied calmly, adjusting his cufflinks. Ryu Won's mind raced. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, remembering Ryu Min's past foray into stock trading. Now, Ryu Min was diving into the business world? Ryu Won quietly worried about the possibility of his brother facing disappointment. He wondered what would happen if this venture didn't go the way Ryu Min expected. Noticing the worry etched on his younger brother's face, Ryu Min smiled. It warmed his heart to see that Ryu Won was more anxious about his emotional state than the potential financial fallout. With a confident grin, Ryu Min reassured him, don't stress. I'll tell you everything after the meeting. Just trust me, alright? Won nodded, still slightly uneasy but reassured by Ryu Min's words. I trust you completely. You know that, he said sincerely. Ryu Min ruffled his brother's hair. Good. Now, just stay home and be safe. The streets are dangerous, especially with all these players running wild. I know, Ryu Won agreed, recalling recent news reports. It's getting crazy out there. Players are abusing their abilities, committing all kinds of crimes. I even heard about criminals escaping from prisons overseas. Yeah, Ryu Min acknowledged grimly. The moment someone reaches the right age, they can become a player. That's just fueling the chaos. Every month, the number of people is shrinking, and players are only getting stronger. I can see where this is headed, and it's not good. Ryu Min's thoughts drifted to the future he feared. He imagined a world where players ruled, and non-players might be persecuted, possibly even enslaved by those who had no regard for the law. Determined to avoid that dark future, Ryu Min continued, "That's why I need to build Black Side's reputation, before things fall apart completely." Concerned for his brother's safety, he added, "And remember, be extra careful when you go out, alright?" One nodded. "Okay, I will. But hey, what's your class, anyway?" he asked with a playful glint in his eye. Ryu Min smirked. "That's a secret." One pouted, his expression adorable. "Come on, I really want to know." With a playful grin, Ryu Min pinched Ryu One's cheek, teasingly promising to reveal his class soon. "Now, focus on your fancy lunch instead of craving those black bean noodles, alright?" Ryu Min joked. Ryu One, rubbing his cheek, replied with a light-hearted, "Ow, got it." Standing by the grand entrance of the building, Ryu Min reflected, knowing that Giant Rock would pick this place for their meeting. It made sense to operate on familiar turf. As he walked into the luxurious hotel, Ryu Min noted that the location, an Osang Group property, was actually owned by Giant Rock, though this was a well-guarded secret, likely known only by Giant Rock's closest circle, and now Ryu Min. Ryu Min knew he had to use this insider knowledge to his advantage, but first, he had to establish the right impression. Playing the role of an unassuming, slightly naive businessman was key. With that in mind, he approached the front desk, nervously introducing himself and explaining his meeting arrangements. The receptionist asked if he was there to meet with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu Min confirmed, and she informed him that the CEO would be arriving shortly, directing him to the lounge to wait. Thanking her, Ryu Min moved to the lounge, deliberately adopting an absent-minded air as he glanced up at the impressive chandeliers. Acting as though he were new to such an extravagant setting was all part of the plan. Then, someone approached him and asked, "Are you Ryu Min?" Finally, he's here, Ryu Min thought to himself. He turned to greet the newcomer but stopped when he saw the bodyguard standing in front of him. The guard asked if they had crossed paths at the Galleria Forest, and Ryu Min confirmed, recalling the encounter with a subtle smile. Ryu Min recalled seeing the bodyguard during moving day when he had been handing out rice cakes with the actress Erin. Suddenly, the bodyguard bowed, acknowledging the encounter and apologizing for any previous disrespect. Inside, the bodyguard was puzzled by Ryu Min's youth. This kid didn't even look 20, yet he was supposedly the major investor with 280 billion won at his disposal. Doubt simmered in the bodyguard's mind about how someone so young could wield such vast wealth. Ryu Min, using his mind-reading rune, picked up on these thoughts but kept his expression calm. He brushed off the apology, explaining that the bodyguard had acted out of ignorance, and mentioned that he hadn't known the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting lived in the building either. The bodyguard quickly corrected him, explaining that he wasn't the CEO. "Huh?" Ryu Min responded, confused. The man then formally introduced himself as On Sang-cheol, head of the department. He added that Giant Rock, the CEO, was running late, and that was why On had arrived early. On then invited Ryu Min to wait inside until Giant Rock arrived. Nodding, Ryu Min followed him into the building and sat down, settling into a comfortable chair. After ensuring Ryu Min was seated, On excused himself, stepping outside to discreetly send a text. He informed Giant Rock about meeting with the shareholder but expressed doubts about whether this young man was truly the one behind the massive investment. He suspected there might be someone else pulling the strings and urged Giant Rock to be cautious. Back in the room, Ryu Min picked up on the bodyguard's suspicions, unsurprised. He knew Giant Rock was the type to send someone ahead to size up his guests. Moments later, Giant Rock entered with a warm greeting, introducing himself as the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. With a friendly handshake, Giant Rock met Ryu Min's gaze, his tone respectful yet guarded. Ryu Min returned the handshake as Giant Rock gestured for him to sit back down, inviting On Sang-cheol to join them as well. Ryu Min understood the subtle move. It was Giant Rock's way of taking control of the meeting while maintaining an air of hospitality. As the food arrived, Giant Rock suggested they enjoy the meal before diving into the business discussion, setting the stage for their conversation. Giant Rock mentioned that a variety of traditional Korean dishes had been prepared and hoped they suited Ryu Min's taste. The table was laden with an array of tempting dishes, meats, vegetables, fish, and chicken, all beautifully presented. He added that, with such gourmet food from a high-end hotel, it was bound to be a treat. After savoring a few bites, Ryu Min smiled and complimented the meal. This is really delicious, he remarked, clearly impressed. Giant Rock was pleased by the compliment and nodded, happy that Ryu Min was enjoying the food. But beneath the surface, Giant Rock was scrutinizing Ryu. The bodyguard's earlier comments about Ryu Min's youth echoed in his mind. Giant Rock found it hard to believe that someone so young could be responsible for an investment as significant as 280 billion won. He wondered if there was someone behind Ryu Min, someone from my family. Like his brothers or an uncle. He was determined to find out. With a friendly grin, Giant Rock complimented Ryu Min again, saying, "It's impressive to see someone so young holding such a significant stake." Curious, he casually asked Ryu Min's age. "I'm 20, Ryu Min replied. Giant Rock paused briefly before responding, "I see, I'm 29 myself. It's refreshing to meet someone in their 20s at your level." Ryu Min smiled and simply said, "Yeah, same here." The conversation shifted as Giant Rock, not one to beat around the bush, asked how Ryu Min had managed to accumulate such wealth at such a young age. "Were you born into a wealthy family?" he inquired. Ryu Min noticed Giant Rock's straightforward approach. He smiled slightly and answered, "No, I wasn't born into wealth. I was just an average student up until recently." "Up until recently?" Giant Rock asked, clearly intrigued. Ryu Min leaned forward a bit and asked, "Have you heard about the person who won the Noto lottery 4 times in a row, becoming a billionaire practically overnight?" Giant Rock nodded, recalling the news. Ryu Min smiled and revealed, "Well, that person is me. I'm the one who caused that media frenzy a few months back." Giant Rock was visibly taken aback and asked if Ryu Min was really the one everyone had been talking about. With a calm nod, Ryu Min simply responded, "Yes." However, Giant Rock was puzzled. The article he had read mentioned that the lottery winner had only earned 60 billion won. So how had Ryu Min managed to invest a staggering 280 billion? Ryu Min explained that after his lottery win, he had invested heavily in Bitcoin, confirming what Giant Rock had suspected. Giant Rock, impressed, praised Ryu Min for making such a bold move, admitting that he himself wouldn't have had the guts to invest such a large amount. The bodyguard, who had been silently observing, suggested that Ryu Min's success must have been due to sheer luck. Ryu Min, however, shook his head. "It wasn't just luck," he said firmly. The bodyguard, unconvinced, brought up an article where Ryu Min was reported to have said he saw the lottery numbers in a dream. "If that's not luck, then what is?" he asked, sounding skeptical. Ryu Min smiled and clarified, "I lied when I said I saw them in a dream." He paused briefly, realizing that this moment could be crucial to gaining Giant Rock's trust. "This is something I've never shared with anyone before," he said, his voice lowering as if to prepare them for a revelation. "I have the rune of foresight." Giant Rock and his bodyguard exchanged glances, clearly surprised. They pressed Ryu Min for more details. With confidence, Ryu Min explained that the rune of foresight allowed him to see glimpses of the future, several years ahead. "In other words," he continued, "it's like being a seer who can predict what's to come." Giant Rock and the bodyguard were taken aback. The bodyguard, particularly, found it hard to believe. "Is this guy serious?" he thought. "A seer? What kind of explanation is that?" Ryu Min remained composed, his expression unwavering as he was surrounded by a faint, almost mystical, cerulean aura. "Yes, that's how I knew the lottery numbers," Ryu Min affirmed confidently. "The rune of foresight showed them to me." There was a moment of silence as Giant Rock and his bodyguard tried to process what they had just heard. Could it be true? Or was Ryu Min fabricating an elaborate story? Either way, Ryu Min's conviction left them questioning their doubts. Ryu Min went on to explain that his success with Bitcoin wasn't a gamble, but a calculated move based on his ability to foresee the future. He had staked everything because he believed in his power to see what was coming. But then, Giant Rock, still skeptical, asked if Ryu could demonstrate it. Could he predict his next action, for example? Ryu Min thought about it. He could easily guess Giant Rock's next move by reading his thoughts. But, Ryu Min decided to put limits on his ability to make it more believable. After a brief pause, Ryu Min apologized, explaining that his powers didn't work on command. "They activate randomly," he said, trying to downplay the full extent of his abilities. Giant Rock took a sip of his drink, considering the response. That makes sense, he thought. A power like seeing the future should have limits, otherwise, it would be too overpowered. "Is that so?" he muttered aloud, still processing. Then, something clicked for Giant Rock. He needed to know, "Did you invest 280 billion in Heavenly Demon Consulting because you foresaw its success?" he asked. Ryu Min smiled slightly and nodded. "Exactly. I invested because I saw the company's potential for rapid growth." "But how far will it go?" Giant Rock asked, pressing for more information. It'll join the Korean Composite Stock Price Index within 6 months, Ryu Min said confidently. Giant Rock was stunned. If that actually happened, it would be monumental, not just for the company, but for him personally. His father would finally acknowledge his abilities, and he could very well be the next chairman. The thought filled him with excitement, but doubt crept in. Could this really be true? It seemed almost too good to be real. The room fell into a heavy silence, with Giant Rock deep in thought, until Ryu Min spoke up again. But to succeed, you'll need to completely revamp your industry. What do you mean by that? Giant Rock asked, confusion breaking through his excitement. Before Ryu Min could respond, the bodyguard stood up abruptly, visibly angry. Change the industry? Are you serious? He exclaimed. Why would we do that? You might as well be asking us to change the company's name. If they're going to change the entire industry, it's only natural the company's name will change too, Ryu Min stated calmly. The room went silent, with everyone staring at him in disbelief. Is he serious? Giant Rock wondered. Did Ryu come all this way just to crack jokes? But Ryu wasn't joking. He was sitting firm, treating the conversation as seriously as the business at hand. In this room, everyone was a player, fully aware of the risks of casually revealing one's rune. And yet, Ryu Min had taken that risk, disclosing his ability without hesitation. Why? Because, as a major shareholder and someone intending to become a key player in the company's management, he needed them to understand the value he could bring. His 280 billion won investment wasn't just for profit, it was to push the company toward success. To make that happen, they needed to cooperate with him. The bodyguard's skepticism broke the silence. Mr. Giant Rock, you can't actually believe this, right? But Giant Rock remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Ryu sighed, realizing they still didn't trust him. Honestly, I get it, Ryu said. You don't believe in my abilities. He turned to the bodyguard. Have you ever wondered why I moved into the house on the lower floor? The bodyguard froze, caught off guard. Wait, the lower floor, the thought clicked. Wasn't that the apartment right below Aaron's penthouse? Ryu continued, it's not just some random coincidence, is it? The bodyguard blinked, suddenly piecing things together. The house below CO Aaron's? What does he mean by that? Giant Rock urged him to explain it. Reluctantly, the bodyguard admitted, about 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu Min moved into the apartment directly beneath Aaron's penthouse. Ryu nodded. That was just a few days after I acquired the Rune of Future. Giant Rock's brows furrowed. Why are you bringing this up now? He asked, confused. The bodyguard shifted uncomfortably. I only learned about it today. But, think about it. If Ryu didn't have knowledge of the future, why would he move so close to someone tied to the company he was about to invest in? Giant Rock considered this. It seemed too deliberate to be a coincidence. But then again, couldn't Ryu just be someone with inside knowledge, someone aware that Giant Rock was sponsoring Aaron? As Giant Rock mulled it over, Ryu calmly enjoyed the meal in front of him. He knew it wasn't enough to convince Giant Rock yet. The CEO's expression still carried doubt. How about this? Ryu Min said, his voice calm and measured. The hotel we're in right now. Giant Rock, you own it, don't you? You're the eldest son of the Osum Group. You founded Heavenly Demon Consulting to prove yourself and earn your father's recognition. The bodyguard shot up from his chair, enraged. Who's feeding you this information? Only Giant Rock's close relatives know about that. Calm down, Ryu replied coolly, before turning to Giant Rock. Apologies, bodyguard muttered. Giant Rock remained silent, collecting his thoughts. While he admitted to himself that Ryu's statements were accurate, it still wasn't enough to convince him that this so-called foresight was real. Any family member could have told him. For all Giant Rock knew, Ryu could have been hired by someone to manipulate him. The idea of shifting their entire business strategy simply because one major shareholder suggested it sounded reckless, even absurd. Changing the entire industry based on your word sounds ridiculous, Giant Rock finally spoke, his voice steady. Sure, a rune that can see the future might be possible, but trusting your claims blindly? That's a different story. He leaned back in his chair, glancing at the bodyguard before continuing, Look, I appreciate your investment in my company. But this kind of discussion should be held at a shareholders' meeting. It's up to you to convince them, not just me. Giant Rock stood up, preparing to leave. Sorry, but I've got other meetings. I hope you understand. Ryu, unfazed, called out, Wait a moment. There's something more. Giant Rock paused, one hand on the chair. What else do you have to say? Internally, Ryu weighed his options. Is this the only way left, he thought. Finally, he spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. How about this, then? I'll give you intel about the 4th round. Giant Rock hesitated, turning back to face him. 4th round? What are you talking about? Ryu sat back down, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I saw what's going to happen. The tragedy that's about to unfold. And I have the details. Wouldn't that be enough to prove my ability? Intrigued, Giant Rock sank back into his seat, faster than he had risen. You actually have information on round 4? Ryu nodded. I do. And if you listen, it'll be enough to show you what I'm capable of. Moments later, Ryu was gone, leaving Giant Rock and the bodyguard alone in the room, both still processing what they had just heard. The bodyguard bowed, his face flushed with shame. He had lost his composure earlier, raising his voice without thinking. That's all right, Giant Rock said, watching him closely. You were just looking out for me, right? Speak your mind. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, sir, I'm suspicious of that man. The idea of someone being able to see the future, it's just hard to believe. If Ryu-min really has that kind of power, why would he want to help us? With an ability like that, he could live the life of his dreams. Why bother with us at all? Giant Rock nodded thoughtfully, listening as the bodyguard continued. Sure, he says he wants to grow alongside our company and make more money. But why? He's already got 280 billion won, more than enough to last several lifetimes, even if he spent it frivolously. Why take this kind of risk? Greed, Giant Rock replied after a pause. Human greed knows no limits. Still, you're right. It does seem too dangerous, too unbelievable. Who's to say a rune like that even exists? The bodyguard sighed. Exactly. But if Ryu is telling the truth, and he really can see the future, we need him on our side, no matter what. Just think about it. If he can give us insight into every round, we could prepare perfectly. It'd be like playing with a cheat code. Growing the company would just be a bonus. Giant Rock leaned back in his chair, contemplating his words. We'll know in time, won't we? Let's see how things unfold. Meanwhile, Ryu-min walked down the street, hands in his pockets, a small smirk on his face. He knew it was only a matter of time before they fully believed in his abilities. After the 4th round, there would be no doubt left. He hadn't revealed everything, he kept the critical details about side quests and top-rank strategies to himself, but what he had shared was more than enough. The most important part? Ryu had told them that round 4 wasn't going to be a hunt for monsters. It would be a bloodbath among the players. A massacre. He warned them not to be careless or complacent. That warning alone would prove his foresight. After that, they would treat him with the respect and reverence he deserved. They'd protect him, not because he was rich, but because he was their key to survival. After all, having a seer as an ally is far better than having one as an enemy, Ryu mused to himself, his confidence growing. Now that he was already playing the role, why not fully commit? With that decision made, he reached for his phone, realizing he needed to get in touch with someone. Meanwhile, Juri walked briskly down the street, her mind racing. She glanced at her watch, knowing she was running late. Standing at a red light, she tapped her foot impatiently, hoping it would change soon. Out of nowhere, a flashy sports car pulled up, blocking the entrance to the nearby grocery store. Confused, she stared at the car, wondering what the driver was thinking. Then the window lowered, revealing Ryu-min behind the wheel. Juri, he called out. She recognized him immediately. The light turned green, and she hurried across the street, making her way toward his car. Is this your car? She asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Yeah, Ryu nodded, offering a quick apology for parking in front of the store. Hop in. Let's go for a drive and talk. Sure, Juri agreed, curiosity piqued. As the car sped down the road, Juri couldn't help but be impressed by the luxurious vehicle. She had never been in a car like this before. Ryu mentioned it was his first drive in it too, having only recently bought it. How much did it cost? She asked, intrigued. Not much, Ryu replied nonchalantly. Around 900 million. 900 million? Juri exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's not much to you? Do you know how many convenience stores you could open with that kind of money? Ryu laughed softly. Compared to what I earned from the lottery, it really isn't that much. Fair enough, she admitted, shaking her head in amazement. She couldn't deny it, Ryu was incredibly wealthy. 60 billion from Nato? It's like we live in completely different worlds. Juri blushed, unable to shake the feeling that this outing felt a bit like a date, making her shy. Her cheeks grew even warmer when Ryu suddenly said, I need to confess something. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stammered out a flustered, huh? Confess? Noticing her reaction, Ryu quickly clarified, relax, it's nothing weird. Don't get the wrong idea. Trying to compose herself, Juri replied, wrong idea? No, of course not. But inside, she felt like she wanted to disappear into the nearest hiding spot. Curiosity piqued, she asked, so, what is it? Ryu leaned back casually and admitted, "That story I told you before, about winning the lottery from a dream? That wasn't true." "Wait, really?" Juri asked, surprised. "Yeah," Ryu explained. "I actually knew the lottery numbers because of my rune of future. It's tied to my class as a seer." "A seer?" Juri repeated, genuinely impressed. "That's incredible. The rune of future sounds amazing." She smiled, appreciating that Ryu had shared such a personal secret with her. "Thanks for telling me. I know it's not easy to open up about stuff like that." Ryu shrugged and said, "Well, you did tell me you're a supporter. It's only fair." "Fair?" Juri thought to herself. Not exactly, since she hadn't revealed her own rune to him yet. But as the conversation went on, she wondered if now might be the right time to do so. Sensing her hesitation, Ryu reassured her. "It's fine. You don't have to tell me if you're not ready." Taking a deep breath, Juri decided to open up. "Actually, in the first round, I got the rune of protection," she confessed. "It creates protective barriers around me, one for each person within 10 meters. So, if there are 5 people, I'm surrounded by 5 barriers." She felt a weight lift from her shoulders after revealing her rune, finally feeling comfortable enough to share that part of herself. Curious about why Ryu had decided to reveal his rune so suddenly, Juri couldn't help but ask. He sighed and responded, "Keeping it a secret was weighing on me. Plus, I figured you wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you unless I was upfront first." "What's on your mind?" she asked, her attention fully on him as the car sped along. Ryu took a moment, then revealed critical details about the upcoming round 4. Juri was shocked, her eyes widening at the implications. He warned her to stay cautious, explaining that the actions of other players would be highly unpredictable. "I will," she promised, genuinely appreciating his concern. Internally, she couldn't help but wonder if his care for her hinted at something more. The thought made her blush. "Does he also have feelings for me?" she pondered, secretly hoping it might be true. Later that evening, Ryu sat on his bed, stunned as he replayed the day's events in his head. "Juri has had feelings for me all this time," he hadn't realized it until now, but her kindness made so much more sense. The revelation stirred mixed emotions in him, though a part of him felt flattered, he knew it might also work in his favor. Having her trust him would make it easier to build an alliance, and she'd likely believe in his foresight more readily. At least that was one less worry on his mind. "Time to get some rest," Ryu muttered, knowing he didn't have much on his plate for the remainder of the month. Time passed quickly, much like someone disappearing without a trace. Before he knew it, it was March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Before his venture into the other world, he had made a crucial purchase, an epic item from the day's I-10 selection, the Shadow Gloves of Darkness. These epic gloves came with impressive stats, providing +5 agility and a semi-transparency feature for weapons, which only activated at night. The gloves had a durability of 1000, with a usage rank requiring regular players or above. Their description hinted at mysterious powers, claiming they could shroud their wearer in the darkness of night, rendering both the gloves and weapons nearly invisible. Combined with his Knight of Death skill, Ryu knew these gloves would be a powerful tool in the upcoming round. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. It was one, standing at the door, ready to brief him. "Brother, it's time," one said, his voice edged with nervousness. "Do you think you can survive this one too?" Ryu shrugged, a calm confidence in his tone. "I'll know once I give it a shot." "You're a seer, aren't you?" One stammered, nervously glancing at Ryu. "You mentioned you had some intel on the 4th round." Ryu leaned back, his expression calm. "Knowing something and acting on it are two different things," he clarified, his tone steady but firm. One fidgeted, clearly uneasy. "But how can you be so calm about this?" His voice wavered, betraying his fear. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly as he issued a quiet but firm warning. "Stop saying things like that. Talking about death only invites it." He paused, reclining further on the bed, his mind racing. While round 4 would likely be a death trap for many, it wasn't a concern for him. Inside the game, Young-min was pacing in frustration, muttering under his breath. "Damn it, it's happening again." The stat penalties. His stats were decimated, down by a permanent 50% due to past betrayals. He cursed inwardly, feeling the weight of the consequences for turning on his former mentor, Cho Jong-shik. With 0 command tokens left, Young-min wondered how he'd possibly survive the upcoming challenges. Young-min reflected bitterly on the dangers ahead. Competitors vying for the zone representative position might target him, and those he once called allies could be seeking revenge. As he surveyed his bleak surroundings, he muttered, "Where the hell are we?" The sterile, white environment made him feel like nothing more than a lab rat in some twisted experiment. That's when he spotted Ryu. His jaw clenched in anger. To Youngmin, Ryu, Black Scythe, was no mere rival. He was a manipulator, a devil who had likely foreseen these events and pulled strings behind the scenes. Youngmin was convinced that Black Scythe had orchestrated the destruction of the relic and had been suspiciously quick in taking down the proxy of divine punishment. His fists tightened at the thought, and he longed to be strong enough to wipe the smirk off Ryu's face. But he knew better. Frustration and anger aside, Youngmin acknowledged he had no choice. If he wanted to survive, he had to accept the devil's hand. With reluctance, he approached Ryu. Black Scythe, Youngmin called out. Ryu turned toward him, unfazed. What's on your mind? Ryu asked, his tone casual, as if everything around them wasn't unraveling. Youngmin's voice held a hint of desperation as he asked, our agreement from the last round, does it still stand? Ryu raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. What agreement, he replied, feigning ignorance, though they both knew the truth. Unfazed by Youngmin's persistence, Ryu met his plea with a cold smile. I did promise protection if you became my subordinate, didn't I? His smirk deepened, but there was no warmth behind it. But that was then. Now, I have no need for someone like you. Youngmin's heart sank as Ryu continued, his voice sharp and dismissive. You don't have any command tokens left. Without those, what use is the title of zone representative? And with most players already locked into their classes, those tokens mean next to nothing now. He gave a mocking glance at Youngmin, who could only listen in stunned silence. Ryu's smile grew more frigid. You're nothing more than a walking target, Youngmin. Youngmin's face paled, the weight of Ryu's words crushing him. His chest tightened with dread as he darted his eyes around, expecting the judgmental gazes of other players to fall upon him. But to his surprise, no one seemed to notice. No accusing looks. No whispers. Ryu, seemingly amused by Youngmin's unease, gave a reassuring smile, though it did little to ease the tension. Relax. You're only a target in theory, he said smoothly. In reality, no one's paying attention to you right now. Youngmin, still confused, stammered, why aren't they? I thought. Ryu cut him off, his tone now laced with the wisdom of experience. The zone representative position isn't what it seems. People are beginning to realize that. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. He paused, his eyes narrowing. The role paints a target on your back, and with players switching classes, those command tokens won't hold much value. The risk far outweighs the reward. A bead of sweat trickled down Youngmin's temple as he absorbed Ryu's words. He couldn't deny the truth behind them. He would give up the command tokens in a heartbeat if it meant survival. Before he could dwell on the thought, something caught his attention. Erin and her bodyguard, both draped in regal armor that gleamed with authority and power, were approaching. Startled, Youngmin wondered why they were coming toward Ryu and him. The sight of them only added to his confusion and fear. As Erin and her bodyguard approached, Ryu turned to greet them. The bodyguard acknowledged Ryu first, asking if he remembered them. With a slight nod, Ryu confirmed, of course, I remember. What brings you here? The bodyguard shot a quick glance at Youngmin before casually remarking, not much. Just wanted to thank you again for saving us from those thugs last time. The word thugs was a clear jab at Youngmin, who had been the aggressor in that situation. Youngmin's face reddened with anger. Thugs, he shouted, his voice filled with indignation. But before he could say more, Ryu calmly raised a hand, silencing him instantly. The unspoken threat of Ryu's black scythe hung in the air, forcing Youngmin to hold his tongue. Turning his attention back to Erin and the bodyguard, Ryu spoke politely, there's no need to keep thanking me. Once was more than enough. However, the bodyguard wasn't ready to let it go. We really are grateful, our CEO also wants me to thank you. Before the conversation could take a different turn, Ryu cut in, clearly uninterested in prolonging it. But before he could steer it away, Erin hesitantly pulled out a purple crystal, offering it to him as a token of their gratitude. Please, take this, she urged, her voice a little shaky. Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly as he inspected the crystal. A low-grade purple mana stone, he thought, surprised by the unexpected gift. He hadn't anticipated receiving something so valuable. Erin, sensing his hesitation, added quickly, I thought a crystal would be a better way to show our thanks than just words. Ryu didn't hesitate any further. With a swift motion, he accepted the crystal, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, he said sincerely. While turning the stone over in his hand, he couldn't help but think that there was no reason to refuse such a valuable item, especially when it was offered with genuine intent. Ryu Min casually thought that once he returned to the real world, he planned to experiment with the mana stone, aiming to craft a low-ranking one from it. Erin, still looking nervous, silently wondered if Ryu genuinely appreciated the stone or if he was merely being polite, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Despite her doubts, she noticed that he didn't seem disappointed or dismissive of the seemingly insignificant stone, leaving her to question if his kindness was genuine. Inwardly, Ryu couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging that Aaron's ignorance of the stone's true value was to be expected. If she had known how valuable it truly was, there was no way she would have handed it over so easily. Standing nearby, Young-min eyed the crystal intently. In his mind, he revealed that he, too, possessed something similar. This revelation caught Ryu by surprise, his inner voice musing, "This guy has a mana stone too?" Young-min continued, unknowingly spilling more information as he mentioned that his stone was called the Black Diamond. Ryu's eyes flickered with interest at the mention. "Black Diamond," he repeated, startled. He explained aloud that a black diamond was an incredibly rare item, one that had only a slim chance of dropping after defeating a monster. Even more elusive than regular mana stones, obtaining one in this round was virtually impossible. It was clear Young-min had no idea just how precious the item he was carrying truly was. With a smirk, Ryu silently thought to himself, "Is this guy lucky, or just ridiculously unlucky to get caught with it in front of me?" Breaking the silence, Aaron's voice interrupted Ryu's thoughts. Black Scythe? "Do you need a protective barrier?" she asked hesitantly after seeing him stow the stone away in his inventory. Curious, Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Protective barrier?" Aaron nodded, explaining that she had recently switched to the summoner class and could summon a fairy that would cast a barrier around him if necessary. Ryu politely declined with a confident smile. "I appreciate the offer, but no thanks," he replied smoothly. "I don't think I'll need it. I will be fine." Aaron, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment, lowered her eyes and softly said, "Oh, I understand." She then bowed politely, adding, "We should get going now. I hope you do your best in this round." Ryu smiled in return and replied, "Thanks, you too." As Aaron and her bodyguard turned to leave, Ryu caught sight of Young-min trying to slip away as well. "Wait," he called out. Young-min hesitated, turning back. "What?" he asked. "You might want to think twice before leaving," Ryu cautioned. Puzzled, Young-min furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Ryu calmly reminded him, "You're a walking target. Just because no one's coming for you right now doesn't mean you're safe." Young-min frowned, unsure. "But no one's after me at the moment," he insisted. Ryu shook his head, explaining, "Maybe not right now, but there are still players out there, those who haven't chosen a class yet. They'll be looking for command tokens. And as the zone representative, you're an easy target for them." Young-min paused, considering Ryu's words. "Out of 1,000 players, who would really target me?" he asked, still skeptical. "If you want my help, I can make sure you stay out of their sights," Ryu offered. But before Young-min could even thank him, Ryu added with a sly grin, "Of course, it won't be free. Aaron paid with a mana stone. If you've got something similar, we can make a deal." Young-min quickly rummaged through his inventory, pulling out a gleaming black diamond, its surface smooth and polished like glass. "I've got this," he said, holding it out nervously. Ryu's eyes gleamed as he took the stone, tucking it away safely. "Anything else?" Ryu inquired, half joking. Young-min nervously shook his head. "I don't have anything else, unless you want my clothes, but I'm not about to walk around naked," he added with a weak laugh. Ryu smirked. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your clothes," he reassured. With the black diamond handed over, Young-min asked anxiously, "So, you'll help me now?" Ryu nodded. "I said I'd keep my word, didn't I?" Just then, an eerie, celestial laughter echoed through the realm, as if an unseen angel was watching, amused by the shrinking number of players still left in the game. Confusion rippled through the crowd of players as they tried to process the situation. Some wondered if real-life fights had broken out once again. Standing with his arms crossed, Ryu quietly mused that it would be unusual if the players managed to stay out of trouble for an entire month. The angel, sensing the growing tension, summoned everyone's attention. A system window appeared before them, revealing the chilling objective for Round 4, kill each other for 3 hours. Only 521 survivors will remain in the zone. Shock spread like wildfire among the players. "What does she mean by kill each other?" someone muttered in disbelief. As if reading their minds, the angel's gaze swept over the crowd, her tone cold and matter-of-fact. "It's exactly as it sounds," she confirmed. "Stab the person next to you, end their life, it's that simple." Her blunt explanation struck like a blow. This round wasn't about battling monsters or facing external threats. It was about reducing the number of players, with one method: mutual slaughter. As panic set in, a flurry of questions erupted. "No monsters this round?" someone asked, confused. Another voice, tinged with fear, wondered aloud, "How are we supposed to level up then?" In the midst of the murmuring, one player speculated, "Maybe if each of us kills just one person, half of us could survive." With a playful smile, the angel raised a finger to her lips. "That's a secret," she teased. "It wouldn't be any fun if I just told you, right?" Ryu watched her, his mind racing. Wouldn't be fun, he thought, echoing her words. He knew there was more to it. The angels weren't the masterminds behind this twisted game, they were merely the enforcers. Someone higher up was pulling the strings, controlling the rules. And if the angel wasn't revealing everything, it was because the real host had ordered her to keep certain truths hidden. The angel delivered her unsettling ultimatum with chilling indifference. Surviving this round wasn't as simple as just killing another player. Only the top 521 would make it through, but the criteria for ranking remained a mystery. Quick kills wouldn't necessarily guarantee a higher position. With a cold smile, she abruptly ended the briefing, urging them all to kindly eliminate each other. The countdown started, ticking away at 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Fear and confusion gripped the players. Most stood frozen, grappling with the horrific dilemma. Should they really start killing each other? They didn't bear any grudges, but this round was bound to turn chaotic. Amidst the growing panic, Young-min stood out. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he hid his inner thoughts. Killing had served him well in the past, and now he had a clear target in mind. Stifling a laugh, Young-min couldn't help but relish the thought of taking out an old foe. Ryu, observing him closely, quickly deduced that Young-min intended to eliminate a former friend who had bullied him, confirming his suspicions. Grinning wider, Young-min thought to himself, if nobody wants to target me, wouldn't that work to my advantage? No enemies means a clear path. But his grin soon twisted into anger as old resentments resurfaced. Cursing his former friends, he swore to hunt them down and eliminate them all. Suddenly, his confidence shattered as he jumped in fear, thinking someone was coming for him. But it was only Ryu, who approached with a calm, purposeful stride. "Do you have any business with me?" Young-min asked, still rattled. Ryu's voice was steady. "I told you I'd help you avoid being targeted, didn't I? I'm here to keep that promise." With a casual flick of his hand, a crimson aura began to swirl around Ryu's palm, and in a matter of moments, a scythe materialized. Young-min's eyes widened in terror, his body frozen as if anticipating the inevitable. Ryu looked poised to strike, leaving Young-min, and the audience, hanging in suspense. The air thick with tension as the deadly weapon hovered over its potential victim. Young-min's head flew through the air, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Before the shock could settle in, Ryu's calm expression remained unchanged as he wiped his blade clean. Almost immediately, a system notification popped up before Ryu, revealing a hidden subquest: eliminate the zone representative within the time limit. Ryu had effortlessly completed it by killing Young-min, the current zone representative. As a reward, he received a rare item, a lowest rank mana stone draw token. The token had some specific conditions, though. It could only be used by someone at practice rank or higher and would expire after the next round. The prize was luck-based, offering between 1 to 5 random mana stones. Ryu smirked inwardly as he read the notification. He had secured exactly what he was after. Dismissing his scythe, he felt a rush of excitement about the loot. While the subquest reward was a nice bonus, it wasn't the only reason he had dispatched Young-min. Suddenly, panic screams erupted from the crowd as onlookers pointed toward Young-min's lifeless form. One girl, her voice trembling with accusation, cried out, "He killed the zone representative. Black Scythe's a murderer." Fingers were pointed, and more voices joined in, calling Ryu's actions barbaric. Ryu found their outcry deeply hypocritical. Just moments ago, these same players had been eyeing the zone representative's head themselves. Now that Young-min was gone, they were pretending to be virtuous, accusing him of being inhumane. As the crowd's condemnation grew louder, they began questioning his humanity, branding him a cold-blooded killer. Inwardly, Ryu acknowledged the irony. Sure, he had taken lives before. Seokyun's death was fresh in his mind, but nothing in this game was black and white. The rules of survival left him with little choice, especially in this round. He was acutely aware that more difficult choices would lie ahead, and more lives would inevitably be lost as they approached round 20. But he wasn't reckless, every action had a purpose. Despite knowing this, the criticism was relentless. All over a single death, even in a game where everyone was forced to make impossible choices. As the crowd simmered with fury, various thoughts bubbled up in the minds of the players. One plotted to rally the others against Ryu, another sought to ruin his reputation, while some quietly considered physical confrontations. A few even feared his rise to power as the new zone representative. All of them believed they had a chance to take him down. Ryu, perceptive as ever, caught on to their thoughts. His smirk deepened, amused by their futile schemes. They really think they stand a chance? How laughable, he mused, barely containing his inner chuckle. The crowd, seeing his smirk, became even more enraged. "What, you think this is funny?" one player shouted, while others hurled insults, calling him a psychopath for grinning after killing someone. The tension crackled in the air. Just then, a system notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Player Blackscythe has been designated the new zone representative. Silence fell over the crowd as they processed the news. It was as if they had just armed a predator. Someone dangerous was now in command. The air grew thick with uncertainty. No one knew what their next move should be. Ryu, still wearing his smug grin, mocked the crowd's sudden quietness. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why aren't you all shouting anymore? Scared now that I'm the zone representative?" His gaze swept over the uneasy faces. He taunted them further by casually mentioning command tokens, suggesting that those who hadn't undergone their class change were especially vulnerable. His words caused visible discomfort. Nervous murmurs rippled through the group. "What are you talking about?" one player finally stammered. Then, someone pointed at Ryu's name, noting that its color had shifted. "Look! Blackscythe's name has changed," they exclaimed. More players began to notice it as well, their confusion mounting. How had his name color changed, while theirs remained the same? Ryu stayed calm, his demeanor betraying his extensive experience. He knew exactly what was happening. With 100 regressions under his belt, he had encountered this situation before. He inwardly confirmed that his name had likely shifted from neon to red, a sign of the bloodshed he had caused. Breaking the silence, he explained the mechanics. "In rounds like this," he began, "your name turns red when you kill someone. The more people you take out, the darker the shade gets." His voice was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather. He continued, "The system separates those who've killed from those who haven't. Funny thing is, players tend to target killers first. It makes them feel better, like they're not the bad guy. But the irony is, once they kill a killer, they become one themselves. It's a vicious cycle, encouraging everyone to spill more blood." The crowd's fear deepened as his words sank in. They realized that by eliminating Ryu, they'd only be setting themselves up for the same grim fate, trapped in a spiral of violence. Ryu thought that their hesitation to kill now would only result in more deaths later. Frustrated by their inaction, he asked, "What are you all waiting for? There's no time to waste." Yet, instead of acting, the crowd remained angry, accusing him of being a murderer and demanding he stay put. Ryu couldn't help but marvel at their audacity, talking down to the #1 ranked player in the world like that. He decided to be blunt. "You're all making it sound like I'm the only one who ever planned to take out the zone representative. What about last time when everyone rushed to Jongshik? Were you planning to give him a hug?" His voice hardened. "This is survival. It's kill or be killed." Ryu found it baffling that they had made it this far without grasping such a basic truth. He urged them to drop the pretense and face the harsh reality. "If your life was on the line, you'd be pulling out a weapon to defend yourself too," he said, his gaze cold and serious. "This isn't the time for idle talk. If you've got a problem with me, let's settle it like we did last time, with a vote. But stop wasting time." Turning away from them, Ryu mused silently. Even if he kept quiet, they would inevitably start arguing amongst themselves. But by the time they realized what needed to be done, it might be too late. If he didn't push them to act now, they'd keep squabbling, and fewer than 521 would survive. He knew it was a gamble, stirring up conflict in the group, but it was the only way to save more lives in the end. His words, harsh as they were, might be the wake-up call they needed. Suddenly, a girl spoke up, agreeing with him. "Yeah, Blackscythe is right. We can't just sit around. We need to do something," she urged. A man quickly countered, challenging her. "Then what do you suggest? If you've got an idea, let's hear it." The tension in the air thickened as the crowd waited for someone to take the lead. The girl, clearly annoyed by the man's sarcastic tone, shot back, asking, "Why do you have to be so snarky? I'm just saying we need to figure something out." The man, undeterred, suggested they settle things with a one-on-one duel. However, another voice immediately challenged the idea, asking how fighting to the death could ever be considered fair. "You think this is just some game?" the person added, clearly frustrated by the lack of urgency. This sparked an argument between them, the tension rising rapidly. Nearby, Erin stood with her bodyguard, anxiety etched on her face. "What should we do?" she whispered, her voice shaky. "Do we really have to kill someone, like Blackscythe said?" The bodyguard, eyes cold, nodded without hesitation. "If we don't, someone else will kill us," he replied firmly. "It's them or us. I don't care who they are." Erin hesitated, her kind-hearted nature conflicting with the brutal reality before her. She remained silent, torn between survival and her conscience. The bodyguard, seeing her hesitation, turned to her with a serious look. "Listen, Erin. You need to toughen up. Taking a life isn't easy, but in this game, it's necessary. If you hesitate, you're dead. Nervously, Aaron asked, "You talk like you've done it before, have you?" The bodyguard shook his head, though his voice was resolute. "No, I haven't. But I've thought it through. You need to get ready. This isn't going to be easy." Aaron glanced at him uncertainly. "Who should we go after?" "Let the situation decide," he replied. "When the time comes, you'll know." Meanwhile, tensions within the group continued to escalate. One player snapped, urging someone else to stop wasting time and pick a target. But instead of complying, the person fired back, asking, "What about you? Who are you going to target?" Another player interjected, arguing that the best strategy was to focus on those with red names, since they'd already killed someone. "They're the real threats," he reasoned. But this sparked more dissent, as someone else questioned who had the right to make such a decision. Fingers started pointing at Blackscythe, with accusations flying about how his red nickname only confirmed his reputation as a killer. Amidst the chaos, one person scoffed at the idea of targeting Blackscythe. "You think we can take down someone at level 30? They asked, incredulous. "We wouldn't stand a chance, even if all of us attacked at once." Another chimed in, doubting their ability to overwhelm Ryu. "Even if we worked together, we couldn't overpower him." As the voices grew louder, a nervous player cautioned them to lower their voices, casting a worried glance in Ryu's direction. "What if he overhears us?" Ryu, wearing a scowl of irritation, silently noted that he could hear every word the group was saying. As his sharp gaze swept over them, a palpable wave of unease washed through the crowd. Some of them visibly tensed, avoiding his stare as if it burned. The tension was briefly broken by another player who, fed up with the heated chatter, spoke up. "Is this really what we're doing? We can't just kill people, even if they've done wrong. Life's still life," he argued passionately, attempting to appeal to their dwindling sense of morality. A second player nodded in agreement. "If we start killing murderers, what's the difference between us and them? We'd just be creating more killers." But another, more pragmatic, voice cut through the moral debate. "Look, we need to focus on survival. We have to decide who's the real threat here, or none of us will make it." Someone else quickly chimed in, tired of the back and forth. "Enough talking. We should just target those who've already crossed the line. They're the ones we need to take out." A girl, standing near the back, scoffed. "And how exactly do you plan to do that? Line up all the criminals and ask them to raise their hands," she asked sarcastically, drawing a stifled laugh from a joker in the corner. One of the men, clearly irritated by her comment, turned to her with a sneer. "Who the hell are you to make jokes? Either say something useful or shut up." He spat out a curse under his breath. The girl's face twisted in anger at the insult. "Why are you swearing at me? Maybe I should kill you first," she snapped. The man smirked, unfazed. "Go ahead and try," he challenged, his voice dripping with disdain as he hurled another curse at her. Before things could escalate further, the clown who had laughed earlier decided to jump into the fray. "Why are you still running your mouths? We're here to fight, not bicker. Just get on with it already." The two arguing players immediately turned their frustration on the clown. "You're just making things worse," one of them shouted. The girl, livid, pointed at him. "People like you just love stirring up trouble, don't you?" The clown's amusement vanished, replaced by fury. His eyes darkened as he summoned his weapon, snarling, "I'll kill every last one of you if I have to." Not backing down, the girl quickly summoned her own weapon. "Come on, then. If you're so tough, let's see what you've got." Ryu couldn't help but shake his head at the chaos around him. What a mess, he thought, watching the group argue without any real action. They were all bark, no bite. He figured they'd turn on each other eventually, it was only a matter of time. Just then, one man finally had enough. He stepped forward, demanding everyone stop shouting and get serious. But in that very moment, his expression shifted from frustration to pure shock. His eyes went wide, his jaw dropped. The reason? Young Min, who Ryu had decapitated mere minutes ago, was casually standing up, yawning as if he'd just woken from a nap. The crowd froze, utterly dumbfounded, staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Well, in a way, they had. Ryu's eyes narrowed in realization. "Because, that's the hidden rule for this round," he mused silently. "After 10 minutes, anyone who dies respawns." Meanwhile, Young Min, completely oblivious to the stunned faces around him, looked confused. "Why's everyone looking at me like I crawled out of a grave?" he wondered. Then, his eyes landed on Ryu, piecing together what had just happened. Moments ago, he'd been talking to Blackscythe, but now? His mind raced, trying to figure it out. Suddenly, a man in the crowd broke the silence, yelling in disbelief, "He's alive again." Another player quickly jumped to conclusions, assuming Yong-min had somehow gained divine power. But a more experienced voice among them chimed in, explaining it was likely a respawn feature of the game. The revelation spread through the crowd, sparking curiosity. Wait, does that mean anyone who dies will come back? A girl, standing nearby, shrugged and casually remarked, well, if that's the case, maybe killing isn't such a big deal after all. Her words seemed to flick a switch. People started gripping their weapons tighter, considering that if death wasn't permanent, maybe it was time to act. Amidst the growing tension, a nervous girl stepped forward, trying to calm the rising storm. She warned them not to rush into anything, pointing out that they didn't fully understand how the resurrection worked yet. But before she could finish, a figure emerged from behind her. Without warning, he slashed her across the back, silencing her plea for peace. As she collapsed, clutching her wound, the attacker loomed over her, sneering. Why don't you die first, then, he spat, his voice dripping with malice. He continued to strike, hurling insults with each vicious blow. The crowd, already on edge, tensed further as the violence erupted. The other players watched in horror, wide-eyed and trembling, as blood splattered everywhere. The assailant, drenched in crimson, stood panting like a predator fresh from the hunt, his weapon and appearance reminiscent of a bloodied wolverine. In the chaos, some players nervously muttered, "Come on, she'll respawn. We need to regroup," hoping that the girl's body would miraculously revive. But as the seconds dragged on, the unsettling realization hit them, she wasn't coming back. One jittery player, biting their nails in growing anxiety, whispered, "She's not respawning." Another nervously suggested that maybe it was just taking time. Yong-min took about 10 minutes, right? Let's give her a little more time, someone else added, clinging to hope. The group agreed, anxiously waiting. After what felt like an eternity, a soft, golden light began to surround the lifeless girl. Her clothes and wounds were restored, as if she'd never been touched. In a matter of moments, she stirred and slowly stood, stretching as if waking from a deep sleep. The onlookers were stunned, mouths agape at the miraculous sight. But as she fully regained her senses, a new realization hit her. She remembered everything. Who did it? Who attacked me? She demanded, her sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Silence followed. No one dared to speak. But just as the tension thickened, the man who had killed her earlier stalked toward her again, ready to strike once more. This time, however, before he could land the fatal blow, he sneered and proudly admitted, "It was me." But before his blade could reach her, a blur of movement sliced through the air. In an instant, a figure appeared behind the man, slashing his hand clean off, sending him crumpling to the ground. Blood sprayed as the killer fell lifeless, his arrogant grin frozen on his face. The victorious figure, grinning widely, pointed at the fresh corpse. "So, they really do come back after 10 minutes, huh?" he said, almost mockingly. Yet, despite knowing this, the group couldn't hide their disgust. Some players looked visibly sick, their stomachs turning at the carnage unfolding around them. Ryu, watching silently, noted that while the reality of resurrection had been confirmed, it didn't make the sight of murder any less unsettling. People were horrified, but Ryu knew better. In chaotic situations like these, it didn't take long for people to show their true nature. Chaos soon erupted. With the newfound certainty of resurrection, players started turning on one another. A man suddenly rushed forward, stabbing someone from behind, the crowd quickly devolving into a frenzied bloodbath. In the midst of the frenzy, another player, apparently having given up on any sense of morality, sliced through someone from behind without hesitation. The chaos around them only intensified as players turned on each other. Amidst this, a heated confrontation broke out, with one man managing to block an incoming attack. "You've all lost your minds," he shouted in disbelief. One player, recently stabbed, hurled insults at his attacker, but the stabber, oddly calm, apologized, claiming he had no personal vendetta. However, in a twist, the wounded player immediately retaliated, slashing at his attacker. "How about you feel what it's like?" he spat, though the other man blocked the blow, urging his opponent to stop fighting and accept his fate, since they would both respawn anyway. The wounded man, not backing down, retorted coldly, "Then why don't you go first?" Before the other could react, he struck him down, ending his life. The scene spiraled into utter madness. Players attacked one another relentlessly, their shouts filling the air. Some begged for mercy, while others screamed in agony as blood painted the ground. The battlefield had become a gruesome spectacle of violence, with no end in sight. Watching the carnage unfold, Ryu noted how the mass of players, now over 1,000 strong, had descended into an animalistic fight for survival, no different from stray dogs tearing at each other. The sight reminded him of a war zone. Quietly, he summoned his scythe, a crimson glow flickering around his hand as the weapon materialized. It was time for him to enter the fray. The moment Ryu began to move, everything changed. His mere presence sent a ripple through the chaotic battlefield. Combatants froze in their tracks, their attention shifting as Black Scythe approached. With a single, sweeping motion, Ryu unleashed his power, and a wave of red energy sliced through the air, cutting down everyone in his immediate vicinity. The ground was suddenly littered with corpses, blood pooling around him as the deadly quiet settled. But Ryu wasn't done. He sensed 3 individuals attempting to ambush him from behind. Before they could even launch their attack, he dispatched them in an instant, his presence detection skill making their feeble attempts laughable. They didn't stand a chance. Scanning the battlefield, Ryu's eyes landed on a man wielding a massive, double-sided axe, laughing maniacally as he took down his foes with brutal swings. Ryu smirked to himself, knowing that the man's rampage wouldn't last much longer. As Ryu observed the chaos around him, he quietly acknowledged that this 4th round was tailor-made for Black Flame Dragon. With the absorption rune in his possession, this stage was practically a banquet for him. From the deep hue of Black's name, Ryu deduced that the man had already eliminated about 10 players. He figured Black would likely have to make use of the stack few times, considering the pace of his rampage. Black couldn't contain his amusement, glancing at his status window in sheer delight. Each player he took down caused his stats to skyrocket, and he was reveling in it. Sure, it was normal to grow stronger from slaying monsters, but the unexpected boost from eliminating other players? That felt like hitting the jackpot. The absorption rune worked by increasing a stack each time an enemy was defeated. Once the stack was full, a random stat would be added, and the size of the boost depended on the level of the defeated player. Armed with this knowledge, Black was like a predator on the hunt, grinning wickedly as he sought out his next target, eager to cut down as many as he could. Each time his status window updated, showing the steady growth of his stack, he couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the high level of his victims. His most recent kill was around his level, and the stack jumped significantly. That made him think, what would happen if he managed to take down Black Scythe himself? The thought of filling his stack instantly and gaining new abilities flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Going after someone of Black Scythe's caliber could lead to disastrous consequences, and he wasn't eager to tempt fate. Instead, he decided to stick to weaker players, using them as stepping stones to grow even stronger. Spotting another player nearby, he swiftly moved in, delivering a lethal strike from behind. As his blade cut through his unsuspecting opponent, Black murmured under his breath, "Nothing personal." Pulling his bloodied weapon free from the lifeless body, he chuckled to himself, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him. The chaos, the bloodshed, it was all an outlet for his pent-up aggression, and it felt oddly therapeutic. Recalling the trouble Jongsik had caused in the previous round, Black Flame Dragon's grin widened. He couldn't shake the feeling that this round was designed perfectly for him. Just then, he sensed movement behind him. Someone was trying to sneak up for an ambush. Without missing a beat, Black Dragon sidestepped the incoming attack, raising his weapon overhead. As he readied his strike, he mused inwardly about how most players gain nothing from eliminating each other. But for him, it was different. His stats surged with every kill. With a swift, clean cut, he took down his would-be attacker. But me? I get stronger every time I bring someone down, Black muttered to himself, barely breaking stride. As players started respawning, he observed with a smirk. And the best part? My prey just keeps coming back for more. His eyes fell on a girl who had just reappeared, her expression barely registering her new reality before he cut her down again, blood spraying across the ground. As he wiped the blood from his weapon, he wondered how many he'd killed by now. He had lost count but knew that the more he eliminated, the higher he would climb on the leaderboard. His ambitions were crystal clear, eliminate everyone he could to secure the top spot. However, his momentum came to an abrupt stop when he found himself face to face with Ryu. Ryu advanced toward him, and in an instant, the air around them shifted. With a single move, Ryu unleashed his skill, Night of Death. The sky turned unnaturally dark, casting an eerie shadow over the battlefield. Black blinked, bewildered by the sudden shift, and noticed that other players around him were just as confused, eyes darting toward Ryu in shock. Something about Ryu's scythe caught Black's attention, it was becoming transparent, almost ghostly. Alarmed, Black quickly realized he needed to be on guard. But before he could react, a red hue filled his vision, and suddenly, he felt weightless. His world spun, the ground seemingly flipping as he found himself airborne. It was only as his severed head tumbled through the air that reality hit him. Ryu's strike was flawless, severing Black Flame Dragon's head cleanly from his body. The head hovered momentarily in the air, spinning upside down before gravity took over. Despite the brutal end, Black felt surprisingly calm. After all, it was Ryu, Black Scythe, who had taken him down. As his vision dimmed, Black reflected on his mistake, realizing that crossing paths with Ryu had been a miscalculation. He would respawn soon, but next time, he'd be more cautious. Elsewhere on the chaotic battlefield, the sound of clashing swords filled the air, accompanied by shouts, curses, and the endless struggle for survival. In the midst of this chaos, Yong-min stood back, quietly observing the carnage. His attention shifted as a figure beside him suddenly resurrected, rising from the dead after 10 minutes had passed. So it's true, Yong-min thought with a twisted grin. People really do come back. The rules of the game were now clear to him. This wasn't just survival, it was a chance for revenge. His mind raced as he realized the opportunity before him. He could take out everyone who had betrayed him. Clenching his fist, he smiled wider, resolved to settle old scores. Walking through the battlefield where players ruthlessly slaughtered one another, Yong-min scanned the chaos, his eyes seeking one specific person, Kim Sung-han. A predatory grin formed on his face when he finally spotted him. There, trembling and wide-eyed, Kim stood frozen amidst the violence. "Look at this idiot," Yong-min chuckled to himself, watching Kim visibly quake with fear, terrified over the prospect of a stat penalty. Yong-min couldn't resist. Laughing, he waved dramatically to catch Kim's attention. When Kim turned and saw him, his confusion was palpable. Without warning, Yong-min sprinted toward Kim and landed a brutal punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As Kim cradled his face in shock and pain, Yong-min stood over him, smirking. "Good to see you again, you coward," he sneered. Kim, dazed and in agony, could hardly comprehend what had just happened. But as he lay there, trembling, the grim reality hit him. Yong-min sneered as he called Kim's name again, yanking him up by the collar. His voice dripped with malice as he mocked, "Didn't you say you'd finish me off if we ever met again? Well, here I am. Give it a shot." Before Kim could respond, Yong-min landed another vicious punch. Kim's screams echoed across the battlefield, filled with pain and fear. Satisfied, Yong-min let go of him, his voice relaxed as he murmured, "Refreshing." With a dark, brooding aura, Yong-min scanned the chaos, his thoughts shifting to the other former comrades who had betrayed him. His thirst for revenge was far from quenched. If there was a hell, he thought, it would look something like this, a killing field drenched in blood, where mercy no longer existed. A place where every soul was trapped in a cycle of brutal violence and endless suffering. Among the turmoil, Erin was on her knees, clutching a knife that dripped with blood. Her breathing was ragged as she watched bodies fall around her, but her eyes were distant, her mind on the verge of collapse. The bodyguard, dispatching enemies with grim efficiency, noticed her fragile state. Walking over, he asked with mild concern, "You tired?" Erin shook her head weakly. "Not tired," she replied, her voice trembling. "Just struggling." It wasn't her body that was exhausted, it was her mind. She was barely holding on. The bodyguard silently assessed her, thinking to himself that while he could endure, it was Erin's mental state that worried him. If she couldn't pull herself together, it would impact their mission, and worse, he wouldn't be able to face the CEO. Just then, something caught his attention. A man had crept up behind Erin and grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back. He raised his weapon, ready to strike. Without hesitation, the bodyguard sprang into action, closing the distance in an instant. Disarming the attacker with a swift movement, he sneered, "Like hell I'd let scum like you touch her." With a smooth motion, he plunged his blade into the man's chest. The attacker crumpled to his knees, gasping in agony. Turning back to Erin, the bodyguard spoke coldly. "Finish him." Erin's hands trembled as she stared at the man struggling before her. Fear and hesitation gripped her, but she knew there was no other choice. Steeling herself, she forced her feet to move, rushing forward. With a determined cry, she plunged her knife into the man's heart, ending his suffering. The bodyguard watched as Erin shakily stood up. Inwardly, he thought she does as she's told. Her face still pale from the ordeal. Between gasps and sobs, she asked, "How much longer do we have to keep this up?" He replied flatly, "Probably another hour." Erin looked around at the chaos unfolding, her voice wavering as she said, "Just watching this, it's tearing me apart inside. I don't get why they're all so determined to kill each other." Inwardly, the bodyguard couldn't help but think she's so weak. Always has been, a delicate flower completely sheltered from reality. Out loud, he told her, "If you're that tired, take a break. You've already killed 50 people, so that should be enough to put you on the leaderboard. Leave the rest to me." Erin nodded, grateful. "Thank you, for everything." But in his mind, the bodyguard smirked. "I should be thanking you. I've been carrying her the entire time, but now I don't have to hold her hand anymore. I can finally focus on myself." Earlier, he had deliberately injured people and let Erin finish them off so she could rack up kills. But now, with her taken care of, it was his turn to cut loose and rack up his own kills. With only 10 minutes left in the round, he was eager to make his move. Meanwhile, Ryu continued his slaughter, a blur on the battlefield. As someone tried to sneak up on him from behind, Ryu sighed inwardly. Round 4 is always so draining. In one swift motion, he turned and eliminated his attacker without missing a beat. I can't afford to lose focus, he muttered to himself, eyes scanning the battlefield. The prize for being number 1 across all zones was too tempting to ignore. His thoughts shifted to the ultimate goal, reaching round 20. He knew that every second counted. No telling how strong the final boss will be, Ryu thought as he darted toward another group of players. I have to get as powerful as possible before that moment comes. As Ryu cut down one of the 2 fleeing players, the other continued to run, shouting in fear that Black Scythe was after him. But to his surprise, Ryu sped past without delivering a final blow. The man came to a halt, panting in relief, thankful to still be alive. Inwardly, Ryu reasoned that there was no point in taking down someone he had already killed. In round 4, it wasn't just about the sheer number of kills. To rank highly, you needed diversity in your eliminations. Killing the same person repeatedly only counted as a single kill. He couldn't help but shake his head at Youngmin's reckless approach, obsessively taking out the same people over and over, especially his own friends. Youngmin's being absurd, Ryu thought, watching the scene unfold. He's just killing them in the same spot over and over. They don't even have a chance to get their bearings, let alone make any progress in the rankings. At that moment, one of Youngmin's unfortunate friends respawned yet again. Without hesitation, Youngmin whirled around and delivered a brutal punch to the man's face, calling him a bastard and demanding he hurry up with his respawn so the cycle could repeat faster. Ryu grimaced. If he keeps this up, they'll have no chance of recording anything in this round. He's essentially dooming them to failure. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, announcing that only 1 minute remained before the round's conclusion. Ryu's mind raced. 1 minute, there's not much time left. I need to secure as many points as possible. Darting across the chaotic battlefield, he scanned the crowd, looking for anyone he hadn't killed yet. He spotted 2 familiar faces, players he had already eliminated, and then, finally, a figure he didn't recall. Wasting no time, Ryu dashed towards him, his large black scythe gleaming as it sliced through the air. The man fell instantly, just as Ryu hoped. But then, everything froze. A radiant golden barrier formed around Ryu and the other surviving players. Out of nowhere, an angelic figure appeared, her laughter echoing across the battlefield. She smiled mischievously and asked, "Did you all enjoy your little killing spree?" Ryu, watching the angel with a cynical eye, mused internally, "We were killing people just like us, there's no way anyone would enjoy something like that." The angel, meanwhile, floated above the carnage, her tone playful but edged with sarcasm. "Oh dear, look at all this filthy blood," she sighed dramatically. "You've turned this once pristine place into a total disaster. But, well done. You all worked so hard to kill each other." She waved it off as if it were a trivial matter, then casually mentioned, "Time to bring everyone back before we check the final tally." Ryu couldn't help but note to himself that she was pretending to take credit for something the system handled entirely. The angel wasn't bringing anyone back, the system was. As if on cue, severed limbs began to regrow, and those who had been slaughtered moments before were resurrected. Youngmin's friends, among the revived, immediately began pounding against the shimmering golden barrier that encased them. Their eyes wild with fury, they hurled curses and threats at Youngmin, their hatred for him palpable. But Youngmin only chuckled darkly. "Idiots," he muttered, thoroughly enjoying their misery. He seemed completely unaffected by their anger. Suddenly, the angel's playful demeanor dropped, replaced by a chilling expression of authority. "Silence," she commanded, her voice laced with an unmistakable threat. "Anyone who speaks another word will lose their head." The venom in her voice stilled the chaos instantly. Youngmin's ex-friends, even Youngmin himself, went quiet, their defiance fading as they recognized the seriousness of her warning. With the battlefield now eerily still, the angel smiled once more, her tone light and cheerful again as she announced they would review the results. But before doing so, she added with a teasing grin, "Oh, and we still need to reveal the subquest for this round." Confusion rippled through the players, none of them had known there was a subquest. Sensing their bewilderment, the angel mocked them openly. "Seriously? You didn't realize there was one? How clueless can you be?" Just then, a system notification flashed before them, revealing the hidden objective for round 4, subquest, eliminate the zone representative within the time limit. The reward for completing the subquest was revealed to be a low-tier mana stone draw token, sending a ripple of shock through the crowd. No one had anticipated such a hidden challenge. The angel, with a condescending smirk, mocked their surprise, calling them fools. Only one person in this zone managed to complete the subquest, she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And that person is? Black Scythe. All eyes instantly turned to Ryu. One player, piecing it together, muttered, now that I think about it, Black Scythe did kill Young-min right at the start of the round. Frustration flared in another man, who clenched his fists in anger. He cursed silently, bitterly realizing that becoming the zone representative had been a significant advantage. If I'd known, I would have killed Young-min myself, he fumed, inwardly raging over the missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Young-min, his face ashen, replayed the moment in his mind. I was killed, by Black Scythe, checking his status window, he grimaced. The temporary command tokens he'd held as zone representative were gone. His mind flashed back to when Ryu had told him he would help him avoid being a target. Now, it was clear, Ryu had simply wanted to strip him of the zone representative title for himself. The angel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. All right, now let's check the final scores, she started, but then paused, her eyes gleaming mischievously. But first, you're probably wondering how these rankings were determined. The crowd stirred nervously. The angel explained, the rankings are based on the order in which you eliminated unique individuals. Killing the same person over and over doesn't boost your score. It only counts as one kill. A murmur of shock spread through the players as they digested the revelation. It wasn't just about racking up as many kills as possible, they needed to be strategic. The angel, noticing their disbelief, chuckled, clearly enjoying their discomfort. What, did you think it was that easy, she scolded, snapping her fingers. Let's see the results, shall we? Suddenly, the results of round 4 flashed across the screen. Ryu, or Black Scythe, stood at the top with an astounding 722 kills across all zones. In second place was Stupid Idiot, trailing with 521 kills, while Heavenly Demon took third with 433. Within Ryu's own zone, he maintained first place as well, with Cute Baby Bird securing second with 211 kills, and the Bodyguard following closely at third with 209 kills. The angel, still sporting her signature grin, remarked, well, it seems Black Scythe claims first place again. Ryu stood there, arms crossed, his expression calm and unaffected. Inwardly, he knew the truth, it was only natural that he dominated. The Celestial being smiled, commenting on the astounding feat he had achieved, eliminating 70% of the total players, which numbered around 1,000. It was a feat that left the crowd in disbelief. They struggled to wrap their minds around how one individual could take out over 700 players on his own. An incredible achievement, the angel said, her tone a mix of awe and amusement. Surely, a reward is in order. Almost on cue, a system notification appeared, congratulating Ryu on securing the top spot in his zone. Another message followed shortly, declaring him the highest-ranked player across all zones. For being the top player in his zone, Ryu was awarded an intermediate-grade rare armor selection coupon. As the notification for his all-zone victory popped up, he was gifted an intermediate-rank special reward selection box. Ryu, inwardly calm and focused, saw the value in the rare armor coupon. It was the perfect opportunity to upgrade his gear and prepare for what lay ahead. The round might have ended, but Ryu knew this was just the beginning. The system presented Ryu with 3 armor options: polished bronze armor, a blood-red assassin suit, or the robe of darkness. After considering his choices, Ryu selected the blood-red assassin suit, drawn to its versatility and agility. Classified as rare armor, it boasted 60 defense points, along with a +4 boost to agility, a 5% increase in both attack speed and movement speed, and a durability rating of 600. Only those ranked regular or above could wear it. This crimson suit, rumored to have once belonged to a notorious assassin, carried with it the faint scent of blood. With that decision made, Ryu turned to his special reward selection. His options were a temporary 50% stat boost, usable until the end of round 5, 5,000 gold, or critical information about round 5. Knowing that the upcoming round had a difficult subquest but also an attractive reward, Ryu opted for the stat boost, confident it would help him push through the challenges. The angel, hovering nearby, interrupted the moment. I trust you've all reviewed your rankings by now, she said with a playful grin. She revealed that those ranked 521st and lower in the zone would face elimination. Her smile twisted into something darker as she raised a hand to her face and announced the beginning of the annihilation. Immediately, a golden aura surrounded several players, inducing waves of panic and fear. Realizing their fate, the unlucky ones below the cutoff began to plead desperately with the angel, their voices filled with terror. Please! It can't be permanent death this time, right? They cried out, begging for another chance. Their pleas fell on deaf ears as the angel watched with detached amusement. Young-min stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. He glanced at his former friends disappearing one by one and inwardly sighed with relief, relieved to have survived the cutoff. A sly grin crept across his face. Erin, on the other hand, clenched her fists and tried to block out the cries, unwilling to let the horror of the situation sink in. The angel's grin widened as the doomed players vanished from the battlefield, marking the cruel end of those unable to escape their rank. Meanwhile, Ryu remained indifferent to the cries of the eliminated, his mind accustomed to such scenes after experiencing the day's events multiple times due to his regressions. The screams eventually died down, and with them, he opened his eyes as the final notification for Round 4 appeared. It announced the conclusion of the round, stating that across all zones, a total of 90,953,209 survivors remained, with 521 survivors in his particular zone. The system then reassured them that their souls would soon return to their bodies in their original dimension. A message followed, revealing that Round 5 would begin at midnight on May 1, 2023. With a final, "See you in the next round," the system congratulated them on surviving. In the real world, specifically inside the luxurious Imperial Hotel, the bodyguard hurried through the hallways, bursting into Gianrock's room. "Sir," he called urgently. Gianrock, roused from his rest, glanced at the bodyguard, surprised by his sudden intrusion. "Why are you here?" he asked, slightly confused. "I don't recall summoning you." The bodyguard, still slightly out of breath, explained, "I couldn't reach you, sir. I feared something might have happened, so I decided to check in on you." With a composed smile, Gianrock responded, "As if something could happen to me." His voice carried a hint of amusement as he continued, "Did you really think I'd die in Round 4? Didn't you see the results?" The bodyguard nodded. "Yes, sir, I saw you ranked third." Despite this, concern lingered in his tone. "It was an intense round, though." Gianrock reclined, rubbing his temples. "I collapsed from mental fatigue the moment I got back here," he admitted. "Round 4 was brutal." The bodyguard agreed, recalling the carnage. "It was. Over 90 million people were killed." Gianrock scoffed lightly. "And that's not even counting the repeated deaths. If you did, the number would be much higher." Gianrock, reflecting on his consistent top 3 performances, found his thoughts drifting to Black Scythe. The sheer gap between Black Scythe's score and the rest left him pondering if this figure was even human. Could someone like that really be just another player, he muttered, half to himself. The bodyguard, standing nearby, offered a theory. He might be an active-duty Special Forces operative. That level of skill isn't something you see from a regular person. Remaining silent, Gianrock's admiration for Black Scythe only deepened. The more he thought about him, the more fascinated he became. Black Scythe's identity didn't matter, what was important was that Gianrock saw him as someone worth allying with. He mentally noted to consult a seer later about Black Scythe's true nature. Changing the subject, the bodyguard remarked on how eerily accurate the seer's predictions had been for Round 4. Initially skeptical, he admitted he only began to believe when he witnessed the chaos firsthand. Gianrock nodded in agreement, a flashback filling his mind. He recalled when Ryu had warned them, saying, "Round 4 won't be about hunting monsters. It's going to be a slaughter, a massacre among players." When Gianrock had asked for clarification, Ryu explained it was a fight to the death between competitors, urging them to stay sharp. The bodyguard snapped him out of his reverie with another question. "What's our next move?" he asked. Gianrock, slightly confused, sought clarification. "What exactly are you asking?" "About Ryu Min, the seer. Do you plan on partnering with him in business?" the bodyguard pressed. Gianrock gave a firm nod. "Yes. Ryu Min holds 31% of the company's shares, which effectively puts the future of our company in his hands." The bodyguard's eyes widened. "So, we're going to pivot the entire industry, just like he suggested?" "Exactly," Gianrock replied, his tone resolute. "With Ryu's foresight, the possibilities are limitless." As Gianrock rose from his bed and slipped on his coat, he questioned the need for further discussion. He stressed that the company had immense potential for growth in this direction, and aligning with Ryu Min was essential. "We need him on our side," Gianrock remarked. He advised the bodyguard not to let pride or Ryu's youth cloud his judgment. "Even if you don't like his behavior, you should praise him and play along. Only then can we truly benefit from the insights of this seer," he added, his tone firm. The bodyguard nodded in understanding. "I'll be more cautious when dealing with Ryu Min from now on." "Good," Gianrock responded. "Now, give Ryu a call. Tell him we should celebrate surviving Round 4 today, and ask if he'd like to bring his family along." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before asking, "What should I say to him?" Jianrock grinned, explaining, just tell him it's a small gathering to mark our survival. And see if Aaron should come along too. The bodyguard raised an eyebrow. Aaron? Why her? With a knowing smile, Jianrock replied, we need a celebrity at these sorts of things. The scene then shifted to Café Scala, where Ryu stood beside his car, waiting. Spotting someone, he waved with a smile. Hey, Yuri, he greeted warmly. Yuri smiled back. Ryu, you're looking sharp. Not as sharp as you, he quipped with a grin. She raised an eyebrow playfully. What's up with you? Making lunch plans all of a sudden? Ryu chuckled. I thought it'd be nice to celebrate surviving round 4. My treat. Yuri laughed softly. Well, if you're paying, I won't say no to taking advantage of my rich friend. The two got into the car, speeding off down the road. As they drove, Yuri thanked him. Because of you, I was able to prepare for round 4. Ryu glanced at her with a half-smile. But what if I was lying all along? Did that ever cross your mind? Yuri responded with a light laugh, saying, you would never lie to me, Ryu. What would you even gain from that? Ryu smiled softly. Thanks for trusting me. She quickly replied, no, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't told me about the round, I would have had to kill dozens of people. I'd be dead by now. Internally, Ryu knew that her gratitude wasn't necessary. Even without his warning, Yuri would have survived, thanks to the rune of protection she possessed. She wasn't as helpless as she believed, in fact, she was quite capable. Comparing her to Aaron, he thought Yuri was more like a resilient weed thriving outside a greenhouse, while Aaron was the delicate flower sheltered within it. After a bit of driving, they arrived at a cozy restaurant and ordered their food. Enjoy, Ryu said casually. Thanks. Bon appetit, Yuri replied with a polite smile. Ryu couldn't help but notice how often she expressed gratitude, and he found himself wondering why she felt the need to thank him so much. Meanwhile, Yuri's mind was elsewhere, haunted by darker thoughts. As she sat there, the weight of her actions gnawed at her. She questioned whether someone like her, a murderer, deserved to sit and enjoy a meal so calmly. Though she had come because Ryu invited her, this peaceful moment felt wrong. Noticing her silence, Ryu glanced at her. Why aren't you eating? He asked, sensing her unease. He could tell that the guilt of taking lives was still weighing heavily on her. Yuri hesitated before responding. I just don't feel too well, she muttered, clearly struggling to shake the remorse. Is it because of what happened during the round? Ryu asked gently. You shouldn't blame yourself. You did what you had to in order to survive, just like everyone else. He tried to reassure her, knowing that she wasn't the only one wrestling with the burden of killing to stay alive. Still looking down with a sorrowful expression, Yuri said quietly, but I killed them. Ryu leaned in, his tone firm but understanding. That's enough, Yuri. What if something like that happens again in the future? Will you just stand by and let it happen? He then shared his own fears, revealing that he worried for his family every time he entered a round. My brother cried when I woke up, you know. He was relieved I survived, Ryu said softly. We all have people waiting for us out there. We can't let guilt keep us from doing what we need to do. As Yuri listened to Ryu, something clicked within her. The thought of her father, how devastated he would be if she didn't make it out, suddenly struck her. She looked at Ryu. You know, I used to forget about my own family, Yuri admitted with a soft chuckle. But thinking of them is probably what's kept me going all this time. Her expression softened as she said, Thank you, Ryu. For comforting me. Don't mention it, he replied with a smile. Now, come on, dig in before the food gets cold. She took a bite, savoring the flavor. Wow, this is really good, she said, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. I think all that stress from round 4 is finally melting away. Ryu smiled, pleased to see her spirits lifting. I'm glad you like it. But really, you should thank the chef, not me. Yuri chuckled lightly. Thanks for the food, Min. Ryu blinked, slightly surprised. That's the first time you've called me by just my first name, he noted with amusement. She hesitated, then asked, Is it all right if I keep calling you that? Of course, he answered warmly. I don't mind at all. As they continued eating, Ryu observed that Yuri seemed to be feeling much better. Deciding it was the right moment, he leaned back and got to the real reason he had called her. Actually, I wanted to share something important with you about round 5. Yuri paused mid-bite, her expression shifting to one of shock. Wait, do you know what's going to happen in round 5? She asked, her voice full of surprise. Ryu nodded. Yeah. I've seen the future. Round 5 is going to be the toughest one yet. She leaned in, clearly concerned. What do you mean? What makes it so difficult? There's going to be a zone merger, Ryu explained. That means all the split zones will be combined into one massive battlefield. Yuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean we could meet in the game? Ryu took a sip of his drink before replying, yeah, but not in round 5. Internally, though, he knew the truth. They would meet in round 5, but if he told her that outright, she'd want to see him immediately. He couldn't risk exposing his true identity just yet. Setting his glass down, he leaned forward, his tone more serious. You're going to have to be careful about a few things. Pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. Yuri nodded, now fully focused as Ryu continued. Round 5 is going to be incredibly challenging, he said, choosing his words carefully. You need to be prepared for anything. Ryu leaned in, his voice calm yet firm. You might struggle to pass this round on your own, but there's one way you can make it through. Yuri looked at him with wide eyes, curiosity piqued. What's the way? Ryu didn't hesitate. You need to go seek out Black Scythe and ask for his help. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Black Scythe? Are you serious? Yes, Ryu replied confidently. I'm suggesting you reach out to him, the top-ranked player across all zones. Still taken aback, Yuri was skeptical. You want me to ask Black Scythe, of all people, for help? Ryu nodded. It's not about asking for help in the traditional sense. Think of it more as forming a temporary alliance. Both of you can benefit from working together. Yuri struggled to comprehend the suggestion. But he's on a completely different level than me. Black Scythe is level 30. Why would he want to team up with someone like me? Ryu smiled, reassuring her. You've got strengths of your own. Black Scythe isn't just looking for someone powerful, he's looking for someone useful. And believe me, you can be very useful. Deep down, Yuri couldn't deny the appeal. The idea of partnering with a high-level player like Black Scythe was tempting, but doubts still nagged at her. But what if he doesn't want to work with me? I don't have anything special to offer. Ryu's expression softened. He knew better. What she considered a minor ability was, in reality, something far more valuable than she realized. Trust me, he said, his voice gentle yet firm. You have more to offer than you think. Black Scythe will recognize that. I'm confident he'll cooperate, not just for this round, but for others in the future. Yuri blushed slightly, still unsure but feeling a bit more at ease. Are you sure about this? She asked, her voice soft. I don't want to be a burden. Ryu smiled. I wouldn't steer you wrong. And besides, what kind of friend would I be if I didn't share this with you? Her heart warmed at his words, and she gave a small nod. Thank you, Ryu, she whispered. This means a lot. Anytime, Ryu replied. Suddenly, Yuri looked down at his hand and then back at him. Can I see your hand for a moment? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Without hesitation, Ryu extended his hand beside hers. As their hands touched, a brilliant green light radiated from their palms, filling the room with a vibrant glow. The atmosphere shifted, the light reflecting their connection in a way words couldn't express. Yuri insisted that she owed Ryu for his help and, without hesitation, a green aura enveloped his entire body. Smiling brightly, Ryu thanked her, knowing she didn't like the idea of being in anyone's debt. He had expected her to return the favor, boosting his stats as a form of gratitude. With that accomplished, Ryu knew it was time to head home and make the most of his newfound advantages. Just as he was about to leave, a system notification appeared, notifying him that all of his stats had been increased by 50% due to Yuri's blessed skill. His kill count also flashed on the screen, 100 out of 100, a perfect score for exterminating insects. Thanks to the Butcher Runes effect, this gave him an additional 100% stat boost. Sitting back on his sofa, Ryu reflected on his current strength. His stats were now significantly higher, boosted by both Yuri's blessing and the Butcher Runes enhancement. He opened his status window, noticing his luck stat had shot up to an impressive 84. With that kind of luck on his side, he felt optimistic about the challenges ahead. He pulled out a rare lowest rank magic crystal ticket from his inventory. The ticket granted a random number of magic crystals, anywhere from 1 to 5. It was a time-limited item, only usable until the next round, and restricted to apprentices and above. The description reminded him that it was an item with unpredictable rewards, dependent entirely on luck. If he were an ordinary person, Ryu thought, he might have prayed to some higher power for a good result. But he scoffed at the idea, muttering under his breath, praying to some god? No thanks. Ryu couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was pulling the strings. After all, what kind of force could gather 1.8 billion people and pit them against each other in this twisted game? There had to be a divine being at work, a deity who was treating human lives like mere playthings. And whoever it was, Ryu intended to survive, no matter what god might be watching. With a serious look, Ryu declared that if he ever reached the point where he could make a wish after clearing the final round, his one desire would be the complete annihilation of the deity responsible for this cursed game. Resolute in his mission, he activated his lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system flashed a congratulatory message, revealing that he had received 5 lowest rank magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple. Ryu was taken aback. 5 crystals was the maximum possible outcome. Smirking, he mused that rather than praying to a god, it was his disdain and curses that seemed to bring him the best fortune. Luck, it seemed, had favored him today. He quickly got to work, starting by merging the 2 red crystals into a low-ranked red magic crystal. Ryu explained aloud that combining magic crystals of the same rank and color results in a higher-tiered crystal. Using both the purple crystal he'd received from Aaron and the one from the ticket, he synthesized a low-rank purple crystal. Satisfied with his new materials, he began enhancing his gear. First, he infused the assassin's hood with the red crystal, gaining a 2% damage increase. Next, he applied the purple crystal to his Shadow of Darkness gloves, enhancing all his stats by +2. Moving on, he merged the yellow crystal with his Ring of Resistance, which granted him an additional +2 in luck. Then, he enhanced his Swift Log boots with the green crystal, boosting his dexterity by +2. Finally, he imbued his Blood Assassin suit with the deep blue crystal, which provided him a 1% reduction in damage. As he surveyed his upgraded equipment, Ryu grinned, knowing every enhancement was worth it. With his magic crystals now spent and his gear optimized, Ryu turned his thoughts to the next step. He needed to prepare for his upcoming meeting with Jianrock. Before he left, Ryu had a conversation with One, informing her that the company he had invested in was led by none other than the heir of the Osung Group. One's eyes widened in disbelief at the news, clearly astounded by the magnitude of Ryu's connections. Ryu calmly explained to One that he'd been invited to a party as a business partner, signifying their future collaboration with Jianrock. Nervous, One asked if Ryu should even attend such an event. Ryu reassured him with a smile, adjusting his slightly crooked tie, and mentioned that Jianrock had specifically told him he could bring family. "Don't worry about it," Ryu said confidently. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, causing One's anxiety to spike. Ryu opened the door to reveal a familiar figure, the same bodyguard they had encountered at the penthouse on their first day. The sight of him, stern and imposing, made One even more tense. He remembered how the man had refused their offer of rice cakes back then. The bodyguard looked at them both before asking about Ryu's companion. Without missing a beat, Ryu introduced One as his younger brother. The bodyguard handed One a business card and, with a rare smile, formally introduced himself as the section chief, Sangchul. Apologizing for his earlier cold behavior, Sangchul explained that the party was also an effort to make amends. He assured them that they were not expected to feel pressured and suggested they leave soon since the limousine was waiting. The scene shifted to the nightlit Imperial Hotel, one of the most luxurious buildings in the city, owned by Jianrock himself. As they entered the grand lobby, One remained visibly on edge. Just then, Jianrock spotted them and called out Ryu's name, his smile wide and welcoming. "Good to see you're alive and well," Jianrock said, shaking Ryu's hand warmly. Ryu responded in kind, and soon Jianrock turned his attention to One, asking if he was Ryu's brother. Ryu introduced him as his younger sibling, and in his nervousness, One extended his left hand instead of his right for the handshake. Jianrock didn't seem bothered by it, chuckling slightly before introducing himself as Ma Jianrock, the president of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu quietly leaned over and advised One to use his right hand next time, prompting a flustered "hello" from the young boy. Jianrock then inquired if One was also a player, to which the teenager, still feeling uneasy, quickly denied, stating that he was only 14 years old. With a light-hearted grin, Jianrock commented on One's luck, narrowly missing the deadly game by just 1 year. He joked about being a bit envious before leading them to the room where their meeting was set to take place. "Though it might not be grand, we've prepared something special for tonight," he said as they entered a lavishly decorated space. The room was filled with an array of gourmet dishes, a personal chef, and an assistant standing by. One's face lit up the moment he saw the feast before him. Jianrock, noticing his excitement, remarked, "You must be hungry after everything. Though it's a small spread, I trust it will satisfy you both." Internally, One couldn't help but think Jianrock was joking. There was nothing small about the abundance of food on display. With a welcoming smile, Jianrock invited them to help themselves. However, Ryu's focus was suddenly diverted by the sound of footsteps approaching. His eyes widened slightly as Aaron entered the room, elegantly dressed in a stunning outfit. He hadn't expected her to be invited to this gathering. Once Aaron stepped inside, Jianrock stood and greeted her, asking why she was late and if anything had happened. Apologizing, Aaron explained that she had been held up by attending a fellow actor's funeral. Jianrock, understanding her situation, reassured her kindly. Shifting to a more formal tone, he asked Aaron to greet the major shareholder he had mentioned earlier. Turning toward Ryu and One, Aaron introduced herself with a graceful nod, saying, "Hello, I'm CO Aaron, an actress." But then, her eyes widened as she recognized them. "Wait, you're the new neighbors who gave out rice cakes, aren't you?" she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Ryu nodded with a slight smile, confirming her realization. Aaron's face brightened as she warmly greeted them again, expressing her delight. "What a surprise! It turns out the shareholder is my neighbor after all," she said with genuine enthusiasm. Despite her outward composure, Aaron couldn't help but note that Ryu looked younger than her. The idea that someone so young could hold the majority of shares struck her as improbable, making her momentarily wonder if the CEO was playing some kind of prank on her. Meanwhile, One, blushing and nervously fidgeting, leaned in to quietly confide to Ryu, "That's CO Aaron. I'm a huge fan." Internally, Ryu realized that One probably wasn't aware of the connection between Ma Jianrock and Aaron, which explained his surprise at her sudden presence. Ryu mused over whether this kind of reaction was typical for people meeting someone as beautiful and famous as Aaron. Noticing One's anxious behavior around Aaron, Ryu decided to play along, feigning a hint of nervousness and awe to match his younger brother's enthusiasm. Jianrock, observing this interaction, smirked to himself. He didn't know that Ryu was faking it, but he figured it was natural for any man to be flustered in the presence of someone as stunning as Aaron. Reflecting on his decision to invite her, Jianrock felt confident it had been a good idea. With a casual wave of his hand, he invited them all to dig in. "You must be hungry, please help yourselves." As they settled down at the table filled with an array of exquisite dishes, One's eyes sparkled with delight. He eagerly took a bite of the food and leaned over to Ryu, whispering in amazement, "The meat, it just melts in my mouth." Encouraging One to enjoy the meal further, Ryu joined the conversation as Jianrock asked if they were satisfied with the food, mentioning that he had personally instructed the chefs to pay extra attention to tonight's menu. Ryu complimented the meal, expressing how delicious it was. Jianrock, with a grin, turned his attention to One, asking for his thoughts. Still a bit nervous, One admitted, "It's incredible. I've never tasted anything like this before." Jianrock beamed, satisfied that their efforts had paid off. Internally, he recalled how he had pressured the chefs the previous night, insisting they perfect each dish until they met his exacting standards. After a moment of silence, Jianrock asked another question, this time directed at Ryu. "Why is it just the two of you tonight? No other family?" he inquired, curious about the absence of their parents or other relatives. Ryu's expression darkened slightly as he responded, "One is all the family I have left. Our parents, they're gone." The room fell quiet for a moment as Jianrock registered Ryu's words. His eyes widened briefly, and he quickly offered his condolences. Internally, he scolded himself for being so thoughtless, realizing too late the impact of his question on the now somber atmosphere. Seeing the sadness wash over One's face, Jianrock resolved not to speak further on the subject. A brief silence settled over the table as dessert was served. Jianrock, sipping his tea, contemplated how to lift the mood. His eyes drifted towards Aaron, seeking her help. After setting his cup down, he stood up and gestured for her to join him outside. Understanding the cue, Aaron quietly rose and followed him out of the room. As they walked a few paces down the hall, Jianrock stopped and turned to face her. "What did you think of the meal?" he asked, his tone lighter. With a smile, Aaron replied, "It was wonderful, truly." However, Jianrock's expression grew more serious as he leaned in slightly and asked, "But do you really believe I asked you here tonight just to enjoy dinner?" Jianrock gently scolded her, explaining that he hadn't invited her simply to attend a gathering. His intention was for her to help improve the atmosphere, and he was surprised by her apparent lack of awareness. Aaron, taken aback, apologized for her misunderstanding, admitting she had assumed it was just a social event. With a sigh, Jianrock questioned her reasoning and then asked whether her bodyguard had neglected to inform her of Ryu Min's true identity. Aaron, still confused, replied, "Isn't he our majority shareholder?" Jianrock's expression turned more serious. "Yes, but he's also something far more significant. He's a seer," he revealed. Aaron's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "A seer?" "Exactly," Jianrock confirmed. "A seer is someone with the rare ability to glimpse into the future." He then pointed out the value of someone with such power, explaining how important it was for them to keep Ryu satisfied. "Imagine how beneficial it would be if he were to share information about the next round," he emphasized. He advised her to use her charm and make an effort to please Ryu, even suggesting she smile and act accordingly to win his favor. His tone became more firm as he encouraged her to do whatever it took to keep Ryu happy. Aaron, however, respectfully refused, explaining that she couldn't simply comply with such demands. At this, Jianrock's expression hardened. He reminded her that he had helped propel her career as an actress and that it was only fair she return the favor by creating a pleasant atmosphere for Ryu Min. Seeing her hesitation, Jianrock pressed her for an answer. Reluctantly, Aaron agreed with a nervous, "Yes, sir." When they returned to the room, Jianrock casually apologized for their brief absence, stating that their business discussion had taken longer than expected. Meanwhile, Ryu and Wonnie sat in awkward silence, unsure of what had transpired. The tension in the room was palpable as Jianrock glanced at Aaron, making it clear that he expected her to follow through on his instructions. Aaron, maintaining her composure, gave a polite smile, while Jianrock observed her closely, intent on seeing how she would handle the situation. As the meal came to an end, Jianrock suggested they move the gathering to a different location. While preparing to leave, he couldn't help but internally question why Aaron seemed reluctant, despite his clear instruction to charm Ryu. However, before he could dwell on it further, one excitedly interrupted, showering Aaron with praise and confessing that he was a big fan of hers. Blushing slightly, he complimented her, saying that she looked even more stunning in person than in her photos. Aaron smiled warmly and thanked him for his kind words. One, still visibly nervous but eager, politely asked if they could take a photo together when she had the chance. She responded enthusiastically, which caused his face to light up with joy, and she graciously thanked him in return for being such a dedicated fan. Meanwhile, Jianrock was secretly messaging Aaron on his phone, noting to himself that one seemed far more enthusiastic about her presence than Ryu. This prompted him to reconsider his initial plan. Moments later, Aaron received a text from Jianrock, informing her of a change in strategy. He suggested that, instead of focusing on Ryu, she should now focus her efforts on getting close to one. Internally, Aaron felt conflicted. She couldn't believe she was being asked to manipulate an innocent fan like one. Despite her discomfort, she remained composed, unsure of how to respond to this new request. Meanwhile, Ryu, who had been quietly observing everything, was fully aware of Jianrock's scheming. Thanks to his mind-reading ability, he had been following the man's thoughts throughout the entire exchange. Jianrock, unaware of Ryu's special powers, was confident that once Aaron won over one, Ryu would naturally follow, making it easier for them to extract valuable information for the upcoming round. As they reached their next destination, Jianrock led the group to an exclusive, private room reserved for double VIPs. The room was lavishly decorated, with a rich, deep red color dominating the interior. It exuded an air of opulence, and the space offered unlimited access to premium drinks, snacks, and music. Taking in the extravagant surroundings, one shyly reminded Jianrock, "I'm still in middle school, so I can't drink." Jianrock, noticing one's nervousness, reassured him with a smile. "Don't worry, there are plenty of non-alcoholic options. You're not missing out." He then directed the bodyguard to arrange for the double VVIP special course and ensure one had suitable beverages. The bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room. Ryu chimed in, casually mentioning his own dislike for alcohol. Jianrock, trying to lighten the mood, encouraged him to at least give it a try, reminding Ryu that he was of legal drinking age. Ryu simply shrugged, then turned to Aaron. "Would you mind stepping outside with one for that photo?" he asked. Aaron agreed without hesitation, and the two excused themselves, casting curious glances back as they left the room. Once alone, Ryu's demeanor shifted. His tone turned sharp, and his gaze grew intense as he spoke. "Do you think I'm easily fooled, Jianrock?" His voice carried an underlying threat, instantly putting Jianrock on edge. The CEO's confident facade faltered as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ryu leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on Jianrock. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm a seer," he stated coldly. "Did you really believe I wouldn't know about your little conversation with Aaron?" Jianrock was visibly startled, his mind racing to piece together how much Ryu knew. Could Ryu have foreseen it in one of his visions? Before he could respond, Ryu continued, his tone unwavering. "You crossed a line, Jianrock. You tried to manipulate my brother to get to me." The weight of Ryu's words hung in the air as Jianrock processed the accusation, his expression one of shock. He realized Ryu wasn't merely bluffing, he knew exactly what had transpired. Jianrock quickly bowed his head, the tension in the room rising. "I apologize, Ryu," he said earnestly. "I acted out of line. I only wanted to help foster a good relationship with Aaron, but I never intended to offend you or your family." His voice faltered as he realized how deeply he had miscalculated. "It was foolish of me, and I sincerely regret it." Ryu's eyes never left him, scrutinizing every word. After a long pause, Ryu finally spoke, his tone still firm but less harsh. I'll let this slide, Giant Rock, since you've acknowledged your mistake. But let this be a warning, don't ever try to use my brother like that again. Giant Rock nodded quickly, his expression filled with genuine remorse, silently grateful that Ryu had decided to forgive his lapse in judgment, at least for now. Giant Rock felt a wave of relief wash over him after Ryu decided to give him another chance. But before he could fully settle into that comfort, the door swung open, and the bodyguard returned. Giant Rock quickly straightened his posture, trying to hide any sign of weakness in front of his employee. With a calm but firm tone, he told the bodyguard, "Leave us for now. I have something important to discuss with Ryu." The bodyguard nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As soon as they were alone again, Giant Rock inwardly cursed his missteps. He had thought that everything was progressing smoothly, especially with Aaron's presence, but instead, he found himself offending Ryu. Breaking the tense silence, Ryu suddenly asked, "Do you still want information about the next round?" Giant Rock, eager for any help, quickly replied, "Yes, absolutely. Do you know what's coming?" Ryu leaned back slightly, his gaze unyielding. "I came here to discuss round 5, but after your earlier actions, I'm reconsidering whether we should even continue this partnership." Giant Rock immediately apologized once more, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'm truly sorry, Ryu. I hope you won't hold that against me." Ryu nodded but made his stance clear. "If we're going to work together, Giant Rock, there can be no more deception. Complete trust is necessary. And as for the company, you'll need to make sure there's no unnecessary interference or politics. Convince the other shareholders at the meeting. Keep everything in line." Without hesitation, Giant Rock agreed, his tone resolute. "I will. I'll ensure that the shareholders fall in line and that no one interferes." Ryu, now satisfied with Giant Rock's commitment, allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Good. If you hold up your end, I'll make sure the company prospers." He then shifted the conversation back to what Giant Rock had been so eager to know. "As for round 5, it's going to be far more difficult than anything you've faced before." Giant Rock's expression brightened momentarily, glad to finally get the information he sought. But his relief quickly faded as Ryu's words sank in. Ryu continued, "However, don't worry too much. With the right preparation, you'll get through it." Though the warning about the increased difficulty troubled him, Giant Rock, still processing Ryu's ominous tone, asked cautiously, "What exactly makes this quest so difficult?" Ryu leaned back, his voice calm but foreboding. "The quest requires you to kill 300 orcs. But that's not the issue, it's because the zones are merging." Giant Rock's eyes widened as the weight of Ryu's words hit him. "Zones merging? That means we'll run into players from other zones, like Black Scythe." Ryu nodded slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. "Yes, but you won't be in the same zone as Black Scythe." Giant Rock, still grappling with the implications, asked the question that had been gnawing at him. "Do you know who Black Scythe really is?" Ryu, without giving much away, replied, "I don't know his true identity, yet. But I will find out soon enough." Internally, he smirked, knowing full well that the person Giant Rock was so curious about was standing right in front of him. Then, shifting gears, Ryu added, "There's more. You've set your sights on Hwang Yongmin, haven't you?" Giant Rock froze, stunned that Ryu was aware of his hidden agenda. How do you know that?" Ryu's tone sharpened. "There's no point hiding anything from me, Giant Rock. I told you, my abilities are beyond imagination." Giant Rock, taken aback, hesitated before responding. "Your rune of the future, it's more powerful than I ever imagined." But what Ryu said next truly shook him. "Stop pursuing Yongmin." Giant Rock blinked, thoroughly confused. "Why should I stop? He's a threat. Why are you protecting him?" Ryu remained cryptic. "Let's just say if you go after him, you'll end up suffering more than you can imagine. That's all I can tell you." Giant Rock sat in silence, contemplating Ryu's warning. He knew Ryu wasn't one to exaggerate, but it was hard to let go of his plan, especially now. As Ryu watched him closely, Giant Rock finally gave in, realizing it wasn't worth the risk. "Fine. I won't track down Yongmin anymore," he relented, his voice low. With their business discussion wrapped up, Giant Rock forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. "Shall we return to the party, then? No drinks, of course." Ryu nodded, watching as the tension visibly drained from Giant Rock's face. But Giant Rock wasn't entirely at ease. He inwardly sighed, knowing that he needed a way to unwind after all this stress. As they headed back, the sound of rain could be heard outside, a distant figure huffing and puffing under the dark, stormy sky. The old man, drenched in blood, stumbled through the narrow alley, fear gripping his every step. His breaths came in shallow, frantic gasps as he limped further, but there was no escape. Finally cornered, he turned around, trembling, to face his pursuer. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, heightening his terror, and before he could react, a sharp blade sliced through his legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, with one hand already severed and his legs useless, the man screamed in desperation. But his cries were abruptly silenced as a cold voice warned him, "Shut up, or I'll cut your tongue out." His predator, Giant Rock, stood over him, the gleam of his sword reflecting the dim light. Why are you doing this to me?" the old man gasped, barely able to speak through the pain. "What have I done to deserve this?" Giant Rock's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. "You've got a lot of nerve for a child molester. Do you really need me to spell it out?" The old man's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "That was years ago. I already served my time, I'm just an old man now." Without a word, Giant Rock lifted his sword and brought it down with brutal force, impaling the man's shoulder. The scream that followed was cut short as Giant Rock hissed, "If you keep screaming, I'll make sure you die slowly, piece by piece." The man's cries dwindled into quiet sobs, and Giant Rock smirked. "At least you've still got enough sense to listen." He crouched down beside the old man, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "For someone like you, breathing is a sin. Don't you agree?" As Giant Rock spoke, the blade in his hand began to pulse with a sinister, dark energy. Tendrils of shadowy aura snaked from the sword, wrapping around the old man's body. His eyes widened in horror as the darkness crept over his skin, suffocating him, silencing him before he could beg for mercy. The black aura surged, seeping into the man's body, consuming him from within. Giant Rock watched in eerie silence, feeling the surge of dark magic flow into him as the old man's life force was drained. Though part of him wished for a quicker end, he knew the ritual was necessary. The dark magic he wielded required the souls of the living, and each death recharged his power. As the old man's body was enveloped entirely in darkness, Giant Rock's expression remained cold and detached. "Your life was nothing but filth," he muttered as the last of the man's form vanished into the void. He stood tall, the dark aura fading as it returned to his sword. With a grim satisfaction, Giant Rock reflected on his role as a dark knight. Executing scum like the old man felt like a twisted sense of duty, a calling. As much as he loathed the necessity of sustaining his magic, there was an undeniable thrill in dealing judgment to those he deemed unworthy of life. Giant Rock let out a breath, feeling the tension slowly ebb away. He summoned his sword, intending to let it feed, but nothing happened. The sword, steeped in dark energy, required living souls, not the lifeless corpses in front of him. Realizing its limitations, he sheathed it with a resigned sigh. A sudden rustle came from behind a nearby trash can. Giant Rock quickly moved to investigate, only to find a stray cat staring back at him. He exhaled in relief, silently reassuring himself that his actions had gone unnoticed. After all, he had carefully lured the victim into this isolated alleyway in the early hours of the morning, where no one would see him. But then, a troubling thought crossed his mind: Ryu Min, the seer. If Ryu had glimpsed this moment through his rune of the future, that meant he knew the truth about Giant Rock's secret life as a killer. Rather than feeling threatened, Giant Rock found the idea strangely exhilarating. Did Ryu approach him, fully aware of his dark deeds? Grinning to himself, Giant Rock called his bodyguard over. "Clean up the mess," he ordered, before leaving the alley with his usual composure. 2 weeks after that night, following the tense meeting with Giant Rock, Ryu spent a quiet day at home. He had no pressing tasks to attend to, and he welcomed the opportunity to rest and gather his thoughts. He knew this period of relaxation was temporary, a brief pause before things escalated again. But today marked the end of his break. While scrolling through a discussion board where players were exchanging information about the rounds, something caught his attention. A new development was on the horizon, and Ryu knew it was time to act. Internally, he noted that the rune of Clone, one of the 5 powerful runes known to exist in the real world, was about to resurface. A small smile forming on his lips as the pieces began to fall into place. The social media was flooded with news. 1.8 billion people who had been drawn into another world were reduced to just 90 million in 3 months. The economy was in danger due to the deaths of the younger generation, and schools across the nation were shutting down. In a corner of the city, a fat man sat reading the news on his phone. His clothes were stained with blood. He was furious because only the 4th round had concluded, and so many players had already died. It felt like a loss to him. According to breaking news, after the 4th round, the number of players killed by other players had suddenly increased. Thousands of security cameras had been destroyed, and the city was now completely lawless. At night, players united and formed an online community against the government, which was increasing anxiety among the citizens. The fat man smiled because he knew that if other players had been in his position, they would have done the same. He picked up his phone, put it in his pocket, stood up, and said, "What's wrong with doing what you want before you die? That's why people shouldn't be pressured so much by rules and restrictions." Then, in anger, he picked up a glass and smashed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The anger he had been suppressing exploded because now no one could stop him. With an arrogant smile, he declared himself better than all the other players. The room was filled with corpses, and the fat man began to laugh. Who should I kill next? He asked himself. He was a bit nervous but also happy because, for the first time, he had killed someone in real life. However, the feeling he had expected didn't come. Perhaps it was because he had already experienced all of this in the 4th round, he thought. But he was angry because killing ordinary people only gave him 1 stack, whereas hunting players in the 4th round was more efficient, he reasoned. Then he smiled again because he had acquired a new skill called absorption. Whenever he killed enemies, his bar would fill up, and once full, he would receive a random stat boost. The points he gained were proportional to the level of the enemy he killed. The fat man opened the door of the room. He was restless and wanted to kill players because they gave him more stacks. Curious, he took out his mobile phone and remembered that they had mentioned a forum for players. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face when he got the idea to join the forum and kill players there. This way, he could earn even more stacks. He opened the forum. It was the first online forum in the country created to help players and change the world. The PCW forum was conducting interviews for membership to ensure that only real players could be part of this community. Before joining, the fat man had to fill in personal information, level, class, nickname, zone name, and round number. Only after filling this out would he be accepted for an interview. The fat man found all this very strict because, apart from providing information, he also had to give an interview. But he had no other choice, so he filled out the form. He was confident that no player would even think that a player was killing other players. The next day, following the instructions, the fat man arrived at a place for the interview. According to the interviewer's message, he had to reach the Welcome Cafe by noon, and he could wear anything he wanted. He saw the cafe's signboard, which read, "Welcome Cafe," but he started to get angry because the place was in the middle of a forest, and no buses even came here. He didn't think much and opened the cafe door. In the back of his mind, he thought that if the interviewer turned out to be a fool, he would kill him too. Inside, the cafe was luxurious and more sophisticated than he had expected. 2 people were sitting at a table, talking. One had green hair, and the other was wearing a pink hood. They were the only customers in the cafe. Seeing the fat man, one of them stood up and asked, "Are you here for the PCW interview?" The fat man walked towards them and said, "Yes." The interviewer asked in a soft tone, "What's your nickname?" The fat man replied, "Black Flame Dragon." They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the interviewer. The fat man started sweating. He was about to ask in surprise when the interviewer asked, "Are you a player?" He laughed and then nodded, saying, "Yes." The interviewer introduced the player wearing the pink hoodie, telling him that his name was Little Cuckoo. He said that Black Flame Dragon and Little Cuckoo could become teammates, so he asked them to greet each other. The fat man greeted him, and he responded, but the fat man was annoyed to see that such a weak-looking guy was also a player. When they sat down, the fat man looked around the cafe's interior and commented that their business might not be doing well because there were no customers or employees. The interviewer confidently smiled and replied that the place was isolated, so they had rented it for interviews. The fat man became curious and asked where the cafe owner was. The interviewer calmly replied that food was also served here, and the owner was preparing food in the kitchen. The fat man's curiosity grew, and he started observing his surroundings more carefully. He noticed that there were no cameras anywhere in the cafe. The overweight man shifted impatiently in his seat before finally asking, "So, when are we starting the interview?" The interviewer glanced at him and replied in a composed tone, "We'll begin shortly. There's still one more participant on the way." Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. A tall figure in a sleek black suit entered, exuding an air of quiet confidence. His movements were measured, his expression unreadable. The interviewer immediately straightened up and greeted him politely. "Welcome. May I have your name?" The suited man met his gaze and replied in a calm, steady voice, "Black Scythe." Previously. While browsing on his tablet, the man mentioned that another great player was Little Cuckoo, who always ranked between 4th and 10th. Apart from these 2 players, there were 50 more players who were in the top 100 in their respective zones. Hearing this, the president's eyes lit up. He realized that he would now have to stay busy conducting interviews. Then he drew attention to my age 30, who was in a deep sleep. Hearing the president's voice, he woke up with a start and for a few seconds couldn't understand where he was. The president got angry and asked, "Were you sleeping?" What were you doing last night that you're so sleepy now? He refused to listen to any excuses and directly ordered him to complete 50 interviews by the next meeting. If he failed, someone else would take his high-level candidate position. Still half asleep, my age 30 promised to complete the task. After that, the president asked Lost Yak if he had contacted the Black Scythe. Lost Yak took out his phone and calmly said that if that had happened, he would have informed him immediately. The president took a deep breath. For him, this was a big loss because if the Black Scythe had joined, he would have directly gotten an executive position. Then he asked Yamti if she could get more articles written by journalists. We'll need more marketing to bring the Black Scythe into our team, the president said. Yamti smiled and replied, if there's money, everything is possible. The president confidently said, don't worry about money. I'll reward your hard work properly. Yamti was happy to hear this and thanked the president. Just then, Lost Yak's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, wait, President. A new user has just sent a request to join the forum. The president became curious and asked, who? Lost Yak stammered and softly said, Black Scythe. The entire hall fell silent. Back to the present, the interviewer greeted Black Scythe with an excited smile and asked, did you have any trouble getting here? Black Scythe nodded and said, yes. The interviewer scratched his head nervously and apologized, explaining that this was the most private place they could find. Then he gestured for the others to sit down. The interviewer noticed that Black Scythe was very handsome and thought that he must be quite popular with girls. He pulled out a chair for Black Scythe, and as soon as he sat down, the interviewer explained that they had also come for the interview just like Black Scythe. The fat man clenched his teeth and filled with anger. Just then, Little Cuckoo coughed and greeted everyone. Black Scythe appeared slightly annoyed, yet a subtle glint in his eyes and the faintest smirk on his lips betrayed his amusement. Ryu Min introduced himself as Little Cuckoo. The overweight man standing nearby flinched, his expression laced with unease. Fear gripped him. After all, Black Scythe was the same player who had killed him 5 times before. His fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of frustration boiling within him. He wanted to demand answers. Had they ever crossed paths in real life? What had he done to earn Black Scythe's hatred? Yet, the words remained trapped in his throat. The interviewer, oblivious to the fat man's inner turmoil, looked at him expectantly. Is something wrong? He asked. Aren't you going to introduce yourself like the others? Lowering his head slightly, the fat man finally muttered, Black Flame Dragon. At that moment, Black Scythe shot him a sharp, irritated glare. The fat man's heart sank. Did Black Scythe truly not recognize him? He had been convinced that revealing his username would instantly jog the other's memory. But the realization hit hard. Despite being killed by him multiple times, he had never even been significant enough to be remembered. Ryu Min, meanwhile, sipped his milkshake in silence, though his thoughts ran deeper. He wasn't sure why Black Scythe was playing up this whole act, but he knew one thing for certain, this so-called Black Scythe wasn't who he claimed to be. His real username was Ki Rubing Bang, a notorious con artist who had swindled his way through the game, amassing wealth through deception and fraud. He wasn't a well-known figure yet, but in time, he would rise to infamy upon acquiring the cloning rune, a skill he would later abuse to orchestrate countless crimes. Ryu's eyes remained fixed on the man. The harsh reality was that even criminals had gained power in this new world. But in a way, that was a good thing. It meant they were easier to track. He had introduced himself as a fund manager, but in truth, he was nothing more than a fraudster. His real plan? Using the username Black Scythe to manipulate other players into lending him money, only to vanish without a trace. The interviewer then placed a tablet on the table, scanning through the gathered information. Once their identities were confirmed, he leaned forward slightly. All right, he said, let's begin the interview. Turning his attention to Ryu Min, he asked, why do you want to join PCW? Feigning nervousness, Ryu responded, the world isn't safe anymore. I don't feel comfortable going out alone, so I figured it would be best to stay with other players for protection. Satisfied, the interviewer nodded before shifting his focus to the fat man. And you? The fat man hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly admit that he had come here with the intent to kill other players. Clenching his fists, he forced out a response. I have the same reason as Ryu, he said, choosing his words carefully. I can't even attend school anymore, and with the next round approaching, I figured this would be the safest option. Next, the interviewer turned to Blackie. What about you? Kim In-ho leaned back, exuding an air of arrogance. I saw a post on a forum and got curious. That's all, he said dismissively. The interviewer forced a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Ryu instantly saw through the act. Whatever Blackie said was meaningless, he was already in. Then, clasping his hands together, the interviewer's demeanor shifted. A wicked grin spread across his face as he revealed the true purpose of this meeting. "There's one final requirement," he said, his voice laced with amusement. "To pass this interview, you need to kill someone." Ryu widened his eyes, pretending to be shocked. The interviewer, falling for the act, took the opportunity to explain further. "The government has already started cracking down on players. They fear us, which is why they've turned their backs on us. But soon, we'll be the ones in control." His voice grew harsher, filled with conviction. "We're not bound by laws anymore. It's time we show them who really rules this world." Ryu continued playing along, acting as though he was scared. The interviewer studied him carefully before adding, "If anyone here isn't willing to go through with this, you're free to leave. But understand this, if you walk away now, don't expect any help from us in the future." Ryu wiped the cream from his milkshake off his lips, his mind processing the situation. It was clear, anyone who refused would be blacklisted. This entire setup was designed to push them into committing murder, trapping them in this ruthless organization. The fake Black Scythe and the Fat Man remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing their lack of resistance, the interviewer smirked. "But, there's no one here to kill," the Fat Man finally pointed out. The smirk widened into something far more sinister. "Oh, don't worry," the interviewer said. "I've already made the necessary arrangements." Outside, the rain poured heavily, drumming against the windows like a rhythmic warning. The interviewer rose from his seat, gesturing for the others to do the same. The cafe owner, noticing their movements, spoke up. "It's still pouring. You've rented the place, you're welcome to stay longer." The interviewer merely offered a polite smile. "We appreciate it, but we're in a bit of a hurry." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned back. "By the way, where's the restroom?" The woman pointed toward the far end of the cafe. "In the corner." And with that, the real game began. The interviewer retrieved his car keys from his pocket, his fingers idly tapping against the metal before he turned toward the cafe owner. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked, his voice smooth and casual. The woman, oblivious to the hidden intent behind his request, offered a polite smile. "Of course. What do you need?" "I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you bring my car around from the parking lot?" Without a second thought, the woman nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," she assured him before grabbing a red umbrella and heading outside. The heavy rain drummed against the pavement as she stepped toward the parked car, water splashing beneath her feet. She flicked the umbrella closed and reached for the door handle. But just as she opened it, multiple hands shot out from the darkness behind her. A gasp barely left her lips before a powerful grip clamped around her throat. She struggled, her fingers clawing at the unseen attacker's arm, but her efforts were futile. Within moments, her body went limp. The one who had orchestrated this attack was none other than the interviewer himself. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips as he watched her fall unconscious in his grasp. His plan had worked flawlessly. Inside the cafe, both Ryu and the Fat Man were left stunned by what they had just witnessed. Ryu's voice broke the silence. "What the hell are you doing?" His tone was calm, but his sharp gaze betrayed his simmering anger. The Fat Man, visibly shaken, took a step back. Why did you do that?" Without acknowledging their questions, the interviewer effortlessly lifted the woman's unconscious body and turned toward them. "Quit standing around. Get in the car." His voice carried an unmistakable authority, as if their compliance was expected. Raindrops slid down the woman's limp fingers as he placed her in the back seat. The Fat Man hesitated, shifting uncomfortably, but ultimately followed Ryu into the vehicle. As the car weaved through the rain-drenched streets, silence filled the air, thick with unspoken tension. The only sound was the rhythmic drumming of raindrops against the windshield. The destination? A desolate, abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, the interviewer stepped out first, lifting the woman over his shoulder as though she were nothing more than a sack of grain. The others trailed behind as he led them into the dimly lit structure, their footsteps echoing against the cracked concrete floor. He unceremoniously placed the woman on the ground and straightened up, his expression turning cold. "Now," he said, his voice sharp as a blade. "Who's going to kill her?" His gaze landed on the fake Black Scythe, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "How about you?" Fake Black Scythe barely hesitated before nodding. "Fine." But before he could move, another voice cut through the tension. "Wait." All eyes turned toward Ryu, who had remained silent until now. The interviewer's brows lifted in curiosity. "What is it?" Ryu took a slow step forward, his gaze unreadable. Then, in a calm voice, he asked, "Can I do it?" The interviewer's face lit up with intrigue. He hadn't expected this. "Oh?" He turned to fake Black Scythe. "Would you be willing to give up your turn?" Fake Black Scythe merely shrugged. "Do whatever you want." As Ryu moved past him, Kim gave a smug grin. "Do a good job," he sneered. You're doing me a favor. Ryu turned his cold gaze on him and replied in an emotionless voice, thank you. I'll make good use of the cloning rune. The smirk on Kim's face wavered. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, but before he could react, Ryu's hand shot out, gripping his throat with unrelenting force. There was no warning. No hesitation. A sickening crack echoed through the empty building as Ryu twisted Kim's neck with brutal efficiency. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Black Flame Dragon and the interviewer were frozen in place, their faces drained of color. The interviewer stumbled back, his voice shaking. You killed him? His eyes darted between Kim's corpse and Ryu, sheer disbelief flooding his expression. Do you even realize what you've done? That was Black Scythe. A legend. His voice wavered with shock and fear. Have you lost your damn mind? Ryu slowly lifted his head, his expression as cold as the grave. His piercing gaze met the interviewer's trembling form. You talk too much, he said flatly. The interviewer felt his heart hammering against his ribs. Those eyes. His breath hitched as a chilling realization settled in. It wasn't just the look of a killer, it was the gaze of a predator. It felt as though an apex beast had just marked him as prey. He instinctively stepped backward, but Ryu was no longer looking at him. Instead, his focus was on something unseen, until, suddenly, a translucent system notification flickered into existence before his eyes. You have killed another player while impersonating them. Activation conditions met. You have acquired a hidden rune, Doppelganger Rune. This rune will automatically bind to your body. A small, satisfied smile played at Ryu's lips. He had obtained the Doppelganger Rune. As for the man who was destined to become infamous in the future, Ryu didn't care in the slightest. Ryu's gaze dropped to the lifeless body on the ground, his expression unreadable. His decision to impersonate Little Cuckoo had turned out to be more advantageous than he had anticipated. The interviewer, now seething with rage, stormed toward him, his voice trembling with fury. Little Cuckoo. Explain yourself. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Ryu, unbothered by the outburst, reached into his coat and retrieved a pristine white mask. With slow, deliberate movements, he secured it over his face. As a strange gleam flickered in his eyes, he replied in an icy tone, Kim was a fool who dared to steal my identity. The interviewer stiffened. His breath hitched as confusion clouded his mind. His thoughts raced, trying to make sense of Ryu's cryptic words, but nothing added up. Meanwhile, Ryu's attention had already shifted. His gaze fell upon the unconscious cafe owner lying motionless on the cold floor. The interviewer's rage flared even hotter. His teeth clenched as he pointed at the woman, his face twisting with frustration. If you were so desperate to kill someone, then it should have been her. Not Black Scythe, he roared. Unfazed by his outburst, Ryu silently walked toward the woman. He crouched beside her, reaching for something discarded on the ground, a crumpled trash bag. With a detached expression, he slowly unfolded it, his voice devoid of emotion as he muttered, Fake Black Scythe was just as worthless as you are. The interviewer's fury boiled over. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. His glare burned with pure hatred. Say that again, he snarled, his voice laced with venom. Ryu didn't respond. He simply rose to his feet, his movements steady, calculated. The interviewer, his patience snapped, reached for his weapon. In an instant, a radiant golden sword materialized in his grip, its gleaming blade humming with energy. Still, Ryu remained unfazed. Without a hint of concern, he extended his hand. A deep, ominous energy began to swirl around him, its presence thick with an unnatural darkness. Slowly, the energy coalesced, taking form, his weapon emerging from the shadows. The interviewer's eyes locked onto it, and for a brief moment, hesitation flickered across his face. His body tensed as a wave of unease crept up his spine. Ryu calmly slid his weapon back into its sheath, his gaze still sharp and piercing. Then, in a voice as cold as the void, he repeated, the interviewer and Kim, both of them were trash. A chill ran down the interviewer's spine. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. But what truly sent fear coursing through his veins was the weapon Ryu wielded. His breath hitched, his pulse racing. It wasn't a sword. It wasn't a dagger. It was a massive, menacing scythe. Something he had never seen in the hands of any player before. Ryu rested the enormous scythe on his shoulder, his piercing gaze locked onto the interviewer. He didn't speak, but his silence alone was suffocating. The interviewer's breath hitched as realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes widening with terror. And then, it all made sense. There was only one player who wielded such a colossal scythe as their primary weapon. A shiver ran down his spine as he pieced everything together. Now, he understood why Ryu had said Kim was impersonating him. The weight of the truth settled in, twisting his stomach with fear. Ryu's voice, as cold as death itself, cut through the silence. Now do you understand? He asked, his words carrying an undeniable finality. Now you realize who the real Black Scythe is? The interviewer stumbled back, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. His chest rose and fell rapidly as sheer panic overtook him. He had been toying with a monster all along, completely oblivious. Ryu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. I'm sorry, he murmured, tilting his head slightly. I lied. The interviewer's hands trembled violently. His grip on his sword slackened, and before he knew it, the weapon slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, overcome with terror. Tears welled up in his eyes as he frantically pleaded for his life. Please, have mercy. I didn't know. If I had understood sooner, I would never have. His desperate cries were cut short. Ryu's eyes remained emotionless as he uttered a single word. No. Before the interviewer could process what was happening, his world tilted. A sharp pain, then nothing. His severed head tumbled across the floor, rolling aimlessly until it came to an eerie stop at Black Flame Dragon's feet. A deep chill crawled up Black Flame Dragon's spine. His breath hitched as he stared at the decapitated head, its lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. The gruesome sight sent a shudder through his entire body. This is the real Black Scythe, he thought, dread settling deep within his chest. He's on a completely different level. What terrified him even more was that he hadn't even seen Ryu make a move. All he had witnessed was the interviewer's head hitting the ground. By then, the swing had already been executed. Ryu slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Black Flame Dragon. His voice carried an icy finality. Now, it's just the two of us. Any idea what happens next? A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. If you have anything left to say, now's the time. Your moment has come. Black Flame Dragon forced himself to breathe. His instinct screamed at him to beg for his life, but the memory of the interviewer's swift demise held him back. He knew pleading would be pointless. Instead, he clenched his fists, steeling himself. I won't waste time begging, he declared, forcing confidence into his voice. Ryu smirked. Good. Then, as if amused, he added, really? Black Flame Dragon hesitated, then took a steady breath. There is something I want to ask before I die. Ryu tilted his head. Go ahead. Black Flame Dragon's voice was steady but filled with curiosity. Back when we first met, why did you kill me 5 times in the 4th round? I just want to know. Ryu's response was immediate and blunt. To keep you in check. Black Flame Dragon blinked. Keep me in check? His brows furrowed. But why? Ryu's expression remained unreadable. Because out of all the people there, you showed potential. I had to make sure you didn't interfere with my plans. Something in Black Flame Dragon loosened. He hadn't realized it before, but hearing that answer brought an odd sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. So that's why. For a moment, he almost felt at peace. Ryu's voice broke through his thoughts. Any other questions? If I end you now, will you have any regrets? Black Flame Dragon hesitated. Fear clawed at his throat, but he had already decided, begging was pointless. Instead, he swallowed his terror and mustered the courage to ask one last thing. Why do you want to kill me? He asked. What have I done? Ryu's expression turned ice cold. Because you're garbage. Black Flame Dragon stiffened. Me? What did I do? Ryu's gaze darkened. Weren't you here to kill that woman? Black Flame Dragon hesitated before answering. Yes, but I haven't actually done anything yet. A flicker of irritation crossed Ryu's face. His voice turned sharper. You think that changes anything? Ryu's expression darkened, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. You haven't done anything? You just stood there and watched, like some useless bystander. Do you think that makes you innocent? Standing idly by while a crime unfolds is just as condemnable as committing it yourself. That's why you don't deserve to walk away from this. Black Flame Dragon clenched his fists, his lips pressed into a tight line. He wanted to argue but found himself at a loss for words. His silence only confirmed his guilt. Ryu exhaled sharply and, after a moment, spoke again. Fine. I'll give you one chance. Unlike the others, you're not entirely beyond saving. Your biggest crime is your inaction. So, tell me, do you understand what that means? Black Flame Dragon hesitated before nodding. I understand. Ryu tilted his head slightly. Good. Then let's make a deal. If you want to walk away from here alive, empty everything you have. Right here, right now. For a moment, Black Flame Dragon stared at him, confused. But when he realized Ryu was dead serious, he hurriedly began withdrawing items from his inventory. His survival meant more to him than any treasure. Ryu's gaze swept over the growing pile of loot, his interest piqued. Not bad, he mused. Orange marble stones, yellow marble stones, and even some sellable equipment. Not as valuable as black gold ore, but still a decent haul. Black Flame Dragon, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly added, "That's everything. Even the equipment I was wearing. I swear, I don't have anything left." Ryu eyed the pile and smirked. "If I sold all this, I could easily get 2,000 gold. More than I expected from him." Yet, instead of taking everything, he casually picked up a few marble stones and some equipment, storing them in his inventory. Black Flame Dragon blinked in confusion. "That's it? You're not taking more?" Ryu shrugged. "No need. Keep the rest." It was a calculated move. The gear stripped from the corpses around them wasn't worth looting, it wouldn't sell, and Ryu had already decided not to waste time on insignificant scraps. He had already killed them without hesitation because he knew they had nothing valuable. Still processing what had just happened, Black Flame Dragon cautiously asked, "So, does this mean you're letting me go? You're keeping your word?" Ryu gave a small nod. "Yes. A promise is a promise." Relief flooded Black Flame Dragon's face, and he exhaled deeply. "Thank you. Seriously, thank you." Ryu's tone remained cold as he delivered his final words. "Live differently from now on. Whether you clean up this mess or leave it as it is, that's your problem, not mine." Black Flame Dragon nodded solemnly. "I will." However, Ryu had already decided, he would deal with the woman himself. Black Flame Dragon hesitated before speaking. "I can help." But Ryu immediately cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. "Forget it. How could I possibly trust someone like you? Just leave." Black Flame Dragon lowered his head in submission. "Understood." As he turned away and took his first steps to leave, a deep sense of relief flooded his entire being. "I'm alive," he thought, barely believing it. "I was certain I'd die today, but he actually let me go." Another thought crossed his mind, maybe Black Scythe isn't as merciless as the rumors say. I expected him to strip me of everything, yet he only took a few stones and some gear. Losing a couple of shop-bought items to keep my life? That's a fair trade. Yet, as he walked further, an unsettling emptiness settled in his chest. It twisted and churned, slowly transforming into anger. Was this really fair? Just because I stood back and did nothing, I had to suffer this kind of humiliation? His hands clenched into fists, his frustration growing with each step. Then, almost involuntarily, his gaze drifted back toward Ryu. From behind, the infamous Black Scythe didn't look nearly as intimidating. He seemed vulnerable. Even if he's strong, he's just a person like me. If I attack him from behind, wouldn't he die like anyone else? The thought took root in his mind, spreading like wildfire. Black Flame Dragon felt his grip tighten around his axe, his pulse quickening with anticipation. This is my chance. If I manage to kill him, imagine how much stronger I'll become. His level must be insanely high. My stats will skyrocket. His heart pounded as he took slow, deliberate steps forward, closing the distance between them. He whispered under his breath, "Don't turn around. Just stay still." Then, with a burst of reckless determination, he raised his axe high above his head. "Die, you bastard," he roared, swinging with all the force he could muster. The weapon struck true, and Ryu's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. For a brief moment, Black Flame Dragon stood frozen in disbelief. Then, realization dawned, and a euphoric grin spread across his face. He burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the battlefield. "I did it. I actually did it," he howled with joy. The great Black Scythe, taken down by a mere level 10 player. "You let your guard down, fool. How could you trust someone so easily?" But his victory was short-lived. Something felt off. His triumphant grin wavered as a creeping unease clawed at his mind. Why haven't I received any system notifications? He wondered. Normally, the moment he killed a player, the game would alert him to his stat increases. But now, there was nothing, no messages, no stat boosts, nothing at all. Dread pooled in his stomach. Slowly, he turned his head, searching for any clue as to what had gone wrong. Then, he heard a voice, one that made his blood run cold. "Why do you look so shocked?" His body stiffened. Heart pounding, he turned back toward the voice, only to see Ryu standing a few steps away, completely unharmed. A smirk played at his lips, his piercing gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. The sweat drained from Black Flame Dragon's face. His throat felt dry as he stammered, "How? I just killed you." His mind raced. Does he have some kind of resurrection ability? Or, am I losing my mind? Desperate for answers, he spun around to look at the ground where Ryu's body should have been. But there was nothing, no corpse, no blood, no sign that a fight had ever taken place. It was as if his attack had never happened. Ryu's smirk widened. "What you killed," he said coolly, "was just my clone." Black Flame Dragon's eyes went wide with horror. A clone? Ryu gave a small nod. That's right. The doppelganger rune allows me to create an identical copy of myself. It can't fight, but it serves other purposes, and this little experiment has been more valuable than I expected. Black Flame Dragon's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched as he trembled. You tricked me, he shouted, his voice filled with fury. Ryu's expression darkened. His sharp gaze locked onto Black Flame Dragon. Tricked you, he repeated, his tone laced with cold amusement. Are you really trying to play the victim here? Let me remind you, I was the one who nearly got his skull split open by an axe. Who's the real victim? Black Flame Dragon spat, his frustration boiling over. Victim? You were the one who robbed me blind. You threatened me and took everything I had. Ryu remained silent for a moment, his icy stare unyielding. Then, without warning, he raised his scythe. A sudden sense of dread washed over Black Flame Dragon. Something felt wrong. His body stiffened, refusing to obey his commands. His breathing became shallow as panic surged through him. What's happening? Why can't I move? Before the realization could fully settle, a swift flash of steel severed his head clean from his shoulders. His decapitated body crumpled to the ground as his head rolled away, his wide, lifeless eyes still frozen in shock. Ryu exhaled calmly, surveying the now silent battlefield. There were no survivors, except for one. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Trace Eraser. Within seconds, the bloodstains and corpses vanished without a trace. If an outsider were to stumble upon this place, they would never guess that a violent massacre had occurred just moments ago. But one person knew the truth. Ryu turned his attention to the last remaining figure, a woman laying motionless, her head concealed beneath a black bag. The only living witness to what had transpired. He stepped toward her with slow, deliberate steps. I need your attention, he said, his voice steady. The woman didn't move. She remained completely still, her breathing barely audible. Ryu narrowed his eyes. Drop the act and sit up properly. At that, she hesitated, then reluctantly straightened her posture. Though the bag covered her face, he could sense her unease. In a soft, almost trembling voice, she asked, How did you know I wasn't really unconscious? A faint smirk tugged at Ryu's lips. You thought fooling a player like me would be that easy? The woman hesitated for a moment before softly whispering, I'm sorry. Then, shifting uncomfortably, she asked, This bag is really stuffy. Can I take it off now? Ryu's response was immediate and firm. No. Keep it on until I'm gone. She gave a small nod. All right. Without wasting time, Ryu continued, How many customers were in here earlier? Do you remember their faces? The woman thought for a moment before answering. There were 4 of them. One was an older man, probably around 40 or 45. I spoke to him, so I remember him clearly. But the others, their faces are a blur. Ryu studied her carefully, analyzing every word. She wasn't lying, her uncertainty was genuine. That was all he needed to confirm, whether or not she had seen his face. Satisfied, he gave a curt nod. That's all I wanted to know. The woman shifted slightly, her voice carrying a note of unease. So, does that mean I'm safe? It's over now. Ryu's voice was steady but firm. Yes. You can go home without worry. It won't be easy, but try to forget what happened here today. And don't get the authorities involved unless absolutely necessary, it'll only make things worse for you. Retaliation is always a possibility. A shiver ran down her spine, but she nodded in understanding. I won't say anything. Ryu turned slightly, preparing to leave. Good. Now, count to 60 before removing the bag. Not a second sooner. The woman swallowed nervously and began counting in a hushed voice. As she did, the silence around her grew heavy. The only sound was the faint rustling of wind against the bag covering her face. 58, 59, 60. With trembling hands, she yanked off the bag, her eyes darting around in frantic search of the man who had spared her. But the space around her was eerily empty. The ruined store remained, but there were no bodies, no blood, no sign that a violent battle had ever taken place. It was as if everything had vanished into thin air. Her breath hitched. Was it all a dream? She scanned the area once more, desperate for any trace of the mysterious figure who had saved her, but there was nothing. Only an unsettling silence remained. Doubt clouded her mind, and she murmured once more, did that really happen? The truth, lost in the void of uncertainty, would haunt her for a long time. After leaving the scene behind, Ryu returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, Ryu-1 greeted him at the door. Why are you wearing my hoodie? One asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Ryu didn't bother to answer and simply walked past him. Undeterred, one followed and asked another question. Did you eat anything? No, Ryu replied curtly. One sighed. Then at least order something to eat. All right, Ryu agreed. Without another word, he removed the hoodie and tossed it into the trash bin. One, noticing this, frowned. Why are you throwing that away? I'll buy you a new one, Ryu said flatly. He had no intention of letting one wear something he had on while taking another person's life. One didn't press the issue. Instead, with a subdued expression, he muttered, "School's shut down, and with all these players running wild outside, I can't even step out of the house." Ryu could sense the frustration in his voice. Wanting to lift his spirits, he casually asked, "How about a trip to Everland?" One's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? We can go?" "Yeah. Then let's go." One's excitement was palpable. The next day, the two brothers arrived at Everland. It had been ages since their last visit, and seeing one's genuine happiness made Ryu feel at ease. "This place is still running," Ryu remarked as they walked in. "Most places like this have shut down, but Everland is still operating." As they strolled past a shop, they noticed a family walking out, each of them donning a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. One's gaze lingered on them for a moment before he spoke. "I want to try those too." They ended up picking panda ear headbands instead. In the next moment, they both stood there, looking unexpectedly adorable with the accessories. Ryu snapped a few pictures, capturing the rare light-hearted moment. From that point on, one wanted to try everything. They rode the roller coasters, explored various attractions, and even watched pandas playing around in their enclosure. Ryu felt content seeing his younger brother enjoying himself without a care in the world. However, the mood took a subtle shift when one suddenly fell silent. His excitement faded, replaced by a somber expression. Tomorrow. His brother had to return to that game tomorrow. Noticing one's unease, Ryu reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. I might sleep a little longer when I come back, but that's all. It's dangerous, yeah, but I know how to handle it." One nodded hesitantly, but the concern in his eyes didn't fade. Seeing this, Ryu patted his head lightly. "How about we check out the safari ride next?" April 30, 11:50 p.m. Sitting in his room, Ryu Min waited, mentally preparing himself for the transition to the parallel world. His resolve was firm, his mind sharp. Just then, a message notification popped up on his screen. "Yuri, Min. It's almost midnight, isn't it? I'm so nervous right now, but I have a feeling things will go smoothly this time. Let's not stress about it and focus on giving our best. Go, fighting. We'll see each other again, alive and victorious." A quiet chuckle escaped Ryu Min's lips as he read her message. She's anxious. That long text makes it obvious. It wasn't surprising. After all, he had warned her in detail about the dangers of the 5th round. But she didn't need to worry. From this point onward, he would be her shield. Starting with the 5th round, the zones were set to merge, meaning he would finally cross paths with Min Yuri. Even if it was just to take advantage of her buffs, he had already decided to ensure her safety. "She's looking for the black scythe, but she has no idea that I'm him." As he checked the time once more, he smirked. "Oh? It's time already? Then, let's begin." As the clock struck midnight, Ryu Min's eyes slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was pulled away, plunging him into the parallel world once more. As Ryu Min's eyes fluttered open, he was met with a familiar sight. A vast stretch of open grassland spread before him, eerily reminiscent of the battlefield from the very first round. One by one, figures materialized around him, avatars of the remaining players, summoned onto the plains just as before. For Ryu Min, this scene was nothing new. He had witnessed it unfold multiple times. But for many of the others, it was different. The air was thick with tension, and it wasn't just because of the round ahead. The crowd had thinned considerably. Is this really all of us?" someone muttered. "There's no way. More players must be arriving soon." "Don't kid yourself. Last round, we had about 500 left. Now that I think about it, yeah, the numbers do seem right. It's too quiet, something feels off." As murmurs of unease spread through the group, a familiar presence descended from above. A figure suddenly appeared, a radiant being with gleaming wings, its smile twisted with amusement. "Welcome once again, humans. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round. Kihihihi." The angel's tone was light-hearted, but not a single player returned the enthusiasm. Their expressions remained grim, their gazes filled with silent contempt. Of course, none of them had any fondness for these so-called celestial beings. The angels were the ones responsible for throwing them into this relentless death game. "Oh my, what's with the long faces? Cheer up, will you?" the angel chuckled. "You all had quite the time last round, didn't you? Killing each other so enthusiastically, kikiki." Its laughter echoed across the plains, further igniting the players' quiet resentment. "Ah, I see. Not in the mood for jokes today," the angel mused, feigning disappointment. Fine, I'll get serious then. Its previously mischievous expression faded, replaced by a more businesslike demeanor. Currently, we have 442 survivors. Originally, this round was supposed to begin with 521, but it seems we're short by almost 80. I suppose some of you decided to settle your differences outside the game as well. A ripple of tension spread through the crowd. The numbers dropped again? Why do they keep decreasing like this? The angel, unfazed by their reactions, continued. Well, whatever happens in your world isn't my concern. However, with only a little over 400 of you left, things might start feeling a bit uneventful. The angel's lips curled into a sinister smile. So, I took the liberty of preparing something special. Are you ready for what comes next? It's time for the zone integration. The moment those words left the angel's lips, murmurs of confusion spread among the players. Many exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the announcement. Finally, one player stepped forward, raising a cautious hand. Angel, could you clarify what zone integration actually means? The celestial being let out a sigh, as if mildly irritated by the question. You'll understand once I explain. There's no need to overcomplicate things. The player quickly bowed their head. I see. My apologies. To put it simply, zone integration refers to the merging of zones. You may not realize it, but your country alone had hundreds of separate zones. To be precise, 875. Gasps rippled through the crowd. 875? Seriously? We had that many zones? The angel chuckled, as if their astonishment was amusing. Oh, don't act so shocked. Compared to some other nations, this is nothing. Consider this, each zone originally started with around 10,000 participants. Naturally, countries with larger populations had more zones to accommodate their numbers. A few players frowned as the realization dawned on them. Wait a minute. If every zone had its own angel overseeing it, that would mean tens of thousands of angels exist. This was something none of them had truly thought about before. The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. The angel, clearly entertained by their whispers, smirked. Correct. Each of us is assigned to a specific territory. Took you this long to figure that out? Humans really are slow. Though the angel's words dripped with mockery, no one dared to respond. It was pointless to argue with a being that held absolute authority over them. However, one thought lingered in the minds of the players. One of them hesitantly spoke up. Wait, Angel, you said you were assigned to a territory. Does that mean you didn't create this survival game? For a brief moment, the angel's expression faltered, as if caught off guard. However, the slip was fleeting, quickly masked by a neutral, unreadable gaze. What makes you think that? The angel asked, feigning indifference. One of the players hesitated before responding. It's just difficult to believe that so many angels would willingly cooperate to create a survival game of this scale. There has to be someone pulling the strings. The angel let out a mocking chuckle. Oh? And what if we did come together of our own volition, with no higher power orchestrating things? Would you commend our efforts? Quit overthinking things. Worrying about pointless details will only give you a headache, humans. I apologize. Faced with the angel's sharp retort, the man had no choice but to lower his head in fear. Ryu Min. Unlike the others, Ryu Min wasn't fooled. He had caught the angel's attempt to steer the conversation away, a clear sign that information about the true mastermind was off limits. It was highly unlikely that the angels, known for their arrogance and rivalry, had come together as a unified force to orchestrate this game. And players can kill angels. No, there had to be an unseen hand controlling everything from the shadows. Enough of these foolish questions. Your only concern should be survival, the angel muttered irritably, unwittingly confirming that they weren't the one in charge. Now, let's not waste any more time. We're proceeding with the territory integration as planned. And before any of you start coming up with wild theories, this is happening only because your numbers have dwindled. Don't overthink it. With a mere flick of the angel's wings, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Rumble. What's going on? An earthquake? The sudden shift left the players in shock, but Ryu Min remained unfazed. He knew exactly what was happening. It's not the ground that's shaking, it's space itself. A deafening noise reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality wavered, twisting and reshaping before their eyes. A deep, resounding hum reverberated through the air as the very fabric of reality distorted. Jagged black fissures emerged, stretching skyward like cracks in a shattered mirror. Then, as if the world itself had been flipped inside out, space twisted and rotated like the shifting faces of a cube. With each seamless turn, new figures materialized, hundreds of unfamiliar players, their bewildered gazes darting around. The heavy sound of merging dimensions echoed across the landscape. The black lines flickered once before vanishing, leaving behind a vastly different scene. The once sparsely populated grassland was now densely packed with people. Is it over? Who are all these people? A tense silence settled over the crowd as they cautiously studied one another, wariness evident in their eyes. Hovering above them, an unfamiliar angel observed the scene with amusement, a smirk tugging at their lips. And with that, the territory integration is complete. The angel gestured grandly. What's with the awkward silence? You're all humans, aren't you? At least greet each other instead of gawking like statues. The players remained stiff, but the same couldn't be said for the celestial beings. A group of 10 angels had gathered in the sky, exchanging stiff pleasantries. Their smiles lacked any real warmth. Olive, how many do you have in your sector? 442. About the same as ours, then. Seems like it. So, who's going to break the news to the humans? Someone needs to explain how things work from here. Ugh, I'll do it. The angel named Olive, the overseer of Ryu Min's territory, lazily raised a hand. Oh? Trying to earn favor with the higher-ups, are we? Another angel teased. Ha, as if. Then why volunteer so quickly? Fine, you do it if it's such a big deal. No thanks, sounds tedious. Well then, Priscilla, you handle it. What? Me? No way, that's too much trouble. Guys, does it even matter? Someone just do it already. Yeah, the boss isn't going to care who explains it. Good point. Alright, Olive, go ahead. Your voice is the nicest among us anyway. Ugh, whatever. The angels, clearly unbothered by the gravity of the moment, treated the responsibility like an unwanted chore. Even for something as straightforward as an announcement, the angels treated it as an inconvenience. With a sigh, Olive flapped her wings and descended to the center of the meadow. Alright, listen up. I assume your respective angels have already informed you? Due to the dwindling number of participants, we've merged multiple territories into one. The crowd responded with silent nods, their expressions tense. At present, 10 territories have been combined, bringing the total number of players here to 4,844. 10 territories merged? Nearly 5,000 people? The realization dawned on them, explaining why the area suddenly felt so crowded. Glances were exchanged, unease creeping in. With unfamiliar faces all around, the thought of continuing the competition alongside complete strangers made their hearts pound. This isn't an isolated case. Other territories have also undergone integration to ensure a sufficient player count. Naturally, that means your territory name has changed. From now on, this region will be designated as CESKS007, consisting exclusively of South Korean players. Ah, so everyone here is from South Korea? At least we won't have a language barrier. But what happens when we merge with other countries? Indeed, this was only the beginning. As the number of survivors dwindled to 500 or fewer, further integrations would take place. Eventually, South Korean players would find themselves competing against challengers from other nations, a scenario some had already anticipated. It's inevitable, Ryu Min thought. And he knew exactly when that moment would come. By round 11, the second zone integration would take place, forcing players to battle against participants from other regions. But that wasn't the only thing Ryu Min expected. He was well aware that the angels had something extra planned for this round. And sure enough. Before we dive into the main quest, let's mark this occasion with a little side game. A side game? The players murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the sudden change of pace. Each territory had its own representative, correct? But now that we've merged, that system no longer works. So, what do? Simple, we select a new representative for this integrated territory. A new zone representative? Since only one person could hold the title, it meant a competition was inevitable. The rules are straightforward. The 10 former representatives will step forward and battle each other. The last one standing will be declared the leader of this newly unified region. A death match. To claim leadership, they had to eliminate each other. So they have to fight until only one remains? That's brutal. Yet, despite the harsh nature of the challenge, most players didn't seem concerned. In fact, amusement flickered across their faces. This should be fun to watch. I wonder who'll come out on top? The spectacle was about to begin, and for the onlookers, it was nothing more than entertainment. This calls for some popcorn. Since the battle only involved territory representatives, who had no emotional ties to one another, the onlookers treated it as casual entertainment. Of course, the actual participants didn't share that sentiment. Damn it. So we have to fight to the death just to decide on one leader? I never even wanted to be a territory representative in the first place. Hold on? If we die here, do we get resurrected like before? Is there no way to just forfeit? I don't care about being the representative. Expressions of reluctance and frustration were evident on the faces of the 9 representatives. Only one among them remained composed, Ryu Min. Unlike the others, he knew exactly how valuable this position would become. The angels, noticing their hesitation, chuckled. Come now, representatives. No need for such long faces. It's called a death match, but that doesn't mean you'll actually die. Just like before, anyone eliminated will be resurrected once the match concludes. Oh, so we'll be revived again this time? Of course. Despite the angels' reassurances, the representatives still seemed unenthusiastic. The role of territory representative had felt meaningless up to this point, offering no real advantages. However, the angels weren't finished yet. Judging by your reactions, it seems you think this position holds no real benefits. But are you sure about that? Wait, are you saying there's an actual advantage to becoming the integrated representative? Absolutely. The new representative won't just have command authority anymore. Instead, they'll gain domination authority. Domination? What's that? A significant upgrade. Unlike before, where representatives could only issue commands, domination grants direct control over any player within your territory, so long as their level is lower than yours. Regardless of their job class, you can manipulate them however you see fit. As long as their level is lower? That means I could control anyone beneath me. No matter their class. The representatives, who had initially been indifferent, now looked intrigued. Up until this point, most players had transitioned into their job classes, rendering the old command authority practically useless. But this new ability? It erased that limitation entirely. Of course, there are still some restrictions. Domination can only be used 10 times, and if the representative is killed, their authority transfers to their killer. But tell me, isn't it tempting? The ability to control fellow humans as you wish. There was no need for a verbal answer. The gleam in the representative's eyes spoke volumes. They wanted this power. They were willing to fight for it. And Ryu Min was no exception. Up until now, being a territory representative wasn't worth much. But from this round onward? That changes. I must win this match and claim the title. His decision to eliminate Hwang Yongmin in the previous round had been intentional. He knew this moment was coming. Starting from the 5th round, the representative's authority would evolve into something truly useful. And then there was the hidden subquest. Regardless, Ryu Min's goal was set in stone. With my current level and combat prowess, even a 9-on-1 fight isn't a concern. Before the extra game could commence, the angels gathered in a tight circle, their voices buzzing with animated discussion. Not only did this newly integrated zone require a single representative, but it also needed a new angel to oversee and guide its players. Now that the territories have merged, we need to appoint a guiding angel, one of them pointed out. Right? We can't afford to bicker over it like last time, another added. However, despite recognizing the necessity, not a single angel appeared eager to take on the role. It seemed that whether human or celestial, no one was particularly keen on accepting unwanted responsibilities. So, is there anyone bold enough to volunteer? Elu asked, scanning the group expectantly. Silence. Not a single hand was raised. The lack of response was almost comical. Well, I guess I shouldn't have bothered asking, Elu sighed, shaking his head. All right, back to the real issue, Ellen interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Since no one wants to be the guide, what do we do? Any suggestions? The angels exchanged glances before offering their ideas. What if we leave it to chance and roll a die to pick? A game of luck, huh? It's not the most exciting method, but it's fair. Or we could take turns, rotating the role every now and then. Wouldn't that be unfair? The ones at the end might never get their turn. Besides, these zones will probably merge again soon anyway. As the angels mulled over their options, numerous ideas were thrown into the mix. What should have been a straightforward decision had taken on an air of gravity, their expressions growing more serious with each passing moment. Then, breaking the silence, Priscilla spoke up, her tone laced with amusement. Instead of resorting to a dull game of chance, why don't we tie it to this extra round? She paused, ensuring she had their attention before continuing. The zone representatives are about to battle, right? Let's make it interesting. The angel overseeing the first player to fall will automatically be assigned as the new guide, consider it a penalty for their bad luck. A ripple of intrigue spread through the group. Oh, that sounds exciting. Now that is a fun idea. I like Priscilla's proposal. Anyone else in favor? Count me in. Me too. A smirk played on Priscilla's lips as support for her idea grew. But just as it seemed settled, Olive raised her hand, her expression unwavering. Hold on. Instead of punishing the angel responsible for the first eliminated player, why don't we do the opposite? What do you mean? Someone asked. Simple, Olive said, tilting her head slightly. Rather than forcing the loser's angel to take the role, let's reward the one who oversees the last player standing. The winning angel would be granted a special title. How about Queen? That way, instead of a penalty, it becomes a position of prestige. The decision was made. Rather than selecting an angel at random, the one assigned to the human who emerged victorious from the deathmatch would be crowned queen. Unsurprisingly, it was Olive, the angel responsible for the protagonist's region, who had pitched this bold suggestion. Hearing her idea, the red-haired angel, who had previously proposed the penalty system, visibly scowled, clearly displeased by the shift in direction. Some of the angels looked puzzled at first, uncertain what the title, Queen, truly entailed. But the more astute among them quickly filled in the blanks. Being the queen meant absolute authority. Complete submission. Every angel, without exception, would be bound to obey her commands without question. The revelation sparked a ripple of excitement. The idea that their human's victory could directly elevate them to such a powerful position was too thrilling to ignore. Soon, imaginations ran wild as angels pictured themselves in that seat of supremacy, reigning over their peers. What had begun as a playful wager now carried a competitive edge. Applause broke out. Olive's suggestion had taken hold, and it was unanimously agreed upon. Still bristling, the red-haired angel gave Olive a side glance, muttering under her breath, "You must really believe your human has what it takes to win." Smiling without a hint of modesty, Olive replied, "You're not wrong." The red-haired angel smirked, trying to provoke her further. "Well, don't get too cocky. My representatives held the top spot in our regional rankings since the first round. He's not going down easily." Feigning a gasp, Olive gave a theatrical look of surprise, though inwardly, she was stifling a laugh. Rankings? As if that mattered. If her rival only knew the identity of Olive's chosen one, Black Scythe himself, her confidence would surely crumble. But Olive had no intention of revealing that just yet. With subtle amusement in her tone, she turned and asked, "So, do you accept the terms?" Reluctantly, the red-haired angel nodded. There was no valid reason to object. One by one, the remaining angels also voiced their agreement, each secretly placing their hopes on their human champions. Then, one of them chimed in, "Since this brilliant idea came from Olive, why not have her go down and explain it to the players?" Taking the cue, Olive gracefully descended from the sky, her wings unfurling with elegance as she addressed the crowd below. "We will now begin the bonus round to determine the representative of the unified territory," she declared with clarity. "Representatives, please step forward and gather beneath me." At her command, 10 individuals broke away from the watching crowd. Though some exchanged wary glances, they stepped up to the marked area without hesitation. Among them was the protagonist. As they took their places in the center, Olive raised one hand, and in response, the ground began to rumble. The players watched in awe as the land around them transformed. Fire erupted from cracks in the earth, reshaping the terrain. Massive stone columns thrust skyward, encircling the area as if summoned by an ancient power. Bit by bit, the land molded itself into a battlefield, an arena bathed in flames and tension. At the very heart of it all, a grand coliseum stood, towering and oppressive. Fear flickered across the faces of some representatives, but Olive was unmoved. Her smile was serene, her tone crystal clear. "The time has come," she said. "This is a battle to the end. You will fight until only one of you remains standing in this arena." With that declaration, the deathmatch began. If you step outside the arena's bounds, you won't return. No second chances out there, Olive warned, her voice echoing across the Colosseum. So if you value your lives, stay inside. Now, let the match begin. The moment her words rang out, the 10 representatives unsheathed their weapons, tension thick in the air. None made a move just yet, each eyeing the others warily. Among them, however, was a man clutching a gleaming longsword, his ambition burning brightly. In his mind, this was his chance to rise above the rest, to claim the title of king by cutting down every last one of them. He scanned the group, noting how hesitant everyone seemed. It didn't surprise him, they all recognized one another's strength. Still, he scoffed internally. None of these fools are stronger than me. He had reigned supreme in his region's rankings from the very beginning and had no intention of surrendering that top spot. What gave him even more confidence was the powerful rune engraved on his weapon, a dismantling rune. Just one slash, one graze even, and the rune's effect would tear through the target like a curse. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his blade practically guided itself. It always knew the right point to strike. Thanks to that alone, he had annihilated over 300 players in the 4th round, 312, to be exact. Up in the sky, a few angels watched the standoff with mixed reactions. One of them let out a bored sigh, clearly unimpressed by the delay in action. Another hovered beside her, attempting to hype things up by shouting encouragements. The man with the rune wondered if the angels had some sort of bet going, based on how restless they looked. Regardless, he had waited long enough. This was the perfect moment to put on a show. With slow, deliberate steps, he strode confidently to the center of the arena, sword resting on his shoulder. He turned his gaze from one opponent to the next, searching for someone to serve as his opening act, the first kill that would set the tone for his dominance. His goal wasn't just to win. He wanted everyone, angels and humans alike, to remember his name and fear it. He planted himself in the middle of the battlefield, openly inviting an attack. His expression made it clear, "Come at me if you dare." Then, from the crowd, a lone figure began walking toward him. It was a man wielding a massive, dark scythe, an ominous sight that made the sword wielder's confidence falter for a moment. That weapon, it's not ordinary. Scythes weren't exactly common. Plenty of players had edgy nicknames with scythe in them, but the number of people who actually used one was close to none. It was far too large, far too unwieldy, unless someone had the skill to make it dance like a dagger. He squinted to read the other player's nickname. Black Scythe. His heart skipped a beat. No. It can't be. He tried to rationalize it, convincing himself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone else had chosen a similar name. But then he remembered, the system didn't allow duplicate nicknames. Each one was unique. There was no mistake. The man standing before him wasn't just some scythe-wielding lunatic. It was the Black Scythe. And in that instant, for the first time since the match began, the confident swordsman felt a chill crawl down his spine. It finally dawned on the swordsman, this wasn't just some skilled opponent. The man standing before him with that ominous Black Scythe was none other than the top-ranked player across every region, Black Scythe. The only player known to have reached level 30. The shift in the representative's demeanor was visible to all. The confidence he'd worn so arrogantly a moment ago crumbled into disbelief and fear. The angels, observing from above, were left stunned by the sudden change in mood. One turned to Priscilla, the red-haired angel responsible for that player, and asked hesitantly, "Wait, isn't that your representative?" Priscilla didn't respond right away. Her eyes were locked on the scene below, and her teeth dug into her nail out of sheer frustration. Her human wasn't moving, he just stood there, frozen, and she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. What the hell was he doing? Then, out of nowhere, Olive burst into laughter, an uncontrollable, almost mocking cackle that echoed through the sky. Priscilla's head snapped toward her. "What's so damn funny, Olive?" she growled. Wiping a tear from her eye, Olive grinned. "Ah, forgive me, really. But it's just too good. Look at your little champion down there, he's trembling while staring at my representative dragging a scythe like he's mowing the lawn." Following her gaze, Priscilla finally took in the sight of the man approaching her representative. The scythe he carried was massive, elegant, and dangerous looking. It made an impression, no doubt. But even so, Priscilla frowned. She couldn't feel any menacing aura coming from him. "So what?" she snapped. "Are you saying my representative is terrified just from looking at yours? Isn't that what it looks like?" Olive replied smoothly, her grin widening. Priscilla's irritation only deepened. "You're talking nonsense. You really think someone who's held the #1 spot in my region since the very first round would be scared of some flashy scythe? Don't make me laugh." Olive tilted her head, almost amused. "In your region, huh? Well, unlike yours, my representative hasn't just been #1 locally, he's never once dropped from the top of the global rankings." A few angels nearby immediately voiced their disbelief. "Come on, you expect us to believe that? Is she making stuff up now?" But Olive didn't flinch. She calmly pointed down at the scythe wielder's name hovering in the air. If you'd been paying attention to the ranking boards, you'd recognize that name in a heartbeat. Their eyes followed her gesture. Black Scythe. Gasps filled the air. It was him, the name that appeared at the top of every leaderboard every single round. The one no one had been able to dethrone. Silence fell over the angels as they processed the realization. Priscilla, meanwhile, shook her head in disbelief. No. This couldn't be real. If he was truly Olive's representative, then her own player didn't stand a chance. And then it happened. Without a word or warning, Black Scythe moved. His scythe cleaved through the air in a single fluid motion, and before the red-haired representative could even react, he fell, defeated in an instant. There was no struggle. No resistance. Just a clean, merciless takedown. Up above, Olive clasped her hands with a radiant smile. "Ah, looks like Priscilla's out." The angels stared, dumbfounded. Their disbelief turned to dread. Down in the arena, the remaining 9 representatives now had a name to associate with the nightmare standing in their midst. "Why is Black Scythe even here?" some of them thought in a panic. It didn't take long for the others to realize something terrifying: they stood no chance. If even the strongest of them had fallen in one strike, what hope did they have? One man, particularly shaken, only level 13, felt his legs go weak. His eyes darted between his sword and the approaching figure. There was no way to fight this. No way to win. Black Scythe didn't stop walking. His expression unreadable, he approached the rest, scythe in hand, completely composed. The closest representative panicked and stepped back, trying a different tactic. Hey there, Black Scythe, he called out with a forced laugh. Wow, it's such an honor to fight beside someone as well known as you. Seriously, I'm touched. I might cry, haha. When he got no response, he quickly shifted his tone. Wait, can we talk for a second? He pleaded, his nervous chuckle fading into desperation. But Black Scythe just kept walking, his silence more intimidating than any threat. Behind Black Scythe, one of the female representatives quietly dismissed the notion of combat. She calmly stowed away her weapons into her inventory, signaling her refusal to fight. The man who had earlier tried to flatter Black Scythe hesitated for a second before raising both hands high, signaling his surrender to the angels observing from above. His bold move quickly inspired others, one after another. Several representatives followed suit, their weapons lowered in defeat. The angels looked down in disbelief. This wasn't how the match was supposed to go. Their expressions twisted into outrage as they processed what was unfolding. The excitement of the showdown, the chaotic clash they had so eagerly anticipated, was unraveling before their eyes. Their game was being reduced to a farce. Enraged, one of the angels floated forward and issued a chilling warning, her voice booming across the arena. Anyone who surrenders will have their heads burst like overfilled balloons, and don't expect resurrection afterward. The threat echoed ominously in the silence that followed. The hands that had once been raised in surrender now slowly lowered. Panic filled the representatives' eyes as they realized that backing out was no longer an option. One of them, a girl with a quiver on her back, retrieved her bow. Others followed suit, drawing swords, gripping axes, and preparing for a battle they knew they couldn't win. There were 8 of them left. And although they understood their odds were abysmal, they still held on to the faint hope that they might succeed if they attacked all at once. Watching them change their stance, Ryu Min tilted his head slightly. So they fear the angels more than me? He mused, his expression unreadable. But the thought didn't bother him, if anything, it amused him. Whether they came one by one or all at once, it wouldn't change the outcome. Their efforts would be crushed just the same. A faint smile curled on his lips, and that smile alone made the others recoil internally. There was something terrifying about his calm, something that made them question if they were walking straight into their own graves. But they couldn't back down now. Driven by pride, fear, and desperation, the 8 top-ranked players from their respective regions launched their assault. A barrage of blades and arrows descended upon Black Scythe. They charged from all directions, trying to overpower him through sheer numbers. And then, he moved. In a single, breathtaking motion, Ryu Min dashed forward, his scythe blurring through the air like a phantom. He weaved through the chaos, zigzagging with inhuman speed. Before the first few attackers even realized he had passed them, their bodies dropped to the ground. The remaining players froze mid-step, stunned by the precision and brutality they had just witnessed. Then, they too became targets. Ryu Min spun his weapon, his dark scythe carving through the air like a reaper's judgment. Those who had hoped to retreat were hunted down one by one, their resistance crushed under his overwhelming presence. Above the arena, the angels fell into an eerie silence. The spectacle had left them speechless. They had expected bloodshed, but not like this. This was a massacre, wrapped in grace and dread. Moments later, the silence gave way to gasps and exclamations as they fully registered what had happened. Black Scythe had cleared the stage. He had won. They exchanged glances, realization setting in. Olive, the angel who had brought forth Black Scythe, was now the de facto victor of their wager. And by the rules they had all agreed to, the rest of them would now serve under her command. Priscilla, flushed with fury, couldn't accept it. You knew this would happen, didn't you, Olive? She spat, her voice sharp with accusation. Olive turned toward her, unfazed, the corners of her lips curving in satisfaction. Of course I did. What, did you think I suggested this out of kindness? The fire in Priscilla's eyes flared. You manipulated us. I offered a suggestion. You all agreed without question, Olive replied, folding her arms. No one forced you. You said it sounded fun, remember? Now that you've lost, you want to play victim? The other angels stirred, some looking uneasy, but Priscilla stepped forward again, defiance bubbling inside her. We should never have agreed to this. She tricked us. Tricked you? Olive's tone sharpened. Or outplayed you? There's a difference. Before the argument could escalate further, Olive narrowed her eyes. Don't do anything stupid, Priscilla. You really want to throw hands in front of the humans? That'd be a new low for us. Priscilla flinched, her fists clenched tightly. Besides, Olive added in a sing-song voice, if the head angel hears about you starting a fight, you'll be enjoying a nice long stay in the insect cell. The mere mention of that place made Priscilla recoil as if she'd been slapped. Of all punishments, that was the one she feared most. Her anger remained, but the fire in her eyes dimmed. For now, at least, she would stay her hand. But the tension between the angels was far from over. That place, the insect cell, was the one location Priscilla dreaded more than anything. The moment Olive mentioned it, all the fire in her eyes dulled into resignation. Seeing her so subdued, Olive chuckled softly. What's the matter? She said with a smirk. Changed your mind about fighting? Priscilla didn't reply. Her silence was all the answer Olive needed. Well then, Olive said cheerfully, as the winner, I hereby declare myself queen. And as for you, Priscilla, you can be the guide for our lovely new representative. Priscilla clenched her jaw. For how long? She asked through gritted teeth. Olive waved her hand dismissively. Until I'm in a better mood. With that, Olive turned her attention away, fully expecting obedience. When she noticed Priscilla still rooted to the spot, she raised an eyebrow. Well? Get moving. Your job starts now. Swallowing her pride, Priscilla reluctantly stepped forward, moving toward the crowd of human players. Inwardly, she cursed her own foolishness for ever agreeing to the wager that brought her to this point. Clearing her throat, she addressed the players in a clear but curt tone. As you've witnessed, the match has ended, and a new representative has been selected. A system notification had already informed the players of what she said. New zone representative, Black Scythe. With his victory, she continued, Black Scythe has been granted a temporary title, Ruler's Authority. This skill enables him to issue commands to players within certain limits. Though she tried to keep her voice steady, her words carried a trace of bitterness. The gathered players, on the other hand, showed nothing but awe. Many had already heard of Black Scythe's exploits. Now, seeing him wield such power firsthand, they understood why opposing him might be unwise. He was level 30, far beyond them, and that alone gave him the right to command. After formally acknowledging Black Scythe's new status, Priscilla turned her attention to the fallen representatives. With a deep breath, she extended her white wings wide, golden feathers detaching and gently drifting down toward the lifeless bodies. Upon contact, each body began to shimmer with a soft, radiant light, gradually restoring color to their pale skin. One by one, the representatives began to stir. Some opened their eyes in confusion, unaware of what had occurred, while others sat up, visibly shaken, recalling only fragments, a shadowy figure, a sweeping scythe, and the sting of defeat. You were all defeated, Priscilla informed them bluntly, by Black Scythe, who now holds the position of Unified Region's representative. Her words sank in quickly. The expressions on their faces shifted from confusion to realization, then to reluctant acceptance. There was no room for argument. What had happened was undeniable. Priscilla wasted no time stripping away their former privileges. The authority you once held as representatives will now be revoked, she announced. However, this is not the end. Opportunities to regain status may come again. Despite her attempt at reassurance, it did little to lift the atmosphere. Disappointment hung thick in the air. Then, with no fanfare, Priscilla raised her hand, and a translucent window appeared in front of every player, its contents glowing in silver text. Main mission activated. Objective: defeat 300 orcs within the allotted time. Time limit: 10 hours. Secondary objective: acquire 4 equilibrium stones. Survival limit: only 25% of participants will advance to the next phase. Rewards and penalties remain undisclosed. A heavy silence followed as everyone read the message. The challenge was brutal. The numbers alone made it clear, only a quarter of them would make it through. With the looming presence of the orcs and the uncertainty surrounding the mysterious equilibrium stones, a sense of urgency and dread spread through the crowd. Murmurs and anxious whispers filled the air. No one knew exactly what failure would mean. But one thing was certain: this game had just become deadly serious. When the players began murmuring among themselves, clearly displeased by the mission details, Priscilla let out an exasperated sigh. Her golden eyes narrowed as she spoke with sharp sarcasm, complaining already? Is it the survival rate that bothers you? Shall I reduce it even further? The grumbling came to an abrupt halt. Her words, laced with threat, carried more than enough weight to silence everyone. Satisfied, Priscilla continued, her tone dry. You've had it easy up until now. It's about time things got serious. Don't expect the same mercy moving forward. Her words stirred unease through the group, but not everyone looked worried. A few players exchanged confident smirks, their pride shielding them from doubt. These were the ones who didn't think of themselves as ordinary participants, they believed they had the strength to crush the orcs with ease. Priscilla caught their expressions but said nothing. Let them believe that, she thought. The battlefield would break their arrogance soon enough. As the discussion shifted, a voice from the crowd called out, raising a question that had been on several minds. What about the secondary mission? Why hide the reward? Instead of brushing it off, Priscilla turned toward the speaker with an amused look. Good question. You've probably noticed that unlike before, the secondary objective is actually visible now, she replied. And that's precisely why the reward is concealed. If I revealed both, where's the challenge? Ryu Min stood silently among the group, already tired of the cryptic nature of these so-called games. His memory was sharp, he hadn't forgotten that the 5th round's hidden reward had been the Equilibrium rune, one of the 8 essential runes. And only one could be acquired per zone. Of course, he knew that there were alternate paths to obtaining these rare runes, but those methods were even more punishing than the main quests. Just completing the mission wouldn't be enough, only the most qualified could truly earn the rune. Priscilla's voice broke through his thoughts. To those aiming for the hidden reward, you'll need to collect 4 equilibrium stones, she announced, her tone serious. Only one person in the entire zone will be granted the prize, and there are only 4 stones to be found. Gasps and nervous glances spread through the players. A former representative raised his hand and voiced the obvious concern. What if someone can't find all 4? Then the mission's pointless for them, right? Rather than soothe them, Priscilla's response only intensified the pressure. Don't worry, she said with a shrug. You can always take the stones from someone else, by force. That statement caused a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. The players exchanged wary looks. It was no different from how the representative titles were won, elimination through combat. Priscilla confirmed as much. Yes, it's the same system. If someone holding an equilibrium stone is killed, their stone will drop. But don't get greedy. Only the stone will fall. No gear, no loot, no extras. Then she paused, letting her next words hit harder. And just so you know, anyone who dies during this phase will stay dead. There will be no second chances. Her warning hung heavy in the air. No revival. No forgiveness. The challenge was no longer about strength alone, it had become a matter of cunning, survival, and timing. The real test was about to begin. After finishing her lengthy explanation, Priscilla ended with a mocking smile and a final message. Do your best, everyone. I'm looking forward to the results. With that, the angels vanished, leaving behind silence and tension. Watching them go, Ryu Min muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed, what a bunch of bothersome pests. Now alone with his thoughts, he began to plan. His first priority was to wipe out the required 300 orcs, and then he'd circle back to assist Minuri. Efficient and methodical, that was his style. As he strode through the crowd of players, the atmosphere tensed around him. All eyes followed his movements, but no one dared lift a weapon. Though some had considered attacking him to steal the title of representative, the moment they met his gaze, or even felt his presence, those thoughts quickly dissolved. His overwhelming aura suffocated even the boldest of hearts. When he walked past, players instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, as though a predator had spared them. Elsewhere, a few former representatives gathered and debated their next move. Confused and aimless, one of them suggested an unorthodox idea. Why don't we follow him? Black Scythe always outpaces us anyway. If we trail him, maybe we can pick off the leftovers. Another man looked at him as though he'd lost his mind. Follow him? Are you insane? If he activates his authority as the representative, we could end up bound to him forever. Still, the first man shrugged. Better than wandering blindly. He always finishes first. If nothing else, we can learn something from him, assuming we don't get caught. Though most hesitated at first, fearful of being enslaved, they slowly began to consider the plan. The key, they realized, was distance. If they stayed just far enough behind, they could avoid triggering any control-based skill. But none moved right away. So, with a deep breath, the one who proposed the idea turned and left by himself, choosing to act rather than wait. Eventually, the rest followed his lead, straying from indecision and trailing quietly in the direction Black Scythe had gone. Not long after, Ryu Min arrived at the edge of a crimson forest where an orc village was tucked among the thick trees. Tall tents made of hide stood like domes, and the smell of roasted meat drifted through the air. He slipped through the foliage with practiced silence, his form blending with the shadows. Those following him from a distance crouched in the underbrush, watching as he moved without hesitation toward the village. At the outer edge of the settlement stood a lone orc guard, thick-muscled and towering, who let out a deep, guttural roar the moment he spotted the intruder. But his warning cry was cut short. Black Scythe moved like lightning. In a blur of motion, the massive scythe he carried sliced through the air. A single arc, clean and silent, and the orc's head was already separating from his shoulders. The body slumped forward and collapsed in the dirt with a heavy thud. Without stopping, Ryu Min crossed the threshold into the village. Around him, orcs were tending fires, sharpening blades, and carrying supplies. At the sight of a human stepping into their camp with such ease, they froze, their yellow eyes widening. Then, all at once, they charged at him, weapons raised and war cries echoing. Ryu Min answered their aggression with graceful brutality. His scythe glowed with a sinister red energy as he spun into the crowd. Each swing was precise and devastating. Heads flew, bodies fell. The crimson arc of his weapon seemed to thirst for blood. 2 orcs tried to flank him, he didn't even glance in their direction before cutting both down with a single, reverse sweep. The earth beneath him became soaked with blood, but he remained untouched, his expression calm. When the skirmish was over, he walked forward with the same composed stride as before, completely unfazed, as though it had merely been a warm-up. His gaze fixed on the largest tent in the village, situated at the center like a chieftain's hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside as if it were his own domain. Time passed. Eventually, Ryu Min emerged from the tent, his scythe resting on his shoulder and his pace unhurried. Whatever business he had within had already been settled. He glanced around once and continued deeper into the village, his mind already focused on the next part of his plan. And from the shadows of the trees, those who had dared follow him watched in awe and dread. Before long, the small group of players who had been discreetly tailing Black Scythe spotted him emerging from the orc settlement. His figure, unscathed and calm, contrasted starkly with the blood-soaked battlefield behind him. Witnessing the ease with which he had decimated the orc village, a few players began to believe that the creatures were no stronger than the gnolls they'd encountered in previous missions. But the one who had originally proposed following Black Scythe wasn't convinced. "Are you sure it looked easy because they were weak?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "Or was it only because it was him?" His warning gave pause to the others. They realized he had a point. Just because Black Scythe made something look effortless didn't mean it was. Acknowledging the wisdom and caution, they agreed to stay alert. With their confidence bolstered by watching his actions, the group made the decision to strike out on their own and attack an orc settlement. After all, they had numbers, and in their minds, that would even the odds. Still, despite their shared goal, unity among them was shallow. One cloaked figure at the back was already scheming, considering how long he could tolerate being among what he deemed weaklings. Another planned to cooperate only until he determined whether he could survive better alone. A third had a more sinister mindset, he intended to use the others as a living shield if things went south. Eventually, they stumbled upon what looked like a promising target. Towering wooden walls enclosed a sprawling village nestled among the trees. From a distance, it looked 3 times the size of the one Black Scythe had just cleared. The sight filled them with excitement, they believed it to be a treasure trove of kills. But their optimism was short-lived. As they approached, a pair of sharp-eyed orc sentinels positioned in crude towers spotted their movement. Without hesitation, one of the guards lifted a large horn to his lips and blew with all his might. A deep, ominous sound rang out, reverberating through the trees like a war cry. The players froze. They hadn't expected the village to react so quickly. The call to arms hadn't even faded when thunderous footsteps began to echo from within. From behind the village gates, a swarm of armed orcs poured out in droves. The sheer number was overwhelming, dozens at first, then more, until the ground itself trembled under the weight of their charge. In a flash, the players found themselves surrounded. They were a group of just over 10, but now encircled by a horde of bloodthirsty warriors. Each orc wore a twisted grin, their eyes gleaming with savage hunger. The scope of the village suddenly became clear. It wasn't just large, it was massive. Far larger than they had assumed. Reality crashed down on them like a hammer, this wasn't going to be a simple raid. The mage who had first suggested tracking Black Scythe turned to the others, panic creeping into his voice. "What do we do now?" No one had a solid answer. Only one option seemed viable, fight. And fight they did. The orcs wasted no time. With guttural roars, they charged forward, weapons raised, eager to shred their prey. The players reacted with urgency. A swordsman lunged to meet the first attacker, his blade clashing with the orc's massive, spiked club. The force of the collision sent a shockwave into the air. Yet, the impact caused the orc's arm to jerk backward, opening a brief window. Without hesitation, the player capitalized. His sword struck true, cutting the orc down. The moment ignited something in the group. Seeing one of their own take down an orc stirred hope. The tension thinned just slightly as they realized the orcs weren't as quick as expected. Riding that surge of morale, the same swordsman turned and slashed toward a second enemy, charging with renewed confidence into the fray. With confidence surging, the swordsman drove his blade deep into the orc's chest, grinning as he expected the creature to collapse instantly. But that smile vanished the moment the orc didn't fall. The beast remained standing, barely flinching from the wound. Then, before the player could react, the orc retaliated with brutal speed. To his horror, the player realized his weapon was stuck, wedged tightly in the orc's dense muscle, refusing to budge. What followed was a blur of chaos. With a thunderous swing, the orc's spiked club crashed into the player's side, hurling him several meters away. Just like that, the tide shifted. The rest of the orcs, feeding off the momentum, surged forward with terrifying force. Encircled with no room to flee, the human players were overwhelmed. Screams echoed as one player after another was struck down without mercy. No one was spared. Caught beneath the sheer weight of a charging orc, the very man who had proposed following Black Scythe now lay pinned, his body crushed into the dirt. His breath came in short gasps, fear and regret flooding his mind. Is this really how it ends? Trampled like an insect, he wondered. His thoughts were silenced a moment later when the orc above him raised its weapon and brought it down. His scream, once sharp and loud, faded into nothing. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ryu Min advanced alone, silent and purposeful. He'd long since noticed the group that had been tailing him earlier. With 20 people moving together, there was no way to go unnoticed. Still, he hadn't paid them much attention. He figured they would be safe, at least as long as they avoided fortified orc settlements. Even for him, villages with sentry towers were trouble. The moment a guard orc sounded the horn, dozens of warriors would swarm the area like a flood. That's why Ryu Min always avoided those high-alert locations. With more than 200 such villages scattered across the map, it was best to choose his targets carefully. Over time, Ryu Min had become intimately familiar with these enemies. Orcs were built differently from humans, their bodies were so tough and tightly wound with muscle that weapons often got stuck if plunged in recklessly. That's why he never relied on stabbing blows. He always aimed for their weakest spot, the head. Even when outnumbered, he struck with surgical precision, his large scythe flashing crimson in the sunlight as he dispatched enemies with clean, efficient sweeps. It didn't matter how many orcs charged at once, if he struck true, none of them stood a chance. After clearing yet another orc village, Ryu Min brought down the final defender, a towering brute who let out a last guttural roar before collapsing beneath the scythe's arc. With the village now silent, Ryu Min checked his quest log. A bright notification greeted him. Quest complete, 300 orcs defeated. He had done it. In just under an hour, Ryu Min had become the first player in the entire region to complete the orc extermination objective. Satisfied, he closed the window and immediately turned his thoughts to Minuri. There was no time to waste. Activating his tracking ability, he focused on her presence and began heading back without delay. Elsewhere, in a different part of the forest, Choi Manji of the Young Explorers Club approached the group's leader, Cho Yang-ho. The man looked worn, his armor scratched and dirty, but he was still standing. "You all right, Yang?" Manji asked. Yang-ho nodded, though his breathing was heavy. "I'm fine. Just tired." Still, despite what they'd seen, he didn't fully believe that the orcs were truly that dangerous. His confidence in human strength hadn't yet been shaken, but that belief was about to be tested soon. Though the orcs walked with clumsy, lumbering steps reminiscent of pigs, the members of the Young Explorers Club weren't foolish enough to let appearances deceive them. They had already witnessed the power these creatures possessed in combat. As they regrouped under the canopy of blood-red trees, their leader, Cho Yang-ho, turned to one of his more reliable members. "Mankey, how many orcs have we taken down so far?" Mankey scratched his head before replying, "About 50, give or take." That number immediately caused Cho Yang-ho to frown. They had a strict goal: eliminate 300 orcs within a 10-hour window. At their current pace, they were far behind. Internally, he knew they wouldn't make it if things continued like this. However, the rest of the team didn't seem too worried. They believed they could make up for the slow start in the latter half of the mission. But Cho Yang-ho wasn't so optimistic. He understood that if they truly wanted to succeed, they would need to take risks, starting with a larger orc settlement. But as soon as he floated the idea, Mankey voiced concern. "Isn't that too dangerous?" he asked, glancing toward another member, who quickly agreed. "We struggled with just 3 orcs. A whole village? That's suicide." Another chimed in, suggesting they'd be better off sticking to smaller camps and picking off stray orcs. With nearly everyone expressing the same doubts, Yang-ho chose not to argue. Instead, he let the silence linger for a few seconds before speaking again. "I get it. But if we keep playing it safe like this, we're just postponing failure. We all know how this ends if we stay on this path. His eyes hardened, and his tone dropped. Even if it's tough, we need to push through. Remember this, there's no future aboard a sinking ship. The gravity of his words sank in, and with no one else objecting, the group pressed forward. Entering deeper into the crimson leaf forest, the outline of a massive orc village came into view. It was the same one they had scouted earlier. From a distance, Mankey was the first to spot a sentry post atop a wooden watchtower. "There's a guard," he said, pointing to a silhouette hunched over the lookout. Cho Young-ho nodded and immediately ordered the team to circle around the perimeter. They followed a narrow trail along the village's edge, hidden beneath thick foliage and trees that masked their movements. Eventually, they reached the side of the village's outer wall, an uneven wooden barrier built from logs and rope. There, tucked between two sections of fencing, was a gap just wide enough for them to squeeze through. Mankey knelt and peered into the village. "Strange? I don't see anyone," he whispered. Cho Young-ho exchanged looks with the others, then gave a subtle nod. With Mankey taking the lead, the group slipped through the gap and began exploring the village silently, sticking close to the walls and shadows. Walking through the empty paths between tents and wooden huts, Young-ho asked in a low voice, "Could they all be inside their shelters?" "Most likely," Mankey replied. "Judging by the village's size, we can probably expect around 5 orcs per tent." Cho Young-ho grew tense. Up close, the village looked even larger than he had imagined, easily big enough to house over 100 orcs. As the gravity of the situation weighed on him, one of the members whispered, "Should we strike one tent at a time?" Young-ho nodded. "That's the best bet? Hit fast, take them out before they react." "I agree," Mankey said. 5 orcs isn't a problem if we surprise them." Without wasting more time, the group positioned themselves around one of the larger huts. Cho Young-ho raised a hand, signaling for silence, then gestured toward the door. They waited for his signal to begin the ambush. Carefully and in complete silence, Cho Young-ho led his group through the narrow tent entrance. Inside, they found another wooden door that seemed to separate the inner chamber. Without hesitation, they broke through it, bursting into the room with weapons drawn, only to freeze at the sight before them. There were 10 orcs inside, not 5 as they had anticipated. The orcs, startled by the sudden intrusion, rose from their seats with low growls and sharpened glares. The tension spiked immediately. One of the club members, eyeing their numbers nervously, turned to Cho Young-ho and asked, "What now?" "We take them down one at a time," the leader responded calmly, keeping his eyes on the nearest orc. As the monsters began to close in, Cho Young-ho gave a sharp command to target the one on the left. That orc, a hulking brute, lunged forward and swung his club, but it collided with a raised shield. In that brief opening, Cho Young-ho dashed in and slashed across the creature's leg, cutting deep enough to bring it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mankey moved in next. With a swift, upward swing, his blade sliced near the orc's shoulder. Their coordination worked perfectly, and within seconds, the first orc was eliminated while the others were still reacting. Suddenly, one of the orcs, a particularly large one with coarse blonde hair, let out an enraged roar. Like a wild boar, he charged through the room with terrifying speed, his mace swinging high. The blow connected with Mankey, sending him to his knees with a pained gasp. The sight ignited something in Cho Young-ho. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, his blade aimed with precision. Before the orc could land another strike on Mankey, Cho Young-ho pierced its weak spot, felling the second beast. Mankey, though injured, was safe, for now. The remaining 8 orcs were now completely alert. They hadn't attacked yet, but the pressure in the room was suffocating. Mankey clutched his side while the rest of the club took stock of their situation. "We can't win this," one of the members whispered, eyes wide with fear. Cho Young-ho didn't disagree. They were outnumbered, and with one of their own wounded, things weren't looking good. Deciding quickly, he barked, "Retreat, now!" They bolted from the tent, carrying Mankey between them. But what they saw outside made their hearts sink. The clearing they'd passed through earlier, which had been free of danger, was now swarming with more orcs, another 10 at least, and all headed straight toward them. "Where did all of these come from?" someone shouted in panic. "About 10 more," another quickly counted, eyes scanning the crowd of snarling enemies. Panic began to set in. The member supporting Mankey stumbled slightly, muttering, "This is it, we're done." Mankey, groaning in pain, wondered if this really was the end of their journey. But Cho Young-ho wasn't finished yet. "Raise your weapons," he said coldly, eyes scanning the horde. Some hesitated. A few were already mumbling their final words to each other. One looked to Cho Young-ho with tears brimming in their eyes. "We can't win. Why are you still fighting?" "Look closely," Cho Young-ho replied. "Why do you think they haven't attacked us yet?" Confused, the team turned their eyes to the orcs. And then they saw it, smirks. Wicked, amused expressions twisted the faces of the monsters. They're laughing at us, he said. They find this amusing. They see us as prey trembling before the slaughter. Doesn't that enrage you? The silence that followed was heavy. Do you enjoy being looked down on like this? Treated like insects in a cage? If this is the end, then take at least one of them with you. Let's fall with dignity. His words struck like thunder, lighting something inside their hearts. Slowly, each member raised their sword, a fierce determination replacing their fear. Even Mankey, wounded and barely standing, gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. The orcs, seeing the humans change in attitude, stopped mocking. Their expressions shifted to cold focus as they began closing the distance slowly, menacingly. Cho Young-ho raised his hand once more. When I give the signal, strike together. Same target. But just as tension reached its peak, a loud explosion echoed across the village. A fiery glow burst from a distant section, lighting up the sky. Startled by the sudden noise, several of the orcs turned away, their attention drawn to the disturbance. Without hesitation, a few sprinted toward the source of the flame, abandoning their prey. The club members turned to look. What was that? One asked. A fire was spreading in the distance, though they couldn't tell how or why. Cho Young-ho narrowed his eyes. The chaos had worked in their favor, but not all the orcs had left. The original 8 from the tent still stood their ground. Their numbers are down, he called out. Now's our chance. With their leader's voice rallying them, the group lunged forward. Blades clashed and shouts rang out. Fueled by adrenaline and desperation, the team fought with everything they had. When the dust settled, the last orc collapsed to the ground. The players, covered in sweat and blood, stood, barely, but they were alive. One of the members dropped to their knees, panting. We only survived because of you, Captain. But Cho Young-ho shook his head. We all chose to fight. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here either. He turned to Mankey, who sat slouched against a tree. How bad is it? I've had better days, Mankey replied with a strained smile, his eyes wet with tears. But I'll live. Knowing Mankey needed to rest, Cho Young-ho instructed the others to hide and remain silent. Despite their protests, he insisted on going alone to investigate the earlier commotion. Moving cautiously between tents, Cho Young-ho noticed something odd. An eerie stillness had settled over the village. No orcs in sight. The air was heavy but calm. Once he felt safe, he advanced slowly, trying to find the source of the fire. That's when he heard it, a faint sound, followed by a strange glow. He turned the corner and stopped dead in his tracks. Dozens of orcs were strewn across the ground, lifeless. A golden light shimmered faintly from their corpses before their bodies began to dissolve into motes of light, disappearing into the air. Cho Young-ho walked between them, his face tense with disbelief. Who could have done this? Then, in the middle of the carnage, he spotted someone standing alone. A tall figure with a black cloak and a massive weapon, one that Cho Young-ho instantly recognized. Black Scythe? As if hearing his name, the figure turned, eyes meeting Cho Young-ho's. Black Scythe stared at the man's username, eyes widening in recognition. It clicked. That wasn't just anyone, it was him. The player known to the world as the Mercenary King. Ryu Min begins explaining the mercenary class. He says it's a close-range combat class, similar in nature to a warrior. Mercenaries often carry a wide variety of weapons, and their combat skills also resemble those of a warrior. However, there's one significant trait that sets them apart and makes them incredibly powerful: contracts. When a mercenary signs a contract with another person, they gain extraordinary strength and enhancements. Because of this, mercenaries often prefer to form parties, either with people they trust or by entering a contract with a special class holder known as the Mercenary King. The Mercenary King is a unique solo class that allows its user to lead and command all contracted mercenaries. Anyone who signs a contract with the Mercenary King receives various powerful buffs and additional effects. Due to these benefits, there's rarely a reason for anyone to decline such a contract. Ryu Min then looks at the person standing before him and realizes, he's face-to-face with Yango, a solo-class Mercenary King. This surprises Ryu Min, as he hadn't expected to meet such a person here. Yango approaches Ryu Min with a nervous smile and greets him. Hello, Black Scythe. Ryu Min asks, you know me? Yango chuckles, replying, of course. Who wouldn't know about someone who's always ranked number 1? Internally, Yango is panicking. Damn, I really shouldn't be meeting someone who's ranked first in every zone. He might not take it well if I ask for a handshake. Reading Yango's thoughts, Ryu Min quietly reflects, he doesn't seem like someone who would deceive others. Maybe that's why he qualifies as a Mercenary King. He has the mindset and heart of a true leader. Yango then asks him, did you really kill all those orcs alone? Ryu Min nods. Yango is visibly shocked and says, you're truly amazing. You live up to your reputation. He then bows deeply and says, thank you. Because of you distracting them, I managed to survive. I didn't even know you were here. Yango acknowledges that even if Ryu Min didn't deliberately help them, killing the orcs indirectly saved their lives. Ryu Min replies, "Alright, hurry up and get out of here with your team. I've killed all the orcs in this village, so you don't have to worry about them." Yango, slightly confused, asks, "Wait, how did you know I was with my team?" Just then, he turns around and sees his teammates arriving. Shocked, he says, "What are you guys doing here? I told you to wait." One of them responds, "We thought maybe you'd leave us behind." Yango is taken aback and replies, "I'd never abandon you like that." Ryu Min observes the interaction and thinks, these four must be the mercenaries under Yango's contract. They came because they were worried about him. He's already formed a team that truly cares about him. The group then notices Ryu Min, and one of them asks, "What are you doing here?" Ryu Min casually replies, "I just came for a bit of hunting." But when they see the pile of orc corpses around, they realize he has eliminated them all without much effort, even if there were over 100 of them. Ryu Min then urges them, "Leave now. If you're done here, get moving. A boss might spawn soon because of the orc massacre. It could be dangerous." They salute him and say, "Yes, sir. We'll be nearby. It was an honor to meet you, Black Scythe." Just as they're about to leave, they hear a strange sound. One of the teammates with a shield says, "Did you guys hear that?" Another asks, "Hear what?" He replies, "Listen closely." Now even Yango hears it and says, "What's going on here?" Ryu Min calmly answers, "An intermediate boss is spawning. Get out now." Yango is stunned, "An intermediate?" Before he can finish, a huge orc boss jumps into their view. Yango's teammates are horrified. "Is this an orc?" one gasps. But the intense aura and monstrous condition of the creature make it clear, this is no ordinary orc. It's a high-powered warrior. Ryu Min looks at it without fear and mutters, "So you finally showed up? Orc warrior." He regrets not leaving sooner due to dealing with the group, but he knows he has to defeat this boss to obtain a Stone of Balance, a required item for one of his subquests. "If I kill this one, I can wrap up this part of the quest and move on to the next trial," he thinks. As the boss advances, radiating fury, Yango stammers, "It looks really angry." He shouts, "Run," but is cut off as the orc swings its massive blade in a furious strike aimed at him. The strike causes a powerful explosion, shattering the surroundings. His teammates scream his name. But just 2 seconds earlier, Ryu Min had jumped in and pulled Yango out of harm's way, saving his life. "Black Scythe, thank you." Yango gasps. Ryu Min replies, "Stay back if you don't want to die." As the orc warrior advances, Ryu Min charges forward. "You think this is fun, huh?" Ryu Min taunts, slashing the orc's leg with his scythe. The orc screams in pain and retaliates with a violent attack, but Ryu Min dodges effortlessly. Jumping back, he grins. "What's the point of powerful attacks if I can dodge every one of them?" Infuriated, the orc launches a flurry of strikes. Ryu Min weaves through them, nimble and calm. "I've already cut his neck twice and it didn't go through, this guy's too damn thick," he mutters. Determined, Ryu Min leaps again and spins his scythe into the orc's neck, carving deeper this time. Still airborne, he continues to rotate his weapon rapidly around the orc's throat. Finally, the orc's head is severed. It tumbles to the ground, and Ryu Min stands triumphantly atop the corpse. Thanks to this victory, Ryu Min gains 37.73% EXP, 4,000 gold, and a 2,000 gold bonus. As Ryu Min stepped down from the dead orc's core, everyone looked at him in awe. Did he kill that thing? A new message appeared before Ryu Min, listing the items he had earned. You have obtained Sword Ring Pommel, Orc's Heart, Lesser Azure Mana Stone, Stone of Balance. Subquest Progress, Stones of Balance, 1 out of 4. A faint grin curled at the corner of Ryu Min's lips as he read the notifications. He thought to himself, taking down a boss is miles more satisfying than dealing with those weaklings. The EXP bar that had barely moved throughout the earlier skirmishes now surged upward, an increase of over 37% in one go. That alone would have been impressive, but there was more. Along with the experience boost, he received 4,000 gold, plus an additional bonus payout. Not bad, he mused, but that's not even the best part. Several rare items had dropped as well. The most eye-catching among them was the sword labeled Ring Pommel Sword. Ring Pommel Sword. Type, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Attack Power, 100. Effect, with every successful strike, gain plus 5% attack speed. Stacks up to 10 times. Durability, 1000. Requirement, usable by regular grade players or higher. A blade distinguished by a loop-shaped guard. Elegant yet deadly, it was forged for relentless pursuit and momentum. Ryu Min stared at the weapon and muttered to himself, shame it's a sword and not a scythe. If the item had been his weapon of choice, there would have been no hesitation. He considered the numbers. His current weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, only had 25 attack power, though the Reaper's rune doubled that when used with a scythe. Even then, it topped out around 50. That meant the ring pommel sword had twice the raw damage. Still, Ryu Min thought, damage isn't everything. Despite the sword's advantages, switching weapons wasn't so simple. He was used to the scythe's rhythm, its sweep, its reach. Even though he started out as a hunter, he had grown comfortable with all kinds of weapons over time. None, however, fit him as naturally as the scythe did. I'll hang on to it for now, he decided. A rare weapon like this will fetch a hefty sum later. He tucked the sword into his inventory, then moved on to the next drop, the Orc's Heart. Orc's Heart. Description: a dense, crimson stone shaped eerily like a heart. Despite its unsettling appearance, it's not biological. Highly valuable for crafting certain unique items. Many discard it out of ignorance, but doing so is a costly mistake. This one's a keeper, he thought. The Orc's Heart was a required material for an upcoming craft he had in mind. Tossing it would be idiotic. He also pocketed a lesser azure mana stone, a decent reagent, and another stone of balance, inching him closer to finishing that particular subquest. That boss was worth it, he thought, glancing down at the slain orc warrior. After wrapping up his inspection, Ryu Min turned around, and stopped. Yango stood there, eyes wide, clearly shaken by the display he had just witnessed. In the next second, he composed himself and spoke with deep respect. You're truly something else, Black Scythe. I wouldn't even dream of taking on that creature myself, let alone solo. He gave a sincere bow. Thank you. You didn't just defeat the monster, you saved our lives doing it. I'm not in the habit of letting people die when I can help it, Ryu Min replied simply. Yango hesitated, then asked, did you know it was going to appear? Ryu Min didn't feel like going into the mechanics. After clearing the regular orcs, a mid-boss typically shows up. Nothing unusual. With that, he turned, ready to move on. My business here is done. I'll be leaving now. Understood, Yango replied, bowing again. Thank you once more, Black Scythe. Safe travels. Ryu Min was about to walk off when he overheard a voice behind him. Let's go hunt. Seeing Black Scythe fight lit a fire in me. Their morale had clearly skyrocketed. But before they could move, one of Yango's comrades suddenly collapsed to his knees with a pained groan. Mangy. Yango rushed over in alarm. What's wrong? The injured man clenched his teeth. I can't go on. My body's at its limit. You said you were fine earlier. I said that because I was worried about you, Hyungnim, Mangy rasped. But now I can't keep up. Yango gritted his teeth, panic settling in. You have to endure. If we can survive until the round ends, we'll get healed when we return. Mangy weakly shook his head. You know it too. If we don't meet the 300 kill quota, we vanish. There's no second chance. I don't have the strength to keep fighting. Please, just leave me behind. A heavy silence fell. Ryu Min stopped walking. Yango, usually composed and reliable, was clearly rattled. You can still swing a weapon, right? We'll soften up the orcs, just finish them off. That should count. Mangy looked at his brother, eyes heavy with guilt. But if you focus on helping me, none of you will get enough kills. I'll drag everyone down. I don't want to slow you down, Mangy murmured, voice trembling with fatigue. Please, just go. I don't want you to see me like this. Zhou Yong's face twisted with helplessness as he crouched beside his injured comrade. No, he said firmly, shaking his head. I can't leave you like this. You're losing strength by the minute. How could I possibly turn my back on you now? From a few paces away, Ryu Min paused and narrowed his eyes, watching the exchange. He hadn't expected this reaction from Zhou Yong, the famed mercenary king, known for leading vast battalions with unwavering resolve. To see him so visibly distressed over one injured man was surprising. If it were Ryu One lying there like that? Ryu Min thought silently, recalling his own brother. He would have reacted the same. That moment of empathy led him to a decision. Looks like you're in a tough spot, Ryu Min said as he stepped forward, addressing the group. Mind if I take a look? Zhou Yong and the others turned toward him with expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Ryu Min's unexpected offer was met with silence, their hope tempered by skepticism. In their minds, there didn't seem to be any way to save Mangy now. Is there really something you can do? Zhou Yong asked cautiously. Ryu Min didn't answer with words. Instead, he knelt beside Mangy and examined the injuries. These are serious, he said, but not beyond repair. He placed a hand over the worst of the wounds and began to chant softly, words unintelligible to the others. Then, a soft green light radiated from his palm, bathing Mangy's battered form in a calming warmth. The group watched in stunned silence as the bleeding stopped and the wound visibly closed. The astonishment was palpable. Mangy looked down in disbelief, his mouth opening but no words coming out. "It's gone," he finally whispered, pressing a hand over the newly healed skin. "Even the pain, it's just gone." "That's right," Ryu Min replied calmly. What the others didn't know was that the healing he'd just performed had technically exceeded the skill's intended capabilities. Though the skill, First Aid, was categorized as a basic one, Ryu Min's intelligence stat, bolstered to an impressive 123, and the bonus 32% skill amplification from the rune, had turned it into something far more potent. Normally, the skill would only treat light injuries or stop bleeding, but in his hands, it could even mend a dislocated shoulder. "Try moving your arm," he instructed. Cautiously, Mangy rolled his shoulder. As the pain failed to return and his mobility returned, his eyes lit up in joy. "It works. I can move again. It doesn't even hurt." "Don't get carried away," Ryu Min warned. "It's an emergency patch-up, not a full recovery. Push yourself too hard and the injury could reopen. But for now, you should be able to fight without issue." "Black Scythe, thank you. I owe you my life," Mangy said with heartfelt gratitude. Jo Young stepped forward next, bowing slightly. "I'm deeply grateful. I can't thank you enough for saving one of my own." He opened his inventory and took out a crimson mana stone, low tier, but still valuable. The rest of the party followed suit, producing items from their own pouches. Some offered mana stones, others, spare equipment they'd intended to sell. Jo Young extended the items toward Ryu Min. "This might not be much, but please accept these as a token of our appreciation." Ryu Min raised a hand, intending to refuse. "That's not necessary." But before he could decline further, the gifts were already in his hands. "It's not about the value," Jo Young insisted. "You gave our friend hope when we had none. Whether you accept the gesture or not, know that I won't forget this favor. Someday, I'll repay the debt." In that moment, Ryu Min realized he'd gained more than gold or loot. He'd earned the trust and gratitude of the Mercenary King, a man whose strength would one day prove crucial. "I was going to pick up a basic skill anyway," he thought to himself, but this turned out to be an even greater return than expected. This encounter was bound to leave a lasting impression. Before parting ways, Ryu Min looked at Jo Young's group and said calmly, "Well then, take care. I'm sure we'll cross paths again." Min Yuri found a quiet spot and watched the system interface tick down slowly. Time until round ends, 8 hours 55 minutes and 15 seconds. Main quest progress, orcs defeated, 0/300. She got scared as soon as she saw Black Scythe and lost him. Previously, Min Yuri found herself preparing for the upcoming 5th round. Just before stepping into it, Ryu Min's words echoed clearly in her mind. "The quest involving 300 orcs isn't something you can take lightly," he had warned her earlier. "They're not just strong, they come in hordes, and they're relentless. Don't even consider going in alone." "So, what are you suggesting?" she had asked. "Seek out Black Scythe as soon as the territory integration is complete," he replied without hesitation. "Don't challenge them without him. And if, for some reason, you can't reach him right away, then wait at least an hour before taking any action." "I understand," she had said, nodding in gratitude. "Thanks for the warning." Now, with those instructions fresh in her mind, Min Yuri remained patient, waiting calmly as the territory merger completed. She trusted Ryu Min, and intended to follow his advice to the letter. As soon as integration was finalized, she scanned her surroundings, unsure how to even begin finding Black Scythe. "Where do I even start?" she murmured. But the answer came swiftly and easily. She didn't need to search at all. Among the 10 individuals selected as area representatives for the bonus match, Black Scythe was already present. "There he is," she whispered, spotting him immediately. "I'll talk to him once it ends." The outcome was clear and overwhelming. Black Scythe dominated the match. The gap in ability between him and the others was undeniable. "Well, he is already level 30, she muttered to herself, trying to rationalize the feat. "It makes sense." As the match concluded, she began to walk toward him, but as he descended from the platform, her steps faltered. She stopped several feet away, her body refusing to move forward. She didn't understand why at first. "What's wrong with me?" she asked herself, confused. But the answer was painfully clear. It was fear. An instinctive, visceral fear that gripped her as she remembered the brutal scenes she had just witnessed, enemies mercilessly decapitated by his hand, blood spraying across the battlefield. No matter how much her rational mind told her he was an ally, her instincts whispered caution. "Min told me I need to work with Black Scythe," she reminded herself. "He'll need my help. He won't hurt me." But by the time she snapped out of her daze and lifted her head again, he was already gone. He left, she whispered in disappointment. I missed my chance. It seemed Black Scythe had already moved on to begin the main quest. Min Yuri now stood alone, weighing her next steps. Min said I shouldn't take on the orcs by myself, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. Left with no other option, she followed Ryu Min's final piece of advice, wait for 1 hour before taking action. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.